a decent amount of time.
Have to take up like the Flame Cloak does get a lot of damage, but here comes the Black Hole.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everyone wherever you're watching from. Welcome back to the SEA DPC 2023. I am so excited to have you all today. Hi, I'm your host, Sophie, and we are going to find out today who is going to go to the major, who is going to get relegated, and who is just going to chill in Division 1 for a while. But I'm here with my lovely customers and panel, Pi and Winter. How are you guys doing today?
No badminton for me. I know you had badminton yesterday.
Badminton?
Yeah, no badminton for me.
How about you, Pi?
No, I didn't do anything. I'm good though.
You guys are chill?
Good.
Having, good vibes? Yeah?
Sure.
So what is the situation that is going to happen today? What are, if the scores... I know that we were talking a while ago, and we might have a situation where we have, 3-5-2s.
Yes, that should be possible.
Yeah? And then there's also the...
Oh, yeah, you said something about, a bunch of teams can be 3 and 4. Right?
Yeah, that also.
Yeah, 4 of them. If SMG wins, Boom wins, and Blacklist loses both their last series, the 2 last series they're playing.
That sounds like an unlikely outcome, though.
Yeah, but mathematically possible.
That's true. It's still realistic, somewhat.
Yeah. I mean, I guess it's likely there will be at least one tiebreaker. At least for... either for getting knocked out or for going to the major.
Yeah.
Yeah, the going to the major one seems a little bit more unlikely than the relegation battle.
That's true. That is, we'll have to see. But if you guys didn't catch on Wednesday, we actually do have our first major team, which is Execration.
Yeah.
That is giga hype.
Yeah. No, it's a bit surprising to me. I thought they've always looked kind of weak in laning. But I don't know, as a team, later on, they always play so well together. And yeah, it's quite amazing how they managed to win 6 series.
Yeah. Their team plays good, but people keep letting them get away with losing the early game.
I feel like the other teams are also bad, in a way. They don't play good, That's why it allowed them to come back in some of the games. I feel like a couple of their games, I don't think they should have won, for sure.
Right.
Yeah.
They just got lucky.
Okay, we have to give them more credit than just lucky.
They are the major team.
I am a little scared for them when they go to the major if they don't. They should really hone in on laning.
Yeah.
It has to get better. Because these teams won't let them get away with... somehow, so how the games have looked sometimes at 15 minutes, it can't be like that.
Do you think that if they play a smaller hero pool, will it help with the laning problem they have?
I think their hero pool is already... normal, smallish normal. It's not like they... if you think of the teams with the biggest hero pool, it's Fnatic. They have a huge hero pool.
Geek Slate, they got a big one.
I don't even know. I don't know the stats on this, but I don't... It doesn't feel like they do have a big... I feel like Scam is always playing the same hero. Maybe
That's
one of them switches
so
around.
you have problems with the lane. What would you do to try to deal with it? If it's not having a smaller hero pool, then...
You just need to get better. Laning is usually a lot of tricks. So you have to look at that. You should the offlaners, they should look at other people playing offlane. It's easy, right? You take every #1 team in DPC and you just look at the replays. And that's for the tricks. And then hopefully they have already in their head. They're 6-1, so they have combos they want to play, but they just need to play them better.
So they just need to look at X-Nova's laning? Oh, no.
I honestly, yes.
By the X-Nova
He is actually an insane laner.
This series is kind of crazy, though. SMG beat Blacklist.
Yeah.
I feel like not a lot of people would have expected that to happen.
No. But it's interesting. I don't know. Like for me, SMG, I guess this is like every season, right? Like they should have done better than they did.
They're figuring something out. I feel like they're going to have a pretty good chance of winning their last series as well, like against Geek Slate. I feel like they figured out what to put or what he has to pick for himself, in a way. Like he has to stick to. I don't think he'll get the Brood or the Beast, but he'll probably get the. I think Doom is possible that he'll get it, and I feel like these are the three best ways of the team using him, as an offlaner.
Yeah.
I feel like SMG just had a rough start to the season, But they're kind of getting it together.
A lot of their drafts were kind of, very funky. I don't know what they're trying to do. They're trying to just counter the opponent's hero pool, and then they pick 5 heroes that have that makes no sense together. No synergy, and they lose a lot of the games from that alone. But overall, I always felt like when I watched their early game, like first 20 minutes, I feel like they're doing good. They're doing stuff that what they're supposed to do with their lineup. They're moving around correctly. It's just sometimes their draft just reaches a point where they just can't play anymore, or they just throw the game later.
Yeah. I feel like they look like really high levels, like a lot of the time.
Yeah.
But then they have these absolute insane moments where it just.
I think we had this discussion earlier in the first week. If you look at Fnatic, Boom, SMG, they three look the worst, right? But among the three, like who is more likely to survive? And we felt like SMG had a better chance. Even though they threw so many games, but we felt like they have a chance. They show that they're gonna have better chance compared to Boom and Fnatic.
Yeah, that is true. Speaking of Fnatic, this series that we just saw the highlights of, that is the one that took them to Division 2, kind of sad, but that also took Execration to the majors, so excited for them. Here's our standings of right now. We have Execration at the top, followed by Geek, Slate, then Talon, then Blacklist, Rivalry. And on the second page, we have Bleed, followed by SMG, Boom, and Fnatic. Honestly, I thought Bleed would be doing a lot better than they are.
Yes. In my opinion, they have regressed a lot. Like the last 2 series they played, they've looked like really bad, like really timid and scared when they play.
I feel like people figure them out. Initially, I feel like they're getting the drafts that they really want to get, and after that, people realize, Corden has to be on these 3 heroes, and then they're always trying to prioritize Masaros on some Timber bound, whatever it is, some weird hero, and then they are drafting in a way that doesn't allow that to happen. So I feel like the series behind, they sort of tried to change the way they were prioritizing the heroes, and it didn't work for them, and they lost a couple of series from that. But I feel like, for me, my expectations of them, I felt like they should be in the middle of the pack somewhere,
Right, yeah.
I mean, I kind of agree with you, but at the same time, like the last series they played, was it Execration? I don't remember who they played, but they were doing. They were like basically winning, and
I remember that series. Like they were just holding off on doing anything. Like
and then they just went AFK.
Yeah,
they had, like, I think
that.
they had like really nice, crisp drafts, but they get to a point like they're usually up like 3K at 10 minutes, and like the game plan looks obvious, but then they just farm.
So when you say they regress, which part? If you don't think the draft regress, you just feel like the play has regressed.
Yeah, I think they feel more rigid when they play. Like they feel like they can't move. Like there's no core like TPing to the opposite side, like come kill them here. And then you just end up trading farms.
Well, let's look at today's
and you just
schedule.
trade farms and you share the tractors. Dota 2.
All the crops.
Yes.
Yeah.
Then you harvest the weeds.
Hold up. But today, our games that we have are Geek Slate versus SMG as the first series, followed by Boom and Blacklist as the second, and last to finish off the day is Fnatic versus Talon. So these 3 series are quite important actually, because I think the second one is Division 2 deciding, right? If Boom loses, then they could get relegated.
Yes.
I mean, it depends on the first series, right? If SMG also lose,
that's true.
then they'll both have to play the tiebreaker against each other. But if SMG wins, then Boom has to win.
Oh.
Yeah.
I see. Okay. So we're getting a lot of tiebreakers on Monday, I assume.
Yeah. I mean, in Geek Slate, they're in this situation, like when you look at it, they're like almost through. But they could have this collapse.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Where they lose this
I
game.
feel like they might lose.
Because right now they're looking really promising to qualify, but
That's true. I mean, it's the same situation as Fnatic and Talon, right? If Fnatic win this game, if Talon win this game, then they're still kind of stuck in a 5-2 situation where if Geek Slate also win, there's going to be tiebreakers.
Yeah, but if they win today, it's more or less they're gonna qualify. Unless Blacklist wins both their last two, they have to win this game and they have to win their last game. I think against Geek Slate as well on Monday.
so that will be the decider in that case.
So if Blacklist loses both today and Monday, then that means Geek Slate and Talon are both secured?
Yes.
Yes, correct.
Ooh, that's a lot of scenarios we got.
Yeah. No, there's only one match left almost for every team except Blacklist. And
Yeah, but that's
only Execration and Fnatic are safe.
that's all the mathematics stuff, But Dota stuff, we know that probably. I think if we get a tiebreaker, it's more or less gonna be higher chance on the teams getting relegated, not on the teams above.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I caught
don't know.
that. You said Fnatic's gonna be safe.
Yeah, they're safe.
That's kind of low-key savage, man.
They're safe where they are.
But I don't think they're happy where they are. I
No,
mean-
no, no.
But who knows? I mean, they might just stomp through Div 2 and make it back
I
in the third
expect them
season
to,
stronger
yeah.
than ever. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So today's games, what are your predictions? What teams do you have today?
I think SM.
I think SMG is gonna win the first
Yeah, you
series,
feel like
I feel.
that? I think they have a decent shot at it. I don't know if they're gonna win, but what was the game 2? This was Blacklist.
Boom.
Boom.
That's pretty important for both teams.
Yeah, I mean, I think the higher standing teams are favored in every match, but for me, Boom has looked better and better now.
That's true.
And
that's very true.
Blacklist, they've kind of looked the same throughout the season. Like, kind of good, not that good.
Well, I mean, Blacklist did just lose against SMG, right?
Yes.
That just happened,
last Friday.
You guys have brain lag.
last Wednesday.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember.
Did
yeah.
Boom and SMG play? They did, right?
Yeah.
Who won that?
Boom.
So, if
That was
we
like some insane three.
if we do the little triangle, that means I think Boom should be able to beat Blacklist. And I mean, they do look better now than they did at the start of the season.
Yeah. Blacklist and Bleed, I would put them in the same category. They're like middle of the pack. They're not really moving forward, not really regressing.
Right,
They're just, everyone else is moving forward, so they're just there,
right.
And I feel like out of the two series, it's a pretty good chance that they might just lose both their series, and then we might still end up with four teams, I think, on 3 and 4.
Yeah.
But the last series, that's a real mind-boggling one because we have Fnatic versus Talon, who Talon look better than ever right now, but you never know. I mean, it's like once you get relegated, then you're like kind of less stressed because you know it's already, you know your future. So they might just
You
play
have
so
no
good.
future.
oh,
I mean,
come on.
that's the funny part. Like the positive for Fnatic here, like, oh, they've already lost so much, so they can't feel bad anymore.
Yeah.
That's their advantage.
But then why are they playing? What are they playing for then?
Yeah.
Like, what's the
No,
motive?
I mean, you play because, I mean, it's fun to play. And
Yeah.
It's not fun to play if you're thinking about roster changes already.
Oh,
even if you're thinking about that, I mean, if you know you're getting kicked, even then, it's like kind of fun to play.
yeah, because it's just
It's
like
okay. It's not that bad.
your last hurrah. Why not just enjoy
Yeah.
Your last hurrah before the pizza.
the pizza party? Well, Execution did say they were gonna have a pizza party to just celebrate, but
Yeah, that was,
not in that way.
that was a real pizza party.
Yeah, that was a legit pizza party. And then they celebrated at Okada, I think. Have
Wait,
you ever?
at what?
It's like a casino, I think. Yeah.
Nice.
But anyways, more importantly, we have games of Dota that are going to go on today. We are going to be back in just a little bit for the first game, which is, what is the first game? Geek Slate?
SMG.
SMG and Geek Slate. How could I forget? So we'll be back in a bit.
actually able to do so for a decent amount of time.
Time to take out like the Flame Cloak does get a lot of damage, but here comes the Black Hole.
Oh my god, look at that.
What's that?
What is that?
Isn't that like Filipino food?
Yeah, but I don't know what that is. Is it Filipino food?
Lots of crabs.
That looks, Anyways, welcome back everyone to the DPC. I am so sad because we only have 2 more days. We have today and Monday of games, and then that's it. But Monday might be long because we might have a bunch of tiebreakers.
Yeah, a bunch or none at all.
That is, no. Is there, really?
I mean,
Can we have 0?
Yeah,
possible,
there's
yeah.
a chance that there will be 0.
Oh, but that's kind of hard. I feel like it's more likely to have tiebreakers than to not.
Possible to. I don't think it's that far off, right? If one of Boom and SMG, all it needs to happen that one team wins, one team loses, so there won't be tiebreak at the bottom.
That's true.
And then the top, what needs to happen at the top is Blacklist doesn't.
Yeah, Blacklist need to start.
They lose one of the game, then that's it.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Well, that's going to be very exciting. But first of all, we have Geek Slate versus SMG that is going to happen right now. So let's talk about these teams for a little bit. Let's talk about Geek Slate. I feel like Geek Slate, their last game was a little sus.
Yes, very sussy. And I don't know if you can blame the draft completely for how they, like, for what ended up happening. I mean, were you on the panel for that game?
No, I was casting that game.
Oh, you were casting. Yeah, so you looked more than I did because I like checked in on my phone a bit, but like it felt still like the drafts like were in their element, like what they kind of had played before. But maybe they combined like a few too many non-stun heroes. I'm not sure. Because it's easy to write off a team just because they lose one, right? But they've looked so dominant in many other games.
Yeah.
Yeah, and even in the other series that they are winning, doing really well, some of their drafts, we were like, oh, they didn't really look at things that way. You know, they have their own mindset and their own direction. Maybe that series was a little bit too extreme. You know, they went off the road a little bit too much.
What, with the Meepo?
The Meepo and the first game where they had basically only one stun. You know, the whole draft only had one stun, like the Tuskar, and everyone else cannot kill people without the Tuskar. So it was pretty difficult for them to play that game.
But the second game, the draft, it looked like, well, from what I heard, it looked like a perfect Meepo game, right? Like it didn't look like the hero didn't look bad that game.
But how did the lanes go in that game? Because I just checked it out quickly, and it seemed like they were like if you're playing Meepo and you lose both your side lanes.
No, he was okay in the lane.
But like for Meepo, like you don't really care that much how Meepo does. It's like because if both your side lanes loses, then you can't play Meepo.
Yeah.
Because Meepo, he needs to farm for like 20 minutes, 15, 20.
And I feel like he's not a Meepo specialist. You know, like if you want to play that hero, you gotta be like someone that plays the hero like level 30 Grandmaster or whatever, you know, like you play the hero so much to make the hero work. If you play the hero, okay, you have 100 games, but I don't feel like you're going to understand a lot of the small little details of your timing and what you should be doing in the game enough to win with a hero.
Right. You gotta be like Natsumi on Arc Warden.
Yeah,
that guy knows
exactly.
shit.
Yeah,
he's good. But what about SMG? So we were talking and saying that SMG kind of kind of had a rough start, but now they look like they've started to figure something out.
I don't know. I don't know if they figured things out. I think it's so random what. Because so far, like every series they played, I feel like they have a good shot at winning, except one. It was one series, I don't remember who they played, but they had like horrendous drafts and they basically lost like 2 games in 30 minutes.
Yeah, it was the Ember safe lane with the quarter game, right?
Oh, it was versus Talon, right?
Was it?
I think so.
It might have been
Maybe.
against Talon. But don't you feel like there's some changes, like the way they are, what kind of heroes they are prioritizing? They sort of like made certain adjustments, especially for mid one. He was playing like a Visage, like
Yeah, he had a very wide hero.
yeah. I feel like they just need to stick to that hero, those 3
I mean,
heroes.
if you're right about this, then yeah, I think that they're doing a bit of a turnaround.
Yeah, because if you look at how they are playing and what works for them, I feel like he has to be on a sort of like a very tempo controlling offlane, like a bit more to the greedy side, and you secure one area, you want your team to go to you and play, and the hero has to be strong in the lane, because Visage doesn't work for him because the lane, he gets shit on in the lane, so then it's hard for him to do that thing,
Yeah.
And I feel like the other thing that they changed was, you remember when they were always picking Nana on the...
Yeah, he played a lot of Slark on
the win condition, the monkey and the Slug, and then towards the series later, they switched to putting the win condition on Chidori.
Yes, that was also, yes.
I feel like the whole team,
if they figure that stuff out, then that they should be so much more consistent.
because initially maybe we were saying that, oh, maybe they don't feel like Chidori, because Chidori is a new guy, right? So maybe they feel like, oh, we shouldn't put so much burden on the win for him. He just needs to be like some weaver, some enabling core, so that other people can do well in the game. But yeah, this is what they have to do here.
Stick around in Division 1. That is what
the
they
recipe?
have to do. Yeah, this is the SMG recipe for Division 1. They have to win versus Geek Slate, or Boom have to lose to Blacklist Rivalry. And they have to win the tiebreakers versus Boom. And apparently, they also have to add 250 grams of butter and half a tablespoon of olive oil.
Yeah, the butter is
Good fat.
hoping that
Good
Boom,
fat.
because if Boom loses and they win, there's literally no tiebreaks.
Yeah.
Wait, if Boom loses?
Yeah, if Boom loses later and they win now, there's no tiebreak. Yeah,
So what are the odds of that?
pretty good.
Pretty good?
They're pretty good
You'd
odds.
say?
Yeah, a decent chance,
Yeah, I mean-
but I do think Boom they look stronger than Blacklist at the moment. But yeah, there's a chance.
I mean, SMG, like, their win-loss doesn't look that bad. I don't know. What is it like? Is it like 2-4 or what is it? Numbers?
Yeah, they're 2 and 4.
Yeah, they're 2 and 4. Yeah, that doesn't... I don't know. That just doesn't sound that bad, because you can go 3 and 4, and then 3 and 4 is like right in the middle.
Yeah, it's more about how they lost as well. I feel like they're not that bad, as a team. They're actually pretty strong in the early stages. They just need to figure certain little details in the game, who to prioritize in the draft. And I feel like they can, if they would have figured this out in the beginning, I feel like there's a chance that they might be contesting for a major slot,
I agree.
Do you feel like there's any player on SMG that's kind of like a standout player, though, that's maybe pseudo carry or...
I think it's
carry?
mid one. It's always been.
Yeah. I mean, I was going to say that too.
Yeah, he's very polarizing, the way he is as a player,
Yeah.
the way he is as a captain, and the way he does stuff in the game. I feel like he's like Jabs in a way. When you put these kind of people in a team, they have to be the focal point of the draft, or they should be the person drafting for the team. And if you put them on the sidelines and you just ask them questions about opinions, it might not work out so well for you.
Yeah, I mean, I can't forget that one game where, like, I think SMG lost mid and then bottom. And then mid one was playing Beastmaster, and he was just like, I'm just going to go to the jungle, farm a bit. And then he was like, they just rolled down top.
Yeah.
What game was that?
That was versus... Who was it versus?
That was good, though.
Yeah.
That was like 5-head plays by mid one.
Yeah, that's why I keep saying, the 3 heroes they need to stick to for him is Beastmaster, Root, Mother, and Doom. They shouldn't try to give him too many different heroes, and they might even open with his hero. I see no issues if you open with any of those 3 heroes for him, and just give like Chidori or even Nana the counter picks later. Just keep their heroes later. But I think it's okay for them, even though he's so important for the team. But I feel like it's okay for them to open with his hero.
Right. So what about Geek Slate? we've seen Cox play a lot of different heroes. Who played the Meepo? Was it Cox?
Yeah, Scam. It was Scam.
Scam.
It was a safe lane Meepo.
Oh, they did?
No, yeah.
Why? It was safe then, maybe?
Yeah, carry Meepo.
Oh, really? Oh.
What did Cox play that game?
I can't remember.
Bat?
I think it was Bad Rider, yeah.
Oh.
It was playing Bad Rider.
Huh.
Oh, wow. Because I played with Cox Meepo in a pub, so I thought,
You thought it was him?
I even said it here, like, Cox played the Meepo.
Oh. Well, now we know. But
Yeah.
do you think that he, like, who would you say is kind of the win condition on Geek Slate?
I feel like it can be any one of their cores. I feel like all three cores they have the skill and they have the decision making to win games for them. You know, but overall maybe I would lean a little bit towards Force. I think he's probably the most important core on their team. If he does well in his lane, and I do think that they do give him a lot of priority in the draft. Like they pick
Draft and then just, if he wants to switch lanes,
Yeah,
he'll
if he-
switch.
That's true.
Yeah, I remember during one of the interviews, did you guys ask, or maybe somebody asked him about who decided to switch the lanes? So they went aggro try with Scam. Or he said that he just felt like his lane would be bad, and then he wanted to go to the safe lane. So that alone shows that the team prioritizes his lane, his laning phase a lot, and he's somebody that's pretty highly regarded in the team. Yeah.
Oh, is that the game where I think they had like a Lina with boots and 4
Yes, he was
branches?
Viper. He didn't want to play versus Juggernaut.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. I remember that. Well, let's see what heroes they pick. We got the draft coming up. Who do we have? Oh, Kunkka! Oh my God!
He like working.
Yes.
Oh.
That's the the Thanos dance. Thanos, please. It's a
No.
classic. Okay, never mind.
That's,
Oh my God. Okay, so they didn't ban any of it. So they wanted to exchange one each, the Beast and the Brute. Interesting.
yeah. Yeah, I don't think SMG expected this.
But do you feel like the Brute kind of counters the Beast in a way? Like the way you are playing on the map and the way you are taking advantage of because you're buying team items on Brute, right? The Mech, the Pipe, and Beastmaster can't really fight into the Brute's team later because you're not buying. You're probably just buying.
I mean,
the
you can
helm.
buy team items too, right? I mean, you go the Helm, you have Vlad's in that.
So you don't feel like it's a matchup where Brute is always.
I'm thinking Brood should have a timing on him, but like the second you do get your Helm of the Overlord, and it's not, and they don't really interact much, right? For the first like 20 minutes, like they both just want to play on the other side.
Yeah. Until they move towards the middle part of the map, then they'll see each other.
Yeah, because like generally like a roar is very like these long targeted stuns are annoying for Brood, but like when they eventually meet, like the Brood team kind of wants the Brood to get roared because he has like pipe greed.
Yeah, he's gonna have all the items that allows him to survive.
What do you think about this Morph second pick?
Beast. No, I think I like it. They just have to make sure they don't pick like a weird 5. Like you don't be greedy with it. Just pick whatever you think will win the lane.
So do you think the idea of picking the Morph here is because the opponent showed probably the position 4 in the off lane, so they decided that this safe laner can survive or do really well in this lane?
Yes, and you've said this before too. Like when your first pick, like this 8th pick here, is
your win condition.
You want something strong. Like if you would like pick what they show a Beast, right, and you pick like Shen here.
I mean, unless
you would be like
unless the draft opening is like a first pick Lina, then your 8th pick should be something like a Marcy to buff the Lina, because the Lina is kind of the win condition.
Sure, you can do that.
Yeah.
But here I like that they pick Morphling, like a strong hero that can carry. Like he just destroys games.
Okay, so for Geek Slate, they kind of need to pick a support that can deal with
But you see, even losing with Meepo, like Meepo puts the fear of God into you.
Yeah, because it's kind of
like
it's kind of annoying, right, for Brute and Morph in a way to play against Meepo. I mean,
he's supposed to be good versus
Meepo has a timing that can just destroy you.
Yeah.
I find it pretty badass though that he's like CEO / analyst / drafter or something.
Yeah.
That's pretty
So
cool.
they go for the Disruptor. At least they have a catch against the Morphling.
Yeah.
Semi-decent against the Brute, but I feel like it's going to be annoying once he gets his Spiderlings up. I mean, you can catch him later, but...
Yeah, it goes both ways. Like if you end up with... Like if Geek Slate play on their own side, then it can be hard for Brood to like be annoying.
Yeah, because of the glimpse.
Yeah, because they could even like try to play the Beast there, and then you're just running with Brood, but there's a Hawk chasing you, you glimpse back.
This is a very, very classic, like I think it's like a VP lineup. They used to like to do this kind of like Beast, a Disruptor, they keep hunting you down, they keep skirmishing, you can't run away, and if you can't fight and you can't run, it's basically you're giving up the whole map.
Yeah.
Willow.
Yeah.
Willow Morph combo, I guess. Is that the idea here?
Oh,
For later,
the
you
Shadow
mean-
Realm?
Yeah.
I get maybe they're considering it a bit.
Yeah.
That'd be fun.
That can be.
I would like
really
to
fun.
see that.
A lot of time he's position 4 at least, but sometimes you just. I mean, you do max your W. Yeah, but it's just it's a strong hero in lane, right? They're just gonna run it with Brood. They don't see the carry.
I see. You feel like that combo is the best for the lane, like Brood and Dark Willow?
No.
I mean, they're better stuff, right?
They might be better stuff, but it is good. It's just it's like now Brood really gets to decide when you go. Like Brood throws the slow, and then you.
This
go.
draft is so scary, man. Undying morphing, and then you have the Undying with the Willow. They can't kill your tomb.
Yeah.
Oh, this is some good shit right
Wait,
here.
wait. What are we talking about? You can't morph into teammates anymore, right? They removed that like 2 years
Is that
ago.
the old axe? Or is it?
I mean,
what was
you
that?
use-
Oh
you
yeah.
can, can't you?
Yeah. You can't. Yeah.
No,
Wait, you really can't?
no, you can only morph into enemies.
Yeah.
Oh, when did they change that?
Long time ago.
What? You're kidding.
Yeah. My brain is foggy.
No, I was with you. I was like, yeah, that's a combo. I like the.
That was
This
when
is what we used to
everyone
do. We used to combo.
everyone would do like the morph spirit breaker, the morph ES.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that they changed that. Not gonna lie.
Yeah.
It's been a while.
And so do they go like some PL right now? Like there's not many things that's really good against this kind of morph undying thing.
PL. I mean, I would. You could. You pick PL here and what? You ban like Lesh, Amber, or
Yeah,
something.
Zeus or whatever, whatever you feel that it's.
SMG have shown though when they play versus PL, they're really good at hitting this timing and just going. So if you play PL, you need. I guess you get to counter the.
I mean, what else?
matchup.
What else are you considering here? I mean, you see the carry, right, and you see you see the off lane.
I think you want.
You see the carry.
Slark.
Slark? Oh yeah, actually Slark can be.
But like it's still scary even when you pick Slark. I think Slark is like a decent hero here, but SMG when they look like they're just gonna be fine in lanes, and when they group up with Undying.
But then it doesn't matter, right? Slark or PL. When they group up, you're probably not gonna be fighting them early.
Yeah.
If let's say they win their lanes, they do, or they 50-50 their lanes, their lineup is just gonna be better together.
Ooh, CK. We saw this Wednesday. CK.
Speeding up the game, yeah.
Oh.
Kind of like the idea of it. They just want to play faster. They are trying to, and CK is also really strong in the lane. CK disruptors. I think the idea of the draft right now is about trying to win the lanes harder, and then you try to delay their 5-man timing and you just roll them over.
No, I'm scared. I feel like one is gonna
I don't think you can win that lane, right?
poop on
Not-
this lane.
I don't know. I feel the lane is pretty strong. The Dark Willow Brood. It's not that easy. It's not that easy for the CK.
No, Brood is just such a strong laner. CK should be strong, but
Not so much anymore nowadays. Maybe before, yeah. I mean, it's okay, but this is tough.
they also like it's with Disruptor, right? When you don't have that extremely strong like go.
Yeah, you need like a CK, a Wraith King, Monkey King hero in front. Otherwise, if you're Disruptor and your safe laner is like some morphling, then you don't feel so good,
But if CK has a decent lane, like, and he can get farm, he will be strong.
Yeah.
But they have the Terrorize from Willow, which is like a really annoying spell.
I mean, I feel like it's less about the matchup anymore. It's more about how they are visualizing how the game should be played.
Yeah.
The CK is just telling me that we want to do well in the lanes and then we want to just run at them, just keep playing at a very high pace game with the Beast Aura. We take Roshan, we just keep running at them, And they're gonna need like some Pango hero in the mid lane to allow them to play that kind of Dota.
Bad Lina ban. So I'm guessing they're just looking to pick Amber or Pango.
Yeah, Amber Pango kind of. Amber is probably going to be their go-to.
Oh, Pango's banned.
Oh, I mean, are they gonna pick Amber and they're gonna haha Underlord? Okay,
Konka.
Yeah, that's probably what they were doing.
Now they're so spooky SMG when they group up. Like when they group up around 20-25 minutes.
Oh my god, so solid. Their lineup is so freaking solid.
Yeah.
It's such a contrast from the drafts they've been doing in the first week.
Yeah, when they have like this Weaver or Bloodseeker. It's so nice to see that Shador gets to play like a hero that can actually carry the game.
Yeah. Oh, this is tough, man. What is Geek Slate gonna finish? I mean, I think Amber is probably the best pick for them here available. Not sure if you go for some lane counter, you might, and then your draft looks very weird.
I kind of like Leshrac, to be honest.
How does he do in the lane against Conquer?
It should be fine. I don't think you lose.
So your idea is they want to have like some tower taking, like some fast hero. You can kill the towers, play with the Beastmaster, and just play a really, really high tempo game.
Yeah, you can do that, or like the Lesher can also just farm. Like he has the option to do both, right?
Yeah, because they have a...
And he's just generally very good versus these, like especially the supports. Like he has Run Down, Willow, and Undying. Like it's not fun to play versus Lesher.
I can see that happening.
And like this, yeah, it's basically you can both lanes are like a lot of stuns and killer, so you can just run to the lane and you can kill them. But they do the Underlord.
The cock special.
Yeah.
I mean, it's decent against the opponent's lineup. I mean, his job here is basically he's the front line. The Beastmaster is going to be playing on his corner, and then the CK is going to be connecting to them, and then they have this Dark Rift to fly around the map to deal with the Brute if they need to, So I can see why they went for it. But overall, if you look at the lineups, personally for me, I'd rather be on the SMG lineup.
Yeah, I would want to be SMG too. I can see how Geek Slate's thing, if the Beastmaster does well in lane, I think it can really work out. Like I'm just imagining if they have this like 17-minute Helm of Overlord, and they have like a Black Dragon, then
and then the Pit Lord has Rod of Aethos running around with the ulti ganking. Yeah.
But like generally, SMG's lineup will be very strong at these type of fights.
I like that. The Kunka. I mean, that's a nice one. But yeah, I will play devil's advocate here, and I'll go with Geek Slate because I honestly don't know. I mean, I just believe in the Cox Underlord for some reason.
Okay.
And I don't know. I feel like just the cores in general, I feel like Geek Slate's 3 cores are really, really good.
Beastmaster.
Well, no, like not the heroes, but like them as players.
Sure.
But
I can't argue with that.
Yeah.
But I'm just, now that you say there's 3 meal heroes, they're just going to go to the boat together. Like, yeah. No,
that's true.
I'm definitely giving the edge to SMG.
I think that
draft looks really nice.
Yeah, that Kunka pick was really good. But we've got our casters waiting for us. Cap and SVG, whose draft do you guys like better?
Neither. I hate them both. Avery?
Wow, that puts me in a spot, huh?
Yeah.
I believe in Skem. I think Skem will prevail.
So it's not about the draft, it's about the player?
You could put him on any hero for me, he'll do it. So I like their draft better.
Yeah, that's fair.
All right, let's see whose draft is better. Please take it away, guys.
We will. We'll take you away and into game 1 of Geek Slate versus Team SMG. I was doing my research.
I just can't. Drafts?
Yeah, instead of the players, I was researching the CEO or the founder of Geek Slate.
Yeah, I saw that.
I still can't get over the fact that he's just drafting for them.
I mean, this is the land of CEOs.
Shouldn't be
surprised when a real CEO takes over.
I mean, the man apparently, he is apparently an expert in rejuvenating shopping malls. And he's out here doing Dota drafts.
Honestly, I still don't really understand what's going on with that, but it's working out for him. So
yeah, it is.
I'm on the train, and here's a little first blood for Cox. Go give it to him. Why not? Already has Atrophy Aura, plus 30 damage. Time to find another victim.
Keep the snowball rolling.
Cut that pizza. I have faith in this Geek Slate draft because I think it's so much catch versus almost none. I think they have a decent chance to just run circles around SMG in the early fights, and they can push those early fights because they have the Beast and 2 other melee heroes who can just start the engagements.
Well, they got first blood and they got 3 bounty runes.
Yeah, which also helps. I just feel like they can force the fights with Disruptor and their cores running at you. Beast force the objectives, and then once you're stuck in these fights, sure, you have a lot of AoE from SMG between Undying and Kunka, but how do you actually lock a hero down to play around with it? I could see SMG getting kited. That's where I'm leaning, but I do agree that these SMG cores, if they get farm and they get the ball up, that is pretty terrifying to try and deal the damage they do.
So all the more important to win the laning phase then?
Yeah, I think Geek Slate wants a pretty fast start here.
Okay. Well, they already got first blood, 3 bounty runes. They're going to be playing, as you can see in this bottom lane, Skem and Raji, the Chaos Knight versus Disruptor against Midwan and Boomy. And this, I think, is a super important lane because you're talking about the you know, first of all, needed to win lane. Second, you were talking about balling up and being like getting some of those team fight items, which Broodmother gets all the auras. And one more thing is just personal performance. Midwan and Boomy have been killing it in their offlane duo for many of their laning phase. Even if they're not winning games, they're crushing their lanes.
I mean, they've definitely been the most dominant offlane duo this season in terms of the lane. I mean, what happens after the lane? I don't know. That's another question.
Yeah,
have to ask the CEOs, but in terms of the lane, they have been...
And they're going to win another one. Scam and Raji trying to force the action, but Midwan manages to stay alive long enough. They get the kill on the Disruptor. He now gets level 2, so Insatiable Hunker, whoop, puts him right back up to almost full HP.
And Raji was playing around with this Glimpse level 1.
Yeah.
Like, just trying to deal damage with it and help fight. So when you lose that trade with this, now you kind of regret not going to Thunderstrike, because you got the free trip to base as well. And Thunderstrike is just the higher damage spell. It's one of the highest level 1 damage spells. A little interesting skill choice. I think this Glimpse can work in certain lanes, but I don't know if it worked out here when mid one just mans up and bites you back.
Yeah. Now, this mid lane should be, I would assume, a bit more to the favor of Geek Slate. I think Underlord versus any melee hero is naturally going to go the way of the Underlord.
It's pretty hard to beat this hero on a melee on melee, one-on-one, mono to mono. It's, I mean, just trying out CS Atrophiora. I wish you the best of luck.
Yeah. If any hero that can maybe do it sometimes is Kunkka with Tidebringer, that's going to be helpful, but you still can't just beat the constant presence of both the Aura as well as Firestorm. There's nowhere to maneuver. You just are going to take that damage kind of no matter what.
I mean, just be thankful there's no small camp here.
Yeah, true.
That he's stacking and farming on top of it. Though Kunkka was no slouch at that as well. Do you miss those days when Kunkka was stacking Ancient with Torrent from mid? Okay.
I hated the mid easy camp.
I was talking about the Ancients. You remember the Ancient? There was an Ancient camp with Torrent stack.
Yeah.
That was insanely broken.
That was pretty broken, yeah.
Let me tell you, you know what a good metric is for mid lane? If Thompson is AFK farming, you know it's a broken farming pattern.
Ah, okay, I see,
you know?
I see.
Because I think that guy prefers to run around and kill people. So if he's like Torrent stacking with Kunkka or doing these like small camp stacks, then you know it's completely stupid.
Yeah, you basically put a bird in a cage. You know that guy wants to be free, floating about.
That's my metric. You gotta have some metrics for things in Dota. You know, like Force, he says I'm out of here because he went boost first, and he will be. Nice little jukes.
Well played. So we talked about the two different lanes. I just kind of left the top lane, which we're passively watching. The Beastmaster Hoodwink versus Undying Morphling. I can't imagine you're losing an Undying lane overall, but Undying Morphling sounds particularly hard to punish.
As a lane, they saw the Beast, they designed it to deal with the Beast, and they are dealing with the Beast. So he's having a bit of a rough one, that TP out. Not the best, but he's not losing too much. He has boots and windlace, so he actually gets back pretty fast. Raji will not get back here fast, so that's a rough one. Now Skem's just kind of on his own. CK is not the worst hero to put on your own. Even if you just free farm up, you die, you can come back. You don't really care. The solo XP probably more valuable. And he has kind of the built-in regen, so I think Skem should be all right down here. Maybe it even works out in the long run.
So what does, we've seen mid Underlord a couple times. You've seen it from Cox specifically this season. What do you do if your side lanes are losing as a mid Underlord? Like when do you
blame the draft?
Okay. You don't help them at all. You just say, you guys are SOL.
There's not much you can do to help, right? This mid hero is not designed to help side lanes. He's designed to destroy a one-on-one, which he's doing pretty well, and he's 600 net worth up. And then he just gets early auras or early Atos, and then you go and take the skirmishes. I mean, I guess you can skill an early Fiend's Gate and teleport somewhere, but like, this type of thing, are you Fiend's Gating into this and doing anything? No, it's just, it's awkward.
So I figured you were going to say that. Since you can't gank, can you swap lanes at some point? So you just give mid lane to somebody else, and then you've got an over-leveled Underlord, like, laning into Morphling? That doesn't sound too bad.
I mean, in theory, it sounds okay, but the problem is SMG should then just go kill whoever's mid. Because you have like a level 6 or 7 Kunkka versus some level 4 guy mid, and he just gets X'd into boat into why am I here, you know?
Okay.
I think that's what should happen. And meanwhile, Underlord is not going to create any innate kill pressure of his own, so you kind of lose out in the exchange.
The kill pressure is all on the favor of SMG right now, as they pretty easily kill this Disruptor and are pressuring Skem slowly but surely out of lane, even his tower taking a lot of damage.
This mid one lane, nobody has fought it. I think I only saw him lose 1 or 2 lanes the entire season. Just destroys everybody.
Again, it's particularly impressive seeing as SMG is losing most of their games.
Yeah,
but
that's the weird part. Like, usually if your offlane wins this hard, you have a pretty decent percentage to just win like at least, 500 out of the games in terms of, like, you go into the mid game with such a good advantage in this meta with a tempo control offlaner, but haven't been able to put all the pieces together. Though I do think they've looked better recently. I think they're starting to put some of the pieces together in terms of what that transition looks like. Maybe we'll see it this game. Like, how much does mid one get done with the start he's had as Afu?
okay, that's a nice little one. Granted, killing a or an Undying always feels kind of weird because then he just comes back full mana.
Yeah, but when you're a beast whose alternative is just getting zoned, I think you'll take that every day of the week. Plus, you got that Underlord rotation coming any day now. Just kidding. He's stealing your stacks. Feels bad, man.
Yeah, I thought those were going to be Beastmaster stacks.
I think Beastmaster thought they were too, but sometimes
There's only one rule in the jungle, Avery.
Yeah.
When the lion's hungry, he eats. I don't know why that just became a meme. That was Pure who said that first, right? When he hit 13K. And then now, ever since then, I've just seen multiple pro players, when they hit an MMR mark, they now repeat that line.
Because it's ridiculous, that's why. It's one of those ridiculous things a Dota player says.
Well,
I've heard a lot of ridiculous things over the years, but it seems like the most ridiculous always end up on Twitter.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, Cox has Fiend Gate now. He is rushing Atos. I'll give him a little extra catch.
Yes.
But he has no runes. So the move is difficult, and SMG are trying to invade this triangle because they think it's stacked up. A little late to the party. This Ancient's only doubled, but maybe they're just happy to take the fight anyway. But again, there's no early catch. It's only X, and X is still level 1.
So Geek Slater they're not strong enough to fight back, but they are quick enough to just run away from all of these fights.
I mean, if there was the big stack there, I think Moon would be very happy right now, but maybe that's a good thing Cox took it. I think the Beast would have been too slow to get there. Now he gets to defend bottom with Beam Gate up. Cox TP'd here. He's kind of stuck here unless he wants to ult out. Force is just left on his own, man. He's having a rough early game.
Pulled back into the boat is Raji. He stacked up the Ancients once.
He's just giving him a cleave target now.
Yeah, he really is. And Force being run down. That is going to be the final blow. Chidori gets another kill out of Force. The SMG just getting so far ahead the laning phase now.
Yeah, this is brutal. Like, this is not the ideal first 10 minutes for a Beast CK side lane setup.
No.
They're heroes that kind of rely on momentum. CK is not really just the best comeback hero.
Yeah.
He's okay if he plays this, 2-3 CK role where he has other heroes to carry him through into the mid game. He can just shove in lanes and join fights when he wants, but I feel like this is a lineup where they kind of want him to be the initiator to some degree, or at least running in with some early armlet, forcing the objectives. So now you're really on the back foot. It puts so much pressure on Cox right now. It's kind of their only real hero.
Yeah, and all the pressure on a hero that just naturally does not move around and make things happen.
No.
At least not until the Rod of Atos and some levels in pit.
I mean, this is kind of what the Disruptor pick can help him do. Like, Glimpse does a lot for this Underlord, as well as Kinetic Field. You make all the spells significantly more effective until BKBs, which is a long way away. But he's stuck on Brood duty. So you kind of have to weigh these as well. Bottom tower going down, gate to mid.
Yeah, they're going to move all their cores here into this lane and see if they can catch some of these supports being super aggro. And even that takes so long. Like, yeah, they're going to kill Afu. But look at all the time. that it took to finally get this kill.
Are they gonna kill him?
He neutral deny? No, he doesn't take enough damage. He is too tanky. He's too farmed.
I mean, he almost got that though. Having a little, I think Skim had a mini heart attack there. Meanwhile, the whole time all this has been happening, Chidori has just been chilling up here. Man has no cares. Like, what? Have we seen any ounce of pressure on this Morph lane? I feel like if you play versus a first phase Morph and he receives 0 pressure in the first 10 minutes, you're in for a rough one. Because this hero's, one of his only real weaknesses is the early game and kind of how fast does he get out of that? Well, he is getting out of it quite fast. He's going to have a very fast linkage as well. Kind of an old school build here. Pretty conservative, but if you look at the Geek Slate lineup, they don't have any real control for this Morph outside of Static Storm that will pierce that Linken's. So it seems pretty decent here if you're not, as long as you're not worried about that Static Storm, which in theory should be pretty easy to avoid because the Brood can just make Disruptor's life hell.
Yeah.
I expect Chidori to want to hold this top lane for a long time as well. Like, why would SMG give up any other map right now when this Beast is so far behind? He's getting doubled up by this Morph at 12 minutes. Twice the hero.
Trying to burst down the Dark Willow, the Firestorm. Not enough damage, pulled back in a little bit more. Geek Slate actually afraid to go down there, and maybe for the best, because the Broodmother was sneaking up behind them.
Yeah, but if you're afraid to go for that, I mean, what are you looking for at this point? You just gonna trade farm here for the next 5 minutes? From a behind position? Sounds rough. Linken's already completed. This has to be like a record Linken's for the patch or something. Because we don't see this item a lot. This is extremely fast.
Yeah. I can't remember the last time I saw Morphlink go Linken's first item.
I think the faster you get this, the better it is too. I mean, that's true for everything in Dota almost, but like, normally I feel like you see this Linken's, you know, the 15, 17 or whatever, and it feels kind of meh. You get it this fast, you can just sit up here. It's like turning him into those old like life stealers or something that just sat in the safe lane.
Yeah, the whole idea of ganking the Morphling now just seems
how do you do it?
So far out of reality.
You can't even roar him here. Look at how aggressive he's playing top.
Yeah, he could just push in the lane hyper aggressively because, again, the only way to kill him is like popping glimpse on him and immediately roaring him.
Yeah, you have to smoke up there with your supports, and that's why SMG are just pressuring this jungle so hard. As long as they see heroes on the map, Jory can stay top, and Geek Slate has nowhere to go. Now Moon thinking about forcing the fight here. He does have a Ghost Ship.
Oh boy, that is a dead Chaos Knight, and they managed to get in there with their Undying. Really good bushwhack will hold some of them back, but now Cox, he is not tanky at all, despite him being the only one with real farm on Geek Slate team. He gets exploded. And they're going to run down Armin too. There, Avery, is there a recovery to this?
Game 2, I think.
Yeah, kind of feels like it.
They just got run over. I did not expect them to get this run over, to be honest, but the side lanes were just unsalvageable.
I mean, I think the bottom lane was, because you said it right, the top lane was designed to shut down a Beastmaster. I feel like the lane that needed to go better was the bottom lane. It's a Chaos Knight lane.
I tend to agree. I don't think that bottom lane should have gone this bad for CK Disruptor.
Oh, he had the X, but they used his Static Storm. He can't use it to pull himself back, but it doesn't matter. They may have got the pick off, but SMG is in full force. You're not fighting one hero, you're fighting 5.
Oh, that adapted, man.
Monster amount of damage, because he can go full agility, because again, he has Linken.
Yeah, he's 780 HP here. Hitting for 200. Max adaptive already up. I mean, game's looking smoked.
It really is, which is very important for SMG. I mean, the panel already talked about it, but just a reminder for anybody who's just tuning in, SMG is currently 2-4. That means they're tied with Boom. If they want to hold their fate in their hands, they need to be able to win this series against Geek Slate.
And if Geek Slate want to go to Lima, this is their ticket.
Yeah.
So SMG kind of, they're the dream killers in this season right now. Just striking from the bottom. They did it versus Blacklist, right?
Yep, true.
Maybe this is when they hit their prime, you know. Oh, you want to go to the major, do you?
It's funny, one of the first matches of the entire season was SMG versus Execration. So Execration, who is top of the board, and if Geek Slate loses right now, will be top of Southeast Asia, no matter what. They got in there early against SMG, while they were still weak.
Yeah, they hit him while they were young. But this is the elder SMG.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
The SMG that is currently do or die.
Some teams play better under the later pressure, or after they've learned a bit from the season, you know.
Radiant are
I mean, it's rough in the DPCs where like every season feels like a different meta, and you kind of have to start out fresh. But
see, I was more thinking less in a learning experience way and more like a cornered animal, you know?
okay, well,
That's where they're most dangerous.
let's try and keep it positive. Dota's a very positive mindset-oriented game.
That is not true. Played a lot of C-pubs yesterday. Can vouch that that is not, in fact, how Dota
I'm
is
glad
played.
you are taking up this fight, and no longer me, because I tried. It didn't end well.
What fight? What?
The opinions on C-pubs.
Oh, well, I still like C-pubs more than NA pubs, so.
Well, I mean, that's a negative bar.
Yeah, I mean, exactly.
What are NA pubs? It's like a pack of feral dogs.
Listen, I could vibe with C-pubs, you know, like, we're just flaming the hell out of each other. I can get into that.
That's true. It does feel very familiar. It's like more organized. I was going to say more organized hate, but that's probably a very strong term.
I will say, less griefing, but I did feel like I ran into more account buyers.
That's just an illusion of your mind.
Invisibility.
Because you're bad.
Well, Geek Slate is down bad right now. As current score is 3-10, 10,000 net worth lead for SMG. I mean, they're going to go high ground well before 20 minutes.
And Skem used aim. He used his ult now to just farm. So they don't even want to take this fight. Or if they do, they don't have CK for him. I don't know if it makes a difference, but good luck.
Glimpse back, couldn't keep him in the kinetic field. With the glyph down, SMG, I don't think you need to back up here. I think you just...
No, you force the fight with the
Keep going.
morph. There's no clear initiation on this morph. Even if you do, he has Aegis. Pretty much only Static Storm's going to kill him. You have Soul Rip and Tomb. Yeah, there's Tomb for the vision.
Yeah, I mean, if they were going to fight, it had to be around the glyph.
I mean, this pit's annoying, but does Morph really care here? I don't think so.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has
Don't really have a clear counterplay.
Well, looks like they're just going to be kind of giving up, quote-unquote, a lane of barracks. Because I'm not sure if the Gale's... Oh, bye-bye, Narman. Jesus.
They got Static Storm on.
Yeah, he may lose the Aegis or may not. The heals are too much, actually.
Yeah, this is just not a thing. I mean, Skem has the right idea. Go hit something else, because you're not hitting anything here.
Yeah.
At least he's getting the tier 1 mid out of this. That's a glyph, too.
Yeah, I feel like, if anything, Geek Slate's just trying to slow them down to give the Chaos Knight more farming time.
Yes, and maybe get a glimpse off the back end of this.
Yeah.
That's like your best salvage here.
I mean, Skem can come back with his ultimate soon. Though,
Yeah,
without Cogs,
back.
it makes it a whole lot harder. Two-man bushwhack, and they actually have the boomerang out as well.
Yeah, but what is playing off the boomerang here?
Yeah, that's true. They don't really... A lot of their magic damage is gone once the Underlord's dead.
Not even a glimpse.
Not even a glimpse pick-off.
So Skem got a little bit out of that, but not more than they lost. Just a steamroll, and no way around it. They lost lanes too hard. Brood ran him over. I didn't think it was going to be this one-sided. But I guess that's why I'm retired. I don't know anything.
Yeah. I mean, you would have thought you would be the expert on one-sided games coming from NA.
Radiant are
What's
scanning.
that supposed to mean, man?
I'm saying it means you crushed your competition in North America
yes.
often.
Thank you.
That you 2-0'd them. You should recognize Supreme outdraft because you did it so often to other people.
I don't think this was a Supreme outdraft. I really don't. I think the side lane looked gameplay was just... It was there for SMG and it was not there for gameplay.
I was about to say, I was wondering which way you were going to go for it. Was it atrocious on the side of Geek Slate, or was it amazing on the side of SMG?
I mean, that is always a question, right? Like, did Geek Slate screw up the lanes? Did SMG just play them really well? Personally, I think Geek Slate screwed up bottom. I don't think those early trades with like a bolt into a glimpse for damage versus Brood, the play doesn't make sense to me unless you're playing it really cleanly and you're like glimpsing him to chip him down and then you hit level 2 all and kill him. That play makes sense, but they got out leveled.
Oh, what a tidal wave pull in. Cox out of position as a result, will die once again. The Aegis is going to go down in 20 seconds, but SMG are going to push it to the limit here and take a second lane before anything can happen to the favor of Geek Slate.
Looking for that tidal wave. I think it's something we've seen out of more of these Kunkas now too.
Yeah.
Like blade mail build is being figured out a bit. This early tidal wave being figured out. This hero gets played as a frontliner with control more than for the damage. And it seems to be pretty nice in the meta.
Glimpse, negative. Well played by Chidori. Timing his glimpse, or as Lincoln's put on Moon to counter the glimpse play.
You got to smoke out here for Geek Slate and find something here. You need an Ancient Creep for your Helm of the Overlord too. Mid one's not even giving that to you.
Oh wow, yeah, he took it all with spiders.
That feels bad. Ripped in a Spiderling. Gem's mad. Trying to think if maybe Geek Slate could have like aggro tried or something, but this Beast Brood matchup is so bad, especially in the 1-on-2 at the start. I don't know. They just had to play the lanes better. There's no way around it. Top is really hard.
Just do better.
I think they could have just pulled the waves top early and then got the Beast to like Helm or something instead of going this Arcane Boots rush.
Yeah, I mean, that's always one of the downsides of Undying, right? No actual disables, so you can just pull against him all the time. Cut creep ways, I pull.
I feel like they just played the lane up and then they went this Arcane Boot rush on an Axe Max Beast that isn't really going to pressure morph anyway. I just feel like Geek Slate had the wrong idea in their side lanes here. And maybe that's okay in a lot of games where it's like if the lanes go whatever, you just come back. But this type of game, the auras come out for Brood, you have this Ghost Ship, you have Undying Heal. When you have these heavy early sustain lineups with auras and you fall behind, they just crush you. Because there isn't that teamfight comeback, which is what the panel was really talking about.
It's just relentless, man.
Yeah, roar into what here?
Well, Terrorize will be the stronger of the two disables.
MBKBs to little avail.
Just kind of runs away.
That's a Wraith pack down.
All right, back to it on the side of SMG. 1 lane to go. You know, just put in the work. Put in your 9 to 5. Take these buildings one by one. No need to get fancy.
Yeah, but that's what Dota's all about. Getting fancy.
How if I watch European Dota?
You're just a hater of everybody. That's all I'm learning.
What? I was just talking about the best region in Dota. Western Europe.
China. Oh.
What year is it in your brain?
$1983? 1984? The truth is what you make it, Cap.
Ah, I see.
Y'all doubters when Zhao 8 comes back to teach everybody how to play Dota. And we'll see who's talking.
Well, SMG, they'll be happy to know that they couldn't, you know, take that final lane without some risk. So they're like, whatever, guys. Let's just make sure we close out this game in under 30 minutes. Let's wait for Roshan. And it actually was a very fast spawn of Roshan.
Can't even glimpse anybody through X. Yeah, just getting depressing.
X and Lincolns.
You have one more fight here for Geek Slate. You have DKBs.
Go, go, go.
Oh,
get into that pit.
It's gonna be too slow though. Maybe you get some flank fight, like when they just aggro push down mid. You can set up a good ward here. You're not gonna make it to the pit.
No, they're not gonna make it in time.
But this vision is gonna be good. All right.
Oh, the counter smoke from SMG. They're taking 0 chances. They know how much this game and this series means. They cannot afford to slip up if they want to stay in the upper division of Southeast Asia.
Yeah, and they did cut this mid wave. I don't think SMG saw it, but SMG are fully expecting some kind of maneuver here.
Drop the tombstone before you die. Apu's going to be pulled back. Nice timing on the terrorize. It'll give a little bit more time to the Undying, but the buildings are rocking fast. They got to do something about this. They need to keep it going. They're going to buy back immediately on the Undying to try and close out this game. Cox going to be pushed away by the Morphling. Spiders, there's only a little bit more damage needed to be able to get these Megas. Geek's like, got to get in there now to stop the Megas, but they chose to retreat instead.
Where was the fight?
I don't know.
Didn't even happen.
And now Chidori's just taking the fight to them.
Party horn. It's a party horn. I don't know. Game's looking toasted.
All right, GG. They're just going to call it without a full-on team fight.
Sometimes the analysis is you lose lanes, you lose the game. That was one of those. They lost the lanes, they lost the game. Go next, reset. Maybe this early beast pick just got exposed a bit too. Like, if they can first phase morph and then he just gets to sit there, abuse your beast, absolutely free farm, and you don't even have that good of an anti-morph draft, to me, that's a draft problem or an execution problem in terms of, like, what is this beast providing you if you're willing to throw him in a lane that's going to get shut down?
Yeah.
They did this on Dying Pick, stuff like that. You need to be confident in what the beast can provide. Because we've seen Beastmasters go into this type of game setup, get destroyed, and still have high impact. But you have to counterbalance it somewhere else, right? If that type of situation happens, and then your safe lane is also getting destroyed with a tempo carry that's supposed to make up for it, now you're doubly in trouble.
You know, the Avo and Richie have made a big thing about how their average game time is so long, and their actual average game time is like 48 minutes. I think we might be on the
to start the series, by the way.
Avo's telling them to like pause games and stuff, understandable. But I think we're on the opposite end of the spectrum. We have we've gotten some real big stomps, and this was definitely one of them. Their 27-minute game to the favor of SMG, but looking good to be able to stay in the upper division as this win is all important. See if they can get 2 wins, though, in the series. We head back to the panel.
Thank you so much, SVG and Cap. You guys, you casters are on a little speed run here. You guys are going fast through all these games, but my goodness, SMG are looking hot, hot, hot. They're killing it. What was your hot take a while ago, Winter? What did you tell me?
I told you that I feel like Talon and SMG, they look like the strongest team in the region right now. I mean, they were able to fix their problems, and yeah, sure, they lost a couple of games earlier, but at the moment, I feel like based on the current way of the 2 teams are playing and drafting, I feel like they look like the best teams in SEA right now. Like for SMG, it's weird that you hear me saying this about SMG. You know, I was like shitting on them.
Yeah, they're also like fighting to not get relegated. But
yeah, and then all of a sudden, I look at how they're playing and how they're like, what the hell happened to them? You know, this team is just crazy good right now. The drafts are on point. It makes sense. They stop just trying to counterpick the opponents. Everything. There's a balance in all their drafts. Not too greedy, not too all in, and you know everything has a purpose. You know, I like the way they are drafting. And in this game, I feel like Geek Slates are probably the ones that kind of dropped the ball a little bit. But overall, I felt like they always have this kind of drafts where I feel like most of the teams wouldn't pick those kind of heroes, but Geek Slate has this kind of like way of making those drafts work. But in this game in particular, I feel like after looking at the draft, I feel like the lanes are pretty difficult for them to play. And Pai, you were telling me about like how they didn't use the overall the 24th pick as well, because it wasn't really a hero that allowed them to play the game.
yeah, I mean, they're second pick this draft, right? And generally second pick, yeah, you get to see the course, you get to counter, and you get to counter matchup. Like 2 lanes, like you get to have the core matchup. And I think they just misunderstand. Like this is like an issue with them. Like you ask the carry, he sees a Brood. So what do you want to play? And he says CK. But CK doesn't beat Brood in lane. It doesn't actually do well with, and that's like a big mistake. And then for mid, you're like, how do we like salvage this draft? And it's like, oh yeah, I beat him with Underlord. But Underlord versus Kunkka is like, yeah, you kind of win, but...
I mean, do you feel like,
You
okay,
do.
the mid matchup was prioritizing the lanes a lot,
Yeah.
and then not prioritizing about the game, but the side lanes, the CK, especially the CK
Yes.
matchup is the one that they thought that they're going to prioritize the lane, but it doesn't really give them
Yeah.
the advantage that they thought they would have, and then in the game, it's just terrible, it wasn't really
Exactly.
good. And because they have this idea about, oh, we have to play a fast game because they have morphling, we don't want to drag the game,
Yeah.
then... But it just couldn't, it couldn't work, for them. Maybe if they swap the lanes, but you feel like even if they swap the lanes, if they have the CK at top and the Beastmaster at bot,
I mean, I think what they should have done is the Disruptor had to play differently. He has to go Lightning. He has to try to make Willow fight him.
did he
And-
just go for that because of First Blood?
Yes, I think he went Glimpse for the, I don't know what, maybe for First Blood. Yeah, because they got a First Blood when we were walking back. But they needed to do better in the lane, bottom, secure, play it safer. And then the Hoodwink stacks for the Beastman. They completely almost give up on that lane.
Yeah.
And then Hoodwink rotates and they kill the Brood.
Yeah.
And they tri-lane them bottom.
I mean, top was rough, but the Morphling had a 30-minute Lincolns. How are you gonna kill that? I don't understand.
No, this is just...
I mean, the lane's unplayable.
Yeah.
The matchup is difficult. It's just the way what they did after was the problem, Maybe they could have tried to salvage the lane, like what Pai mentioned. You go into the lane with the mentality that, oh, we are not going to do well in this lane.
Yeah.
We have to try to stack and whatever, pull the wave or do something to come back. We are not going to even try to fight the lane because they tried to fight the lane and it made it worse.
Yeah, it just didn't seem like there was that much proactivity on the side of Geek Slate. You even saw that one fight in the bottom cliff where they were spending so much time trying to get that Willow, and then the Willow just walked away.
Yeah.
That was
honestly,
rough.
the game was over 10-15 minutes.
Yeah.
The game was already too difficult for them.
Yeah, I mean, mid one also destroyed bottom lane. He's just
Yeah.
running through it.
No, but if you look throughout, even SMG when they've been losing, mid one's lane, I think he's basically won, maybe 90% of his lanes. I remember a Primal Beast game that wasn't that good, and then he had
The Ember game.
I mean, that game is actually completely on him. That game was so bad. But the rest has been, I don't know. He usually 6K net worth at
Yeah,
10
there's nothing to fault in the other games.
Yeah.
You can't fault him for anything.
Yeah. But what is it? Now that we're seeing, before at the start, we were seeing SMG had a hard time closing out the games. You guys would often say that they would throw a lot and stuff
Yeah.
like that. But now they're looking really good. They're actually finishing and closing games.
Yeah, I think this is different because Winter brought this up earlier, and I've talked about it. They don't have a real, they haven't had a real carry in those games. They usually have a Weaver or a Bloodseeker or
Right, yeah.
something like that, and then you feel weirder playing the map. You feel like you need to be more aggressive than you should be. Just those heroes are they're not very good at sieging. A Bloodseeker going for base, it's not good at it at all. Weaver too is mediocre. So it's just way easier if you have one of these. You have a Morphling, you have a Lina, you have a real carry. It's
Real heroes.
Much easier to play. Yeah.
All right, well, that was just game one, and we've got game two coming up. This is going to be an important one because if SMG win this, Boom has to win their next game, and if they don't, then they're relegated, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh yeah, Boom. Yeah.
Yeah. So we will find out if SMG wins, if they win next game. Yeah, that would be a clean 2-0, but yes, we're going to go for a quick break.
Three, two, one.
This crowd is actually able to do so for a decent amount of time.
Have to take out the flame cloak. That's get a lot of damage, but here comes the black hole.
Oh, hold up. What is that?
Mushroom?
Are those mushrooms?
Yeah. That's
Oh,
mushroom.
looks delicious. And you know what else is delicious?
Balut.
Broodmother.
That is true. What did we have? Broodmother burgers the first week?
Yeah.
I wish I could have had one of those. But welcome back, everyone, to the SEA DPC. We are here for Game 2 of Geek Slate versus SMG. What do you guys think is the issue that Geek Slate are having? Do you think it's mainly a draft thing, or do you think it's like a team play thing? What is going on?
I think it's a draft thing. I think the previous series, I mean, you were casting it and you told me it was a draft thing. And this game for sure, I think they just misunderstand everything about
But
it.
something is wrong, right? Like they were doing okay with the drafts, and all of a sudden, the last 2 series, they have drafting issues. You know, it sort of feels like they are trying to outthink their opponent, or like they are trying to do something prepared directly just for that opponent, and it's not working. You know, like the first couple of games, they were just like, I felt like they were just doing what they're doing. You know,
Yeah.
they weren't trying to do anything different.
Let's see what we got for the draft. But do you think that it's like they're trying to think next level, like they're trying to overdo it?
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's just better to have everything simple, you know? Just,
Right.
there-
Comfort picks.
Yeah, there we go. So no Brood, no Beast, and they go, actually Beast is not banned, but they go for the Doom. I mean, this is good. I feel like they should not go anywhere far away from Brood, Beast, and Doom.
Do you like SMG's opening?
I mean, Winter likes it. It's fun. I mean, it's as you said, those are the heroes that
They should be doing.
yeah,
they
that's
should be.
fit mid one good. I mean, generally though, Rubik is a pretty good hero versus Doom. It's like easy to take spells. You have the insta lift when he goes in. But I mean, it's not like you can pick Doom into Rubik. It's fine. It's not like a GG pick. But I don't. Yeah.
I mean, the Dooms nowadays, I feel like you don't really care about the Rubik stealing the Doom because it's more about the aura, right? You get the aura items and you play around your team, so you don't really mind it that much.
Yeah, but a lot of Dooms don't go aura items. We'll see what mid one does. I remember what Execration impressed me. Their first series, they picked Doom and he went like Greaves, Pipe. He went every aura item.
Yeah,
and that looked really good.
It's so difficult, right? You go into a team fight and he just pops. Like, he's gonna get that farm, you know, early because it's a fucking Doom. You know, he has Devour, and then you go into that like 15-minute fight. He has a mech. He comes to the fight. He pops the mech. He pops his second spell. He's running in. He's killing everybody. It's very difficult to
yeah,
deal
but
with.
then you have to make sure the draft has someone else who can destroy structures, kill the objectives.
Yeah.
Yeah. But Geek Slate are going with the Beastmaster.
Yeah, it's
again.
good at this point, you know. 8-pick the Beastmaster, you see, like, because you can ban heroes right now, so the Beastmaster is a lot more protected. Because during the break, I was also even telling Pi, like, I feel like Beastmaster is a hero where if you pick it, you gotta make sure he gets a good early game. He's not an offlaner that, alright, sack him for a bit, you know, whatever, you know, he's gonna come back. Beastmaster is not that kind of offlaner. You pick Beastmaster, you have to ensure that the early game goes well for him. The laning phase especially has to work, and then he can do his thing in the game, you know.
Yeah, I mean, you can also say, I mean, he is a little more flexible in that. So if you have a proper plan, you can make sure you have a lot of ancient stacks and you can like kind of sack him. Like not completely, like he needs some levels.
He needs
of
a
course.
game.
I mean, no one can, like what happened last game, like I don't think any hero can like come back from that almost, but he's just a flexible hero, which is, he's decently strong in lane, but even if the lane goes kind of bad, you can kill a 5-stack of ancients.
Yeah.
You're
Easily
really back.
recover.
Yeah, I feel like this game we are gonna actually watch a game.
Yeah.
And just judging by how everything is starting and the picks and the bans, I feel like there's a likely chance that there will be actually a game here. It'll be fun to watch. So they are taking out SF and Ursa, the lanes that will give Doom trouble. What else do you need to take out? Like, do you need to take out Slug, Monkey King, those kind of heroes for Doom?
I mean, like, if he could, he would take out everything. But Doom can generally survive versus anything. I don't know if you need to. Like, Lina can maybe be annoying.
I mean, Lina's annoying for everybody.
Yeah.
Her lane is just too strong.
Yeah.
What about NP's banned? I was going to say NP.
Yeah.
Sniper banned.
Ah, interesting. Sniper ban. Is Sniper like just good against Beast in the lane? That's the reason why they ban it?
It can be, yeah. You can just run him down. It's a semi-strange ban. Maybe they want to pick Lina like straight away here.
Yeah, that's actually possible. Lina works with Beastmaster very well.
Yeah.
IO ban.
Because like, oh yeah, I mean, they do love their IO.
Their IO gyro.
Yeah.
IO Gyro with Beastmaster. That's terrifying.
Yeah. I mean that can be a really strong lane versus Doom. Like you can get owned.
Yeah, it's actually a pretty smart ban because it can relocate out to save the Doom hero. That's pretty nice. Okay, we'll see what SMG decides to go for here. Kotal. Is this
it
Flex
can be.
pick? Oh no, it's just a support.
You think? I think it can be Flex.
Moon can play it, right?
Yeah. I mean that's what you have to think about it when you're Geek Slate, right?
So which support do you actually want to put in the Beastmaster's lane? The Hoodwing or the Kotal?
Oh, like that?
Maybe
I mean, if you...
the Hoodwink,
Does it
maybe?
matter or just Hoodwing?
I mean, Kotal doesn't do that much, to be honest. He's quite weak. Like, you would probably put him with the Doom if you play him support.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Like, Hoodwink, you can... Like, early on, like, when the boars are level 1, you can kill them with your Acorn shot. Okay, yeah, so they go... Okay, this looks way stronger to me. Like, they're a little light on teamfight still, but Lina is one of those heroes that can...
You don't need teamfight
Yeah,
with
she
Lina.
has zip, 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 zip.
I mean, sure, they can, finish up the draft with some teamfight hero, if they really want to, or they could just go for like a Tusk mid and pick another.
Yeah.
I mean, it all depends on the draft, Because I feel like when you're playing against Kotal, you want a Tusk clockwork kind of hero that just finds the Kotal and eliminates him from the fight right away.
No, I saw some stats somewhere. Someone said it where Tusker has like an insane win rate, especially in, I think it was Eastern Europe.
What
it's
role?
Like 75.
What role is that?
I mean, it's like any. It's like 4 or 2. Like, I think mid Tusker is insane.
Yeah.
That hero is nuts. Like, when you play support versus that, I don't know. I'm like, hey, okay, I buy a chainmail. But you get
Fluffy
one shot.
hats. Fluffy hats.
Yeah, fluffy hat and a chainmail. Like, I'm so tanky, but he still one-shots you with Desolator.
You need fluffy
Insane.
hat, you need a raindrop, but you're still gonna die.
Yeah. No, it's like worse than Tiny.
And he doesn't need the dagger to do that to you.
Yeah, exactly. Oh,
Wow, Kotal.
okay.
Okay.
Oh,
Bristol
this is
back.
their versus... okay, so they are going to do the safe lane Kotal. This is their counter versus Beast. Just early Vanguard and you just run him down. Like, you can push the tower at like 6 minutes if this goes well.
But is Bristol like good against Lina in the game?
No. The answer is no.
Yeah,
So it's just mainly for. So the idea here is mainly just for the. I feel like it's for the late.
They are falling back a little bit into the Bloodseeker Weaver trap.
Yeah.
But this has at least a clear... this is a clearer purpose at least.
Yeah.
So like this will, like, if you win the lane here versus Beast, like, you shut down everything. Like, he can't come back with stats.
Okay,
he can't do anything.
So their draft is gonna need like a farming mid, right? Like some TA.
I would want
some TA kind of
I
hero.
would want better than TA. I would, you know what I like? I like Zeus. I want someone who, like, if the game is a little weird, like, you're fine at, like, let the game keep going and you're still gonna win.
Alright. I don't know, man. The Bristleback just... Is that the first time we've seen Bristle in CDPC? I think so, no?
Might have been it might be the first time. Maybe we had a game, I don't remember.
No, I think you're right. I'm trying
it is
to.
the first.
Yeah, for Geek Slate, they are kind of looking for like either they finish their draft with a team fighting hero, or they just don't care, just put the Tusk mid and pick another support with for the Beastmaster. Because now they see the lane, right? It's going to be more or less going to be a Kotal plus Bristleback. So you might want to consider maybe picking another hero to go to lane with the Beastmaster.
Yeah.
Or what would you actually consider? Would you consider like a clockwork kind of hero, or?
I mean, I think you. I mean, right now
Nyx.
the Tusk mid is looking good.
I mean,
right?
Nyx is very good against the Kotal and
Nyx.
the Bristleback.
Oh yes.
Would you consider that? Is the lane playable with the Beast?
I think you still can put the Rubik with the Beast.
Oh,
And
okay.
you do, like, he goes like boots first and you're kind of just dodging, trying to get farm. And then, because Nyx Lina should be fine.
Yeah, that sounds good too in the lane. Yeah.
The other is like, as you said, you pick like a Phoenix for the position 5. And he just gets a lot of regen and stats and he's just chilling there right click.
Yeah, that's the team fight.
Phoenix is banned.
I mean,
They banned it first
You
too.
silly
I mean,
sausage.
If it's silly goose.
if it's not Phoenix, there's still like a disruptor. Like if they want a team fight position 5, there's disruptor. There is still, I mean, the Warlock that we saw one game.
Oh,
Warlock.
I'm down.
That'd be crazy.
Upheaval, the Bristleback,
Yeah, no, it's good actually.
But I just don't know about this Bristle pick. I feel like it's really a hit or miss.
Yes. They need to follow this up with a...
Would you
Nice last-
would you do like a Viper pos 5 just to mess with the Bristleback?
Viper's banned.
Oh yeah, okay, never mind.
Come on.
All the heroes.
Sophie, you're looking at the bands. We're looking into the future.
Sometimes you gotta reflect on history.
That's right. If you know the history, you know the future. Right? That's a quote. Abraham
Pi says.
Lincoln.
Oh gosh, Monkey Ban. That's what you guys are saying could possibly deal with the Drago.
Wait, would they ban Monkey? So they think that SMG wants like a mid Monkey against their whatever they're picking next. So they're probably picking a melee like some Ember, right? So they're worried about some Monkey slot going mid. Is that the...
I guess. I mean, I would still want the Tusker mid. I just think it's so good.
Yeah, then Tusker doesn't... You don't care, right? Like, do you care actually if you lane against a Monkey?
I mean, it's probably not that fun, but...
I don't feel like it's a problem, you know? Like, maybe it's...
But you are right, these two bans, maybe they will just play like a 5 Tusk and go...
Yeah, it feels like they're
go
picking a
Ember
mid hero. Yeah, that's what it tells me.
I mean...
Yeah, but if they pick... okay, Monkey, maybe it's okay with their lineup, but if they pick like a Slug mid, I feel like their lineup is a bit like...
Oh, I kind of like the Slurk though.
You like it? You like Slug with Doom and Bristle?
Yeah,
overall?
I think you will just take over the map completely and you can just... You can farm for 35 minutes, you'll be 20k ahead.
I feel like it's greedy though. I mean, maybe I can see it.
If it's first Ember, I don't think it's greedy.
Yeah, because you're going to trash the lane so hard.
Yeah, I think, I mean, you're basically guaranteed to win 2 lanes. Like, the Bristol should not lose. And I've seen Nana play this Slug versus Ember. It's not fun for them.
Yeah, the more you're telling me, then the more I feel like it's just necessary just to put the Tusk mid and then just pick another support.
I think the Nyx idea is interesting. I kind of like it. And then, like, if the game keeps going on, you can even get to an Axe where you are a bit...
Yeah, then you are the team fight.
Yeah. But even if you don't get there, other than that, they have a lot of heal. Can you stop the heal or... You could go for like a Bane, but no.
I don't think we've seen anyone play Bane.
They do the Ember. Makes sense with the
Yeah,
bans.
it makes sense with the bands, what they're doing. Yeah. I mean, yeah. So you like the Slug now? For
Yes. Yeah, and I think this is perfect for SMG.
So do you switch the lanes if you see the Slug? Do you put the Lina mid and put the Ember on the safe lane? Is that
Honestly, I think you should. I think this
lane is totally unplayable, right?
I mean, you will get to level 6, but you will be like 1k gold behind at best, and it never really gets easier versus Lark. Like, it's always hard.
If you say you do Lina mid, right, the Slug's gonna have a hard time.
Yes.
And then Ember safe lane against, okay, fine, you farm, the Doom's gonna farm, you can't stop the Doom, but at least overall the game looks better.
Yes.
I don't know. These SMG's draft is looking really...
I like it a lot.
I mean, it looks fun.
Yes.
Yeah, that's for sure. It looks fun, but Geek Slate's draft just looks a bit more comfortable, like easier to work with.
Yeah, they have heroes that are good around the Lina.
Yes, they're doing what you said too. They're changing
the lane.
You have to do this.
Yeah, I feel like I like their chances this time. We're gonna see a game, you know?
Yeah.
We're gonna see a game?
Yeah, we're gonna see a game here.
You think it's gonna be a quick game or a long game?
But at least a competitive game, you know?
Competitive game. I mean, this is kind of confusing though. So Moon versus Lina. How does the matchup work in the mid lane? Slark versus Lina.
That should be a very bad matchup.
Yeah, he's gonna have a hard time here.
So what's his options to recover? He's gonna have to hit the jungle or roaming?
Because I don't think they can switch their lanes, you know? So it's gonna be a Slug against Lina.
I mean, maybe they will. Like Doom.
Oh.
I mean, they just put Doom in, and Ember goes offlane. It's not good though. Like it's definitely better for Geek Slate. Whatever happens, like they will have favorable matchups there.
Yeah.
But this is huge that even now if the Beastmaster loses quite hard, at least they have
contingency plans, you know?
Yeah.
They'll be
That's
fine.
true.
And overall, I feel like it's way better than their previous draft.
Yes.
What they're doing now.
Yes.
Cap and SVG, I want to hear what you guys think about SMG's draft, the whole mid Slark and everything.
Slark is going to get destroyed, Ember is going to get destroyed, and Beastmaster is going to get destroyed. There's going to be a lot of destruction. That's what I think.
So that leaves SMG winning 2 lanes, so they win?
Yeah, I think so. I think SMG is just going to destroy both side lanes here. I don't really see what stops that happening.
Well, Winter says that we're actually going to get a game this time, so hopefully you guys don't have like some 20-minute curse, but yeah, we'll have to find out. Go ahead, guys.
Please.
Do your thing.
Give us a game here, Geek Slate, SMG. I mean, if you just looked at the rankings, you'd be expecting, Geek Slate must have stomped game 1. No, not the case. SMG actually stomped the game. You heard Winter actually talking about on the panel how he feels like SMG have fixed their issues and they're actually looking like one of the stronger teams in Southeast Asia right now. It's funny how like there is still the same progression for teams at the start of the season to the end of the season, even though we're down to 3 weeks instead of 6. It's just all about how many official matches you played, right?
And maybe, if anything, it's more brutal. Like, if you suck week 1, you're kind of just so far behind. As opposed to if you suck week 1, because all these teams are scrimming the whole time too. So over 6 weeks, you have a lot more time between to fix stuff. You also have a lot more time for stuff to go wrong. But generally, you're fixing stuff. Like, the more teams play, they gain momentum, they understand the meta, the better teams will thrive. So in a shorter span, if you fall behind early and then you fix your stuff, it doesn't really do anything for you, right? If you end like 4-3 or 5-2 and you don't make it to the major, well, guess what? You just don't make it, so you still kind of suck, you know?
Do you feel like your overall, like you've cut down the number of official matches, 6 weeks to 3 weeks, so you have a more intense match playing schedule. Do you think these teams also have a more intense scrim schedule as a result? Like, do you think they're actually playing maybe the same number of scrims overall, 3 weeks to 6?
I think most teams have a set amount of games they want to play a day.
Okay.
Or like per week, and they stick to that. I don't think it's going to go up or down. If anything, I would expect teams to maybe even scrim less because they have more DPC matches a week on average. So it's like players tend to get more stressed out or overworked, or they need more break in between, right?
Okay.
If anything, I feel like teams might be scrimming less during the DPC period and maybe more beforehand. Like maybe that 1 or 2 weeks before was a lot more crammed than it was during the 6 week period, right? Because the 6 weeks you're like, I don't want to scrim for a week and a half right before it starts and then play for 6 weeks. That sounds miserable, right?
Yeah, but especially in that first week if you play only one match.
Yeah. It's like, well, we have so much time to scrim during the first week or two. But now the first week or two is 2/3 of the thing, so you better come into it hot. And that's kind of why we're here, right? SMG are finding their groove, but it's a little too late probably to go to the major. And if you're Geek Slate, you just got to hold off for this last series and get there. So anyway, this game, a lot about the early lanes, I think, because we have all these skewed matchups. And mid one ended up dodging going mid with this Doom. So they were trying to dodge this Slark-Lina matchup that was going to be horrendous for the Slark. I don't think it's much better for Doom, but Doom is a much better recovery hero.
Okay, yeah.
So if he goes mid and he tanks up the bad matchup, he's just going to devour whatever. It's like him playing off lane, right? Who cares? And hopefully Moon gets a better matchup. So this kind of makes some sense to me, because then he gets the lane versus the Ember, which is what they wanted in the first place. Slark's a fine side lane hero. It's not like you're putting some Storm here or something that gets weird because of the levels. You get your solo XP for Doom, which is pretty nice. Cox needs to exert a lot of pressure on him, which he's trying to do. But at the same time, you do get this Bristle Coddle lane versus Beast, which I feel like Bristle versus double melee with Chakra Magic? I wish you the best, Norman and Force. I really do. Because this sounds rough.
Yeah. Free quills all the time. I'm not sure how you ever keep a boar alive in this lane.
Oh, you just play with axes. I mean, at least you get the stick charges back and you can just chuck the axes. The one upside here is the lane gets shoved. Like, this is a duo that automatically shoves the wave. So Norman can just play to block camps, let the beast soak it up with axes, wand charges, get the helm. Honestly, maybe this lane is better for Force than last game.
Yeah, it kind of seems like it. I mean, the biggest threat would be him dying either under tower or as the creep wave is pushing in, right? And then missing all of that golden experience when it hits the tower.
For me, this matchup is just really bad in like the 4 minutes plus territory when Bristle starts to get the ring. When he gets to Vanguard and he can start pressuring you under a tower, stuff like this.
Yeah, he gets Viscous Nasal Goo and actually starts playing to kill you.
Yeah, like here, you're getting dove and you're dead.
There he goes, dead underneath the tower. The creep wave built up, pushed in. They allowed the creeps to be able to tank the tower, and
that's so much gold for Chidori here.
Yeah, he's gonna have a very fast Vanguard. Wow.
Yeah, that was just, you needed to just play that a little more conservative if you're Force and Norman. Because now you're pushing him to that Vanguard well ahead of time. And that's when he just doesn't care about anything you have to offer. So very fast start for Chidori. If you can get any stacks up for this Bristle, he's going to get out of control pretty fast. So look to the triangle, look to the jungle. Mid one is already in the jungle. So he has definitely tanked up this laning phase for SMG here, which is maybe a bit unconventional for them because he's the one who's been dominating lanes, right?
Yeah.
So now he's somehow mid one goes off lane and it's like he's playing mid, and he goes mid and it's like he's playing off lane. I don't know if that's intentional, but There's a little irony there, but he'll get a mana creep, so he's not doing too bad.
Yeah. And we've seen enough metas where do mid, I feel like everybody's relatively comfortable with it at this point. There was that time where it was like, what, from Eastern Europe, there was Iceberg playing it like 50% of his games do mid all the time.
Yeah, I think mid one is okay with this. The downside is Cox is huge. Like, he is having the most free game he's ever had in his life after playing Underlord for 6 times. So he is living it up. And Moon is the real loser of this whole laning stage somehow. Like, he is just getting
what's going on here?
Destroyed down here. I'm not even sure how they're getting this destroyed. It's a Rubik Ember lane. This isn't some crazy offensive spam or anything. And Hoodwink's a pretty strong laner. I felt like Moon would have been doing better down here, but he is in the off lane with a Slark, which is just a pretty difficult hero to play in the off lane because he kind of relies on the early tower aura, extra regen armor, and then chasing you down the lane with the level spikes. It's really hard to do that in the off lane.
So maybe now that they brought the creep wave back, though, he is letting it go into tower. I was going to say, if he could stall it out in front of his tower, maybe that would help a lot.
Yeah, he just wants this equilibrium, and it's harder to get in the off lane, so Moon is suffering. That said, I also think stacking this triangle is pretty bold here from Geek Slate. As Cox slays mid one in the one-on-one and Force, he needs some help, and I don't think there's anything that can help him. Because you can't run through this anymore. What is going to stop Chidori from perma-playing past your tier 1 and eventually stealing your triangle?
Yeah, they're even going to tank the tower for the siege creep. Keep it alive. The Vanguard Bristleback.
Yeah, he is
taking too much damage.
He's going to accelerate very fast here. Probably get the other kill as well. Mid one goes down again.
He is going to have to walk back to base, but Force is also going to have to watch his tower die. So absolute destruction, as you did say in the preamble of this game, that we're going to see some lanes destroyed.
Oh yeah, there's no way around it. These are just way too one-sided matchups. That's why everybody's trying to lane dodge and make some early moves, but now Moon goes mid as a level 4 or 5 Slark versus a level 7.5 Lina. I wish you the best, sir.
Yeah, they need to hurry up. Like, maybe part of this play for SMG is they need to hurry up and take this tower. That way, the Bristleback can camp out mid. I think he's the only hero that can sit there thanks to the Vanguard.
I mean, he's the one that sit there, though. He wants to be farming, right?
Yeah, that's true.
It's an awkward spot. They're going to bring Ember.
Trying to fight this one, and nice bushwhack with the blast going out. They're going to take a ton of damage. Snowball doesn't pick anybody up. They're going to hold Chidori in place a little bit longer. They're trying to keep their distance with the axes building up, but so too were the Quills. 6 stacks ended up on Force.
That's very dangerous. I mean, they want to defend this because, again, they are stacking the triangle here. You lose this tower, Bristol gets to invade. Might just be like the game with how fat he would get so early. The one upside for Geek Slate in this type of exchange is the other lanes went really bad for SMG, but that also means Lina is just having the world, and she is their best bristle counter in the game.
Moon popping the wand, very nicely timed. Does manage to get his level 6, so this will help a lot against the pressure that the Lina is pushing in, but she's trying to take that tower. Nice pounce does land. Moon playing with his ultimate here. The pounce doesn't last long enough, though. Afu unable to get any damage.
He needs the rune here if he's Cox. He's going to beg the Dota gods 50-50.
See, if he gets it, he does not. Bottom lane, it's an invis.
That's a rough one. He really needed the resources right now because SMG put a lot of heroes mid. He's kind of just wearing through them. And they kind of recovered their lanes here. Like, Moon has recovered a decent amount from that bottom. Mid one's slowly getting there with Devour. And Chidori does finally take this top tower, which is going to open up Ancients. They're so low. Somebody help this man.
Oh no, Force! This was his recovery plan. Oh dear.
Now he needs a coffin plan.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to pay out some life insurance. It's not gonna go to Narman though. Well, actually, maybe he will. He's got the magic wand sticks. He'll stay alive. TPs are coming in. Lina, Cox, low on mana, but has enough to be able to hit the 2-man LSA. It's not quite enough to be able to get that kill, but he also doesn't have enough to throw in a Laguna Blade, so everybody from SMG is able to walk away.
And Chidori is getting everything out of these exchanges, and that's a TP for Cox, who still doesn't have resources. It's just killing his game right now in this Lina, and he is the only hero that's going to fight this Bristle in the mid game. Like, ideally, you're trying to push this game to where he gets to the silver edge, I think is where you really are going to be able to pressure this Bristle in the fights. If that doesn't happen or this Bristle is just too far ahead, SMG are going to roll this game over.
Yeah, I would say the Vanguard really defeats a lot of the early Lina power, right? Because you're doing a bunch of small hits over and over and over again. The damage block is going to be pretty effective. Maybe once he gets the Maelstrom and you get a different source of damage with those hits, that'll feel a bit better against the Vanguard, but...
I mean, this matchup's still not going to feel great until he gets to like 3rd or 4th item. And then you can roar and kill this guy or something like that, but it's all about who gets there first. And right now, the Bristle is getting there first. He is very big. And the thing about the big Bristle in this game is they can run the big Bristle at the tiny Beast and the tiny Ember, and there's not much counterplay. Again, what choice does Skem have but to just kind of sit up here and take what's being given to him? Well, Chidori farms all of his triangle and says, good luck. You can leech some XP. That's all you're getting.
Yeah.
So maybe make the plays elsewhere, which is what this is designed to do. Pretty good kill.
Bidwan, who did have Mac. Obviously, he was very dead. But he has a Mac. He's got level 2 Devour, so he was getting some pretty nice time recovery there. Mispounce, Raji. Still going to be in some trouble, though, if he's hit by that Bushwhack, which he is. Held in place, allowing Moon to go to work, and Narman is too late to be the savior.
Moon abusing the power runes that he got and putting him to good use. He's done a decent job maintaining his game here with the bad start he had. And this was like last pick Slark, so it's a pretty decent Slark here if he can get to his items. He doesn't have to have some crazy tempo game. He just needs to get there. And he's going to be able to go in with Chidori being the front line and be pretty happy, picking off a Rubik, picking off an Ember in the fight. That's all he has to really do.
Yeah, I feel like with the Bristleback where Chidori is right now, you have guaranteed that Slark is going to have enough time to get online. I don't see how it swings that rapidly against a Bristleback this farmed.
It's going to be difficult. If he dies, then a lot of this game changes. He's going to swing so much of that gold the other way. That's a big if.
Yeah.
What is actually going to kill him? Kind of 5 heroes, I think.
Yeah, I think so too.
Slate's bringing 4.
All right, the blasts are going to come out, though. They have lots of heals to support this.
Do have tag team.
They can keep him in place. Laguna Bay, oh man, it is just... They threw so many spells at him, and he's still decently healthy.
They just didn't get the shards off. I think there's a decent chance you might get the shard block on that ramp.
Yeah, and it makes things weird.
Yeah, but of course you also have these random coddle heals and blinding light that can come in this game. Extra sustain for him. You're going to build 4 staffs for this Bristle as well. There's a lot of utility that can come out that makes Chidori's game even more secure. Not to mention early Roshan could be on the menu.
Got it.
Just got to stall this game out if you're V-Slate. Try and delay the Bristle's tempo. Get to your item timings. Still a pretty good scaling course if you can make it there. Skem is pretty far behind, but you know, you can catch up. It'll take one good fight. You can start playing the map. There's limited catch in this game to some degree until this Doom Slark get their mobility items. But this is the problem you cannot deal with right now.
Just running around, finding support kills in this area, keeping the triangle totally owned for SMG. In fact, Skem blocking the ancient camp from the low ground because he knows it's not theirs to farm.
Decent move. Nice little heads up play.
Yeah.
He has definitely tanked this early game for Geek Slate.
I don't think you can afford to have Skem be the one having a rough game.
Yeah, they're just still not prioritizing him though, right? He's still the guy sitting up here, tanking the Illuminates, the Blinding Lights, dealing with a single lane of farm and no camps. Because Force has sat bottom. So his game got recovered. He's level 10 now.
Radiant's middle tower
He's
is under attack.
pretty strong. I think they need to use this beast for something. Create some pressure down here, draw some heroes back, or smoke into the triangle. You gotta do one of the two, because at this point, Skem will not recover unless you create the recovery for him.
That damage is... Ooh, roar, but Cost is like, I'm out of here. I'm not gonna help you. And Force is like, that's fine, I got it myself. I can take 1-for-1 exchange.
Well, that's amazing for Geek Slate. They get the kill, and they get everybody from SMG down here. That's 4
Dire's
TPs.
middle tower is under attack.
And Cox is just immediately, he sees that many TPs. He's just boldly running straight up to that tower and laying into it. Raji's going to die as a result, but that just means, again, heroes are showing, allowing Cox to get an objective out of it.
I mean, Cox is going to get the last hit mid for sure. He gets so many waves off that.
Dire's middle tower has
That
fallen.
is a huge overcommitment from SMG for this kill, I think. Like, you just lost your entire map. You lost that tier 1 mid. You almost lost this tier 1 bottom. This Centaur is still dragging waves down there, so you're not even getting map pressure. Very nice heads-up play here from Force. The Beast is happy to trade in a core-on-core kill. And then Skem gets the space, right? We're talking about the recovery for Ember. He got like 2 levels out of that. So many camps.
Yeah.
You have a chance to even D-Ward now. That's exactly what Geek Slate were looking for with this Beastmaster. And I can't help but feel like SMG gave him too much on that play.
Yeah, they smoked up afterwards too, which I always feel like is a sign of, oh, we've overcommitted to one side of the map. But then they didn't actually use that smoke to go like hunting anybody, which I kind of would have liked to see, especially since you have the Aghanim Scepter done for Chidori.
Oh,
nice bushwhack. Clips him. Now Raji's going to come in, try and create a little bit of space, but oh, beautiful shards as well. Really nice combo there from Geek Slate.
And Force is playing around with this Hurricane too. So that's a nice spell in this game in terms of kiting the bristle, pushing people out of their jump. So Geek Slate created some recovery room here, but of course the SMG Tricore is still farming up at a decent pace here. You have the Devour coming online. Moon got to his Echo, is farming up his Ags, and that Bristle Ags. Time to go with the goo.
Can't stop this. He's stealing so many of these Ancients. Geek Slate trying to fight this. Bushwhack lands on Alina. They try and cut it down. Who's on into a different tree. The Alina fighting for her life up against Moon. Cox is able to get away for now, and SMG have to be able to reset a little bit. Moon may have overcommitted a little bit there. Once that ultimate's down, he's got to just get out.
Still don't have the damage to just sit there and man up.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you do feel like if they can get there on this Lina, there isn't a huge amount of gap close or jump there for SMG that directly threatens him. Early Roche, this is about when you want to do it with this Ags. You know they can't fight you, but are you losing something? No, you're just gaining even more.
Yeah, you have somehow lured Geek Slate out of their hole and quickly chops down one of the supports. Back they go into the Roshan pit.
Meanwhile, Geek Slate are still trying to defend this triangle with anybody. Nobody has pushed bottom out this entire time. So Geek Slate have not gotten much off the map during this group up from SMG. SMG just not getting punished. Normally, this type of Roche would actually be kind of negative gold. You do the Roche, you get the Aegis, and you transfer it into more map control, but when you do it this early and it takes this long, generally you actually lose gold for this play.
Right.
SMG are actually losing a bit of their net worth lead. But Geek Slate didn't max greed it up during this period. Now they're getting there. Now we see Skem move to the enemy triangle, Cox clearing out his own jungle, and Force pushing top. This could have happened a little sooner. Maybe you optimize this period, because now SMG has to regain the map. So it's not like this Roche is some huge deal for you if you're Geek Slate. But you just don't want to get drawn into those types of fights you're not ready to take.
Yeah, now it becomes a little bit of a cat and mouse game, right? Like you gave up a bit of control of the map, you let the enemy team get some farm in exchange for getting the Aegis. In order to use the Aegis, you need to be able to shut down the map control that Geek Slate has, catch some of these heroes, and force fights around tier 2s. And it looks like they've just got a pretty big little rat here as Force is going to go down. So that's the start of it. They still have their other lanes to worry about, though.
I mean, SMG just need to think about clearing out these lanes right now. Any catch they can get, any mobility they can build is going to prove huge dividends during this Aegis period, because you know the 5-on-5 is impossible.
Yeah.
So you just play for the other aspects. Moon has this War Stomp queued in Blink, so that is his catch coming online. Moon finished his Ags, so you have that mobility and catch for the Slark. Like, you're building the pieces here if you're SMG, you just got to put them to use. I wouldn't even mind an early Coddle Shard in this game, to be honest. Like, get some recall going.
Yeah.
Bring these traditionally immobile map cores around to catch the Ember, catch the Lina on the split push.
Yeah, like that way the Doom can just kind of like catch some wave somewhere, and still be available for a team fight, especially since he's finishing up his Blink Dagger. So there's one more aspect of catching.
Exactly. Like imagine mid one can just sit here. He has the option to catch on this bottom lane. He also has the option to just shove it in and still join the fight off the recall. Seems like it'd be pretty nice to be. I think Afu's thinking about it here. Did build 4 staff first, which is, I mean, 4 staff is 4 staff. You know?
Yeah, you've got Roar into LSA. You've got shards to deal with. The 4 staff is like telekinesis. 4 staff is actually crazy value this game.
I think 4 staff is just the best support item in the game.
Yeah, Tundra did have a bit of an obsession with that item.
I mean, yeah, once you get one, the second one is significantly better as well. You know, I mean, you need 2 4 staffs because you have 2 legs, so you gotta use 1 for each.
What? How does that in your brain? How is the 4 staff working exactly?
Like physically, it's a hooked cane, right? So you like put it around a guy's leg and you drag him back.
And you need to do that with the both of his legs?
Yeah, otherwise he trips.
Okay, sure.
Where's your 4 staff lore, man?
See, I thought it was just like a big gust of wind, you know, pushing someone's back. You ever had
That's the hurricane. And this is the leap of pain for Skem right now. He is feeling it. Says, Raji, tank it for me, brother. I'm out of here.
Well, Raji did tank it for him.
Another leap here.
Yeah, Moon really going for it. Damn.
He got the other remnant out. Worth. True. Do lose this tier 1 top, so the Beast can start the pressure a little bit. Split push-wise.
And Moon is relentless. He just leaped back into almost the base just to kill Cox's courier.
No mercy. Oh, double bounty for Narman in the enemy jungle. That decent amount of gold. 350 times 2. 700. It's like
Very
2
nice.
kills. He has a 4 staff of his own as well. Yeah, he's pretty rich considering the circumstances.
Yeah, but how much bounty are you getting for all the towers falling now? Well, SMG took mid, now they're quickly going to take bottom as well. They still have Aegis for a time here.
4-man smoke with Skem trying to bait something. This is double Maelstrom BKB on Lina, so the damage spike is there.
Oh man, what a smoke break. That is beautiful for Moon. He's even going to get the drag back on Narman, pull him way out of position. 4 staff is going to get him away for the pounds, but they got the Doom onto Lina. All important there. They focus on the Slark, but Moon, he managed to stay alive, gets off his ultimate, gets the heal from the Coddle, and now he's just going to run over Geek Slate. They do manage to at least get a kill in return. We'll see if the Ember Spirit can get out. No, he's pounced for too long. The pounces just kept coming over and over and over again. And look at Chidori. He's like, I'm going to force this fight on you right now. You kill me, it doesn't matter. I've got the Aegis. Buyback coming out from the Ember Spirit. Will manage to get the kill on the Doom.
Some damage.
Second life for the Bristleback here. I can't imagine they have the damage though with the shards. Maybe.
They have another chain.
Another chains perhaps.
Wait,
the heal's coming in. Moon with it. Woo! Oh my God, the Dark Side goes off at the right time. That was insane.
Please, son.
Calm
My
down.
heart can't take it.
That was something there.
That looked so bad for a second. I'm like, what is he doing? But, of course, Slark is Slark. Things are not dangerous for him. And that is double buy for Geek Slate.
Yeah.
That is economically destroying them. Because that is Skem's whole item progression. I mean, now it's like, okay, you're going to have Maelstrom for the next 10 minutes here. Moon just abusing Slark to the max here. Breaks a smoke, pounces out, pounces in. Says, what's up, son?
And mid one was finally able to, I feel like he's had a little bit of a rough one. Nice steal. I actually didn't notice that. They stole Doom and put it right back on to him.
Raji got him in the end. He still has it, by the way, so he's potentially going to have another Doom here. But
ooh, that's a little spicy.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's pretty nice for Slark, right?
Yeah, exactly. I was saying that's the counter to Slark right there.
Yep. Honestly, maybe insta-throwing it back on Doom was not even the play in that fight, because Doom already doomed. So, like, yeah, you're getting the Doom, but then it's a utility Doom, right? Doing him is not the best.
Right, it's an exponential thing. A Doom times Doom, and
yeah, you get a Doom squared.
Yeah.
I don't know what that is, but it's a Doomity doomed. And then if you save it, you prevent Moon from going deep in these fights. Which is what I think that, honestly, I would take the next fight. You have Doom up at 15. If you TV back, lift this Slark into Doom, I feel like you can win this fight.
Yeah, I think so too. I think SMG got to be careful, and they will. They just kind of like force some heroes back. The thing was, the Lina actually stayed out on the map, so SMG didn't totally call them out on their bullshit. Geek Slate did manage to keep their heroes out and farming for a little bit more, but
Skem got a Desolator. This is an untraditional second item Ember pickup, but obviously you're looking at this game here, you're kind of trying to hit any early damage power spikes you can, and it is nice for the real carry in the game, which is Lina. You remove some of the armor from these heroes, you buff out the Lina and Tusk single target physical burst damage. Looking at the armor on SMG side, it's not there yet. Like, you have a plate mail on Chidori, but outside of the Greaves aura, that's kind of it. This Deso will actually destroy the SMG supports. I kind of like it. Like, if it pays off, it's going to pay off a lot. Whereas if you go BKB, it's conservative, but it might not win you this game because you need to win the fight now.
I can agree to that aspect of it. Basically, that the conservative approach is not the play right now.
No, go for the win.
Go for the win. Like, you simply just need damage to turn this game around.
Yep.
Slowly whittling people down is not going to work. Not with SMG having a 9,000 net worth lead. And you need to turn the game around soon, otherwise they're going to get second Roshan, which also gives you a shard for Bristlebank, which is pretty powerful. Or actually the Slark, either one.
He already has his.
Oh, really?
And he was using it last fight, so.
Oh, nice.
That Depth Shroud is another problem. Another reason the Doom on him is like, super high value, but of course you do not have it anymore. Maybe you need Skem to get Doom so you can steal the Doom to kill the Slark. That's the play.
That's thinking ahead. Levels to the game right there.
Another thing with Deso is you kind of have to create a threat other than the Lina. Otherwise, this game is all just about jumping Lina, and if she gets jumped, it's just GG.
Got the shards on him, and he's facing the wrong direction.
Nice.
He's facing right into the enemy team with the Laguna Blade. Finally gets off the BKB. Chidori on the run, and they couldn't do enough damage to finish him off. But you saw that Desolator did go to work there. It was almost enough.
Well, that's heartbreaking if you're Geek Slate.
Yeah.
Hey guys, we're actually killing him. Nope, you're not.
And you know what? Roshan's up too. So who the hell knows? If they kill the Bristleback.
They sent a Hawk. There's a DD in the river too.
Oh yeah, they actually could have just straight up taken Roshan.
Because right now, SMG are just playing around this bottom lane in their vision. They have Gem on Slark. Afu bought it, as I think he's pretty much bought Gem every game. He also got the shard on this Keeper, which I think is pretty cool to think about here. They can even abuse buybacks for a fight. Like Bristle, if Bristle dies, you have buyback. You buy, you recall him. It's a pretty nice way to secure the Roche fight as well.
Yeah, sure. It's a good way to combat the natural advantage that defenders have in Dota, right?
Yep. And Moon will take up that DD. He's saving a lot of gold here. Think about Scotty. I mean, if you're going to strike back in this game, now is the window to do it if you're Geek Slate. Because they're pinging this Roche. They know what's going down.
I do have a question, though. Maybe I'm going to bring this a little bit too down to reality here, but even if Geek Slate can turn around the fight right now, do you think they have a good chance of turning around the whole game? Because, like, SMG, their lineup scales pretty damn well. I mean, the Doom went for a later hand of Midas. So they're going to keep scaling and scaling and scaling, even if you do manage to, like, keep the game going and not actually bow out by 30.
I mean, I think if you win a fight soon, you have a chance of getting to the Lina late game.
Okay.
But the window is closing here.
So if they really want to be able to not just keep the game going, but fully turn the game around, it's got to be around this Roshan fight. They need a big win for Geek Slate here and now, and then just start snowballing it back the other way as quick as possible.
Yeah, you need this next Roche to go to your Lina, and you need her to get to that Silver Edge and probably win another fight off after that. Skem goes back for a Crystallis, so he's just trying to maximize the damage now to win this fight. But SMG are not forcing it. And so every minute this doesn't get forced, I feel is also to their advantage because they're out farming you.
Yeah.
They have 3 cores farming the whole map. Moon has his completed Scotty. As you said, mid one went back for that Midas. He has BKB. He is very strong now. Here's the smoke from Geek Slate. I mean, this is the game right here off this smoke probably. You either find the window, win the fight, or you don't. Cox bought out for a full Silver Edge. It is flying out.
Okay.
They do have break now.
Silver Edge and AC being picked up at the same time. Smoke's gonna break. Narman's gonna be the first target. Immediately gets pounced. Moon. First one to target. Goes straight on top of Lina. A really good target. Cox forced to use the BKB, but he's slowed down by Discotti. Go for the TP out, but he's gonna get sliced down by Moon.
There was the
another
front line.
lounge on the force. Oh, Moon is just tearing it up on this Slark this game. And you said that was probably the game right there. Well, it's looking real bad now. Geek Slate gonna have to give up the second Roshan to SMG.
That fight just crumbled. There was no front line for Geek Slate. I mean, you have to know they have a gem on this Slark, right? You saw it earlier. Cox is just caught there, instantly double melee hit, and what do you do after that?
Yeah.
You have the shard on Raj, and he threw the Tusk in. I mean, it's a little funny in hindsight. It's like, take him and show mercy, but he's trying to just dodge or dislocate the fight. And Moon, I don't think this guy cares about anything. He has Aegis. He has 48 Essence Chip stacks. They're going to need something big here. I don't know what it is, but you're going to need it.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I mean, this is a very good sign for SMG because again, if they win this and Boom, say Boom wins their game and they end up in some three-way tiebreaker, I feel like SMG, they're my favorites to walk away from that tiebreaker first.
They have all the momentum right now. Oh, double bushwhack.
Ooh, nice shot from Boom.
See you later.
I mean, because the thing was, we were talking about this team, like Bidwan was carrying so much. And they were still losing. But now I feel like part of the success of this game was Midwan did not have to, he was the least impactful core of this game. And I think it was actually Moon who had the shining performance.
I mean, I wouldn't tell him that, but yeah, I think Moon had the rough laning. He made the good recovery and then just took over these fights. And he's just playing hyper aggressive as he should be.
Yeah.
I mean, their drafting has looked very solid. And it suits their play style a lot better. They seem like they're gelling. The way they're taking fights makes sense. I think they're giving Chidori a bit more priority too, which feels a lot better. Takes some pressure off the other cores. I mean, Moon is just, he's found farming.
All right, buyback. He will manage to pounce out of the fountain. Boomy is gonna die. Actually, both supports are gonna die for that little play, but they do manage to hit the stun. Skem saved though by the Primal Roar. Chidori facing the wrong direction, and SMG, these guys have a little bit of a tendency to go too ham when they finally win a game or in a winning position for a game.
Yeah, they were laughing it up on the cams there, but Fountain is your friend.
I mean, at least finish up both the tier 4s before you go farm and Fountain.
Yeah, that's true. I don't know. I feel like you can Fountain farm when you have megas, but otherwise it's a bit greedy, you know? I mean, I don't think it changed much about this game. But you're giving some hope here to Geek Slate. Maybe you're re-motivating them, you know? Like, wait a minute. We can actually come back in this game.
Maybe.
I mean, I've seen crazier things happen. This would be pretty crazy, but Bristle did die. That's a huge kill.
Moon. Oh, no.
Another DD.
He was just waiting on the high ground, and Cox thought he could go hunting with the Silver Edge. Once again, just runs into the worst hero.
Where are the 4-staffs for these jumps? Like, you have them on the Tusk. You have the lift on the Rubik.
I mean, in some ways, Cox, that's kind of on him, right? He was so far forward ahead of everybody else.
I guess he just wasn't expecting Moon to be there, but where else is he going to be? And you know he has Gem. Like, just Silver Edging in is not the play anymore.
Yeah.
Still, he's trying to set something up and find something, right? You got to bail him out if it goes wrong.
All right,
we're back where we started.
Minute and a half left on that Aegis. Lina got to be forced to use a buyback. And that will be the last buyback for Geek Slate before the end here. The Bloodthorn picked up. Moon tries to put it to use, but nice use of the telekinesis, saving the Beastmaster. And with the buyback now used on the Lina, SMG playing a little bit safer than they did before. Resetting, trying to go again. Bloodthorn once again trying to use that active to control some of these heroes.
Sidestep. Morale boosted.
I mean, I feel like Moon doesn't even necessarily need to hit this. Just let Chidori go to work.
He doesn't, but he still has Aegis for a minute.
That's true.
He's trying to bait out the fight using the Aegis. Gonna take a quick shrine there. But he's definitely going to go in with this. 40 seconds left.
He's trying to find that little hole where he's out of vision, can start healing up.
Radiant's ancient is under attack.
Slate is stalling this out. I mean, they're not losing the game.
How close is Narman to Aghanim Scepter? Is he close at all? I know he was thinking about building it.
Radiant's
No.
top tower is under attack.
Oh, okay.
No. That is
That
just
close, I see.
that is not going to exist this game.
Fair enough. Well, apparently Gabe agrees. It's the game has been over for the last
he has
4.5
declared.
minutes.
I always like when he declares it. Makes my job easy. This game's over. Nothing left to say. Skem got a silver edge of his own. So there's the second one. I mean, this is a very unique Ember build. I feel like this is one of those Ember builds you'd see in one of those, guess which hero built this, and
Yeah.
it would not be Ember.
I mean, they do need double silver edges in some ways.
It's a good item in this game. It's just a little too late. Like, okay, you're breaking Bristle. Does he care? No. Congrats, you know. And you're building double silver edge into a gem Slark, so the vision aspect is pretty dead in the water. Not that you have much map to work with anyway. This is just not the game state where silver edge does much for you, unfortunately.
Sure.
I mean, Cox bought his own Force Staff. I don't think this should be necessary, but I get it. Like, Pike is pretty nice. Just now you're lowering your damage output even more. I mean, it's what it is. You know, the game's already over according to the AI, so what have you got to lose? May as well try something here.
And for once, they're not going to run into the Slark first. They're going to catch supports. Boomy is going to be the first one to die.
Decent damage.
I'm going to quickly get back to base, though.
I mean, when you get the 5-on-4 and you have to run away,
Radiant are
that feels
scanning.
bad.
Yeah.
The name of the game for Geek Slate is find the supports, though. Like, you basically one-shot them with any of your cores
Wasn't too
because of the itemization and the low armor between Caudal Hoodwink. That can give you some openings in these fights, but of course, there's not much to find when you're 30k down. I mean, SMG are just debating who gets the runes here. That's how far ahead they are. Just passing the bottle around. Good night at the pub.
You take a sip. Sip, sip, pass. All right, well, it almost looks like we're going to be waiting for third Roshan. So,
I'm a bit surprised SMG haven't tried to
just take top.
like just smoke on some weird angle. If you feel like Geek Slate are out of the base, which they have been for a while, right? I mean, you are smoking this high ground ward, you're giving them the fight, but at the same time, I feel like you're strong enough to force it. Like, Slark can just go in. It'll give you the vision for the Doom. Doom can just wait, see whatever. But I can understand just playing this conservative. You're not losing out on much, right? You're still building a 1k lead a minute here.
Again, especially with the Caudal. Able to pull heroes around. Scam, no BKB to deal with the Bloodthorn Pounce combo, so he's just dead. SMG are just going to go straight for the throne, and Geek Slate are struggling to get back in time, and as they get back, they're going to be intercepted by Moon, who starts going to work, starts sealing away those stats from Force. You do get Force stats back to the fountain, but it's not going to be saved the Beastmaster. Will only save Cox for now, as he tries to sit on the high ground, throw some damage around. Nice save there from Moon, using the shard to go to work, and
Stolen Doom.
Well played.
For
Damn,
next game.
SMG.
Yeah, that was a beatdown.
Yeah.
I mean, SMG have just been destroying people in the last week here. Where was this team the first two? That's the question. That is the question. I don't know.
And the scary part is like they could still end up in lower division, which would just be a damn shame given the performance that we've seen from them for the last week. But they've now put themselves in a position where, at bare minimum, they will be having a tiebreaker for that relegation spot. May not have it at all if Boom ends up losing to Blacklist, I believe, is the matchup. So, yeah.
Still a lot in the cards here, but I mean, you're feeling better about yourselves if you're SMG, though. Like, you didn't just go out in this season 0-6 or 1-6 or whatever, and like, oh, we're trash, and you're party horns at the pizza party horn, and you're like, what are we doing? You know, you look like a pretty damn good team here.
Yeah, you're no Fnatic.
So if you All right. You know, if you stay in Div 1, you get to think about things going into Season 2. Maybe you're feeling pretty good, you know?
Yeah.
The teams... In fact, I feel like a lot of the teams that start out really hot in the year struggle with TI. It's like the teams that build the momentum eventually get there. You know who should be worried right now? Team Liquid. They're too hot.
Too hot.
And speaking of SEA, you know Execration, they're sitting up there, already qualified.
I
would be worried if I were them. Oh my God, we're doing too good too fast. We got to slow it down, boys.
Need to take more opportunities to learn.
Middle one's an experienced veteran. He's been to TIs. He knows how to pace yourself over the course of a long 3 DPC season year.
Yeah.
It's like, don't worry, guys. We're going to lose a couple games at the start. People underestimate us. We become underdogs. Season 2, you qualify, but you don't do too well. You want to be in like the middle of that.
You think that's what he's been doing the last couple of years? The slow build up?
Yeah, this is like
this season is where we ramp up.
Exactly. This is the mid 1 5-year plan.
All right. All right, let's check out our panel as we finish up the series SMG 2-0 over Geek Slate.
Thank you so much, SVG and Cap. SMG, man, what are they doing? It's the end of the season and now they're playing like this. Crazy.
Better late than never.
I mean, that is true. Better late than never. So now their fate kind of lies in the hands of Boom. They've done all they could for today. And if Boom win the next game, then they're still going to have to go through tiebreakers.
I wouldn't worry if I'm SMG.
I mean, that is true. They have been on fire. You said we were going to get a game. I don't know if I would call that as much of a
It was
game.
kind of better than the first. I mean, the first game was no game,
That's
you know.
true.
No,
They had the potential to make it a game. Because they reacted a lot to the bristleback, which is fine, but unfortunately they didn't get any kills of it. And the Ember was basically forced to sit up there. Like what they wanted to do is like take this tower mid, let the Lina do what she wants to do. Like, because they can contest later, like let them have the tower, and then you contest them at the Ancients when the Lina is ready. Instead they started chain TPing top. They didn't get any pickoffs, didn't get any kills.
yeah, that's actually a really, really good idea. I feel like they were defending the tower too much. Because if they are fighting around the Ancients, then I feel like if I'm the Lina, I'll be more keen to come over and help.
Yeah.
But if it's at the tower, I feel like, maybe it's a little too far, you know, I have to use a TP, then it fucks my own game.
Yeah, but they even TP'd the Ember top. No, because you just want the Lina to do what she wants to do.
Yeah.
Like if she gets a haste room, for example, then it's like...
Yeah, but
then they actually can't.
eventually she has to come and deal with the BB because nobody else can touch the bristleback, you know?
Yeah, but I don't think it's that hard. Like, let's say he has Vanguard and, like, he's really farmed, right? He has Vanguard and he's going for Axe. He has, like, half Axe. If you have Roar and Alina, she was also free farm. Like, she was, like, level 7 and the Doom was level 5. And then you have Roar plus Lina, like, you will kill this.
Yeah, then the Ember comes down at that point, then it'll be fine, right?
Yeah.
So it was like they tried to deal with the BB, but too early.
Yeah.
And they couldn't kill him, he just walked away. Like, I felt like 3 people TP'd down and he just ran away. They couldn't kill him. Maybe because they missed the shots, I think at one point.
Yeah, I mean, maybe if they clutched up exactly, but you only TP there if they're like insanely diving. Like if you can catch them 100%.
Yeah.
But it's so easy to get baited into these.
They kind of messed up their game by TPing early and they couldn't get the kill and everything just fell apart after that. They lost the whole map. I feel like the game just got hard because of that. It wasn't because of the heroes, but because of how they were playing.
But here's our Rivalry MVP. We have Chidori on the bristleback. I was saying before the game started, if this bristleback hero is picked, it's really a hit or miss. And he did, in fact, hit with it.
Yeah.
He was sick with it.
Yeah, he played really well. This game, how he forced the rotations, how he put like the pressure, everything is on point. I mean, he definitely deserves the MVP, but everyone else on his team, I felt they did their jobs, and I feel like everybody played well.
SMG have just been killing it. I mean, a while ago when we were watching the game, we were talking about how, you know, SMG, when they're stuck with this draft that, you know, it's really hard to hit towers like this one, you could see, you know, going high ground was a bit of a pain, like at the start.
Yeah.
But you said that Doom, mid one, made a really smart choice, which was...
Oh, yeah. I mean, he bought a super late Midas.
Yeah.
But, I mean, it's not like the Midas itself that's important. It's just the mindset that we're fine. Like, if you guys really just want to camp in your base, like, sure, go ahead. Like, we'll be up 30k gold, and we're fine with that. So I think they've fixed the mentality of that. But the Slark pick also backed that up. Like, you can contain them so much. Like, you saw when he broke the smoke.
He's the crazy guy, man.
Yeah.
No ulti. Okay, fine, I'm jumping in.
Yeah.
I don't care.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of crazy also because it felt like Geek Slate were stuck in their base for so long as well. Like, they just took,
later on.
SMG just took over the whole
They
map.
didn't have an exit plan. I feel like they were just banking on the Lina to just out-carry the Slug, the Doom, and the Bristleback, which is too difficult,
Hard.
you know. Like, as much as Lina is so strong, but she can't do it alone that game.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, that one, when they decided to smoke and then they went uphill and then Lina was invis, but then
that's
Slark had a DD.
Right there, yeah. I mean, that kind of simplifies the game.
That put the nail in the coffin.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was rough indeed. But SMG are looking really good.
Yeah.
I feel like if they end up going into a tiebreaker with Boom, even though Boom did beat them before, right?
Yeah.
This is a different beast.
Yeah.
But the thing with Boom is they're becoming, we'll see. Are they playing today? They are,
Yeah,
right?
they are.
Yeah,
Next
so
game.
they have also become better and better. And they actually, like, if you look at the player quality, like what they should be doing compared to what they are doing, like, if I were SMG, like, that's not the team I think I would pick. If, like, I had to play a tiebreaker,
You would play Bleed.
I would rather play Bleed, yes.
Is there any scenario where they
No.
could play?
No,
They have to play these
Oh.
guys if they win.
I see.
It's a Boom or SMG.
Yeah.
One of them is going to have to fight it out.
What do you guys got? I feel like SMG is a big Winters
the
with
thing is, if
SMG.
Boom look convincing now in their game, for me, it's hard to
hard.
tell. Yeah, but this is like very impressive what they did there.
I feel like the SMG Boom game is going to be one of those 70-minute, all 3 games. Alvo definitely has to be casting that. Yeah.
I mean, it might be a 20-minute game, but judging by how SMG is playing.
You're a fan.
Yeah, I'm a fan.
You're a big fan.
I'm a converted SMG fan.
Imagine that's the last thing I'd imagine Winter hearing, saying he's an SMG fan. Wow, we've come a long way.
I wouldn't do that if Mike's here.
I see.
I'll be nice.
But Geek Slate, they've, what do you call it? Fallen from grace? Is that the phrase? Fallen
Sure,
from,
that works.
Yeah, that works.
I mean, is it true though? I feel like they lost to a better team.
Yeah,
lost
but
to a
they
stronger
also
team.
looked really bad. But a funny thing, like what you can kind of like boil this series down to is Beastmaster, where Geek Slate think they're stealing a hero,
Right.
but it feels like SMG had like a 1-week meeting or like discussion about Beastmaster. Like, all right, this is how you counter Beastmaster. And then, yeah, they first pick it and they just know exactly what they want to do.
Right. Yeah.
They have like several strats prepared for just the Beastmaster.
I feel like Force is a really good offlaner, but the thing is, I didn't feel his impact so much on Beast.
I mean, no, they countered him so hard. Like the whole game plan of both games was just like destroyed this Beastmaster in lane.
Yeah, he's the focal point of the team, and I feel like the other heroes that they pick around it might not have allowed him to shine this game. You know what I mean? He was the 8th pick Beastmaster, but he's gonna get counted still. I feel like overall, maybe if they played better in certain given situations, the Beastmaster might have been able to, have some impact in the game. But because of those couple of very, very key moments that they didn't play well, they lost the whole map, because Beastmaster is not a hero you can play when the whole map is gone. You are supposed to be the one taking the map from the enemy. But when you don't have a map, then the Beast doesn't feel like he has a point in the game.
Right. So Geek Slate's situation now, what are they? They're 4-2? So they're probably going to end up in a tiebreaker as well, right?
I mean, it still depends on a lot of things. Because they have Blacklist last, right? So if they beat Blacklist,
That should decide the last slot.
If they beat Blacklist?
Yeah, Blacklist and...
Wait, but what are Blacklists? Are they...
they're 4-3, right? Or do
No,
they have
no,
two?
no.
No, 4 and 2.
4 and 2.
Are they, they're 4-2 also.
I know 3 and 2. 3 and 2, yeah.
3 and 2, yeah.
Oh, so yeah, they have to win both of the games today.
Yeah.
And if they lose one, then
Today's gonna be fun.
today is going to be fun indeed. It's a lot of very interesting games. But yeah, I mean, it's hard to see Geek Slate because I really thought they were going to just absolutely crush it. They were doing so well. I think they were 4-0 at one point, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
And then kind of just fell apart.
Yeah, I mean, today they came into the series with the wrong game plan. Like this, they were not ready to play Beastmaster like this. Like you need the Tundra 33 level of cheese to be able to pull this type of Beastmaster off. I get the idea though, like it's one of SMG's better heroes. So they're like, okay, we're going to take it. It's a strong hero. We'll play it. We'll do well. But I mean, I'm guessing Midway has told his team, like, this is how you counter him. This is what you do.
Well, we do have an interview right now with Boomy from SMG. Hello, congratulations.
Hello, thank you.
How do you feel about your win? Feeling good?
Yeah, feeling good.
Yeah. I have a question.
Yeah.
I want to know for the game 2, like what was the mindset when you guys were picking that draft? Like what was the thought process?
Actually, we were just like thinking about the first 2 picks, and then everyone was like suggesting on what we're gonna pick depends on their hero. So yeah, the Bristleback was suggested by our carry that he wants to play, and then our boss 5 say if you play Bristleback, then I just play Cuddle, something like that. So yeah.
Oh yeah, that's like the classic Cuddle Bristle, just the mana and the coils. You guys have questions?
So Boomy, what changed? You know, like you guys look like a totally different team. I feel like if you guys played like this in the first and second week, you guys would have been definitely in contention to qualify for the major.
Yeah, I think the first couple of series we are kind of lost. We are not. We have different ideas, and we're not yet well meshed. You know, we don't have that chemistry much. I think we just need a few more games, and yeah, I mean, just give us time, and I think we'll improve. So yeah, I think right now we are good, I would say.
Yeah, you look good. So I looked at Liquipedia, I think. So do you have a coach? Always want to fly?
Yeah,
is that correct?
Actually, he was coaching us for a couple of series, and things didn't work out.
So it's the opposite.
Yeah.
So like when you were looking bad, I can blame
Yeah.
him. And then when you started coming together.
No. Of course.
I'm just kidding. No, but because it does feel like you guys, I don't know, like you had a meeting and you came to, like, you came together that you're playing more on the same idea, like more comfortable in that way.
Yeah, I think after the losses, we just kind of like, we need to play as a team. And then, suddenly we got better.
Yeah, and like the drafts also look better. Because I saw a lot of like Bloodseeker Weaver carry, and it looked a little scuffed. Like you guys were still doing, like you were looking good at certain moments, but now it really looks like you're playing like a team.
Yeah. I mean, the draft mid one is like doing everything for it, and Afu, they're both doing the draft. So yeah, I think it's good.
Nice.
Why the name change from Savius back to Boomy?
Everyone's been saying that I need to change, so I changed. They don't like my name.
Oh, I liked your old name.
Okay, then maybe I'll change it back.
My opinion doesn't matter, I guess. You guys have any more questions?
No?
No?
I mean, not really though.
Not really?
No, just well played.
Yeah,
well
just-
done.
Yeah.
Yeah, congratulations, on the win,
All right.
Hope to
Thank
see
you,
you
thank
guys
you.
playing on the tiebreakers later if needed.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah. I mean, your fate is in the hands of Boom now, I guess, right?
Yeah.
It's still in their own hands. Even if Boom win, they can still, it's still up
Well,
to
that's
them
true.
to beat Boom.
Yeah, that is true. But if Boom
Yeah.
lose, that's the in you want,
okay.
right? It's okay?
It's okay. I'm putting a curse on Natsumi. He's gonna lose. JK only. JK only. Joke only.
All right. Well, I don't have any questions left. If you guys are good
No.
too, yeah.
It's all good.
Yeah, I'm good.
You're good?
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Boomy. Congratulations again on your win versus Geek Slate. And we hope to see you guys in Div 1 still.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have a good
Bye.
day. Bye. Aw, he doesn't. I like the old name, man.
Savius.
He just gave me the okay.
They all changed name at that point. All of his teammates, including him, they all changed names when they made the Polaris team.
Oh, no,
Was
but
it not Adroid? Was it when they were at Adroid? I can't remember which, but they all changed together.
but they didn't change after, right?
No,
Yeah,
yeah.
because Natsumi's still Natsumi and Force is still Force.
What is
Yeah.
Savius from? It sounds like Roman to me. But is it just Spanish or
I
something?
thought it was his son's name. I could be wrong, though.
Okay. I mean, that does make more sense.
I could be wrong. I don't know.
No, that sounds like facts.
That sounds like, because I'm full of facts, man. But anyways, we will go for a break. But first, congratulations again to SMG. And next up, we got Boom versus Blacklist.
Right?
Yeah, so that's going to be a very exciting game. It's going to decide kind of a lot of things, I think. It's going to decide whether we have tiebreakers or not.
But yes, for the if there's tiebreakers to get knocked out. Yeah. And Blacklist, I mean, they basically they need this win to be in contention to qualify.
Yeah.
So very important game for both.
Very important game indeed. So we will first go for a quick break before we go on to Series 2. So don't go anywhere.
dangerous ground. He's actually able to do so for a decent amount of time.
Has to take out like the flame cloak. Does get a lot of damage, but here comes the black hole.
Son ya casi 10 años haciendo esto. En ese tiempo he tenido la suerte de viajar, ver los eventos, sentir la emoción. Y yo siempre pensaba, oye, ¿cuándo nos tocará? Será en otros 10 años. Y bueno, los Old School sí hemos esperado. Va a ser lindo cuando se entere la gente que ve su dotita camino a la chamba. Los que se van al baño en la U a ver cómo va la partida. O los que se meten su ranked en cabinas como ha sido toda la vida. Ahora, por fin nos toca.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the CDPC. Every time I see the Lima Major ad or trailer, whatever you want to call it, my heart always feels so full. I don't know why.
No, it's good vibes.
Yeah, it is good vibes.
And you can feel he's genuine.
Yeah, he's happy.
It reminds you of Philippines, I think. The Filipino Dota scene.
Yeah, that is true. I feel like both Filipino fans and Peruvian fans are very supportive. And
I mean, they care.
Yeah, they care for
Dota.
sure.
SE and SA, very similar.
That is true. Very similar.
I miss tournaments in the Philippines.
Now, when was the last one? Manila Major? Was
Manila
it that?
Major, I think? Or was it Masters? I think it was
Yeah,
Major.
Manila Masters, yeah.
Was the last? Yeah. No, I remember I was at one.
2018?
We played Secrets.
Were you with Envy?
Yeah, it was in 2017, I think.
Back in the good old days.
Yeah.
Huh.
Then,
You had Fata, right?
yes, Fata, AY, me, Envy, and Mojo, MSS.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like C tournaments are always really fun because the fans in C are amazing.
Yeah.
Everyone is so loud and everyone's cheering and
Yeah, especially the Pinoy fans.
And I don't know if it's weird to say, but surprisingly, they usually run really well,
what?
the tournaments.
Oh,
They're usually,
really?
yeah, there's usually not honestly, the tournaments with the most issues have probably been in China, from what I remember that I played.
Oh.
Shanghai.
Oh, I saw a YouTube video on those, like the Shanghai.
The Shanghai Major?
Yeah.
Oh.
This-
I mean, that one was fine for the players. It was
Uh-huh.
just for I think for the talent and people watching, it wasn't that good. But for players, I remember it being completely fine.
Oh, I see. Well, let's take a look at the standings of the CDPC so far. Who have we got on top? We all know it's Execration, already got their ticket to the major. Followed by Talon, who are going to play at the end today,
Yeah.
right?
they're
Against
playing
Fnatic. Yeah. And Geek Slate, who just lost, I would say kind of quick 2-0.
Yeah. I mean, they
versus
got
SMG.
stomped.
Oh yeah, we forgot to mention Bleed. So if Boom wins, Bleed is also part of the tiebreak.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot about that.
It's a
Oh,
big,
really? Oh, we haven't mentioned that at all.
Yeah, because they were always on top.
Oh, embarrassing.
big 3-4 scenario.
Yeah, so if Boom wins this game, it's gonna be more or less a three-way tiebreak.
Yeah.
Unless somehow Blacklist loses all their games, and then it's gonna be a four-way.
Four-way, yeah, true.
Yeah, that's the one you were talking about, yeah.
Yeah, that's huge. But yeah, we have Blacklist in 4th currently, and that's followed by SMG in 5th, Bleed in 6th, Boom in 7th, and Fnatic, who are relegated to Division 2.
Oh, let's hope that happens. You know, that's gonna be a lot of fun.
That is fun.
That's gonna be a long Monday. Yeah, but let's take a look at SMG's recipe. This is a recipe that they need to follow to stay in Division 1, which they're on the tail of it. They're like right there, almost finished cooking.
Yeah.
Yeah. They need Boom to win against Blacklist Rivalry.
I mean, they don't want Boom to win. They don't want the tiebreak.
Actually, yeah, that's true. I mean, Boom could just lose.
Yeah, if Boom
So,
loses nothing.
this
That's,
is a-
that's
this is
the easiest recipe. Just throw it out.
Yeah, exactly.
But then if you have to cook, if you have to let him cook. then
Yeah, let him cook.
Yeah.
Sheesh. So they would have to win the tiebreakers versus Boom and versus
Ooh,
Bleed,
if
or
this happens, like
that's
I'm
feisty.
not betting on Bleed. That's for sure.
Yeah,
Yeah, I feel like maybe Boom and SMG might just nick it, you know, them thing.
Yeah, if it ends up that way.
Yeah.
But I mean, Boom still have to be Blacklist. But oof, if those 3 teams are in the tiebreaker, I'm not betting on Bleed. I'll tell you that.
I would say the same. But I mean, you could also have the easy way out, which is Boom just lose to Blacklist Rivalry and adding 500 grams of flour, I guess.
That game is gonna be big, man.
That's gonna be tough. Because like now the 4-way tiebreaker is becoming more closer.
For Blacklist, it's even more stressful.
Yeah.
Either they get to contest the major slot or they have to fight in relegation.
I know. But it's actually crazy because like now thinking that Blacklist could be in the situation, like I did not think of that going into the season because they were doing really well. Like at the start, they were going really hot.
Yeah, but they were shaky, you know. I felt like even though they were winning, but it wasn't like
convincing.
It wasn't like, oh yeah, they're good, you know. I look at their games. It could be better at this point. That point, they should be doing this. They should be doing that. Their opponents making the game easy for them. So I kind of expected them to have a couple of like bumpy games, and yeah, so they are now at this junction where I mean their fate is still in their own hands, you know. If they win all the remaining games, then voila, you know, they're going to the major. Or no, at least playing the tiebreak for the major.
I remember what I said when the season started. I think I had the worst predictions. I was like, Fnatic are gonna do like they're so experienced and like they always end up on top. And then Blacklist obviously are gonna be there. And then maybe SMG or Bleed. Yeah. I think all the bottom teams I predicted to do well.
I mean, for Blacklist, it's like you're going back to your ex, kind of, you know.
Yeah.
XTNC.
I mean, they can still like. Let's say they lose this game, but then they win their game against.
But then it wouldn't be enough, right? They'll be just middle, or it'll be like what?
No, if they then beat
Geek Slate.
Geek Slate, then they would be like they would be like
they are both 4 and 3. They are
Yeah.
both 4 and 3, so they would play a tiebreaker with Geek Slate.
Yeah,
Right.
and then there would also be 3 teams Bleed.
Right, so they have a lot of chances.
I mean, we have many possibilities.
Well, let's take a look at Boom's recipe, what they need to do to stick around in Division 1. They need to win versus Blacklist Rivalry. They then need to win tiebreakers versus SMG. And also need to win against Bleed. Another tiebreakers. And little sprinkle on top.
bananas.
Yeah, 4 bananas, 30
Why
grams
4?
of flour. I don't know why.
They're 6%. 2 of them are not getting the bananas.
Oh no. who doesn't deserve a banana?
GG.
Don't say.
Yeah, let's not incriminate you.
Make a sauce.
I'll just you know, make them share. Make them share.
It's a nice thing to do. And to end it off, they need a half teaspoon of salt. I could imagine they might be kind of salty right now.
I
Because
think Bleed are the saltiest.
that is true. Man, poor Bleed. Like, I really thought they were gonna do really well. I mean, I keep hyping up their cores. I really think Jackie's a great +1. Masaros.
Yeah, no, they're just so timid now, and they look so. They just look so out of it when they play.
They look like a pop stack right now.
Yeah,
Sad to say.
that is true. But let's look at Blacklist Rivalry's recipe. What these guys need to... I mean, it could go either way. They could just be a major team, or they could... I mean, there's a chance of them getting relegated if they go to the 4-way tie.
Yes.
So there's a lot on the line for these guys. They need to win versus Boom, win versus Geek Slate, or lose versus Boom and win versus Geek Slate. And they need Talon to lose to Fnatic, and they need to win tiebreaker versus... See, there's no space for 500 grams of flour or 4 bananas.
This recipe is already fully stocked.
It is. So that's a lot of conditions.
Tiebreaker versus Talon. So Talon... Oh yeah, if Talon lose to Fnatic.
Which is...
But if I mean, most likely Talon beat Fnatic. They're 5-2. Excretion are 6-1, so they would be through. Yes, and then...
And Geek Slate just lost, so I think...
Yeah, so it'll be down to the last game because they are playing Geek Slate, the last game.
Intense.
That's looking very tricky. And I mean, even if Blacklist had to go against a tiebreaker versus Talon, like that would still be really hard.
Oh, for sure.
Just shows you
I mean, the thing is, if they win 2 series now looking good, then obviously it's a toss-up, but...
Yeah.
All the teams are just everywhere, you know, like except for Excretion, where they already won most of their games initially, so they don't have to worry.
Yeah.
But it can be a good thing, you know. Like if you are going through this kind of schedule and you have to win all your games, I feel like it forces the team to get better quicker.
So Blacklist need to win a game though, right?
Yes.
To stay in
At least
Division
one, at least one.
But they need to win 2 to go to major, right?
Yes.
I mean, I think they can win 1 and then still have tiebreaker.
Oh yeah, because of the last game, right?
Yeah.
If they
like the 3rd place?
Actually, no, it depends. Like,
no, because if they lose this game and they only win 1, but it has to be the last game.
exactly, they have to win.
If they lose the last game but they win this game, then it doesn't happen.
Then they're just in the middle doing nothing.
My head is it's just melting.
So like this game is important, but I guess the last
Monday
game.
This game is okay. They can lose this game, you know. But
They definitely prefer winning this though, and then
Right.
just winning on Monday, and then they're straight through.
Yes, because the last one is Geek Slate, who they're the ones that are like, it could
Yeah,
be
yeah,
possible.
Yeah.
Oh my God, that's quite a lot of scenarios that have to be met.
Yeah.
I know, woo, breaking a sweat. But let's talk a bit about, each team and how they've kind of grown or evolved over the season. We were talking about how your prediction was definitely flipped from what the outcome is actually like, right? You
Yes. I don't think I thought any of the teams that are doing well, that are up there. I don't know if I mentioned Talon. I just thought Fnatic would be stronger than they are.
I mean, if we change the 1 to 4 and 5 to 8, that would be your prediction, right? If we swap their places.
the pages.
Yes. That would be more aligned with what I thought was going to happen.
What about you, Winter?
I kind of felt like the strongest team that I felt that would be was actually Geek Slate when I was looking at the new teams and everything, So I had high hopes for them. But for Fnatic, I didn't really think they would be good, but I didn't think that they would be so bad. I thought they would be like middle of the pack maybe,
So Geek Slate, why do you think that they've kind of gone downhill? Do you think it's just a draft issue or?
Yeah, mostly draft issues, strategical issues. They have a lot of, I think, very weird drafts. But they have a reason why they're doing that, and so far it's not. In the last couple of games, it's not working. But they played against Talon and they played against SMG. Both of these teams are definitely on the rise. At the end. So
true.
the opponents that they lost to are definitely opponents that I feel they are better than them. They played better than them.
What do you think gave way to SMG's rise? Do you think they just kind of figured it out together as a team, or,
I mean, like what they said, maybe kicking the coach was a good idea. Like, who knows?
Yeah, I mean, it probably helped. But they had one of these team meetings that actually worked. There's a lot of team meetings that don't work, but there are also those that do work when you say, oh, we have to... Because when you're losing, it's always the same, right? Like,
So
okay, we have to play more like a
team meetings that didn't work, do they end up with players buying tickets to go home?
Oh,
Yeah,
no.
I mean, it can end up with just months of misery where you're losing everything, or it can end up with someone getting kicked. I mean, those are the only options. Or if it goes well, then... Because you say the same thing, right? You say, oh, we have to play more like a team, and blah, blah, blah. We have to play off our timings. But they managed to listen to each other and
Yeah.
actually follow up.
Yeah, now they close games.
Yeah.
It's definitely a thing.
And I think they made it easier for themselves with what they're picking, too.
Yeah, that's true. I feel like we were seeing difficulty with them finishing, but now it's easy. Simple. Yeah.
For sure.
But we do have an interview for you guys to watch, a cute little video of Raven from Blacklist Rivalry. So let's go check it out.
Interview with Blacklist Rivalry's Carrie Raven. Or how long have you experienced life in Manila?
Life in Manila? I think I've been here like a lot of times already because
It's on and off, right?
Yeah, it's on and off. So
Ah.
I'm not really sure.
Let's start with something simple.
Yep.
Do you have a favorite food, Raven?
My favorite food is what's my favorite food actually? Bicol Express.
Bicol Express?
Yeah, that's a dish in the Philippines.
Uh-huh.
The,
Can you describe it to me?
How can I describe it? It's just something with milk, right? It's with milk, pork, and it's spicy.
You like spicy food in general?
I like spicy food in general. That's why when we're at Thailand at times, the kapaw,
Yeah,
we always eat that.
When do you get started with Dota? Like when do you start playing Dota? You
Is it
remember
Dota 1 or Dota 2?
Dota 1?
Dota 1 I started when I was grade 3.
Grade 3. How
Yeah.
old is that?
Grade 3, maybe 10? I'm not really sure. I just remember that I'm grade 3.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
And how did you start?
Actually, I don't really know how to play computer, actually.
Oh, okay.
Then suddenly I go to church.
Okay.
I go to church, right? And then there's a girl in the choir, the singing.
Okay.
And suddenly I feel like I have a crush on that girl. So I just wanna like go to the church every day. They just started to join as a choir, but they didn't really accept me because I don't have a good voice. Okay. So I just joined the what is that called? Sacristan means like service in the church.
Okay, so like helped around.
Yeah, I help around in the church, and then the church, the other people there, teach me how to play Dota.
Really?
That's my story how I played how I started.
Was that your first computer game then, Dota?
I think so. Yeah, it's my first computer game, and then when they teach me, I just keep playing, and I forget about the girl, and then that's it.
Do you remember what it was about Dota that like felt attractive to you?
I'm not really sure. I just remember that I just keep playing it until I suddenly became good at it, and then like many people like trying to recruit me to play with them.
Oh, really?
So yeah, that's what happens.
So you didn't make an active effort to become a pro player? Like you just played so much you became good?
In Dota 1, it's like that.
Right.
Like I just keep playing because I like it, but I don't really like. Am I gonna be a pro player here? No. But in Dota 2, that's what I do. I wanna become a I wanna become a pro player.
How was the process for you? What does it mean to become a pro player?
To become a pro player in Dota 2 is just because I just want to be like, I just want to be good at it.
Right.
But I want to become pro player in the Philippines, not like this like international. So in my mind, I just want to be known in the Philippines.
Was it because back then international Dota was not a very big thing, or why the Philippines specifically?
I think it's not big in the Philippines because I think only TI1, the Philippines go to the international, but any other, I think it's just not known. So that's why I think it's just for the Philippines right now.
What was the moment that you start considering an international career?
I did not choose it. It's just something happens.
Okay.
I almost quit Dota, almost eh. Then suddenly, this guy, Nico, in our team, he suddenly recruited me to become mid player for them. And then, even I don't know how to play mid, I just okay, because no one's like recruiting me already. So, okay, I'll just play. Then suddenly, because they're really good and they're like really focused in Dota 2 also, and they teach me how to play. So that's where I really step it up.
Do you remember why you were about to quit Dota?
Because I feel like I feel like nothing's happening to me. It's like I'm stuck.
Okay.
So like, what if I just play a new game? Like it's new, and then I have a friend that likes to play new game also. So I asked him if he wants to play the game, but suddenly Nico wants to recruit me.
Do you remember what that new game was?
Oh, it's Heroes of the Storm.
Oh.
So it's like 2015, I think.
Yes,
it's a new game. Then suddenly, oh, there's a new game. I wanna try this. Then yeah.
Was there a moment in your professional career that you felt like it was starting to become like a job, like it was serious?
I think it started when I'm at Fnatic, I guess.
Okay.
It's like this is a job now. It's not really because I know it's fun, but I think it's still really a job because you guys have 5 players and you guys don't want to waste some time. So you just really need to like own it as a job.
What was it about Fnatic that made you feel that way? Was it because it was like a big org? Was it because the players were also very well known?
It's not really like that. I think it's just everyone knows like what our job is. Okay. It's like we're in the game. I think this is mostly in like the 2021 at Fnatic because like we practice, right?
Right.
We practice, but we never really like banding a lot. So we just scream, talk about Dota, and then nope.
When you were starting to become a pro player, before you reached like international success, right? When you're like grinding per se, how old were you around that time when you feel like you reach international success first?
I started when going to international is when
you think you like made it a little bit?
Because I go to TI, so I think I made that time, right?
Okay, yeah, that's making it. Yes, I think that's making it.
Yeah.
Do you remember how old you were back then?
Yeah, I was 17.
17, holy shit, I forget how young you were.
Yeah, I was 17 that time.
Okay. So you didn't have to ever consider like the difficulties of having an unstable career like a Dota and stuff like that, right? Because you reached such early success?
No, not really. Because I stopped the school also because we kind of don't have money for the school. So I just started playing.
Oh, so it wasn't even an option for you?
It's an option, but I can go to school without the tuition, like public school.
Right.
But I don't really want that.
Oh.
So like, I just started playing because because I gained money, so I just started playing.
Did your parents support that as well?
Of course, at first it doesn't, but
because the money's not big.
yeah, it keeps going. They will just support it.
Is there a moment in your career that you think, wow, that was very lucky that happened to me?
I think
Or moments?
Yeah, I think the TI6 because
Okay.
the first qualifiers we lost.
Yes. I remember.
In the open qualifiers, we actually lost. Then there's a hero there that time that we just copy and we pick that every time.
Do you remember what hero that was?
It's the Terrorblade.
Oh yes, that was your signature hero.
Yeah, because we just copied that on the team. I forget about the name. We just copied on that one hero and then we just go to TI and get like top 8 that time?
Top 8, yeah.
Yeah.
That was the year that you beat the OG in the lower
Yeah.
bracket finals. How did that feel at the moment?
Oh, it just feels. That time it just feels so. I don't know what's the word. Surreal. It's
Yeah.
like so. You just don't really expect it.
Yeah.
You don't expect anything. You just play.
Right.
And then this just happened.
Three, two, one.
This crowd is actually able to do so for a decent amount of time.
Has to take out like the flame cloak. Does get a lot of damage, but here comes the black hole.
when you succeed, you made like headlines for SEA, right?
Yeah.
It was a region that wasn't considered as strong. You'd be one of the strongest teams. Is that national pride important to you, like being recognized here back in the Philippines?
I think that time, yes. Because it's really like, after that, suddenly then there's a lot of Pinoys like growing, and like there's a new organization that's coming up.
True.
So I think that's quite a lot.
Do you like the Filipino Dota group off you?
Dota Filipino group, like the community?
Yeah. I mean, I know now it's not, but like back in the day.
Back in the day, yes.
Yes.
Because they always support us, no matter what happens.
Really?
But right now, it's just up and down. They're just gonna blame you, then they're just gonna support you. It's like, it's so, I don't know what to do now.
If we talk about your style a little bit, I know that you were known, like back in the TI6 days and everything, people all knew you as that kind of consistent guy, right? The man that you can always trust, doesn't make any mistakes. But over time, your style has evolved a lot.
Yeah.
But now you're actually really active in the early game as well. Is that a choice that you make actively to change that style?
I think it's just the meta, I guess. Because for me, I just copy the one who's like the best right now. So I just like trying to what their moves, like their plays. I just watch them and see what can I improve on me. So that's what I just do. I just wanna keep evolving also.
Is it ever hard for you?
Is it hard for me?
Yeah, like you have to adapt to someone that's very different to you. Has that ever been an obstacle?
I think it's really hard, but that's the game. You really need to adapt, or you're just gonna stuck in the past. So you need to keep evolving, adapt. So you stay relevant.
Right.
That's what I think Dota is.
It is also why you did all these big moves in the past years, like you're in Blacklist, Rivalry, you know, like you left big orgs and you continued at it. Is it important for you not to get stuck?
Yeah, because whenever I'm like, oh, I'm not improving anymore, it's not really because sometimes I really leave, because I think I leave because I'm not improving on it anymore. So I feel like if I go to other team, I can like improve more. Right. That's what I think.
How old are you now, really?
Right now I am 24.
Okay. One of the older.
Yeah, I'm older now. That's why I need to evolve to still play, you know?
Do you feel like age matters?
Age matters? I think so. Because when you age, there's a lot of going on with you already. There's gonna be like a wife or other things that you will do. So I think age matters.
Also, it's more like the point in life that you're at.
Yeah. It's not always gonna be Dota, right? So just need to like, while you're at it, just keep doing your best.
Let's talk about the changes. You've been, like, and you're one of the veterans this season, so you were here when the thousands of tournaments were happening, right?
Yeah.
And over time, not only tournaments fall out, but we also have now DPC.
Yeah.
How has the adaptation been from playing like, 7 days a week, full on, then rest, to now this schedule that's like more constant, more league-like? Did you like that?
I think I like this more. I don't like the 1 week per game, right?
Yeah. Oh, you don't like the old DPC schedule?
Yeah, I don't really like that. It's just because when you like the other teams learn fast,
quickly.
I mean, no, not really quickly.
Oh no, they learn too slowly.
Yeah, they learn slowly because it's so much time.
Right.
But right now, I like this because when you're good already, it's so hard to like learn faster. For the enemy.
Yeah.
So like you need to learn faster and you need to grow faster also. And yeah, I think that's the advantage of it.
Do you still play Dota for fun?
Of course.
Okay. All right.
I'm really like addicted to Dota 2. I don't know why. It's just when I'm stressed, I still play Dota 2. So when there's a job, I still need to play Dota 2. So I'm trapped.
Do you have different ways of playing Dota? Like maybe you play party queue or custom games?
I don't really like party queue, but when I want to have some fun, I play other lanes. So I play other like roles.
Okay.
So when I have a job, I need to play carry. That's what I do.
Okay. That's the most pro player response. When I have fun, you play what, offlane, mid?
I play anything.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Even supports?
Yeah, I like the position 4.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, I like offlane, I like mid. But I like the the position 3 or position 4 more.
Yeah, because it's active. You like that?
Yeah.
Now, talk about your future prospects. Goal, obviously, still to win TI.
Yeah.
But do you feel like there's ever a moment where you'll be satisfied in Dota?
Satisfied.
Like if you won like 3 TIs in a row, would that be enough for you, or just keep competing?
As long as one TI is really satisfying already, but I think as long as I still want to play, I'm just gonna keep playing until I get really... If I'm not good at it anymore, I'm not gonna play anymore.
Interesting. So being good is important to you?
Yeah, being good is important, because if you're not good, then why still play?
That's fair. Why is it so exciting to compete for you? Why does that? Where does the drive come from?
I guess really like when you're practicing for it, and then you make it happen. It's just really fun, you know. And then you beat other people.
And that's even more fun.
That's even more fun. Yeah.
Okay. Would you ever consider playing in a region that wasn't C?
That wasn't C. I think I like to play at the strongest region, the Europe.
Yeah.
That's the strongest, you know, because they're always the champion. I feel like if you play there, you will know what you're really capable. Yeah.
Do you think C will someday win a TI?
Yeah. There's gonna be a time that C gonna win.
And you're gonna be the one to do it?
I'm gonna be the one to do it.
Awesome. Okay. Well, with this in mind, just one final question as we get ready for this DPC.
Yeah.
Besides positions, right? Obviously, everyone wants to win and blah blah. But do you have a specific goal this season that has nothing to do with it? Like, I mean, a personal goal, like you want to achieve something, or something you're really practicing, or something you're working towards. Maybe a communication aspect, maybe really emphasizing a single hero that you want to learn, or a certain play style.
I think what I want to learn in this season, I think I want to be like more aggressive. I feel like I want to be more known more, because I feel like I think I'm really good, but I just cannot. I don't show it, but I think I can do it. That's what I want to do. Yeah.
That's it. You want to change that. You don't want people to think of you as that late game consistent carry.
Yeah, I just want to be known as like, you know, like miracle.
Right. Like look at me styling over here.
Yeah.
Cool.
So yeah, that's what I want to improve more.
Talon do hit.
Look at this guy. Is this a happy face? Ooh, finger licking good.
Biko Express right there.
He just finished eating his Biko Express.
Oh no.
Oh no, what's he gonna do?
You did him dirty.
We got him at a bad time. But welcome everybody. Welcome back to the DPC. I'm your host Sophie, and I'm here with Adam and Pi. Adam has come to join us today.
Hello.
How you doing?
I'm good.
Doing all right?
Got a bit of a runny nose, but it is what it is.
It is what it is.
Hi, Pi. Nice to meet you.
Yeah.
Is that the first time you guys have been on panels?
Yeah. I think we're only 4 panelists, but somehow this is the first time.
Been one, the two, the white and the semi-white guy. I guess Mike's like, yeah, no.
He's like half American, right?
Yeah.
Or something.
I'm like half white too.
Yeah.
We've all got some.
Yeah.
Anyways, back to Dota. So Raven, he seems like a happy guy. I mean, he will be very happy though if they manage to win today's game and the Geek Slate game on Monday.
He will. You know, I knew Raven back in 2016 when we were playing, and he was so shy and so soft-spoken.
Aww.
And watching him in the interview, he's come like so far as a person.
Yes.
He's like so outspoken, so like confident when he talks. It's so nice to see. Actually.
Yeah, comfortable in your skin, right?
Yeah.
No, he was on that Fnatic team, right?
Yeah, it was after our
with Demon and Mushi.
It was AU, Raven, Demon, Mushi, Ohio.
Yes, and they did a true sight on that one, and that one is.
They go upstairs.
If you want to see the old Raven, you go watch that one.
Yeah,
there's him and AU covering in a corner while Mushi is really angry, and Demon is like kind of
making him angry.
Yeah.
Is Raven people shy?
He was very people shy. He's like big confidence.
Aww.
Yeah, that's what he's saying. Like the difference if you look at him now and back then.
You all should definitely watch that. I don't know if I want to promote it. It's a good take 2 minutes to go see what Raven was like and how far he's come as a person.
Yeah.
I love seeing that. Like I love seeing the growth of Dota players. Like socially, I feel like it's just the best arc. You know, like Pi, were you one time a very soft-spoken individual, and now you're out here?
I still am.
That's cap.
I still am, and always be been and will be.
That is not true. But the fact that you're here on the panel today means you've come a long way. Your speaking skills have gotten great enough. True.
Facts.
So let's take a look at the Blacklist rivalry recipe, what they need to do to go to the major. We just saw this a while ago, but we are looking at it again to recap before the game. They need to win versus Boom and win versus Geek Slate, or they could lose to Boom, but they have to win versus Geek Slate. And they need Talon to lose to Fnatic, and they need to win tiebreakers versus Talon.
What if they win Boom and lose to Geek Slate?
Then Geek Slate will be higher.
Yes, Geek Slate and Talon.
Yeah. So it is looking very spicy.
Unless Talon lose to Fnatic. Unlikely, but
yeah.
Can happen.
Never know.
You never know. This recipe is to make the world's greatest Bicol Express. So let's take a look at Boom's recipe now. What they need to do to stick around in Division 1. This is not going to be a major game. This is just for them to hang
fighting
out.
for your life.
It is a major game.
Well,
Fighting
no.
for Div 1.
Well, yeah, it's a major game, but it's they don't go to the major.
It's not.
Yeah. But they're fighting for their life right now. They need to stick around in Division 1, and what they need to do is they need to win versus Blacklist Rivalry. They need to win tiebreakers versus SMG, and tiebreakers versus Bleed, and 4 bananas, 3 grams of flour, and a half teaspoon of salt.
I was so confused. I'm like, how come they have 6 players? There is Mushi.
Mushi's in there, yeah. Yeah, I don't think the coach is...
I mean, it's not
team picture.
I think the Execration team intro has March.
Oh yeah,
that's like the only one.
Yeah.
Oh, but I feel like I don't know. It just seems like the C coaches are more mysterious.
I mean, I think as a coach, generally you don't want to. I mean, kind of take a step back. I think when Execration won, we asked for a March interview too. And
oh yeah.
Like, nah, I'm good.
We didn't. He was shy in the background. He was so cute. Yeah, but this game is gonna be humongous. How do you guys think it's gonna go? I mean, in terms of growth, I feel like we've seen Boom really kind of ramp it up towards the end of the season, where they're playing a lot much better than they did at the start, versus Blacklist, who've kind of fallen off a bit. Growing downwards, yeah. I mean, sure, if you want to call it that. What do you guys think?
I'm not a fan of Blacklist's idea of Dota recently. I feel like they're very heavy on tower push stuff. And I think a lot of their games, the way they itemize for this Cuckoo Bites Greaves or something, but Raven's still not ready to participate. And their game feels like there's this awkward timing in the game where some people want to fight and some people want to farm. It's just, they need to come together on that, I think, too.
I'm just remembering the series versus, they played Slark one game. It was versus Execration.
Oh.
And I just feel like in that series, there was, I don't know, they just had a weird idea in their draft, what they wanted to do. I didn't understand what they were thinking. And I'm guessing it's been similar in other games too, where, I don't know, they kind of Snapfire is a good hero. It's like that level of cohesiveness in what they're doing.
So you don't feel like the confidence in their team play or their draft?
Yeah, in their team idea. No, yeah, because I think Raven is very confident in the heroes he plays and what he wants to do. And I'm super, I know Cuckoo is confident in if he wants to play Broodmother, he knows exactly what he wants to do. But it doesn't connect, it doesn't come together.
Well, let's see. Let's take a look at the draft, see if it connects and comes together. You haven't seen this yet, Adam?
King Kunkka, I'm a fan.
You're a fan?
He's a popular hero right now, right? Nisha's been going some Blade Mail Kunkka. Yeah. I think Albert did too.
Yeah.
And we saw Kunkka today also.
Yeah, it was nice against the CK actually. Went tidal wave early, so first pick trade this, going back to their roots. Get it?
Yeah. Rootin'.
I got it.
Yeah, right, because you root for Blacklist Rivalry.
Oh, that's true.
Oh, God.
I'm quick in my head.
Well, Boom rocks.
Boom rocks.
Yeah.
That was snappy.
Oh, God.
Or that was fire. Damn.
Oh,
All right, I'll stop now.
Nice.
Okay.
But Boom has been doing this tiny opening so many times, and then they flex your punch, and they usually give Zephyr a later pick, I think.
Yeah, no, I hate the Snapfire pick.
It's so meaningless, right?
Yeah, they make Xnova play the Snapfire, and it's the only hero he can't do well in lane with.
I like Phoenix. Okay, if I see 3, Tiny Phoenix sounds pretty good to me.
Yeah.
What else is there?
I feel like we've seen this opening before.
No, they did.
They did this before.
Yeah, and then you were like, oh, I don't like this.
No, I don't, because they just end up putting Xnova on Snap. There's no synergy. I don't know, he just can't have a lot of impact in those games, is what I feel. But I mean, they did win one of those, but
Xnova and Chen, though, you were a fan.
Yes.
I mean, they prioritized their like laning hero for last pick, right? Like 2 of their games, and they did really well.
Yeah. No, they had some decent games.
What do you think about the second pick Drow for Blacklist?
I think it's fine. If you have the correct bans ready here, it should be fine. But I mean, if Boom are ready, like if they are ready, like SMG were ready for Beastmaster. I mean, it didn't sound like they were like that planned what they wanted to counter the Beast with, but the carry like suggested a hero. Like I think I can win with this, and then another guy like follows up. Yeah, then I'll play Coddle with your Bristle. And if they can do something similar versus Drow here, figure out a combo, Natsumi can suggest a nice hero.
I think they planned from this draw for a start, right? With the Naga Battle Rider bans as well. It was not the Naga per se. I guess the Battle Rider more of a big threat for the Draw Ranger.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, the thing is, they wanted to do 3 and into, and then they have the options.
Carry. Yeah, that's fair.
Lina was banned, but then there's Drow. They were probably thinking of Prophet, but Raven is like, nah.
Have we seen them play Draw?
No idea.
Seen who? Blacklist play?
Blacklist, yeah.
Raven.
I feel like they haven't. I feel like Nature's Prophet, Lina a lot. Draw, not really.
I think so too.
I like this change up though. I think Raven playing like, he plays like a slower carry, right? I think he's a very stable carry, but he plays slower compared to like other carries. He has like a big timing in the mid game usually, but I feel like Blacklist, like they need a match right now. The last 3 heroes, they need to match his Drow's timing, you know, drag the game for him.
Yeah.
SF ban. Why?
Just good against Tiny and lane, Aura bot, you know.
Yeah.
Kind of big physical damage, throw 3 and SF, just ball.
Still kind of a funky ban though.
I think it's a bit weird.
Doesn't really make
Boom
sense.
play a lot of core Tiny over support, no?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yo push Tiny mid.
Right.
A lot more.
I mean, it's like flex, right? But
you
at the end
basically
of the day, they come down to C4 heroes. He's like, yeah, I can play it. I can do it.
That's true.
Can you play Tiny versus this? Yeah. Yeah. And then Zephyr, they pick another hero for Zephyr.
Well, I want to see Zeus against Drow.
Sure.
I'm a big Zeus versus Drow fan. Ooh.
Have we even seen Zeus yet?
I think SMG played 1 game. I might be wrong.
Yeah, they did. It turned out to be a horrendous game, but that game was mostly on mid one and boom.
Was that the Ember one?
Yeah. When he kicked Zeus out of lane and.
Alright, so it's Tiny 4 now, right?
No, we don't know that yet actually, because they've done this before. FPC was Death Prophet, but they still put Tiny mid, and they. I don't know
they
what
picked Nyx, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they last picked Nyx. Doom Hoodwing. Brave King?
I mean, Death Prophet is an interesting. I mean, they had lots of success. I don't know. It doesn't feel like they care at all what
the Drow.
Yeah, what Blacklist Rivalry are picking. They're literally just picking the same heroes as they picked last series.
Blacklist lanes look really strong though. Doom and Hoodwink and Drow and Tree.
Yes.
I would hate to fight that.
They still need something to start fights, I would say. I mean, Doom can maybe do it later, but...
It's quite easy to feel, right? Like, they've busted out this, like, Void Spirit and all, too. There's, like, a puck in the...
Yeah, I mean, this is a game maybe you could get away with Void Spirit.
is, like, ignored.
Yeah, they're literally just repeating.
I mean, they won.
But this is... I like this.
Man, I need to ask who are casters for each team.
I know. I heard some tears. I heard some joy.
Must be.
No, I think it is Avo and Richie.
Of course it is. That's why we get the arc Gordon.
Yeah, it's going to be a long game. I mean, Natsumi, though, his arc...
Yeah, but versus this lineup, it makes sense. It's a good hero versus Drow, like a traditional counter. And then, like right now, like this lineup, they can't really... Like, you smoke for this Arc Warden with these heroes, it's not that easy. Like, there will be Spark Wraiths and you can't jump him.
What do you think of this Snapfire Arc Warden lane?
Yeah, I mean, I think that was the lane they had last time too. It's not...
You know what they should do? They should put the DP5. Yeah, and the Snap Tiny go top. Like super strong, right? DPR Gordon against Doom. I don't think Doom can play at all.
Maybe, but you have this problem with like level 2, 3. If he lands a
bushwhack,
then like Death Prophet is hitting. Can't really save your mate.
DP5 was a thing for a little bit, wasn't it?
It's good against strength heroes. I don't think it's like good right now, but because the Siphon cooldown, but
yeah, it's playable, but yeah, it's not as good anymore.
But my gosh, I'm thinking about FBZ's performance the last Boom series. He went off on the Mars and the DP.
Yeah,
That
no,
was
his DP was really
crazy.
impressive. But it's always a little funky to see DP picked into Drow.
It is.
It's not a good matchup.
It is.
But I mean, when you have this follow-up, right, then like the killer Arc Warden.
I think it's just hero to open the map against Treant for the Arc Warden. I think with the Arc Warden, I can kind of see the draft a bit more. It was not really more of a response, but more of a we need this hero for our draft to play.
Yeah.
Last picks, Blacklist are looking at a mid.
I mean, you just need control like Pai said. Some Tuskar, some Puck, some run at you hero. Both banned by Blacklist. What else is there? Kunkka seems to be the upcoming hero.
Kunkka can work.
I think gives them a lot of early game pace, I think.
I'm a little worried. They don't have that much damage without the Drow being there for Kunkka, so that's always a little funky.
But they also need a hero that like can come back and take towers. They will see a Coddle. I feel like every time I see DP in the game, there's a Coddle on the opponent team.
I think they
can play like ultra fast, right, with Coddle. They have early Greaves, Coddle, and Drow.
But they don't just... The Drow has to show up. They just have to
you don't really
power.
want to. Yeah, with Magnetic Field.
Yeah, it just doesn't... I think
That's
you
good
just
here.
have to go for like a Pango or something. Like.
Vengeful Spirit.
Pango's banned.
Oh, yeah. I mean, or you can do your idea. Like, Zeus is not terrible here. And you
For
play
Blacklist?
Yeah, and you play for way later.
I mean, you have Zeus Doom, right? It's like a classic, but
yeah.
I don't know if you have like wave issues. The waves feel really hard for their heroes right now.
But if you play later, wouldn't it be hard because you're against the Arc Warden?
No, I think Zeus is very good versus Arc Warden.
Oh.
And I mean, the waves are kind of an issue, but you have like Drow Ranger can clear from far. Like
Mhm.
Treant can sit in trees and push out. And
Yeah.
Hoodwink is also very good at
I
being
like
sneaky.
the Coddle.
You have a lot of
Just
sustain
very
on
fast.
Blacklist if you get that. What are we looking at? Both teams have quite a decent amount of reserve time.
FBZ's laughing, man. Haha, these guys don't know. Gonna get them with DP for the 8th time. Wow.
Oh, okay.
I do not like this hero.
Yeah, I don't like
They just pick Dragon Knight here? I mean, they pick it so Tiny can't go mid, right? But it's this Tiny care if he's post 4? I don't think so.
Yeah, I mean, I bet Yopash is saying, I want to play Tiny.
Dude, DK looks so good with their heroes. You have like infinite scaling to like some Manta X against the Drow later on.
Sure, sure.
We've barely seen Quap though, no?
Yeah, with good reason.
Is it bad, really bad now?
I mean, it's alright.
If it's correct
win
game.
your lane, right?
Yeah,
They changed the Ags though, right? What is it? What is the
super
Ags now?
funky now.
I don't know, but no one buys it ever.
Yeah, you throw if you throw a Shadow Strike.
Oh,
then-
it's the Scream of Pain.
yes, if you reapply the Shadow Strike, it throws a Scream of Pain.
Oh.
And you
Or
have,
if it
you have to be
expires.
like between 200 range of you and another hero. So it actually just never pops off, I think.
Yeah, I mean the cooldown is super low on, so like there are certain situations where it probably could be okay. It's probably stronger than we think. Like that's
Yeah,
every
probably.
axe is like stronger than you think.
Right. DK, Void Spirit, Kunkka. I actually still like Kunkka for them. Like both buff against the. Oh.
Yeah, no, I told you,
What
Yopash
a-
is like I can play Dynamite there.
I mean, looking at the draft though, if it goes late enough, you might end up seeing a Quap Ags. I feel like this is gonna go into the late game, especially with Avo and Richie cast.
You'll never
No
see
way.
a Quap egg.
You'll get BKB, maybe a little Hex.
Well, Hex. All right. Well, these two drafts.
Nova. Okay, so putting Zephyr on the
snap.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm okay with that.
I'm okay with that too. I think I like your idea better though, like a Kunkka mid or something.
Yeah, I feel like they should have picked a mid. I understand the Undying. They have like a conceptually unkillable tombstone, right? You put the bubble on it.
Yeah.
And then, but I feel like they have a Quap issue. Like, Stein is going to be kind of poor. The supports don't really do anything to Quap too. Like, you picked another support that does nothing to Quap.
Yeah, you can follow up with the cookie, but you do at least have the DP silence and you have tiny spells. So like he is killable at least. It's not like completely messed up.
All right. Well, do we got Avo and Richie here with us today? I believe we do, which means it's gonna be a long game, right, guys?
I asked Nachua to pick the Arc Warden. I don't know if he has any say, but he did it for me, so I'm pretty happy.
Oh, man.
Oh, gosh. What do you guys think about the Quap hero?
Doesn't feel like a good mid laner. It's good here, though. Good against Arc Warden, generally.
Yeah, maybe it's their attempt to not have this go 2 hours, although I wouldn't be so sure considering they've also picked a Treant Protector who is going to try and delay the game for them. I don't know. I don't know what they're trying to say. They're hot and they're no. They're yes and they're no. It's. I mean, just give us one, right?
They're hot and they're no, huh?
Yeah, I messed up the line. I messed up the line, okay?
All right, well, take it away, guys. Let's see if it is an hour-long game or not.
You know, Richie, it's so no in here. I need a jacket.
That's not true.
Cold.
It's not true. I don't know. I don't think it's going to go too long, honestly. Mostly because I believe in the superstitious effect that it's always the last series of the day specifically that goes to 3.
No, that's Fnatic. There's no way. That's Fnatic. Talon. Fnatic is literally playing for nothing.
Well, that's what you'd think. But they're playing for the greatest pride that can be offered to a Southeast Asian Dota 2 pro player, which is screwing over another SEA Dota team.
That is very true.
So I wouldn't necessarily say that. And maybe now that the pressure's off for them, who knows how they'll perform. However, in this match, I mean, you know, you got your Arc Warden, you got your Tree Protector. Yeah, this is going to be a little bit of a slow one. Especially with a Drow carry. Oh, hold on. They're even looking for FBZ first. Leech Seed into a kill attempt here, but I don't think they have enough control here at level 1. Certainly not enough tank to dive a tier 1 tower.
I love the quality of that line as well. Yeah, I feel like this is going to be a long game, personally. I feel like Blacklist had struggled last series we saw them. I think they've struggled at consistency in general. I feel like Boom in general, we already know about Boom, but they're in the recovery mode.
Yeah, and it feels like this league so far, you much rather want to be the team that's on the upward trend, right? Well, I mean, maybe not as poor of a start as, say, a Boom or an SMG, who unfortunately have been the teams that have been finding success lately compared to earlier on in the league.
But look at Bleed, though. They found success early, and then now...
Well, that's what I'm saying. You would much rather be the team that's on a upward trajectory later, right? Not necessarily a team, because if you start at 100, I mean, that's it. That's all you're getting.
That's
right?
true. That's true.
I mean, in essence, I'm agreeing with you, but I think unfortunately for Boom, you know, at this point, playing for guaranteed tiebreakers, basically, I believe, right? With their 1 win, and now SMG with their 2. Let me just double check that. No,
so just 3 now.
So they're both. So SMG is 3 and 4, and Boom is 2 and 4. So they would be playing for guaranteed tiebreakers. They're playing for their tournament life here.
And what about Bleed? Oh yeah, they would tie with Bleed as well if they do that. So Bleed really wants Boom to lose right now.
That's true, yeah, because Bleed, of course, sidelined after they finished their matches not yesterday, but Wednesday instead. So they're all done now. So yeah, some pretty big ramifications as far as what tiebreakers are looking like. A 3-way tie for what would be then 5th place. Which would see 1 team eliminated from that round-robin best-of-1 series. Series of best-of-1s. That's exciting, but for now, Boom needs to be able to put themselves in position to get there, and it starts with a win here in this series.
Yeah, and you can also force a second tie if Blacklist... Oh yeah, actually, they beat Blacklist. Blacklist is in that tie too, right?
That would be pretty wild. So
it's a 4-way tie for Division 2. That is wild.
That would be a 4-way tie for 4th, where the loser goes to Division 2.
That's the most SCA way of doing it.
Yeah, and that would be a very long day indeed, because you need to specifically break that tie between 3rd and 4th especially. Like, we really could be in for a long day now that I look at things. But we'll see if it gets to that stage, right? Obviously, on the other hand, we have Blacklist, who is desperately looking for a win here. They actually have as well the last series of the entire league on Monday, which is the regularly scheduled one, versus Geek Slate.
Yep.
So they can look to match Geek Slate's record of 4-2, which would then put a lot of importance on Talon's next match.
Yes.
So, you know, it's still a pretty exciting end of the league, even if we already have the top 1 and the bottom team already decided. It seems like the middle 6 places, more like the bottom 5 especially, are looking pretty contested.
And frankly, it is exciting to see who's going to go to the major, but it's especially exciting during TPC to see who's going to go to Div 2, right?
Yeah.
And that's what the fans, fans like little vultures walking around saying what corpse they're going to be able to ravage this time.
Yeah, I mean, especially in C, right? I think in your, is that the one we haven't played yet? I think it was Raven that talked about it, didn't he? When he was talking about how important it was early on to be... Yeah, but I wasn't sure if it was in the other one that we're going to play next. But he talked about how early on it was really important for him that he was one of the first of his generation to perform well on the international stage. And now the fans a little bit more, you know...
brutal.
Yes, to say the least.
Bottom lane, Bosco might just die to the Spark Wraith. They got it. That DP took a little bit too long. They couldn't get rid of the Tombstone either. Tims is forced to retreat. And that's first blood going the way of Boom. This lane is very difficult for Blacklist Rivalry.
Yeah, it's a really strong lane. Tombstone's a very serious issue. You have literally the 2 worst heroes in the game with regards to their base attack times. Hoodwink, I believe, at 2, Doom at 1.6 or something like
1.9.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
1.7 is standard.
Yeah, so it's real bad getting rid of this Tombstone. It's especially strong early on, and they have overwhelming slows against you. If a lack of stun, sure, overwhelming slows in the laning stage can do a lot of work, as we've already seen. Bosku's going to have to smoke himself to get back into lane with his TP on cooldown. Not a fun place for him to be in right now. Yeah.
You're also in a position where you don't have any sort of tools either to get to the Arc Warden, honestly, unless you bushwhack him, and Undying doesn't have tangos, right? Which is just not a good position to be in. Doom struggles in this kind of matchup, and Arc Warden actually excels in lane against the melee cores, like you mentioned, because of the slows, right? And because of this, do you rotate early? I guess Quap is a pretty good hero to do that, and then you can kill Arc.
I think Quap's really good at that. You know, I still think Quap is one of the better rotators in the game, from the mid lane especially. She gets a level advantage, she has a blink, she has a nuke. It's like, sure, no stun, right? No form of lockdown, but that move speed slow, which is still the preferred build these days on Shadow Strike, is still sometimes good enough to secure a kill early, just with the auto attacks that you can give after. And that might be good enough to at least give Natsumi a little bit of a kick in, allow Bosku to recover a bit more. You can see for now he's really hurting for experience, needing to get more points into Devour so he can actually continue scaling.
Yep. Okay. That's the first point to Devour. I wonder if he's actually going to go, like you just suggested, into like full Devour build, which is rare. Usually you max Scorched Earth and you go like 1-3-1 or 2-3, right?
Right.
But not, maybe this lane you try to just be as greedy as possible.
That being said, I think Carl's ideal rotation is going to be top lane to try and shut down anything early from FBZ. You know, FBZ gives Exo or lets Exo go. I think that's like the perfect time to try and rotate and kill this hero with a nuke, right?
Yeah.
Because that would take a lot of wind out from the sails of him. He's this early space maker until Japboy gets his Blink Dagger online. It has to be FBZ, who's getting beaten back pretty hard right now.
You know what? That's a good point, especially if they have equal... Oh, actually bottom lane. The Undying went a little bit too far. X-Nova, he got hit quite a lot of times. He's going to die because he's very far out of position. Tombstone's been set, but Bosku will just be able to take it. Actually, it's denied by Natsumi, not really a big deal, but that was... I mean, we talked they didn't have much kill potential, but if you walk up to them like that and put yourself behind the enemy, between 2 enemies, yeah, you'll die.
Yeah, it's kind of tough, right? Because Undying is kind of built to do that. He wants to do that and exert his pressure in lane. A little bit low on mana. I mean, not the worst death. It's not first blood, but it's a more experienced to Bosku, who immediately goes into the jungle and finds himself the mana burn creep. Very, very obnoxious creep for him to have. Was heavily nerfed in a recent patch, so it's no longer as strong as it used to be, but
still good.
It's still good, especially against an Arc Warden, who is, of course, especially spell-based in the early game.
And Undying, honestly. He has a lot of mana problems.
Very good point.
I will say though, like your role here, I understand the point that you made with Undying, but he should be a wall where he actually is on the limit of where Arc Warden can help you, like he is now, right? If you're past that, I think you're out of position.
Sure. I think after first blood though, he sees himself in a real position to be doing some more damage. Unfortunately, he's underestimated, or perhaps has not expected Bosku to go for that second point in Scorched Earth, which obviously does much more damage. He's out of regen now as well. He's going to have to rely on basically Soul Rip. There's a cookie top lane to get Zephyr out of trouble. But yeah, speaking of this top lane, I also think that Japboy could look to rotate here as well. Like I said, this is why I like heroes like DP, like Beastmasters. They create very natural fighting points around them, right?
Sure.
And it allows other heroes to kind of play off of them to either enable them or to try and shut them down if you're playing against them. Tiny very easily could do the same and mirror the rotation of the Quap and look to try and punish there.
X-Nova once again dies, found out by Tims. Yeah, you can also rotate bottom. Arc Warden also has one of those easy points to play around. Clone is way big power spike, and Yopash can just take advantage of that, so it's good. Tiny having a lot of rotational points, like you mentioned, is important. Let's see where he has to go. FBZ in the top lane is being harassed a fair amount, though, and it seems like Raven alone might be able to deal with his Death Prophet. If they hit level 6 around the same time, not that scary.
It's a good point. It's a good point.
I still like the rotation top, like you mentioned, by Carl, but maybe you wait until marksmanship is very close. However, mid is where they're going to go for the kill on Carl, and they will find them. Goodbye to Carl.
Really good control there, using the toss for the max stun duration into Avalanche after the cookie from Fog, or sorry, just from invisibility more accurately. Major kill there onto the Queen of Pain. She's just hit level 6 as she died, so did not have the opportunity to rotate, but now she has a powerful decision, or an important decision to make. Are you going to TP mid to try and push back the tower? As we see another death from X-Nova. Maybe you don't even need to TP bottom anymore. I feel like Bosku's sufficiently enabled. Perhaps you go back top. No, he's going to go back mid. Okay, fair enough.
Okay, can you justify to me these deaths? To me, it seems a little bit senseless what X-Nova is doing right now. What is happening? Like, why is he dying this much?
Not sure. I suppose he feels a lot of pressure to make sure Natsumi can comfortably sit back and farm it until he gets his Midas online, which, to be fair, he's almost done.
Okay.
So if that's his goal, just get Natsumi out of this lane with good experience as well as handed Midas, I can't say he's done too poorly. I mean,
sure.
I think that, what is that, third death now, right?
Yeah.
That one's a bit excessive, I'll agree, right? However, you know, especially, I mean, it's a Doom. He's going to get his farm anyway at some stage. I think an extra 200 gold this early on doesn't really make that big of a difference, considering it's just 2 Devourers here, right? I don't know. It's not ideal for sure, but...
I'll take that. That seems fine, right? Like, you're a support. You're focusing, tunnel visioning completely on. Let Arc Warden farm. Doesn't matter what happens to me.
Because there's a real, like, Arc's a slow hero, right? Obviously, that's why we're saying another 80-minute game. It's because he is really darn good. He scales beautifully late game when, surprise, surprise, you get 2 heroes basically to play with, right? He's not even an illusion hero so much as he is, like, more of a Meepo kind of hero, right? Where you just have more to play with.
I like the comparison to Meepo because I think now the Arc Warden that's being played is also very much an in-your-face Arc Warden.
Right, exactly.
I would compare him to Tinker, actually. He's very similar to that guy because you abuse items, you like now jump aggressively, and you act like a pseudo-tank.
That's true. The reason I would still go more like with a slightly illusion heroes because you do play with your clone. You play with his spells a lot more than, say, a Tinker would. But definitely agreed. This current iteration, because of the nerfs that they've hit him on the Tempest Double, if you're not within 2,000 range, you don't get too much auto attack. You can see a Bosku not risking things. He's immediately getting out of here. We could TP you out. Wait, he TP'd all the way home. I don't know if that was necessarily needed, but it's the safe play.
I want to see, it's level 3 Flux. I think it's the safe play. In case people forgot about this change, Flux now hurts you regardless if you're near a creep or not. It just doesn't slow you if you're near a creep, which means that in those situations, you're going to tank at least, what? Actually, I don't know how much damage it is off the top of my head. Like 500 damage more or less between 2 fluxes, so it's just not worth staying.
Yeah, it's overwhelming, right? And and that's kind of the point I was getting at. Like, this hero does play a lot around the spells, right? More so. I mean, I guess that's literally what Tinker does with Refresh. It's weird. I guess in a way I see what you mean now.
Yeah, because you play around items, right?
You play around spells and items. That's very true.
So FBZ, by the way, activate Exorcism, and here's the call rotation you talked about. Okay, looking good. Now, Hook needs a tree. Trim Protector is not quite a tree, so he sets one down, but it's not working because he got Avalanche, now Scatter Blasted, but the Squirrel is in a better position now, gets a nice little push back, and Tim's, he's charging the Sharpshooter, but he gets killed off before he can be used properly. He actually had to use it a little bit defensively, didn't work out enough, and Carl with the haste rune is just running around doing absolutely nothing.
This tower's going down for sure.
It is. AU hasn't gotten his chance to defend it.
A good call there from Blacklist to try and push him back as much as they can. They're going to be forced to auto-attack it a couple of times, but, I mean, boom, they get what they came for. X-Nova with a phenomenal teleport in. He lays down Tombstone, and it's night and day, which is why I have to commend the shot call in a Blacklist.
Yes.
They don't get pulled in further into that fight, which otherwise could have been a really, really dangerously bad fight. Sure, your first Sonic Wave doesn't net you anything. You still lose the tower. Not that bad. He's dead.
He gets Flux, he gets Avalanche, he gets hit to death.
Great rotation from Yopaj. Phenomenal. He knows that there's no TP available on this Doom. Maybe it just came off cooldown. Either way, like, you're not TPing away in front of a Tiny with max Dabo. It's just not happening.
That's very true.
Really, really good stuff. There was a couple of TPs forced top lane as well. So this is phenomenal. I have to really commend Yopaj's early game here. He's well on his way towards the Blink Dagger, and he's rotating at the right places, farming as he should, pushing mid, forcing Raven or forcing Carl to sit back and defend the tower. It's good stuff.
FBZ, it's going to be Zephyr instead. We'll go for Sharpshooter. This time will be fully charged, and this should allow them to get the kill on Zephyr. Okay, at least they get a small counter kill. It's not that big a deal, but at least Carl had to make something out of this rotation. But I agree with your points earlier. I also wanted to commend Yopaj's positioning early on Tiny without Blink Dagger. It's really difficult to get a successful Avalanche, and I think that Avalanche pretty much set the team fit for them.
I mean, even earlier than that, right? His spacing on the Invis rune to pick up the kill onto Carl, right?
Yes.
Like, that's all spacing as well, isn't it?
Yep.
How many times have you tried to toss back someone trying to imitate one of these pros and you just throw back a creep or something like that?
Bro, it's true, actually. You see Tiny and you get you watch South America for a while.
So easy,
and
right?
you think, oh yeah,
it's gotta be easy. If
toss back.
If Dark Malko could just blink into no vision and find the perfect toss, I could do it too. And then no, it's the same thing with the collapse mag, right? It's so much harder than it looks.
Yeah, it is. Though I will say, if I had Panda running after me every single play I make, I also would be able to succeed much more often.
Yeah. It's all about that emotional support here, as Moska's going to need a little bit of that. Cookie, yep, they're going to find him.
They commit to Mortimer's Kisses. The Gust only hits the Tiny, so Kisses, missed a lot of them.
Just off the mark, though.
Yeah, he wasn't expecting to be that fast, which means now Zephyr has wasted his ultimate, and soon to be his life.
It's a it's a big whiff, unfortunately, there from Boom, who are going to give this kill to Carl as they decide.
I don't think they meant to. They just got the stick caught him by surprise.
Yeah. But Bosco now has Mechanism, so he's going to be a really tough kill from here on out. Has Doom ready to go yet again. Natsumi almost with a full Maelstrom here already, so he's coming along very nicely here as far as his itemization, and leads the Doom by 600 gold, a little bit more actually, just under a K, around 700 to 800, so fairly impressive start from him. However, of course, Doom doesn't invest in the Midas so early on anymore. We saw Mid1 do it in the last series of when they won, so perhaps there's still time for him to scale late game if he decides he needs to go that late. But for now, he's still the stronger hero, I would say. I think he bullies Natsumi out of these fights relatively easily, especially if Natsumi is more hapless with his positioning.
I also don't mind the Mechanism build, because do you really need to scale this game with a Quap and a Drow Ranger? Right? They both scale very well. You can play much less greedy, and honestly, Quap is... He's just not a really good hero, especially early. It feels like the damage is just lacking compared to a lot of other mid laners.
That's true.
So make up for that.
To make up for the damage, I like the build from Carl, right? Going for Witchblade.
Yep.
A lot of right-click physical damage is going to come through, right? Eventually Tiny. I don't know, you don't see Echo Saber too much, but something like the Arc Warden's attacks might be a little bit much. It's a lot of magic damage,
Tiny
though.
eventually has Ags, right? I think that's the build this game.
It's a lot of magic damage out from Boom, actually, so I'd be curious if we're going to see, the pipe queued up as well by Bosku in response. I was just like looking at all this damage early, and it's what, I think the ghosts are physical, right, but you can't block them? Yeah, they should do their damage no matter what.
Yes.
You can't block it with a Vanguard, is like what I mean, because they don't count as attacks.
Yeah, Swarm does for some reason, but not the Ghosts.
So,
it actually gets Spell Amped as well.
Yeah, of course. So same thing with Drow, right? That's why sometimes you see S and Y on this hero. Very rarely, but and I don't think we will this game. Instead, Raven going for the Hurricane Pike, just noting on the Drow Rangers build. But Carl's going to be looking to scale, do a little bit of damage here. And Witchblade is a phenomenal item for this Queen of Pain, right? Half the reason this hero used to always go for Orchid was because you got so much value out of that, what is it called, Soul Burn? Off of that, the burst damage. Because you just have so much attack speed with that item, and a decent agi gain, so it's a good item.
But nowadays, because the Quap's burst, it just feels a little bit less compared to a lot of heroes that have burst. The Soul Burn doesn't feel as impactful as well.
Another Exo used here, FBZ pushing along with a couple more creeps. Not really sure if Blacklist are in the mood to defend this. It's kind of difficult. I feel like their initiations feel impossible until there's some sort of mobility items. Yeah.
Okay, Yopaj just comes in. That's a Blink Dagger reveal. Yopaj gets stopped by the pushback. Yopaj might just die. He does get the kill on Bosku, but in exchange they lose 2 and possibly a 3rd now as FPC comes back down from the Ult Center, starts sucking everyone up, trying to survive here, but unfortunately marksmanship is too strong. He will fall, and that's 3 dead and tower defended.
Okay. I guess you don't really need to blink onto enemies if they'll blink onto you. That would have been way worse if they actually got the toss back onto Bosku, but it seemed like either someone wasn't in range or it was just a self or like an in-place toss, because that allowed everyone else from Blacklist, to not really have to move that far. I was looking at their team fight, and it's pretty darn good, as we just saw, when Boom kind of lines up for it.
That's the clock, never mind. Sorry.
No, you're good. Clone showing up, though, with Maelstrom, right, which is a little bit more of a scarier item. Again, both teams can very easily defend, as there's the toss back they're looking for. With the Flux, it's a very easy kill for Natsumi.
I think the blinks by Yopaj have been pretty solid. It's just that they're underestimating the power of Hoodwink.
Yeah, I think
what a bushwhack.
The problem I also think it needed to be a toss back. Right, because everyone's on. Look, if AU has to actually move, or like away from trees especially, there's no way he's getting off a 3-man overgrowth. If somehow they toss Doom like into the river, that's a much more difficult fight, because Boom just we see Doom, kill Doom. And then they kind of just got massacred by all the AoE that Blacklist have.
I see your point, but I also think that Bosku is just so tanky right now that you toss him back, he just gets the Doom off, and you also lose that fight no matter what, because he has mech anyway, right? Yeah. I feel like that team fight might have been just difficult.
For sure, maybe, but it was a non-starter for Boom to take it in that way.
I agree.
Maybe there's mistakes that happen on either side as well.
Maybe they thought Tree was on the left side as well.
It could have, something like that, right? But either way, I think those are the kinds of mistakes that you make, and you go, oh, right, there's an Earthshaker in the game. There's a Tree Protector in the game.
Sure.
We can't really make these kinds of dives. Good positioning here by Blacklist. We'll see if they can catch FBZ off the back of this.
I would agree with the point that just don't make these dives. Yeah. There's no need, especially when you're just pushing consistently for the tower.
Yeah, the toss back needed to be worth it, and unfortunately it wasn't there.
Yeah.
Exo ready though in 10 seconds as Blacklist Rivalry are going to swing and miss on this smoke attempt. Boom now going to give it a go for themselves.
Carl and Tims both in the trees. Yopaj nearby. There's a silence. That's for Tims. And the cookie for X Nova. Carl. Has Blink in 2 seconds now. Should be fine.
I think he's out of here, yeah. Tombstone committed as well. Definitely not a fight that Carl wants to stick around in. I see Natsumi as well. They did not get anyone on the smoke play earlier from Blacklist, but they have this ward set up now. So Tims is just going to be soaking a little bit of experience here. He doesn't mind. Not bad for him. Don't think they're going to be able to convert this into anything, and Tims is probably going to need to, maybe he finds a way out. Yopaj, though, on that blink, unfortunately, is going to be just a little bit too late. FBZ as well on the silence did just barely miss. Otherwise, could have been quite the catch in favor of Boom. Instead, everyone else just continues to farm up a little bit more towards their next item.
I was also watching Tims for a while. I don't know what his plan is here. I mean, he's having experience. I guess it's decent. But against Arc Warden with 2 minuses, he'll find that experience eventually.
I think the problem is, unless you're going to be willing to commit a Doom, Tims doesn't really have a partner to play with right now. Same thing, I guess, for Carl, if he wants to go for like a Sonic Wave play. It's a little bit scary because if they have silences, they have Yules for him, the tiny blink. He wants BKB first, right, is what Carl wants before he makes these kinds of plays. I think that'll have him feel a lot safer. Doom, not sure. I mean, I could very well see them making one play around Doom now, but perhaps they're scared that if they don't have Doom, Boom simply just move on and do Roche.
I mean, I think that's definitely true.
Yeah, so I feel like Tims just doesn't have a lot to do right now other than set up around wards and just soak experience, if not stack.
Sure, I think there's some kill potential with the Quap plus Hoodwink combo. It's a lot of damage there.
They're just scared of counter initiations, I think.
Yeah, like what's happening right now to AU. They also, I will say, as AU dies, they have nice vision now in the triangle, thanks to Tim's positioning there, but they don't have much vision in enemy jungle where they're mostly farming here, right? And Arc Warden is farming very far back from the triangle, as you saw earlier, like he's like on the side next to the tier 2, and they haven't taken tier 1 yet, which stops rotations. So maybe it is also part of a vision game where they don't know what enemy is exactly, and they're too scared to try.
I think Boom are going to hit a timing here. Gleipnir's just finished up for Natsumi. He has a level 2 Tempest double as well. So they may decide to really go quite aggressively here. There's no bots, right? Yeah, no bots for Natsumi.
That's fine. He can still, she should be able to TP because that was just a clone.
We'll see.
FBZ, do you want to commit the exorcism?
We'll see if FBZ and Boom make the same mistake they did last time on
I think this time they can. That's extra level 2 now.
That's true, but there's a full pipe and still the mech out in play.
Yeah, pipe is nothing against this exo.
It's true.
I think as long as you don't bunch up like last time, they're in a much better position. They have a lot of poke. Yeah, that's what they're going to do. Smart. Tombstone just to deter the enemy, get some vision if they get close. They're not actually committing for boss grid this time. Nope. They know what they have to do.
It's much better. They're just throwing spark rates at him and fluxing him.
Nice, smart, methodical. This is the one I wanted to see all season.
Yeah, no, it's good. It's a slow, constant siege. Tombstone even committed by X-Nova really keeps Blacklist out of the fight. They are going to try and smoke past it. There's a DD active on this Queen of Pain. Not quite at her BKB yet. And of course, there's still Exo, but without a Tombstone, Blacklist maybe looking, itching for a fight. They've got this tier 1 tower up in the mid lane, though, for Boom, right? So unfortunately, they're not going to really be able to easily sneak past it unless your name is Dream Protector. And even then, you can see his smoke's going to break. So tower for tower. Boom also are not eager to lose any fights here. But maybe eager to fight FBZ.
Okay, they did find a Doom. Hardest target, but if they get us to kill him, that's Doom down. That's fantastic.
Solo Exo play. They can easily convert this into Roche. They just really want to scatter Blacklist, force out any other abilities.
Blacklist, though.
Oh, and there's a haste on Tiny. That's why.
Yeah, that's why. Look at this, man.
Really fine so far.
The Gorilla Walk works, and he finds the squirrel in the trees. 2 dead. That said, Blacklist do get a tower in the meantime. Not bad. This will open up the map a little bit for them.
It will, and they have to kind of waste a little bit of time chasing Tim. So you can see the Exo's basically already done, and they're not going to be able to turn this into such an easy Roche play.
And you have Doom still, Sonic Wave still. You have all the ultimates to fight.
Yeah. And Carl is still farming fairly well. Raven as well, nearly at his own BKB. You're going to have a pretty equal dual BKB timing for Blacklist Rivalry coming up here. For both heroes that have blue Arcanas now, Drow Ranger and, of course, Queen of Pain. So that's going to be a really big timing for them here. Exo's still going to be a huge threat, but you're not going to be so concerned with this Arc Warden's crazy amount of magic burst damage that he has for you. Let's see, what's he got coming? Yeah, now it's bots on the Arc Warden. Or Tiny's, very true. Tiny, though, he still has Echo, so that's a fair amount of burst physical, but I don't think that's enough at this stage.
No, and you also have he hasn't BKB yet, so you can always perk him, bike him away, so getting close to you is hard, especially if he can't avalanche toss you, right? So I actually think, much like yourself, that this BKB timing is the timing for Blacklist.
I think Boom are going to want to try and really get into the Roche pit. They've got a minute until they have Exo ready to go again. Again, an Exo level 2. We could see how much work that does against Bosku when he's tossed back and by himself, right? Those are the crucial qualifiers to this kill condition on this hero. Not much a Pipe's going to do there, as we saw, or even the mech heals, and probably not even Greaves, if I'm being honest. He just cannot solo tank this ability. But boom. They're going to try and force this Roche. Maybe look for a pick off first. They don't have any tier 2, so they can't wrestle away control of the outpost quite yet. But they have a BKB on FBZ, so he's feeling real strong. A mechanism for Xnova. I think that's their biggest item, yeah, for now.
So nothing big on Boom, nothing big to stop this timing here. And they also don't really have the tools. At least their ultimates are back up soon.
That's what it has to be, I think. And it has to be, I think they just kind of have to go for Roche. It's real scary, though, because the counter initiation is really good.
I don't think they have time anymore. I think these BKBs are coming too soon.
Well, yeah, I think now it's maybe too late. Yeah, Drow just has hers delivered, and Carl needs another 100 gold for his.
No, he's down
the
to
issue
5
is,
gold.
As well, you need Natsumi, both his clone and himself, I think, in the Roche pit to finish it off this quickly. Yeah, Blacklist Rivalry, they're going to be looking for a fight here.
And now Natsumi actually doesn't have Tempest double.
Greaves are they have Undying, though.
They do, but that's an odd time to start the Roche again.
Double smoke, that doesn't feel so good for Boom.
It's okay, it's all part of the plan, right? Yep. Oh, the toss back. Is it going to work? Is he tanky enough? We'll see. Bosku. Nope. The stuns are good enough with Mechanism healing him back up. And now Lightyear catches them all in the high ground. Mortimer's gets as well. AU will fall for this. Overgrowth useless here as Carl and Raven both have to retreat. One BKB already used. That was unexpected.
Phenomenal fight there, though, for Boom. Once again, it's the tossback condition, right? You can burst him very easily at the start of these fights. Ideally, Blacklist Rivalry probably get a Doom off onto Arc Warden, maybe even DP's the best Doom target right now in the game. And the fact that he's just dying at the start of every fight, sure, he gets off some mega heals there, just doesn't matter. The team fight falls apart very quickly after him. No one else wants to be really the first one in until maybe Treant Protector can counter-initiate with his Blink, which is up in 200 gold, but Boom Esports were not going to give them that kind of time to get that farm online. They force the fights, and they win it. Good news, at least for Blacklist, is that Raven conserves his BKB charge, so he still has his. He can reasonably look for a fight. Wouldn't be that crazy.
No, I agree with you.
It would be a little crazy, though. But not totally, like...
If it's like a number advantage, right, you still have BKB, I think you're fine. But there's no resource in the team, but Blacklist isn't really taking advantage of the situation.
No, they're not.
It's hard, though. Well, does Bosku build Aeon Disc now? Because he needs to stop this from happening, right? So... is that the plan, you think? He's the initiator, so there's no way you're not going to be the one tossed back, right? You have to be the one.
Yeah, you just have to live, right? Basically.
Yeah, exactly.
It's the school of thought of like when Brewmaster's like anything I need to build to get off my ultimate. Right?
Exactly. Much. That's it.
It's this kind of mentality. Yeah, perhaps, right? Lotus isn't going to really help him so much, because considering how much armor he's already sitting at. Whoa, there's that Gleipnir doing a bit of work. Maybe not. I think these fights do get easier once AU now has Blink. You know, I think this Overgrowth is a huge turning point in these fights for him. Maybe it's still not enough, though. I mean, I just don't think he can really deviate too much into an Aeon this early. It's not a terrible idea. BKB might also be a consideration as well, right, to at least avoid a lot of the magic damage that's getting tossed your way, which is still a significant amount, right? Maybe it avoids you getting stunned by Fire Snap Cookie, and then you can actually turn and threaten for a Doom with the rest of your team at your heels. I see a couple different ways. I don't think it has to be an Aeon this early on. It'd certainly be a novel approach, though. I wouldn't mind it either.
Yeah. I'm worried about what the Lotus Orb is actually going to do for him. Like you said, the armor is not really the concern here.
I also just think I'm worried for that long distance poke and harass. Like Natsumi can
proc on this.
Natsumi could just easily sacrifice one Tempest double, even if he feeds 300 gold and however much experience. He just needs to like hit him with a Flux and a Gleipnir and test Aeon Disc.
Again, same play, but this time.
What is this?
This time the damage is not enough. This time. He's still silenced, but he gets the Doom off. If he wants to, he does not want to. He took a little bit too long to turn around. He tried to survive instead. At least Sonic Wave caught the Undying, but that didn't work out.
Okay, I think Blacklist Rivalry, well, they need to do two things. One is they need to ground Mr. Bosku. He's not allowed to take off anymore. No more flights on tiny airlines. He's probably 1 or 2 away from automatically getting upgraded to business class, which is not what they need right now. All right?
Oh, nobody's in Filipino Airlines business class.
No.
What does that even mean?
He has to upgrade. Anyway. They also need to kill this Undying, like right away, or force him way out of these fights. X-Nova, he does not.
What is this play? Yopush blinks forward, gets Tims. Tims survives just barely, thanks to that fourth of as well, but the Spark Wraith chases after him to finish him off as Natsumi tries to set up. He has a Blink Dagger ready. The Yule Scepter will catch Raven. He's forced to BKB TP, and they have no way to cancel this. Not enough damage either. But they do see AU. A little bit of a harder kill. AU will get away, at least.
Yeah, doesn't feel so great there to use your 9-second BKB to TP away, but clearly your team's not really ready to take fights anyway, especially when there's a DD Tiny still in play. The second point I need to make here real quick is X-Nova has been playing a phenomenal game. You know, questionable deaths in the lane, sure, whatever, but he is just being always up in front, always dropping Tombstone, and that's really keeping Blacklist out of the fights. It's a Blink Dagger canceller. The slow is incredibly punishing for the Drow. Do the zombies count? I don't think they break marksmanship. It has to be hero if I'm not mistaken.
Has to be hero.
So no.
But they do tank the stupid
multi-shots.
Yes.
Yeah, so it's really tough. I think they need to handle this X-Nova Undying. He's way too strong right now. I mean, yeah, he's had an excellent build as well, going for Tombstone level 1. He's got Flesh Golem, he's got Mech. Like, it's hard, but this could be a start maybe. Unless Yoposh gets tossed back again.
I don't know. I mean, they have multi-shot now. They have Tombstone in the high ground, so that's a difficult place to fight.
Okay,
and in fact, Boom is retreating.
Now you wait. There's no need to fight. The Aegis is about to expire. Tombstone's about to expire. This really feels like they're forcing it.
No, but he's not waiting, and he killed the Undying. And they're going away from the Tombstone. They're actually in the wrong position now, Boom. It could be a chance for Blacklist Rivalry to convene around the Tombstone. That's always an option, yes. And then get tossed. Oh, the toss doesn't work because the Gust, that overgrowth as well. Like you said, the Blink Dagger coming into play here for the Trim Protector. He will die for this, it seems like. One more Spark Wraith, a couple more attacks by the Arc Warden, but now he's too far away from the real one. And Natsumi will lose the clone without being able to kill AU. Boom's positioning not ideal in this fight. They lose the plot a little bit there. That could have gone much better for them, but it almost did.
Yeah, I also just didn't really think Blacklist Rivalry needed to take that fight that hard. I mean, Aegis is now expired. Tombstone was going to be down. I mean, they destroyed Tombstone themselves, so good for them, right? They finally managed to take that thing down, but I just really think that was a very high risk and moderate reward there was going to, because you kill Tiny, he doesn't matter, right? So he's not really an option in that fight. Natsumi's not going to be showing that aggressively, especially now that he has Blink Dagger. FBZ's maybe your ideal catch in that fight, but like, is he really worth it? And two, can you kill him? He's been sitting on this BKB now for a while as well. Like, I just think that was such a risky fight for Blacklist to take. They get out of it unscathed. They get a kill, cost him a BKB charge on the co-op. That's fine. Maybe that's just the confidence they need.
In the middle lane, we see another attempt at Avalanche toss, and it's going to be Bosku once again. This time with the Greaves, he heals himself up once, but there's just too many things hitting him. He's blocked by his own creeps. And that is going to kill him. Bosku, he is flying.
He's
in Taurus. He's
premium status.
No. It doesn't matter. He's still in Taurus class. With how rocky that flight is, that is definitely Taurus Filipino Airlines.
Well, that's why they're giving him the business class upgrade. I mean, it's rough, man. He's not having, unfortunately for him, a phenomenal game. Maybe it's a game, again, the Lotus just doesn't help him much against this. Maybe he does need Aeon Disc. Maybe he needs BKB. Like, he just can't continue to be tossed back like this. It's just disastrous every single time for Blacklist. Fortunately, his death timer is pretty short because it's only level 14.
Yeah.
His team is going to look to smoke out and maybe defend or fight for the tier 2 tower. Could be a big turning point with Roche up to 90 seconds.
I mean, they're going for it. Blacklist, they're not afraid of anything as Carl gets rooted. But it's okay. They kill X-Nova.
It's a good fight. No Tombstone.
That's true, but Carl's slow because of the flux. He doesn't want to activate BKB just to get rid of it. And Boom will disengage at the right time.
That's fine, though. Blacklist are going to be able to boot them away from their tier 2 top tower. They recapture their outpost. They'll probably get a couple of wards up and be ready to fight for the next Roche. Question for you. Bosku's used Doom once, but it was in the lane. Have you seen it used any other time? I don't think so, right? I
don't think so. No, you're right. Can we get a Doom's used this game?
There it is. It's just immediately, it's done.
Is that? I don't know how this works.
That's actually how it works. What's amazing is that's how you used to code as well in uni, right?
What?
You would just say, hello worlds.
You did one coding class.
Yeah.
Typical one coding class. Projects take forever in coding, mate.
Listen, dude, I'm not a real coder, okay?
You didn't even finish uni, Richie.
I coded in MATLAB. Our arrays start at 1 there, okay? It's truly cursed.
You were literally taught to be an investment banker, nothing else.
It's truly cursed. Not
to me.
Again, he's not scared, right?
No way Bosku dies to this.
This is why he doesn't die, but this is why I didn't like Aeon Disc for him. Because like this, it's just this. This would
Sure,
happen.
but Bosku also doesn't need to lead that far ahead, right? I feel like if Tiny was in a better position, he gets tossed back again and dies.
That's true.
Maybe stay
but
with your team as well.
I think that his problem is, if not him, then who? Like, someone needs to be the front line here to try and give some pushback to Boom.
I agree, but what I'm saying is, if you're in that position, right, like, he was not with his team.
Nah, sure. Yopash? Thought he was going to make a play.
There's a Shadow Blade already in Yopash. This is going to make this Tiny Airlines even stronger.
Yes, indeed. They've just updated.
Their stock
now.
is just rising, huh?
Indeed. They've just added 4 more rows to economy class somehow, and they've increased the fares 30%.
Oh, did you hear? Oh, they've taken out 1 olive from each salad. They're making millions now, Richie.
That's true. That's true. They've decreased rather the weight of the blanket by 5 grams.
And somehow that nets them.
Somehow that's millions of dollars saved. This Tiny Airline's really getting in there. We'll see. He's upgraded his airfoil. There, I'll use my uni. He's now using airfoil 4043. How about that?
I don't know.
Does that show off my uni experience?
No, because nobody understands you. You might as well have said something made up. Nobody would know.
Yeah, well.
But nice flex, Richie. I respect you a little bit more now.
Tiny, I mean, he's starting to get real scary here. Yopash has been having a dream of a game, and behind him this entire time, Natsumi's just been farming up everything. He's got an X-Scepter now already, and Octarine Core. Like, he is terrifying.
But Raven is also pretty farmed, right? And at some point, even if it's just by osmosis, he'll have some use in this game, right?
That's right. I mean, you are Drow Ranger against an Agi hero, right? I think the problem is just bubble.
Yes, but marksmanship does pierce bubble.
It's true.
Maybe you're forced to go MKB this game. Honestly, Drow MKB is obviously terrible, but against Arc Warden,
there's a point for it there.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just
multi-shot also pierces.
Maybe a blink dagger, some sort of. I mean, I guess that's what Shadowblade is going to give you, right? Better positioning in these fights, because I think that's going to very shortly be an issue.
Okay, this time the Avatos does not work out. Cooking for FBZ though, as Carl is in an interesting position. He uses Sonic Wave to kill off X-Nova. They're going for Bosco once again, but Carl is a little bit too difficult for them to deal with. FBZ activate BKB and Exorcism, and he wants to continue this fight, but nobody's backing him up except for a clone.
Yep.
Doesn't trust clones. He hates sheep.
Yep. Doesn't trust. I forgot the name of the
fucking
sheep.
Dolly.
Yeah, thank you. Yep. You're so upset. That was genuine. You're so upset there. It's okay.
8 years ago, I thought maybe I can clone myself and make myself a little bit more handsome, and look at me now.
It wasn't for the handsome. It was so that you wouldn't have to do any work again. You would just send him to do all your work.
Yes,
it's like Black Mirror. It's like a Black Mirror episode.
Yeah, but my clone just has more belly and less intelligence, and I already have very little of that.
Good fight there from Blacklist, right? Once again, they nuke through X-Nova, who does force buy, or he actually uses buyback in the fight. Roche about to respawn here in another second, so it's a pretty big advantage now. No BKB, no Exorcism, and no buyback here on X-Nova's Undying, which is going to make this next fight a little bit more awkward to take. Big advantage here and potentially a turning point for Blacklist, unless Bosco, Tiny Airlines requesting permission for takeoff? No, okay.
Oh, it's delayed. Flight's delayed. Bosco, he thinks he can get a snack, and he will.
Did they?
Yeah.
I might have timed out. I'm not sure. I didn't see it.
I'm not sure, but he didn't lose his flight.
They're fighting.
Natsumi, okay. Clone, once again. FPC as well, but there's no Exorcism here, so there's a chance still to fight this. Kisses, though, are destroying Tims, gets saved by the Lotus Orb, but the Sparkless coming after him. Tims will able to survive the Sparkless, he will. There's a zombie on him as well. And the Overgrowth to reset the team fight. It's not the Dragon just hitting them, but the bubble is not too much. Nice Sonic Wave, pushing them back in, but it's really just the clone next Nova. They don't care about the clone. They want to kill FPC, but he's too tanky. AU will fall for this. Raven is now on the run, but he just got a ticket to business classes himself as he goes up into the air. Now Stubborn Plate here. Tiny's back. Kills up every single piece of health Raven could have. Raven, though, still invisible with Hurricane Pike available. He's not going to die. He's just seen all of his friends die. It's like a chapter of Alice in Borderland.
That was a great fight there from Yopash. BKBs tanks the Doom. Bosco unable to really get much done there. And just immediate counter initiation. It was a really phenomenal counter initiation as well. I have to really commend AU there. Regrettably, the frickin' clone was face tanking everything.
Yes.
Good effort there on the Sonic Wave, but the clone just tanked, I think, at least 4 waves of the multi-shot.
Yes.
Didn't let anyone really get hurt, and the Sonic Wave was just a little bit too late there. I never really considered that aspect of the hero. Not to mention the clone, of course, counts as a hero, so he throws that inside of the marksmanship range of Drow, and he breaks the passive. It's so impossible for Drow, because that thing's disposable.
It does?
Yeah,
it does?
It's a hero, yeah, because it counts full hits against Phoenix Supernova.
Oh, wow.
So it's tagged as a hero in Dota, I believe.
Oh, good to know, good to know. Yep. Yeah, look, Raven's like, I gotta build MKB. That is a sad drought if you have to build MKB against an Arc Warden, but it's a solution. I think he's right.
It's the only way. I mean, because he's going to be blinking these things pretty soon as well. It's going to be an overwhelming. In fact, instantly, it's an overwhelming blink, which makes his game even harder to play. Right?
What do you mean instant? Oh, he already has it.
As in, he had it on the way. He had 2K in the bank, and I was like, okay, he's going to build overwhelming blink next, right?
Yep.
And then he's like, psych, I already have it. I mean, he is so far 7-0-8, a perfect Arc Warden game. This is definitely the dream game for Azet. I mean, he's been almost under no pressure. X-Nova's been a beautiful bodyguard for him every single, like, from the get-go, right?
Yeah, they're all online. This Puma's been looking really good. And Blacklist doesn't find a way to deal with them.
Yeah, and Yopaj is just up front doing even significantly more tower damage, so they don't even rely on Exo anymore to do the sieging for them.
Yep.
Look at Bubble, Shard on this Tiny. He's terrifying right now.
Also
Aegis even, by the way, on him.
Can you point out that, not to Carl's fault, but just this Queen of Pain feels incredibly underwhelming.
Yes.
This hero hasn't done anything. I don't feel like it's Carl doing badly, it's just the hero feels weak.
Yeah, I think really you could almost blame X-Nova for that. Like, he makes one rotation top lane when the Quap's trying to get online, and then his game's just ruined. And
Bosku?
He's so addicted to flying, he blinked himself in.
Oh, but he now found a... No, he did not find escape route.
He's dead.
He's dead. All right. That was... He died for an Infernal Blade, by the way.
He did.
Not for a Doom. Has he doomed someone?
That's not. Yes, he doomed Tiny in the last fight.
Okay.
That was an instance of him being really close to getting upgraded to the next class. He was almost like super Black Diamond class, and he needed to take one more flight.
Okay, we have MKB on Raven now, so he can deal with a bubble, but Yopaj
gets
saved for the cookie.
That is significant.
It's okay, just the Aegis though. The cookie puts him in the right position. They can't kill him twice, and Spark Rates are very annoying to deal with. Look at the clone just go at it.
Yeah, this clone doesn't care, man. I mean, this clone's even holding on a quickening charm. AU almost dies. I think he doesn't die. That's only one. Yeah, he'll be fine. But that was certainly an experience that gets him to buy Cloak. Very value item, by the way. If you're ever in a draft like this, get a Cloak. Consider one. 15% is huge on Magic Resist.
I agree. I think that's a good point. I mean, he's going for a Glimmer Cave eventually. But yes, I agree it's a very value item.
It's so cheap. It's what, like 500 gold, right? It's so cheap.
550. No, you're right. 500.
Yeah.
That is very valuable.
It's so valuable, like I'm telling you. I think this item is really, really good. And I like to see this. Just like I mean, he's poor, right? So he has to go for the value items. No, for real. It's like when you're playing a Slark and you like have to go Carl Diffusal.
Carl's at BKB, forced out to save him, and Lotus Orb as well. And this might have been a bait the whole time. But they missed the stuns. They might get the sharpshooter on FBZ.
Oh,
they don't commit the Doom though.
They forced the BKB. That's not bad.
It is. It's true.
Because now, hold on.
The clone?
Tims?
No, Clone is not going to kill Tims.
Okay.
He does lack damage. His Clone is just a bunch of tank, but not much damage.
It's true. It's going very tanky though. 3,500, 3,600 HP there.
All
with the
bark, no bite.
It's got a lot. Very thick bark though for a tree.
Yeah, the kind of bark is like 4. Okay.
Well, I was going with a tree there.
He's a red oak, Richie.
It's 300 gold there for Raven. Feels pretty good. He's got himself now the Hypothermia Shard as well. He's just purchased that. I've been seeing that a lot earlier on Drow Rangers itemizations these days.
Because it helps you farm.
Exactly. Maybe he didn't really feel like he was in that kind of position. Now he does have that option though. Significantly reduces the heals and not really the lifesteal, but the heals that DP gets as well. Oh, there's lots of heals as well on this Undying.
Don't you think there's also one of those plays where you're like, hey, I have to buy something cheap that'll make me a little bit more useful?
Yeah.
And like there's nothing else that I can buy?
Agreed, because otherwise you'd have to get rid of his boots, which I don't think for him are a realistic option until he gets a full blink online.
No, and I also mean like if you upgrade silver, it just takes forever. Like you don't have the gold.
Sure. Yeah, that's true.
Okay, X-Nova will be a great target to start. Tims, can you get the pushback off? Okay, it's going to be Call's initiation. He gets Tombstone off. He's aimed this the whole time. Never mind, he was not a great target. And they force Call's BKB. At least you force Tombstone. That's one resource down. However, they hexed up your Drow. FBZ initiating Natsumi Clone is crazy. Dolly's going at it, trying to finish on a Trim Protector. And they will get AU with another Gleipnir catching Tims as well. That could be another easy target. And look at Natsumi.
Oh, that's a Hex, huh?
That is a Hex.
That'll do. Exo forced out, but Boom off of that pickoff are going to be able to actually turn this into more structure damage. Maybe even a second lane of Baron.
Another Hex as well, with FBZ joining him. They have to force that to scroll to safety.
Raven doesn't have BKB.
He's now fighting Raven alone with the clone. He will lose this clone, which might be a chance for Blacklist Rivalry to reinitiate. That's what Bosku's doing.
No.
They get hexed by the real Arc Warden, tossed and destroyed.
Oh, no, Bosku.
No dooms yet. Not the hero, not the spell, and no hoodwink gun.
No squirrel allowed either.
Nope.
Get that out of here. They even have a gobble up, by the way. We just saw the first usage of that. This is probably the game, honestly. They can probably just finish from here, and that means Blacklist Rivalry are going to be sent back to the drawing boards. This Queen of Pain pick not working out for them. Raven, he's trying to do his best here. Finally gets the marksmanship proc he's looking for, but it's only him and Carl now to try and defend against 6 heroes.
Yeah, and these heroes are done with the Rags. Only Zephyr's going for the Rags as the rest of the team pushes the throne down Raven.
This is it. This is game.
I don't know what Raven played.
GG.
All right, that's GG.
I mean, this game is over. Very well played there to Boom Esports.
Yeah.
Phenomenal play out from X-Nova. All game. The right kind of build for him. Mechanism, Aeon Disc. He, very similar to Bosku, had a role this game, which was simply cast my important spell. Right? Bosku, unfortunately, unable to do it. X-Nova was. I think, if I had to really just compare 2 heroes, it would just be those guys. And X-Nova, he's going to do a lot of work for his team and allow Boom to win game 1.
But I'd argue if you can make another parallelism, you can also say as well the positioning was important for both the Tiny and the Train Protector. I don't feel like Train had the same liberties, but at the same time, his positioning was not even close to as good as Yopaj's, who was always on point. I would even argue Tibbs might have been in a better position than AU sometimes. But regardless, it just felt like Boom's draft didn't quite have the oomph they were looking for. They never really opened up any opportunities, and Boom looked dominant throughout. But can they look dominant throughout the series? We don't know. But the panel does know, so we're going to go to them.
Thanks so much, Avo and Richie. Things are getting spicier. I mean, now with Blacklist losing this one, they really need to take next game. But most importantly, they need to take the Geek Slate game, because that could still keep them in the running to major. But this game kind of felt, I don't know, it didn't really feel like anything great. I mean, except Boom did play very well. I think Yopaj, just the tossbacks are really good. That's all I got.
Yeah, no, I don't understand what Blacklist wanted to do with their lineup. Yeah, so what ends up happening, they do occasion lanes. The Queen kind of loses, but both teams are farming, right? But then you see when it's time to fight. I mean, this is the fight they got, and this is basically Boom just they go in when they don't have to go in. They can stand on left side and kill the tower.
Yeah.
Make them go into them.
I don't know.
But then, how does Blacklist start a fight? They just can't. They can't do anything. So every fight is the same. Kuku gets tossed in. His team kind of tries to follow up, but how?
I think this Doom build was kind of like a bait. It just didn't feel like it did much.
I mean, I think their whole team doesn't know what they want to do.
Yeah.
There's no clear idea of how do we win this game?
Yeah.
They are very on different pages. The Blacklist had a lineup where they want Boom to jump into them, and they have this overgrowth and team items, but Boom had a lineup that didn't need to jump into them. They have some tossbacks, some super long range artillery.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like it's pop pick too, right?
Yeah.
The Tiny.
I mean, the Queen did some cool you could see the potential when he kind of just went into them.
He just killed X-Nova.
Exactly, kills X-Nova, and then he's ready to reset and go back in. But it's not enough. And I think the way, I think Kuko had an idea how he wanted to win this game. It was not a good idea, but the idea is he's so tanky that they have to overcommit on him.
Yeah.
And then his team can follow up.
Yeah, but his team couldn't follow up. Is the thing, right? They need to smoke on top of him.
Yeah.
I think they always smoke behind him. So when he gets tossed back, there's a gap where they couldn't come in. But if they smoke on top of him when the Tiny comes in, I think there will be some sort of interaction. Tiny gets overdrove. Maybe they trade. Maybe the Doom lives a bit longer.
Yeah.
So here's our Rivalry MVP. It's Yopaj on the Tiny. He hit a lot of really nice Avatos combos. Yeah, I think I totally agree with you on what you're saying about. I felt like the Doom was definitely separated way too far from his team.
I mean, I feel like as the Doom, you are playing slightly up. You know this tossback is coming, right?
Yeah.
If your team is not ready to cover you or protect you from the tossback, then something's wrong there.
Yeah. A lot of the time he has also died faster, I think, than
he expected.
But
that's the hard thing also. It's you're not on that blink Doom, but what do you do? We only saw, how many Dooms did we see? We saw 3-4 Dooms, and none of them really did much. The one on Natsumi, the one on Yopaj.
Oh, I doomed Yopaj? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, but Boom played really well too. They have a lot of, like I said, long-range artillery, just throw spells from far. Natsumi was super annoying.
Yeah.
I think FBZ was we were questioning the DP pick a bit, where we saw why they evaluate so much. He played so clean. He's not our MVP, but he had I think it was 103, like 270 CS, like 20 something minutes.
Yeah.
Had BKB had the Shiva, he was tanky. He didn't like press Exo randomly. It was always like Doom kill, very stable. They secured Roche.
Yeah.
Actually very clean from Boom, I would say, other than that one mid fight.
Yeah. No, FPZ is playing like a Giga Chad. Like he's just blinking in and running around creating chaos.
Yeah, I mean, he felt like he couldn't die.
Yeah.
He had a bubble behind him too. It's really hard to, well, kill anyone through that, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah. The sustains were insane. Insane in the membrane. And we will find out if game 2 is insane, because a lot rides on this game, whether it keeps Boom in Div 1.
Yeah,
Well, they're going to have to go to
win this,
tiebreakers.
and then
Yeah.
they get to play tiebreakers.
If Boom wins this, then it's tiebreakers for everyone, right?
I mean, it's confirmed for them and SMG.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
if Blacklist then lose another
Well,
one, they will get involved. No, never mind. It's Bleed. Bleed aren't
Yes,
tiebreakers.
Bleed. Yeah.
Sorry.
So let's find out who will win the second game, game 2, right after this quick little break. Don't go anywhere.
Three, two, one.
This crowd is actually able to do so for a decent amount of time.
Time to take out like the Blame Cloak. Does get a lot of damage, but here comes the Black Hole.
Oh my god, is that Sisig? I think it is.
Sisig.
Dude, that does look like Sisig. It looks so pog tasty. I'm so hungry right now. Are you guys hungry?
Pog tasty.
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't mind. I would try it.
You didn't mind some sisig? Oh, some barbecue. Delicious. Well, welcome back everyone to the DPC. I'm your host Sophie, and I'm here with Pi, and Adam. We just witnessed Game 1 of Series 2, and we are back for Game 2 of Series 2. This one is going to be very intense. We're going to find out if Boom are able to dodge relegation. So this is going to be huge.
I mean, it's like Blacklist game, right? They always lose game 1. You know the meme.
That is true.
Yeah. Well, yeah, when they were winning.
Yeah, when they actually won game 2. And
that
game
was
3.
their strat.
Yeah.
But I mean, we talked about it in Game 1, and you were saying that, you know, Blacklist kind of look really confused right now. Like, they don't really look like they're playing together as a team. And we kind of did just see that. It didn't really look like you said that. It looked like they were playing on all mute.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like their 3 cores hit like different timings all the time. Like, they don't have a timing where they like, let's go together, you know. I think Boom, they look like they had a very clear picture of like the step-by-step process of the game. Felt like it was 2 different calibers of teams playing. I feel like Blacklist is not, like on a personal level, on an individual level, they're really good players. But on a team scale, they like don't come together
as much.
Yeah.
They don't look like
there's no like team play, you know.
Yeah, that's true. But it must be kind of tough because also at the same time, we're seeing Boom play a lot better than how they started. So they're kind of both crossing like at the like a weird spot where Blacklist isn't doing great, but Boom is.
Oh, exactly.
I think it's kind of normal in Dota. Like if we have 3 weeks, right? And the good teams play our bad teams, and the bad teams like learn more from the good teams than the good teams from the bad teams, in a way.
So it's okay to lose.
I mean, you don't want to lose, but
you only have 7 games. So you can lose 2, maybe.
Yeah, but I think it's natural that the teams like catch up to you and like figure you out. That's why we see like the teams who like did better in the first week, like they kind of fell off a bit.
That's true. Actually, yeah, that's very true. Losing is a learning experience.
I mean, you can win and learn too.
That is true.
Just learn different things.
Yeah, and you can lose and not learn and keep losing.
That's true.
That is also very true.
We do have one example.
Such as?
Yeah, Fnatic, they're out.
Oh.
They didn't learn fast enough. But yeah, you're right. Boom do look way better. It's a little weird though. They kind of picked the same strat like 4 times in a row now.
That is true. Teams keep letting them get away with it.
Yeah, I was so surprised that they put the tiny mid against the quad that they saw. I was like, they should pick like DK or Kunga, and then Yopunch like did super well. He even killed Carl with like Zephyr's help. I actually like thought about it. They picked the DP into a Trian lane, right?
Yeah.
And the DP just always couldn't die to the Trian because he had Siphon. And it kind of enabled Zephyr to like move over to mid. We saw like some ancient stacks too. I wonder if that was like their overall game plan to have like the post 4 impact mid, and the DP is just he can kind of self-sustain.
I feel like we've been kind of seeing that out of FBZ though. I feel like he's just been doing such a good job on his own. Like,
yeah, I mean they should just ban DP at this point.
Yeah.
Like if you're playing a team and they pick DP into Draw Ranger and then they win, like you're not ready for it.
It's a red flag.
Just ban it.
Yeah.
Just ban it. And I mean, I was also the Snapfire versus Treant matchup is also kind of interesting because it's the same like with Phoenix, right? The attack slow, like he has the same thing on Scatterblast, so like that's a bit of an interaction.
I think back then when we used to play with the Nature's guys a lot more, Snap was like a lane counter because you help heroes that are bad against the Treant's Nature's grasp to get over it basically with Cookie.
Well, let's take a look at the draft. Will Blacklist end up taking this DP out? Because I definitely think they should.
Go,
FPC should not.
Go.
You want to give us a sample of that, Adam?
Pie's a beatboxer, man. Come on, Pie.
Whoa.
I mean, I don't want to do too much, like people go crazy.
I see. People crazy. No DP ban.
Okay.
Tiny.
Yeah.
Oh.
Wow, first pick DP, come at us, boys.
The confidence on that one.
Yeah.
I like it.
Why
I think
not?
Blacklist would have took it if they didn't first pick it.
Yeah. I mean, you might as well.
So what about the Tiny now? Blacklist, it's hard to pick the Tiny, right? You see DP. It's like kind of a...
You're kind of... I mean, Tim's is pretty good Tiny. You can do it if you just want to take it away from them.
I feel if they don't take the Tiny, Boom will take a Tiny. But what's their response if Boom is DP Tiny?
It's Mirana.
That's the response.
Okay.
Boom into DP? Do you like it?
No? I don't think it's that... it's like okay. Doom is, I mean, it didn't look good last game, but it's still a pretty strong hero.
He can buy Midas now because Mirana will buy Mech.
Sure, yeah. No, I mean, that's what I want to say, right? Like, you don't have to play him as an aura hero. Like, sometimes it's correct to play him as this Blink BKB
I feel in the last
Initiator.
game, even after he bought mech, he could have still went back for the minus. Like,
Yeah,
just
I
kind of
mean-
read the game right.
How the game was going for him, right? It was like terrible the first 5 minutes, but then suddenly there was like a 10-minute window.
The
where-
mid fight.
Yeah,
after
but
mid-fight.
he just had the whole map to farm, and then he could have decided to do whatever he wanted. Like he could have gone Midas, like he could have been so fat. But he went for auras, but they couldn't really fight.
Boom kind of doubling down on their team fight and heals, I would say.
Yeah,
And then
but
I-
they have Zephyr, right, on Boom?
Yeah.
Yeah, and he,
He
loves
will
tree and
play the tree, I would think.
yeah. So DP Treant lane is one of the. It's a disgusting lane.
Anything green.
Yeah.
Someone involved in like green.
Yeah.
Like, serious disgusting, make it green.
Yeah.
That is true. Viper is green.
Viper is green, so
Pugna's
it's
green.
Venomancer.
Yeah.
But Venom's a bit yellow-ish.
No,
It's green.
It's definitely green.
Okay. Wow.
I mean, you were so
Color
wrong. I'm
debate.
speechless.
Yellow.
I see.
I'm googling it right now.
What, Velomancer's color?
Venomancer, yeah.
We have a Venomancer on the table. Look, that's yellow.
Yeah, he's fake.
Yeah, he's a fake.
I see. The fake Venom.
No, because it's fun, right? To see this DP, you're like thinking maybe we should just go Drow, but then you just got so smacked last game, so you're a little scared.
I think you just want a hero that like can distance or draws ban by Boom.
Yeah.
I think Boom is like they're just playing on Roche right now. We saw that like being part of their strat last game, I think, with the Undying DP. Just take Roche.
The sniper looking yummy.
Also Aegis against Doom. Sniper, I don't think Blacklist plays the hero. I have not seen it from them.
But it's playable. It's playable.
They're eating up into the time.
What
Taking
are the
all of it.
answers for DP? I feel like Joy and Lina are top two. Nature's Prophet, I guess, one of the big ones.
It's
The
banned.
big Raven hero too.
Yeah.
I'll be surprised if Boom don't ban it actually.
It's banned.
They banned it.
Oh,
first.
sorry.
I forgive you.
I heard it's bad. Like,
bad.
Your opinion is bad, Adam.
apologies.
No, it's banned. A lot of these heroes that you see all the time are banned. Brood and Beast and Lina and NP. Thank God.
Yeah, I mean, I would
Angleman.
definitely just be mentioning Sniper, and then
Has Raven played though? I've not seen it.
yeah, I mean he plays everything, but
That's
yeah.
true.
Oh, the other one is Terrorblade. He loves that hero more.
Oh,
That's
he
a
mentioned in his interview too, the TB.
But we haven't seen TB much, no?
No, we saw. Did we see?
We saw one.
Yeah, there was one. What is
That's
it
Jackie
called?
TB.
Jackie, yes.
Yeah. One of the OG TV players. I think Raven is definitely one of them too. I mean, you just need a Scotty hero, like a hero that when this DP pops Exo, they can like actually fight.
Yeah.
I think they need stuns, they need like some team fight.
You can also try for like a morph.
I can see that.
If you have a strong fight, you can maybe get away with it.
I feel like we've been looking at these two heroes
Yeah,
for quite a while. It feels like a long time.
I mean, they're taking a lot of time to figure out what's going on too, so
That's true.
not really our fault. We're Mirana 5 probably.
Blacklist's draft is giving me a couple of flashbacks.
The last game.
Yep, it's looking quite similar.
It is game 2 though.
I mean,
Chains Unleashed.
but Blacklist's draft per se wasn't that bad. I feel like it's just the team play that needs some work.
I feel like they drafted for lanes, but they lost lanes.
Yeah.
I mean, I think the draft is unplayable the way they played it.
Yeah.
Like if you don't have initiation,
That's
like,
true, yeah.
They had
how
to
do
like
you-
have a lead
how do you
and
go?
build on net worth to like get to the point where they can
Yeah.
enable their lineup.
So because this Mirana could build Mech and Greaves, do you think Kuku's just gonna do the good old Blink Shivas refresher?
Maybe, but he has to see more heroes. Like it might be correct to go the aura build.
Yeah.
Right.
I was memeing though. I feel like Kuku always ends up buying Greaves.
Yeah, he does. That's his
Tusk?
meta.
Let's say Yopaj Tusk?
I would expect. Yeah, I mean 100%.
90%, 100%. Yeah, I
Oh.
guess with their Boom is a very formulated team, I would say.
Yeah.
I like Tusk. I feel like it kind of does sort of what Tiny can do, sort of.
I mean,
Especially
Tusk-
when you get the Ags.
Tusk is like top pick in Europe right now, right?
Yeah, I think in
Tango.
Eastern Europe it's like 75% win rates or something.
Yeah. I think Tsunami mentioned it yesterday.
Yeah. It's I mean,
does
it's
too
disgusting
much.
to play
It does
against.
too much.
Yeah. And he's not a bad laner. He's 2 nukes. It's hard to shut him down.
I wonder what they'll pick as a safe lane. What would Boom like here as a safe lane?
Wraith King.
That's me, Wraith King.
Maybe I could see TB for them too.
Maybe a little Ursa or something.
Ursa's
Ursa's
banned. I like Blacklist lineup a lot more now.
Ember.
I think their heroes are pretty hard to kill. I think last game Boom had like a lot of damage to kill this Doom, but now, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you basically need the full EXO to kill him. But they haven't shown their carry yet. So, but you guys are right. There's like a lot of carry heroes banned.
Mm-hmm.
Boom.
Yeah.
Monkey,
What's
Ursa,
that?
Lina, bro.
What are their options?
Naga TB.
Naga's banned.
Naga's banned. Alright, we're getting smaller. Parablade.
Morph
Flame,
banned.
Morph's banned. Okay.
What is there to play?
Just play without a carry. Safe lane Centaur.
You know what I kind of miss seeing is a Faceless Void. We never see that anymore.
I don't.
I mean, once in a while, it's enjoyable.
Fair.
Yeah.
This is why it was nice to watch when people picked like 4 teamfight heroes together with the Chrono.
Yeah. Spectre band. What other safe laners can you play?
Parablade.
Sniper's still
Spectre's
open.
kind of a
Parablade.
weird ban.
Right, with the DP Triad. So it's probably a ban for their last pick core, which will be a range hero.
Yeah, do they want to take...
Naga, Spectre? I would think so. What else is there?
Yeah, I don't think there is another range carry.
There's TA. TA is ranged.
TA is ranged?
But
yeah, I could see him picking TA. It's kind of nice with their lineup.
Arc band.
TA Sniper. What's it gonna be?
I kind of like Sniper. Or Blacklist. But Boom?
They have a lot of
Boom
jump
too.
and they have last pick though. Moonlight is super annoying.
Yeah.
Moonlight is actually awful to play against as Sniper.
Boom could do it too. I don't know. What else is there? Are they? Do you think they're looking exclusively at range?
Oh, Bloodseeker.
No, I don't think so. I think Slark can be okay too.
What about Troll?
Nope.
Instead.
It's not a hero.
I mean,
But someone did play it, no?
Yeah, they lost.
You could suggest it. It's like... It's not good though.
It's just so hard to win the game as Troll.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Troll needs to see a carry that will win the game and go bash him. That's his job. It's just to bash you.
Yeah.
But then you're probably better off picking Slara.
I feel like the ult of Troll is really weird.
Slark, yeah.
Oh, there's Slark, yeah.
It's nice against Doom. You get into Fog, you have something to like heal yourself. Catches Ember. Whereas kind of scared of you.
Yeah.
They have like a lot of map taking and first kill, and then this Slug vision with the glimpse is really nice as well.
Yeah. Oh, it looks quite,
Looks
like
good.
a quite
More
nice
style of
lineup.
the pool too. Alright, what do you pick here? TB is not great, PL is not great. Bloodseeker? I don't like the hero very much.
Pi does not like Bloodseeker.
Raven?
Weaver.
TA, I guess.
Ugh, TA, I guess.
I mean, it's like 50-50, right? Like you have a BKB timing, but you're also not certain, guaranteed like late game.
The lane is like also really bad,
Yeah.
I feel. Treant and TP.
What's good in lane though? TB?
TP.
It's still hard, right? You have no
I
meta,
wonder-
you can't farm.
Could you
through.
play that?
Oh,
Okay,
there's
they go
TV.
TV. I was thinking like, could you go fancy, go like a safe lane Lesh? Since you're, if you had a different hero
If you had
to run.
not a Mirana, yeah. I think you could put whole wing safe lane, right?
Yeah. But yeah, TB. It's fine. It's fair.
So what's the Doom build? Is it Aura build or are they looking to initiate?
I don't like the aura build here. I feel like he has to scale. TB just pushes out lanes for him. Let the Ember do stuff.
Yeah, I feel he'll go the aura build.
Yeah, I feel he will too.
Why do you feel he will? Because you just know he will, or like?
I mean, it is better this game than last game.
Uh-huh.
And yeah, I'm pretty sure every pub I face him, whatever hero is on, I see
Greaves
Greaves.
pipe.
Yeah. Greaves and a little pipey.
But who's drafting
I would hate to see a 4-staff though.
on Doom?
No, on the Mirana like earlier instead of the mech. Like to like cover him. Because I think there's no tossback this game. It's kind of different. Like they have to come into you unless you get glimpsed.
Yeah.
It is a nice 4-staff game though. You have
It
the
is.
pounce,
Shards and
Matsumi,
pounce.
shards.
Overgrowth as well.
Yeah, it's looking really.
You can also branch out of kinetic field. So technically they have no catch.
So whose draft do you guys like better?
I like Boom a bit more.
Yeah, I think I like Boom more.
I'll
I'm
say
a little
so.
curious to see how the TP does in lane here. Because it can be so bad to play versus Treant and
DP. Yeah, just snowballs. Poor TB go jungle. You're waiting for the beatbox.
No, I'm just this Kunkka's got moves, man. It's so distracting. You can give us a sample, Adam? You want to show us how he breaks it down?
A sample? Like,
Yeah. Get it,
she
girl.
almost got you. I mean, can't even see me. Like.
All right. Well, Avo and Richie, whose draft do you guys like better?
I like Adam's dancing.
Me
best.
too. Yeah, I like Adam over the Kunkka. That's there you go. That's what you asked, right?
We should film you for the next one. Then you have you instead. That's the great.
All right, I'm dancing across the way.
I'm gonna show you my moonwalk.
That's your next content piece. All right. Well, take it away, guys.
I wanted the Bloodseeker over the TB.
I wanted a TB because I said it at one point. I mean, look, Raven TB is just a classic. I like the TB on the guy. I just feel like Bloodseeker is not very strong right now and needed a strong carry. And you're also in a position, we just played a game where you played a hero that doesn't feel too good, but you're like, oh, it's good for the draft, you know, Master Kukusetsu, and it wasn't very good. And I don't think Dota, I think there are certain heroes that are in a pretty poorly balanced state right now. I would put Turtle in that category as well, where it doesn't matter if it's a good game for them, they just feel bad. And I'm glad they just went for a hero that's fine.
Let me ask you this, however. I've got a anime question for you, all right? It's a story about a team, about a man, not a team, don't worry, about a team, a man. It's a man who starts off very poorly, right?
Like money or like?
No, I mean just success-wise. He finds no success.
Like Zephyr, Zephyr, he's gonna find arrows.
No baller.
Raven,
maybe they turn this?
Heroes, there's Thunder Strike slowing him. Natsumi, thinking of going forward. Bosco,
5-on-5 fights, level 1, let's go. We're not
this is
done.
true SCA, baby. Bosco did mess up a little bit with the
come
positioning.
on,
Nice
go, you gotta go in on that, boys.
Nice bushwhack, AU. Tip him. Tip AU.
There's two guys in this anime, right?
Okay, this is changing a lot.
One of them, two brothers, right?
Okay.
One of them is really good at the start, but then he kind of falls off a little bit.
Or just at anything?
Just in life.
He's God?
He's successful.
Okay.
He finds success. And the others, they can't. They struggle until he finally, wins a fight versus someone, now they're fighters, who also was not doing so successful. And since then, they've looked pretty good. And now, the successful guys, he's on a bit of a downfall here. The stuff hasn't been working for them. Now they're one fight away from potentially not making it to the major. What anime is this?
I'll be honest with you. This is I just read an IMDb summary written by a dyslexic person.
It's Haikyuu. You're wrong.
That is not Haikyuu.
It's the only anime I know.
That is not Haikyuu. Is it the DPC?
It is. It is the DPC. Okay. I mean, it's Boom and Blacklist is what it is. And I don't know. Do you think Boom can do it here? Is this a draft? Do you think that they've given themselves, even against this TB, where they can actually take this game and maybe move out of that relegation zone?
I'm sorry, I can't get past that terrible analogy you made.
Dude, it's not my fault anime is written like that.
I think that
I'm reading right from the Crunchyroll IMDb, okay?
You are an absolute baka, Richie. Absolute baka. I think Boom can totally do that. They look really good right now. I feel like Blacklist is also... I mean, I want to say Blacklist is like the prodigal son by any means. I feel like Blacklist started a little bit shaky, and then the cracks started to show, you know? Blacklist, like, it's like when you buy a house, you see a couple of cracks, you go, there's nothing. And then 2 weeks later, there's literally water from every single crack, and every time it rains, the house shakes. That's what it feels like for Blacklist.
Right. The house shakes because it's cold, right?
Yes. Have you ever owned a house where there's like this drips? Like when it rains really hard, the ceiling like it rattles.
Oh, I see. It's because it's like made of tin.
Yeah, because the house is poorly made.
And you also have like 10 siblings, and you live in a shoe as well. Is that?
It's true, but then one day you open the chocolate bar, and you get a chance to go to the world's best chocolate factory because it's a golden ticket.
Your grandfather is miraculously cured of his bedridden whatever.
Yes, and now all of a sudden you're casting TI.
All right. Unfortunately, you get in the elevator and Puppy's in there with you, and.
He's trying this weird bubble gum that makes him fly.
That's right.
Okay. Enough with these metaphors. I feel like Boom is looking pretty solid right now, and they're fixing a lot of their mistakes. I feel like Blacklist cracks are just showing, and even though I think Blacklist individually has looked really good, they've never looked like a great team.
Yopaj 10 HP, man, didn't even get scared into using the Fairy Fire. Are you kidding me?
You see the stat on Tusk, by the way? On Chinese DPC Tusk stat? Most picked hero, and also I think it was like 17% win rate.
17-1-7? Holy moly.
Yeah, it was pretty bad.
Holy moly.
Yeah.
That's real interesting.
I don't remember if that was a number more or less, but it was a number in the between 10 and 20.
Right, right. Well, 17 sounds about right for this guy, because he's got the talent, right? Oh, it's 12%.
Yeah.
Oh, wow, that's bad. That's real awful.
Yeah, this hero, I think, is some people are saying it's overused. Maybe it's too much first pick material.
What is it?
It's easier ways to counter.
Nice, really good jump here, actually. Oh, and the body blocks. Carl is going to be taking a little bit of damage. Nothing too severe, however, and he gets a nice dodge there. Unfortunately, the chains gets a bit unlucky.
Sure.
What is it that Kips always says? Like, people like playing, supports like playing Earthshaker more than they like winning. Yeah,
that's true.
They like playing Tusk more than they like winning, I guess, right now.
I mean, I think it's also a lot of the mid-Tusk position. Like, this hero should ideally win the lane and not interact with the lane because you just shove the lane right with your with your snowball and ice shards. And instead, what ends up happening is he can't do that until he's like level 5, and the first 5 levels are pain. And that's what seems to happen a lot to the Tusk. Like it's happening right now.
Speaking of pain,
Natsumi is actually going to fight back against Tims as Bosco just decided he's going to die.
All right, much better start for Bosco.
Bosco has an envenomed weapon right now.
Oh yeah, it's a good one.
It's a good early. Yeah, I agree.
It's a pretty. I'm pretty sure this is 75%. By the way, it just says regen reduction 75. I don't believe that's a flat number.
Can you imagine it dealt 75 damage?
Yeah, that'd be pretty ridiculous. So it's really good at harassing and trading early on like this, especially when you've given yourself this Wraith Band, right? Extra armor, got a couple of nice stats, right? It's good. Interestingly enough, we were talking about how the first 5 levels for Tusk are pain. They're even more painful.
In the top lane, he was about to die. One more hit from Raven, but luckily Raven is slow.
Leech Seed as well.
Yes, and his bottom where X-Nova falls instead. Did Bosco just snag that with Scorched Earth? Yeah, he did.
No, he did. Kills a sentry as well, unblocks his camp.
Nice. Bosco is he's a chased man.
Yeah, he's really recovering here. I was scared when they gave him the Doom again. Maybe it was more of the Tiny, though. We'll see if Yopaj can be as annoying on the Tusk, because they will try and arrow in mid lane, but Snowball is going to avoid it. X-Nova's here as well. And Carl is going for this max Flame Guard build, so we're not going to start seeing these big, chunky Sleight of Fist for a while, so don't have to be too scared of those.
This is a new thing, because all the max Flame Guard builds we've seen have been in the past week. So I don't know if Embers decided that this build is still good.
I think it's really good versus Tusk, right? Because I'm pretty sure, between a Snowball and an Ice Shards, you block all of that damage, and then you just deal it right back. You absorb 295. That's before a reduction, so you absorb up to max level Ice Shards, which is not bad.
Not bad.
Raven?
I think you can chase him in the trees, and that's what they'll do. 1 punch.
No.
2 punch.
2 punch man.
Yeah.
It's like Haikyuu.
Double tap.
I think it's for that reason, because if Tusk uses Snowball, like, it's very unlikely he's able to use that as an escape mechanism in the middle lane, especially against an Ember. So I think this is just a really good build versus this specific kind of hero who has a nuke that they spam to try and clear waves that would otherwise completely kill you. I think this build is really good.
Also, a smaller point, but still useful, is Flame Guard shoves the wave, right? So if he's shoving the wave, you shove it right back. So it's useful.
Yeah, I mean, you can see Flame Guard he's totally fine, right? In fact, he doesn't have mana for the chains, but otherwise it would have been a kill.
Yeah, he had enough for 1 Sleight of Fist, but that's not enough. It's also level 1.
Level 1 Sleight as a result of course, maxing the Flame Guards.
This does allow you to farm faster, though. It might also be an SCA thing, because they realize, like, guys, the games are going super long. Maybe we go for a farming build instead.
Maybe. I mean, even last game was 40 minutes. Good effort there. If the rune had spawned top, I'm sure Carl would have snagged it, but it'll be bottom, where he's going to bottle up that illusion rune.
I love that trick, the thing that you can like snag the rune halfway through. I think all Embers are now doing it like consistently.
Oh yeah. It's they train for it, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter if they're losing their lane. Doesn't matter if they're getting Tuskguard in lane and they're level. Well, obviously they can't do it if they're level 4. But the point being, doesn't matter if you completely counterpick them. As long as they have the remnants and the mana, they're gonna go for the play.
And there's the combo that we all know and love: Searing Chains into Arrow with a Starstorm on top of that and a Remnant. Carl will get that kill on Zephyr.
It's so funny seeing. It's not really funny, but it's so weird seeing Embers like make crazy Remnant plays like this and then just continue to run you down with Flame Guard. I'm so used to seeing it with Sleight of Fist, you know?
Right, yeah.
But pretty soon he's going to be going to right. I remember, I don't know who it was. We casted an Ember game where they also went, I don't remember what the matchup mid was either, but he did go for Max Flame Guard as well, but he didn't go for Orb of Corrosion. He skipped it. He went straight Maelstrom. So I wonder what's different this game that Carl feels like it's still a valuable item for him.
Oh, that's true, but you know what was weird about that game? He actually went into Orb like as a second item, if I recall correctly.
Oh, did he really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because he had like Blightstone or something, and he kept it at Blightstone, and then completed it afterwards.
It was definitely after the Maelstrom, though. I thought it was really
100%,
weird. Yeah.
100%. Tims, glimpse back. He does have one more lane, though. I think he should be fine, Tims. Oh, Tims doesn't want to go out. Tims?
No, Tims is dead.
Wants to die.
Yeah.
Okay. Sometimes it's good to humble you.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, right?
A bit of a weird. Maybe he was expecting the raindrops. No, I think he just purchased raindrops. I'm not sure. Top lane, though, you can see that, well, actually, it's more of what you don't see, and it's Raven. He's in the jungle because he's not having a fun time anymore versus FBZ. FBZ as well hasn't even needed to commit the ultimate. Squirrel versus tree action. As the treant chasing away the squirrel, those pesky things always burrowing inside of his bark and being annoying.
That isn't what squirrels do. They don't burrow in the bark. How strong do you think squirrels are? They just use holes naturally made in the tree to keep their nuts and stuff.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
I didn't know that.
Dire's middle tower.
Have you never seen a squirrel?
No, I've seen lots of squirrels. At my university, we had a Squirrel Watchers Club and also a Squirrel Watchers Club.
The FBC in the top lane. Spirit Side Finn Raven realizes he doesn't have enough damage and he will die instead.
Who watches
You
the
do
Watchers?
not go toe-to-toe with a Death Prophet.
That, you darn squirrel.
Dies
That's what
as
I
well.
thought.
But if there's who watches the Squirrel Watchers is my question.
The police. At least in my case.
That makes perfect sense. If I have someone that has a club named for watching people, I would definitely...
Watch out, bottom, Bosku. Oh, you got a Doom off, but after the Walrus kick, that's not helping you.
Though. He has back. I think he should be fine. Yeah, they don't want to continue this. Tim died once, and he really enjoyed it, so he
Carl's
thought
on the
of
way
doing it again.
Carl's on the way with an Arcane Rune.
And Searing Chain, Side of Fist level 3. They could still fight this. They could even die, maybe. Oh, but there's no Scorched Earth. There's no Scorched Earth. You leave a Remnant here to threaten them, Carl. Considering this. Maybe you arrow the scout?
Your Podge is getting healed pretty nicely, though, courtesy of this living armor.
Yeah. Yeah, it's no longer safe. And there's Mechanism on FBZ, and there's DP on FBZ.
And you don't have Doom? Okay, they're going to see Tim's.
Yeah, Tim's coming back and killed.
Wait, he used the Remnant. Okay, that's his other Remnant. There he goes.
Yeah, but now he's leashed. But do they have any more stuns? They do not, so he can Remnant away. And Yopaj has no stuns to catch up to him.
Yeah, pretty hard to catch an Ember, especially with an Arcane Urn. Especially without your DP there. It's a threat for a silence. There's no threat of the Overgrowth or Static Storm yet as the supports. Not really that underleveled, but certainly hurting for it. I wonder who you give Tome to this game. I could see a lot of reason for Boom.
Okay.
I could see, well, actually, Zephyr's about to hit level 6 here. So I figure you give it to X-Nova, because Zephyr can just kind of delay the push here and soak XP. And I think you want X-Nova to get Static Storm up first regardless because of how much kill threat that has, not only versus the Ember, but also versus the TB, and even, you know, against lesser important heroes right now, like the Mirana.
Yeah, I would agree. I think Static Storm is by far your most important spell early to kill. Like, Overgrowth is nice to have, but it really hits its peak potential when BKBs come out.
Although, quite curiously, Bosku's still holding on to Envenom Weapon. I don't know, I just haven't seen it this late. Maybe he's going to take the... Yeah, okay, he's taking now Chain Lightning instead. I thought he was going to take the Harpy Scout and fly. That would have been pretty cool.
I think Chain Lightning is not that good at this point.
It's better than Envenom Weapon, though, I think, for him.
Against DP, wouldn't it be like...
I think you still lose the fight versus DP with Exo. I mean, you just ask him, right? He'll tell you from last game.
That's true.
He's definitely the expert on dying to DP right now. Not you.
Luckily...
Know your place.
Luckily not Tiny. Sorry, sir. Sorry, boss. Cool. As Natsumi, he tanks the arrow, Dar packs it off. That's a nice little carry. X-Nova will die regardless, but at least Natsumi can't say, you know, X-Nova can't complain that Natsumi didn't help him.
Yopaj is maybe in the line of fire here as they are going to try for him. It's TPs.
Yeah. That creep, though, that range creep blocked the potential arrow from Tim's.
I think it was a death trap anyway, especially with the way that FBZ TPs. That's a very intentional TP saying, back away from my walrus.
Yeah, it's true.
It's exactly what it said.
FBZ is by far the strongest hero right now. You need a Doom to deal with him. And
yeah.
Not the hero, mind you, the ultimate.
The ability. One of two heroes with abilities named after the hero. You know what the other one is?
Yeah, Bristleback.
Yeah, very good.
We've used this trivia.
I've done way too much trivia time with you. I need to come up with some different ones.
I was the one that knew this one because I got it from Sunsfan.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
Not you, the real one.
Oh, yes, of course. What's the active called on Seeds of Serenity?
I know what it is, but I can't pronounce it.
Oh, yeah?
Virulent greens.
No.
Virulent. The salad.
No, Verduage, it's Dale. It's Dale at the end, okay?
Oh, okay.
It's Dale.
Truly, how do you want to shame a non-English speaker in a broadcast?
Pretty much.
You ask him that question.
Another trivia, though, for you. A real one, because I actually just had to check this. What is the active on Mechanism called?
Restore.
How did you know?
Definitely told us since Dota 1.
Oh, was that always called Restore?
Yeah.
Oh. Careful.
I think so.
Zephyr? They might reject him from this bottom lane.
They might push back him first, though.
Yeah, they're trying, but trees are actually deceptively good at movement.
Yeah, trees are good with shadows, not with motion though. But with shadows, they're on top.
Oh, and from the shadows comes Boom.
Yeah,
The
that's
overgrowth?
a nice overgrowth. Snowball
The
is
Doom?
up. Static Storm with it.
Wait,
Ember might just
they
die
doomed
here.
Zephyr?
They did? That's not gonna work in their favor. Carl and Cuckoo, the 2Ks are down. And AU will hide in the trees. There's no way you want to make a play here. Raven's already TPing away. AU has a TP, but is choosing not to use it. Why not? Why not AU?
Why Zephyr?
Why not AU?
Why doom Zephyr?
I mean, I think he just panicked and just doomed the first target he could see.
I mean, I guess that's maybe like PTSD from last game. Oh my god, I didn't get to doom anything, guys. Oh, and
that was close.
What?
Radiant's middle
Zephyr
tower is under
was just
attack.
walking around, didn't see him when he walked.
I know. I thought they saw him. I thought Xnova had him on the glimpse. Oh, it's fine. It's a very minor kill that gets away from you there. Yeah, unfortunately, not the best Doom usage there. I thought maybe he was going to try and Doom like the DP or someone that goes on in, but honestly, Bosku's probably right. There was going to be a static storm to follow up on that, like 99%.
Yeah, exactly.
At that point, Tree already got his ult. I mean, he literally had everything on cooldown for 15 more seconds, which is why I was so baffled by the Doom choice.
Yeah, but I would argue at that moment, maybe the best choice was not to Doom.
That's what I'm saying. I mean...
Yeah, Carl, they have a silence. They already used it, sorry, it's only 3 seconds. Carl gets glimpse back.
Carl
tries to avoid it with a sleight of fist, but he has a remnant just in case.
Had a remnant the whole time, just had to wait out the glimpse. Good patience there by him. Carl, back on the Geek fam days, not the Geek Slate days, was always one of the more impressive, flashy Ember Spirits. I knew he had that one in the bag.
I miss his Void Spirit. It sucks that hero is hot garbage because I really would like to see Carl play it. He was a really good Void Spirit.
I wouldn't mind it. Oh, I certainly wouldn't mind it. I want to see some Tim's Shaker again, too, honestly, if we're talking about the old days.
You know what? Can we get the SCA Earth Spirits back online? The DJ Earth Spirit, the Tim's Earth Spirit.
Let's go. I mean, we'll look here. Like, he's used everything, even Leech Seed. Like, everything's on cooldown for him.
No, I agree. But I don't think anyone else was envisioned.
No, I mean, of course, but...
Just don't do him, yeah.
Maybe, I mean, maybe he thought Zephyr was making one of his YOLO plays where he just kind of throws an ulti and tries to commit something, but he lived.
Oh, glimpse for Tim's in the middle lane. They silence him. He can't leap out of the kinetic field regardless. He is going to die, it seems like, to the Thunder Strike, right?
No, he's not.
Yeah,
you know why? He's got that Verduage's Dale. Oh, what did I say, Avo?
Oh my god.
Cannot underestimate the act
it's only
of
level 1
of Serenity.
Level 1 Thunder Strike. That also explains it.
Yeah, level your Xnova especially doesn't really like to max this ability. I've even seen a couple games where he bounces usually at least 3 points in glimpse, and then I see people start putting points into the kinetic field.
Right. Thunder Strike used to be better, but now that glimpse has damage, it's like you don't need that extra damage from Thunder Strike.
That's a good point. I always forget about that change. It's a decent amount of damage as well.
Yeah, it's good. It's good. Up to 300. Not bad.
It gives more importance for you to wait until not quite the last second, but to allow the TP to complete before you TP or before you glimpse them back.
Yeah, particularly early. Yeah.
Right, because then like because everyone knows the little glimpse play, right, where they're TPing, you have to wait. I mean, you can do it instantly because you cancel channel abilities when you glimpse. You issue a stop command as soon as you're glimpsed back to your location, which is why even if you're standing still on Enigma or any other hero with a channeled ability, you are going to just cancel your channel. Yeah. That's the reason why that happens. Same thing with swap. Actually, it works the same way.
Yep.
But of course, if now that it has damage, you actually want them to complete the TP and then get glimpsed back if you can do that specific timing, so they actually take that damage.
I will say that in general, it's good practice to always wait until the TP is like about to complete before stunning, because you always get max damage that way, right? During that.
No, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
No, I don't mean for glimpse. I mean in general, like you hit him while he's TPing, and then you cancel the last second with any stun you have.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Because you maximize the damage.
Oh, of course, yes.
Yeah, it's always good practices.
I thought you were talking about the mental damage. Like, oh, I thought I got away.
Right. Ah, damn! There were 5 heroes always stunned.
Got me again. This is just like in Haikyuu.
You gotta stop quoting that. I don't think you've watched a single episode.
I've seen 2.
You like it? It's good.
No,
it's really good.
That's why I've only seen 2.
I think, personally, I would say Kuroko no Basket is a little bit better, but I'm gonna get a lot of hate for that.
The problem is, like, every time you meet a weeb, they're like, oh, we should watch anime. And I'm like, I'm not really into anime. And they're like, what do you like? There's an anime about it. I'm like, I want to play volleyball. And they're like, there's a volleyball anime.
I have never said that to you, by the way.
That's not true.
I've never said together.
Oh, well, fair enough. Maybe that's your mistake.
The tower falls.
Consider that.
Zephyr, he's being sniped. Helped by the Garden Greaves. Carl committing. Flame Guard on top of this. Zephyr gets away.
That's why you need to doom him.
Don't. That's it again. Tim's now hit a wall with his leap. A kinetic field of a wall. Now the ice shards. Thunderstrike,
Good
unfortunately, only level 1, and he does get saved by the mech.
Good silence as well, prevented Bosku from considering the Doom there even.
Carl?
Exo now in its waning seconds. This could be a moment.
Back to Geek Fem Carl. He doesn't care about his own safety.
Get there!
Bosku, oh, he's going to get a Doom. He does get it off.
Okay,
Static Storm, it's fine, it's fine. There's no Exo though on this DP, and she's just running away. The ultimate counter to Doom is just moving.
Yes.
Raven's here though. They're gonna kill Exo. They also stop Death Prophet for now. They get him with a push.
That's what we need.
Blacklist Rivalry is black. He's back. Sorry. That was bad. I didn't mean to. That was bad.
I thought I messed up when I said I like cocks, man, but there you go, just having to one-up me, huh?
I'm so sorry. I did.
That's okay.
I
think we all knew from the reaction that he was trying to be funny.
I actually just made a mistake.
He's learned.
I wanted to say back, but then I was trying to do it with Blacklist, and then it just came out wrong.
That's okay, Avo.
Yeah. All right, let's move on for this.
Moving on, Bosku, he's moving on as well. He's turning a page here, right? Got off the Doom onto an important target there. Even after the Doom expires, it's important to keep and prevent DP from using those siphon charges. And in that case, finally got off. I was about to explode, Avo. I really thought Bosku wasn't going to be able to get off the Doom. As soon as Static Storm came out, I was like, no, not again. I got scared, man.
Yeah, I did get scared, but this time he's playing a much more solid game. AU.
Oh, that's X.
Yeah, that is a dead AU, but it's okay. Just a squirrel. You don't have any resources. You're avoiding fights anyway.
So the problem now in this like Slark versus TB matchup is that at this stage, like Raven, he was a complete boss in that fight, right? True. He comes in and he ends the fight basically by himself. Unfortunately, he can't do that again for another minute. And as we've just heard, FBZ's got Exo. Slark has Ag Scepter. They are going to be lurking around this map looking for any kinds of pickoffs, and it's going to be easy pickings for them.
Because the Slark traditionally always considered a decent counter to the TB because you can't sunder him, right? As soon as he shadow dances. Now with Depth Shroud, you have two options to just keep hitting the TB.
That's right.
TB is not a very good hero at disengaging. He just kind of commits.
I really like the evolution of this Slark. I feel like lots of people weren't really utilizing the strength of Depth Shroud as soon as it came out. People were like, this sucks. Why would I ever buy a support item from our team? And then they're like, well, it gives you basically a little shadow dance.
I feel like X-Pro, or sorry, not X-Pro, just Pro straight up, right? They acknowledge the strength of this shard. I mean, maybe they didn't realize how strong it was.
Doesn't need a Doom here, likely, against this Tusk. Glimpse. Nope, all good. Nice pick off there.
Very good pick off.
Significantly reduces the amount of pick off that Boom have. I think at this stage, even before the BKB, Tusk is still really important to facilitating these kinds of picks. And Blacklist, they're not going to let up. They're actually going to go for more.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Zephyr, Searing Chains, nice. Bosku is revitalized. He is doing a much better performance in game one. And he's also allowed to go for a much better build with the Blink Dagger Garden Chains. No longer the pipe that he needed to go for game one.
Perhaps that's the biggest difference maker. Before
the Blink Dagger,
yeah, he was kind of just awkwardly trying to wait for the right initiation or just kind of getting tossed back. This time as well, they've also... Oh, hold on. They've made his game,
that's what they've done.
They've made his game way easier because there's a Mirana as well.
There's Doom.
That allows him to move around the maps. Yeah, he doesn't really need to dive FBZ. FBZ just runs up the high ground. There's no Exo anyway, so like... I think for now, they're just straight chilling. As long as they can continue to stagger these deaths, it continues to burn a little bit of this Aegis. Natsumi, he's not too torn up about it. You know, he's going to continue farming away as little Slark. He's going to farm his little Slark heart out. Do fish have hearts?
Yes. Yes. Oh, all creatures have hearts.
All of them?
Yeah, even insects.
Really?
Something has to pump that blood, dude.
Even Avery?
No, you're confusing it, heart with soul.
Okay.
Yeah. He has a heart, but just a flesh and blood one.
I see. Well, maybe one day he'll get there on his anime arc, just like Haikyuu.
I don't think he watches anime.
Well, I know, it was just another Haikyuu joke. Don't worry about it.
Radiant are scanning.
He would definitely not watch Haikyuu.
I don't blame him.
No, I think he'll watch like a stocks trading anime.
Stocks?
Yeah, like, but not even like the exciting one, just like the boring one that explains how to do it, but it's anime characters.
Like Rain Man.
No, that's not what Rain Man's about. But
I've never seen it.
If I drop my keyboard on the floor, can you count how many keys I've dropped? That's the Rain Man clip.
Well, I think I can count.
You could count pencils immediately.
Oh, you can just count it? Well, I can tell you, like, if all your keycaps fell off, I tell you how many, because I'm just a nerd, but I didn't know, like, I can't just...
I gotta count them.
That's a little bit... No, I can't even do that.
It's based on a real person, you know that?
I did know that.
Yeah.
I did know that. Smoke play now from Boom. So they feel, even still with the Sages, they're looking to make a play. There's also a Mage Slayer online for Natsumi, who went for an earlier Echo Saber, disassembled it, used the Ogre Axe for the Ag Scepter, and the Oblivion Staff for the Mage Slayer, and he's going to find a squirrel. Goodbye.
Incredible pounce, onto the glimpse.
Oh, yeah.
Why is the Mage Slayer? What is the Mage Slayer for this game?
Doom.
Really?
Yeah, I think so. I think that Scorched Earth is a lot of his damage. You also, I believe, reduce the percentage-based damage of Infernal Blade, which is huge.
You do, but... Okay.
I think it's just, it also just helps him tank up, right?
Like, is Orchid... Oh, maybe he's just also thinking Orchid eventually, right?
Can you disassemble Mage Slayer?
No, because it turns into...
Oh, right, that's right. Yes, later in the game. I see what you mean.
Yeah. Tips? Goodbye?
I also think there's a good amount of magic damage. It just helps you really tank up a bit, right? It's a value pickup. You know, it's like the God King Hualien back when he was on Aster Ares, was it?
No, I thought it was Extreme.
Maybe. It was one of those. It was, yeah, I think it might have been Extreme during ESL LA, the makeup land. Careful, though. Oh, okay, BKB, it doesn't feel great, but it feels better than dying, at least.
No doubt, no doubt.
But yeah, it's just this ultra efficiency build on these heroes that you want to get early momentum out of, right? It means that you're not really wasting, quote-unquote, any kind of gold. Everything's always being put to use, as there's a Doom.
Yeah, Tusk. He's also been slowed.
Yeah, he's
Cuckoo?
dead.
Yeah, he's just leaving. He knew he didn't have to deal with this. Carl deals with him instead. Carl has more mobility.
And I have to say, Blacklist Rivalry, once again, at the risk of alienating myself and the viewers, because no one watches ice hockey here, a phenomenal penalty kill here for them. An Aegis kill, if you will, right? They're really just reducing the moves that Boom have to make. The only catch Boom have gotten, besides just an insignificant kill onto the Hoodwink, has been forcing the BKB of Raven. That's it. But Raven, he's continuing to farm. Everyone else on Blacklist is continuing to farm, not to mention Bosku, who has a full BKB on top of his Blink and Greaves. Excuse me, there's a BKB for Carl as he builds into Gleipnir next. Like, this is a phenomenal game. What a turnaround for Blacklist.
Indeed.
It's kind of this move, right, where there used to be like 3 really big play styles in Dota to maybe go a little bit too simplified and call it like rock, paper, scissors. There was like your team fight, your split push / rat, and then you're just like timings based, right?
No, it was 4 Protect 1.
Ah, that's right.
Yeah.
And, or like Death Ball, right? Was I think the other one?
No. Well, I mean, Death Ball was a specific one, but these were the traditional rock, paper, scissors were those 3. Like 4 Protect 1, team fight, and rat, right?
Yeah.
The 4 Protect 1 would beat rat would beat team fight would beat 4 Protect 1.
Exactly, and now, I'm not to say that they're ratting, but they're split pushing waves, right? This is what TB's always done with his illusions, and now, of course, the Manta style. Ember Spirit as well easily split pushes waves, you know? And they're just dodging these fights. Slark wants to fight. He's itching for a fight. His entire Essence Shift passive ain't doing him any good when he's farming. That's for sure, right?
That's true.
He really would like to put this to use, especially with Aegis. Blacklist Rivalry have not entertained him there, and instead they smoke up yet again to reestablish vision in the enemy triangle and make a jump mid. It's a big one, too.
And the arrow will hit before he gets back. That's not bad.
Good snowball save,
Is he still stunned, though? Yes, he is. The arrow was very long range, and they get him with a bushwhack. FPC's dead. Yopaj is forced to use his BKB. They want to commit to this. Carl knows no chill. Has a BKB still available. Bosku is going for it as well, and they just want to get this touch no matter what, and they do.
Nice
with
arrow.
one last arrow from Tim's, trusting his teammate to searing chains him.
And look who's here, it's Raven. Meta already active, he was committing into this fight, maybe even looking now for high ground.
Looking good.
Fortify is available, so they're unlikely to get much more out from this. I wonder if it's even worth just trying to use the rest of this meta to go for Roshan instead, but for now, they want to get this tier 3 tower, or at least maybe the Fortify out. Seems a little bit risky though. DP back in 10, there's the Fortify, you gotta be happy with that, but once again, no meta left rather for the Roche. They might be able to force it even without it. Tusk did use his BKB there, so he's without that tool. Maybe it's still too early for Roche. Maybe Blacklist Rivalry aren't that concerned. I think that perhaps they're thinking this TB's fine to continue farming. He's gonna get his Eye of Scotty up soon. Oh, Roche isn't even up yet, silly me, pardon me. They should have checked that first, but great stuff from Blacklist, honestly. They're completely turning themselves around from game number 1. Bosku especially, phenomenal turnaround from him. He has been absolutely killing it.
On the other hand, though, it does feel like Yopaj's impact compared to game number 1 has been much more lackluster.
This time, he's the Queen of Pain.
Yeah, yeah. That should be a good term for each match. Who's the Queen of Pain for the match? Yeah. It feels like Tusk, though, is not in that position as a hero. It just feels like if you stop scaling, this hero can quickly become that 17% we talked about in China.
Yeah, and regrettably, you know, obviously, Snowball doesn't purge or doesn't dispel. That'd be a little bit too strong. So, you know, he pulls his poor friend in to save him for a while, and he comes back out still stunned up.
I mean, that was wild. That's a long-range arrow.
This is pretty big commitment here. Static Storm just for AU does not have buyback, and we are in this Roche window now while he's dead.
It's also level 1 of Static Storm, so it's a 90-second cooldown. That's considerable.
Yeah, that's a good point. Hadn't noticed that. Natsumi as well, he's even more ready for a fight now. As you can see, he used Depth Shroud in that last engagement and nearly up to his own Eye of Scotty now. I wonder if perhaps it would have been better to finish Scotty first before Depth Shroud. No, I don't think so. I think Depth Shroud gives you a lot of utility. I think that item's better. I think that'd be wrong for him to finish Scotty first, especially considering how expensive that item is in comparison, especially to the 1400 you pay for the shard.
My question is more along the Mage Slayer.
Whoa, this is...
Okay, he's going for the Doom, but there's a lot of
good
healing from
arrow,
Bosco.
phenomenal arrow.
Yeah, that Death Shroud, not gonna be that useful. He gets Doomed now, and they're gonna get him. They even leap onto him to pretend like they're pouncing.
Nice.
That's gonna be Natsumi dying here.
Yep, they also get X-Nova as well. Carl's running him down. Roshan could be up now, so they're going to send an arrow into scout from Tim's. Beautiful play from Blacklist. They're going to see he's not home, which means knock, knock, boom. We're coming up to your high ground. Where's your fortify? That's right, we forced it earlier. You don't have one.
That's going to be a tier 3 down. And Carl, by the way, has Shard, so he can play super aggressively right now. Just refresh Remnants as long as he kills the support.
Oh yeah, that's a good point.
Which is quite easy.
It also serves as a Blink Dagger canceller as well. That's a pretty generous AoE and enough damage to cancel Blink Dagger.
That screws over Yopaj.
Is it actually 45 damage a second? What do you need, 50 for Blink?
No, I think it was... I think 45 is just barely on the threshold. To say?
I'll check the wiki. I'm really curious now. Because
I would swear that's one of the main uses for it. Atos already on Carl, by the way. He's going for the Gleipnir now. As they're considering Roche. The Roche is not spawned there. Still 1 minute 30 seconds. They have a pretty fast Roche lineup, so it's going to suck for them.
Player-based damage, regardless of factions, interestingly enough, which means I guess if Oracle Purifying Flames you can't blink. I don't know that.
Yeah, you didn't. Yeah.
Anything greater than 0 after reductions, so yes. So almost, unless he has Pipe Barrier online or an Aphotic Shield or some other reason that he's...
I mean, that would make sense, because otherwise Iron Shell would never cancel.
That's a really good point. Yep, very good point.
Obviously.
Yep. Careful though, Carl. Whoa, they've seen him. They see him, in fact. And that's because there's a gem on Natsumi.
That glimpse was odd. Maybe they didn't realize where he was coming from. A silence on Bosco, because there's a Mindbreaker now on the Slark.
Oh, and now there's a Scotty as well for the TV.
This might be more impactful. You hit him once and you reduce like 2 of those 3 seconds of Depth Shroud healing, right?
That's a good point. Unless he, of course, has the Dispel locked and loaded.
Yeah, but then you have to like get perfectly Dispel for Scotty.
No, I mean, I'm just saying, man. I mean, if you want me to pick you Slark in current year, you better be on the mark with these, Dark Packs.
I just feel like the Dark Pack is pretty bad with against that.
Okay,
that's a Depth Shroud. Not the Shadow Dance though. He still has it. But he got hit by the arrow. He still has the Shadow Dance though. That's what they're waiting for.
Bosco will doom himself here. It's well worth it. So that Lotus doesn't really scare him.
Nope, it's true. He still has Greaves active though, and he still has BKB, so ideally he doesn't doom himself.
And Yopaj, I mean, you can tell how kind of tough this game is for him. He's actually activated BKB in that fight, and maybe is kind of regretting his usage there, especially as Roshan's going to respawn. Boom. Don't feel like they're in a position here to realistically contest. So the second Roche now, it's Bounty, including this free Ags Shard, ought to be going the way towards Blacklist Rivalry. Demon Zeal, you think? Are we going to see Demon Zeal? Bosco already has level death. Ember already has his Remnant upgrade. The Morana one's a joke. You even know what it is?
Hoodwink is very good. It's the sneeze thing.
That's right. She sneezes.
Yeah.
Or what's the cat's name again?
Sagan.
Sagan. Yeah.
I actually think the Hoodwink one is very good though, because you can cut waves with just a boomerang.
Or you can just doom a Slark.
That is going to be perfect.
He runs underneath one of your wards, and there's no way out for him.
Slark. And now the Trim Protector, he might be forced to use Overgrowth, but he decides to just save it, because Yopaj is dead regardless. Zephyr's down. Boom is crumbling.
Yeah, Boom have absolutely lost the plot. I mean, there's a ward there. You're playing a Slark. You should know that you're under vision.
Nova got caught by the Gleipnir. You don't care. You're silenced.
Okay.
The Bushwhack saves him.
Tim's griefed him a little bit. Tim's got griefed rather by AU. But this game is, GG. It's just over. I mean, Boom Esports, they know what's going on here. And it's fallen apart for them very quickly in the last couple of seconds. And we are, once again, Avo, going to game number 3.
Yeah. Now, no surprise. I thought this series would probably go 3 games. Boom is looking good. Blacklist is not consistent. Not that consistent. But in this game, they seem to have fixed their issues.
I mean, let's be honest. Blacklist, they really like to lose game 1, right?
They do.
It's just how they understand it. It's part of the anime arc. That's how they understand the fight.
I will say, I'm always very impressed by the fact that they lose game 1 and they still repeat a lot of the facts or a lot of the things they did in draft, right? For game number 2, just fixing a couple of things.
But that's exactly maybe what's best, right?
Yeah,
I feel like there's 2 schools of thought. You can directly address your mistakes and actually fix them, But the only way you can truly do that in Dota is if you're playing very similar or if not just identical heroes. Because every hero in Dota like does something different. Wow, big news, great analysis, I know. But you know, if you're going to be like, okay, well, even if you identify the problem and you try and play a different hero, no hero plays exactly the same as another, except for Arc Warden and his other clone, right? That's the only exception.
And the Meepos, yeah.
And the Meepos, right? So I feel like it's really just like, and even then on the Meepos, it's really only the Meepo Prime.
Every strategy is a little bit different, and there's some variations, but you're right. The true innovation is iteration. And we'll have to hear now what the panel has to say about that as we go over them before game number 3.
Thank you so much, Avo and Richie. I mean, we said it a while ago. Richie just said it. It could just be the Blacklist curse. They lose the first game and take the series.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's possible.
You like this item, Pi?
Oh, the kitchen knife.
It's the bling dagger.
You know the rule in improv?
Yeah.
Always agree.
Yeah, you can't say no.
I never agree.
Never agree. This Adam guy's a clown.
Anti-Roman. Damn.
Just ruin your
calling me out.
Your teammates' bits.
Yeah. But anyways, this game, it's, you know, anyone can take it now. Both teams are still alive. They're still in it to win it. And I want to give some props to Kuko, who he really turned it around.
Yeah. They played the lane. Did they play better? They played a pretty decent out.
I think Natsumi made a mistake. They're like doing okay in lane. He went on the Doom and Disruptor didn't have mana for his second spell. And the Doom kind of turned it around, killed the Slurk.
So.
And the mid lane, I feel like Carl just got too much. They saw that. Did they see Ember? No, they didn't see Ember when they picked the Tusk, but Yopaj didn't really have the impact
Yeah, the lane should be a little more even than this. Like he got a bit outplayed. He got out-traded in region. And
it's also a squad, right? Like I feel like the Ember Mirana Hoodwing looks so much more scary than Disruptor Tusk.
Oh, don't forget the Treant Tusk.
The Treant, yeah.
I mean that's the problem with Treant, right? It doesn't really.
It's not part of the squad.
Yeah, he like can heal you. Yeah. He's like I'm pushing.
Kind of an anticlimactic ending to I think Natsumi got like arrowed into Doom. And here he just got Doomed again. And it's like, ugh.
I don't know. It's just because he had basically infinite space, right? I don't know what you can build on Slark to farm faster.
Mjolnir.
I can't.
Battle Fury.
I don't know. I think he should at least be up there in net worth. I think it was a little too low. At the same time, it just feels like they were lacking everything. Like no damage.
Yeah.
They had nothing. They had a BKB mid Tusk.
Yeah, like it was just they couldn't do anything.
Yeah, I think the TB against the Death Prophet too. Like we saw the interaction where DP just couldn't run into the TB.
Yeah. No, early on I got a little worried because the lane was going fine, but then they double wave them, they dive, they kill the TB, and then TB comes back and tries to do some weird gank when he has ghost up, and obviously he has dice. Then he learned his lesson, he didn't show his face for 20 minutes.
And then they tried to push bot without the TB, because he had no mana and died.
Yes.
Doom had mech, and then it looked kind of scary for a while.
Yeah.
But here's our Rivalry MVP. We have Kuku, who really performed much better this game than the last, I would say. Blink Dagger is, in fact, a very good item.
I think he adapted his item build, which is what I've been like asking of him. You can't just blindly buy Pipe Griefs every game. You know? It's like how you play a game.
Doesn't work like that, bro.
It does not.
But Zephyr played good on Tree, I think. I think he had some really pog overgrowths.
I mean, I think there was some kappa moves by Blacklist. They see this level 6 Treant defending a tower and they're like clumping up, you know, they know it's a disruptor. I don't know.
That fight at bottom, that was
what's the Ember Doom standing like they would have to hit the tower, like what the hell?
Not scouting.
Yeah. That was with Monka. But since we are now having a game 3, both teams are in it. Let's just recap real quick the situations, the scenarios that have to come true for either or to go to the major or to get relegated. So Blacklist don't necessarily need to win this, but they need to win Geek Slate.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
I mean, if they want to guarantee, they have to
win both.
Win both.
Yeah.
Tiebreaker would be lose this and win Geek Slate.
Yeah.
And if Boom win this, then they don't get relegated.
No, they are in a tiebreaker.
Oh, yeah.
As well.
But if they lose this, they're out.
Oh, yeah, wait, because SMG won.
Yes.
Whoa, that was crazy.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's still probably going to be a lot of tiebreakers.
We'll see.
I hope so.
This decides a lot.
Yeah, this does, in fact, decide a lot. We will see what Game 3 shall decide, whether we have a major team or a Div 2 team. So stick around. We'll be right back.
for a decent amount of time.
Time to take out flight. The Blade Cloak does get a lot of damage, but here comes the Black Hole.
Yo, what is that?
The taco.
That is not a
No,
taco.
that's a Malaysian taco.
Is it?
I don't know.
Yes.
It looks.
It's a
Is it
dumpling.
popia or something? Dumpling.
I
Looks like a dumpling now.
honestly do not know.
It
what
definitely
it is.
turned into a dumpling.
It definitely did, yeah.
But it looks delicious. But
What you say about everything? Though.
that is true. I like food in general. But anyways, we are back to some Dota. Welcome back everyone to the SEA DPC. I am your host Sophie and I'm back with Adam and Pi. How are you guys doing?
What's up?
What's up? What's up?
Good.
All good?
Ready for game 3?
Ready for game 3. So we are, in fact, getting a game 3 of the Boom and Blacklist Rivalry series. This is going to be very exciting because it will, in fact, decide a lot.
Yeah. I mean, mostly for Boom. They're definitely the most stressed out now. Especially that game is just... It felt like a normal game, kinda-ish.
Mhm.
And then after like 25 minutes, they felt so hopeless. And,
I
it
feel like
looked hopeless.
Boom were chasing them, but they were losing.
Oh, yeah.
Like on the map, it was so weird. Blacklist had like 20k and they're like running away from Boom, you know?
Yeah.
Like half the time.
So what do you think was the biggest issue for Boom in that game? Like, why couldn't they pop off the way they wanted to?
I mean, I think their mid player got like exiled into the promised land. Didn't really see your punch too much.
Yeah, you're right. No, because I'm just thinking, like, what can they really do? Because they did some moves. Like, when they got that pick of bottom, they had EXO, they went and took Roche, but they're just getting out-farmed and out-scaled. So I guess, yeah, what they need is, like, an early Deso Tusk that could, like...
Scale more. I mean, he bought his BKB, but his BKB was used to run away. Like, he didn't really accomplish much.
Yeah, no, it was, like, too late. even when he got that.
So was it kind of more of like a Tusk issue, like the hero itself, or was it the build, or was it the heroes like didn't really complement?
I think the Tusk was supposed to enable a DP, and they have like some overwhelming presence with the Slug, because they're supposed to win both side lanes, right? I don't think they're supposed to lose bottom, at least from the draft. But they ended up, the Slug has to play catch up, and the Tusk, even though he didn't need to go top tower, he protected bottom tower, but he didn't really have a game. And their supports, Treant, Disruptor, they're only strong when you need to like take team fights or like run away from them, but they couldn't like accomplish that point because of how the Slug's lane went.
Yeah, I wonder if they could have just, if the Slark went Echo Diffusal and he runs around with Disruptor or Treant.
Like a fighting Slark?
Yeah, but like trying to like kick TB out, like make it up. But at the same time, I don't think that's enough. He can farm with illusions.
Yeah, it's hard to kick TB, right?
Yeah, that's
I get you.
So I don't.
Like the Slug was the hero that was supposed to eat the map.
Yeah.
The Tusk couldn't, right?
But he doesn't. Yeah, he didn't farm fast enough. I don't know. You can only farm that fast with Slark.
Yeah. So none of them just came online in general, I guess. Yeah. That's kind of rough though. But I wonder what kind of heroes we'll be seeing in this next draft.
Treant Protector.
Treant, you think? Was Treant in game 1?
Yeah.
Was, right?
Lost both.
But lost both.
Oh yeah, true.
Just wondering if there's, because the DP, she won her lane, she did well. Like, I don't think you have to move away from Death Prophet.
I think the DP was like solid.
Yeah.
But I think they didn't have enough team fight to like back up the Death Prophet. I talk about this DP-TB interaction, right? And the TB just is a wall and the DP can't go in. So he needs like his teammates to have like spells or something to like help him with that.
Yeah. Boom's draft didn't really feel like it had that kind of early damage, like nuke. I mean, I guess you had the Walrus Punch.
It's just the supports, right? They don't offer too much.
Yeah.
It's like a lot of utility, not much damage.
Yeah, versus like a Hoodwink where you have Sharpshooter doing like half your
maybe they should have
HP.
gone crazy and played like a Razor carry, so like they could really fight. 'Cause they needed someone more. Like, what can they do? They couldn't do anything.
I mean, there was also like no carry in the pool. I guess Bloodseeker is probably the pick if you wanna like go down that route.
Ah, that sounds awful. I hate it.
Bloodseeker hater.
Yeah, I definitely am a Bloodseeker hater.
But yeah, that's the thing. I just felt like, I don't know, the Slark didn't have as much impact.
I mean, it's because of his lane. He just basically, the Doom was fatter. Like, if he had a good lane, I think he would be able to provide what their draft needed. Like, he's someone who take over at nighttime, you know, vision for Glimpse. Like, they have a bit of catch for Ember earlier, but they couldn't really accomplish that.
Right. But I think it also was a bit harder for Slark to come off because, especially, I mean, Kuku was a lot more proactive this game, so he's like getting a lot of really good Dooms off. He doomed like the Slark twice, I think. It was like really nice.
I feel like that's the Slark's fault though. Like, you have two buttons to press to like dodge Doom, and you have night vision, so you like see a Doom coming most of the time.
I mean, they were kind of, it was like the game, they were already down like 10k. The first one, he like get hits by an arrow in
downtown.
In his ultimate. And the second one was kind of weird. I mean, the game was basically over there, but he like tries to deal with a ward and I don't know, he just dooms
Greedy.
it. Yeah.
So if you're Boom right now, what do you want to do to be able to get next game? Like, do you have to have a team huddle? Do you have to kind of talk it through? Do you talk about the heroes or just...
I mean, I think you talk about like what didn't work. So like I think you stick with the Death Prophet. Like I don't think Blacklist have found any solution to it.
Right.
Like the TP countered it at 30 minutes or whatever. He was highest net worth. He dominated his lane and he was like first pick. Then you have to reconsider your mid hero, like the synergy between your mid and support and stuff. Because this just didn't look good, this Tuskar.
Yeah, he had no one to play with. I mean, I think that's what it came down to. Usually, like, even in the first game, Yopach, he had like a team to play around him. But this game, it was like we said, the Disruptor Treant Tusk doesn't look scary at all compared to the Ember Mirana Hoodwing. That's just so much damage and really annoying to play against.
Right. And do you think that Blacklist's team play was much better this game compared to the last game, or do you think their heroes were just better?
I think they messed up the early game actually with their lead. The TB died top with Meta instead of just going bottom with the mech. I think that was like a really strong timing for them. Like they kind of threw their, I wouldn't say advantage a bit, but it was a timing for them and they kind of dragged it out for Boom.
Yeah, because that's kind of what I saw too when I saw the TV die. They were like, "Oh, I don't think this is supposed to happen." But yeah.
Yeah. No, I think they definitely just had a better draft. A lot of it. Because I mean, the last game was just, I don't know. It was a really difficult game for them to play. Like they needed Blink on Doom. They didn't get it. This game though. Yeah. No, because you could see the mid fight where they just chased them down. Like they're all coming in. The Embers like triple
going together. Yeah.
and they can just kill them. So I think, what did they learn? Did they learn anything from game 1?
Learn to buy blink.
Yeah.
I mean, they also had like a proper squad, I think. I think like in these games where you want Raven to be like on this scaling court, it's not super participative, you really need this squad.
Yeah,
Because Cuckoo, the way he itemizes and plays generally, he needs like he needs his team to be able to fight too. And you can't have this like where carry doesn't want to fight, but the other 3 also don't want to fight. Like that's so awful.
Yeah, no, you're right. They had like very good synergy with Ember, like with their mid laner. So like you have Chains, and then you have Into Arrow, you have Hoodwink Ultimate.
Yeah, you just want to like go in. You also have Greaves to like back up. Kind of. We saw the Greaves mid-fight. I think both heroes survived on 1 HP, 1 Greaves each.
No, and what do you have? You have Tusker Punch into...
I think they have Glimpse Overgrowth, you know, it's like your opponent has to be running away from you or like can't fight into you, but they just couldn't accomplish that.
So going into game 3, without seeing the draft yet, just the mental strength of these players, which team do you think is stronger?
Mental strength?
Yeah, the mental strength, the fortitude, I don't know, the MMR. Who looks like the stronger team on paper?
I don't know.
I'll say Blacklist looks like the stronger team. But I mean, it will come down a lot to the draft and how they like fix things. Yeah, I think the biggest point is just like for Boom, like pick supports that synergize with the mid laner.
I think Boom will go into game 3 and like still stick to their
DP. I think the DP is fine, but they was Tiny, right? Just
pick Tiny instead of Trent. Yeah, I think so too. Because on the 8 pick, you just want to pick a strong hero, I think.
Let's get the Tiny.
Do you think Yopaj is kind of like the win condition, sort of? Like you have to enable him with the supports to be able to start roaming?
I mean, I think he does it by himself. I mean, he was more like the lose condition this game, kind of. I don't know, like it was hard to see him have impact unless the lane was better.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Well, we do got a draft cooking up. Do it, Adam, to the Kunkka dance.
He got his hands on his hips, you know.
Yeah.
I don't got that flexibility.
Yoink, Tusker.
Okay.
Alright, what's this Tusker for?
Oh, Boom ban.
Boom ban the DP.
Yeah, because they're not first pick and they like feel the DP is really OP, right? They first pick.
I mean, they're in their own head, in their own meta game.
Yeah, they might be. No DP. Alright, Tiny what? Tiny Mirana?
Sure, I don't mind it.
Mirana, there you go.
Or Ember.
Sounds fine too.
They want an Ember here? I feel like they don't.
I think you can.
They will play a Tusk, right?
Yeah, but think what Carl plays. Like, what would he play to, like... If you're playing, like, CCNC, right, he'll pick Huskar.
I get you.
If you're playing, like, Tundra, they will OD you. But what would Carl do? Like, pick Queen of Pain and lose the lane.
What would Carl do?
That's what I ask myself every day.
Maybe we'll pick, like, Kunkka to counter you. I don't know.
Tree?
No. Why?
The 0% win rate Tree.
Why?
I mean, I think they already have the Mirana now. She, like, matches up well with a lot of mid laners.
Yeah, but you might not have any mid layers after this.
Oh.
True.
Sheesh. Yeah. The Trees had no success in this series.
But it's game 3.
I don't mind it. The tree can work if you draft correctly.
Y'all just not get my pun, guys. I'm disappointed.
Game 3. I see.
Flew right over my head.
Not too surprising. Big comfort.
Yeah.
Seen Cuckoo and Raven both play it.
Yeah.
And it's Blacklist's tree also. For their game tree.
The small trees.
Yeah, and
game tree.
He's like a walking tree, kind of.
So they both have horns.
Yeah.
One's at the top, one's at the mouth. Alright, anyway, what do Boom need? Ember, Kunkka, Bat Rider. Probably the 3 bans we'll see from
Bat Rider,
Blacklist.
yeah. Yopaj definitely loves his Bat Rider. Good call. They already banned Ember though, so they're on the mid-ban train.
I mean, they have to ban for a profit, right? We saw the Bat first to ban last game. I would be really surprised if they don't ban it. There's not going to be too much left in the pool, I would think. Spectre ban. Okay, interesting. There's a Natsumi hero.
Yeah. I mean, that makes you think it's leaning more against, like,
off-lane
carry.
Carry?
Yeah.
Carry Prophet?
No, because, like, in lane, I think Prophet does really well versus Spectre.
That's true.
It's like later on where he kind of gets on top of you with Manta and you just die.
I feel like we've seen this opening a lot, the Tusk Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, specifically from Blacklist.
Yeah.
I mean, and they like to do their offlane +4, right?
Yeah. They also play it on Raven, but much more, I would say. But I don't know. It's just a flex for them.
I feel like the most openings we see is always like Tusk NP or Lina Marcy or Lina Tusk.
Very
Always.
So there is Kunkka in the pool.
Kunkka.
No. Oh, there is Pango as well. But I don't even want to pick Pango against Prophet. I feel like it's so up and down.
Yeah, and you're like,
don't see the
synergy
mid
with
too.
your Treant and with your
Mirana.
It's like
And when Tree gets to 20 talent, you're stuck rolling.
Monkey King ban.
Yeah.
Boom has like some interesting bans. I guess Beast is just like a normal strong hero. Decent is Trin in lane too.
Adam, can I hear your best Kunkka? Yeah, that Tide Hunter one. Kunkka.
I don't know.
What does Kunkka sound like?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
No. Like, you know when Tide Hunter goes like, Kunkka?
But that's a Tide Hunter sound.
Yeah, can you do it?
I got an ogre sound.
You got an ogre now?
Yeah. This way? No, that way.
Wow. It's
Pure
like
skill!
it's like I'm in.
You're in, just close your eyes. Close your eyes.
Dude,
You
that's a
feel it.
Tide Hunter. Do you
Oh,
have
there!
Nature's Prophet now?
See, I was literally onto something. I told you. It's a Tide Hunter. You're saying Kunkka.
Yeah.
Are they gonna pick Tide Kunkka? They actually might.
No.
No?
Please.
No?
That's so bad. Isn't it? You have no damage. You just have a bunch of weird stuns.
That's true. You don't want a water park?
Alright, with Primal Beast in the pool, things change. What hero is good against Primal Beast?
Like carries?
Anything
No,
with
like mid.
stuns?
Yeah, stuns are good. Yeah, it's usually Carl, right? He loves that hero.
Yeah. They have a very run-edgy draft right now.
Yeah.
I feel it's kind of bad against the tight Trian though. Like they kind of want you to run at them.
Sure. Still want some damage on Boom.
Yeah,
They have
I
their
agree.
carry and mid to pick, so should have something.
What's the damage here? Zeus me.
Zeus.
Yeah.
You guys
just
been
have a
very
lot of stuff to go on you, but
tiny.
What a surprise.
He needs to like keep his game going. Like if he falls behind, they have this
Over.
problem where they just don't have any damage.
Yeah. Yo Punch is a tiny enjoyer. He's played this hero a lot.
I mean, I think his teammates enjoy him playing tiny.
that too.
It's nice. They need a kill combo, right? So
Yeah, at least he has the Mirana this game.
This is looking like a nice Rubik game though. You have some juicy spells to steal.
you think that with this, if this Rubik ends up being +5 and you have this mech, like,
Oh, that's true.
okay, really like steal Ravage and stuff. Playing against tiny.
I mean, I guess it's possible, but it's quite hard. I mean, the
Yeah.
thing is, like, whatever you steal from Treant usually is pretty good. Tiny too.
Mirage spells are nice as well.
Yeah. It's like you should get something. I think Boom, they need like a Terrorblade or something. They need some big damage dealer.
TV's
I can
banned.
see the TV, but it's gone now.
Yeah, so what else?
Tight TA gives you everything.
Because I was thinking you can get like baited into trying to pick like a Nag or something, but
no way, right?
yeah,
Against
I don't
Primal.
like it.
I mean, need heroes that like can win you the late game and actually like do damage. I think Naga doesn't like do real damage in fights.
Yeah.
Because they have a very like go in, blink ravage, like blink stun toss, you know, they have a very, you need to fight this, but you can't really fight this lineup. So you need an objective taker, I think Roche, like even Ursa I can see, I think Boom have done it many times.
Okay. I don't mind it.
I mean, they need a Roche taker too. I guess they have Gush, but I don't think it's enough.
Yeah, probably not. That's a copium of your draft. Guys, we have
Gosh,
Gosh.
is gonna take Roche.
You know what's good here? IO carry. With the Trian in lane, they have like global presence to match the Nature's Prophet.
Sure.
Tether the Tiny.
You think they'd whip out something like that on a
That's copium.
game
Just
this important?
Talking out my ass.
And what is his level 10 talent now?
I have no idea.
I don't think he gets
IO for
damage
such a
or
long
anything.
time. I believe it's health regen, maybe. Naga is banned. We're talking about Boom's last pick. What's Blacklist need?
Could be an offlane, it could be a carry.
They're gonna pick Phoenix offlane.
I mean, their draft already looks pretty good, so.
They can pick whatever they want.
Yeah, almost, right?
Yeah. They have team, not the most team fighting. They're lacking a bit of team fight, but they have a lineup that's fast enough to like kind of put pressure before the real team fights really online.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess they could choose themselves because they could pick the Ursa themselves and just have the Prophet off.
Ursa's banned.
Or
Every time you say
they
it.
just banned it, right?
Yeah.
I mean, they're just proving our points.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, you guys are good panelists.
Monkey King is banned, Slark is banned. Okay, so they banned everything for this.
Draw.
For Boom?
Not for Blacklist.
Blacklist.
Oh.
They could. I mean, the thing is, Prophet safely still works. Like, you just farm versus the Tidehunter. And then, like, you're both gonna hit 6 and then
I
TP
guess.
somewhere else.
I just don't really see like an offlane hero. Or a mid, when mid is there. Quap round 2.
No.
I feel like they need a tide killing hero. Some Lash,
What if
some
they have
Phoenix.
Viper?
I mean, actually, you could just plop down the OD mid here.
Yeah.
Bam.
I wouldn't hate it. But I feel like you have OD Nature's Prophet on your team.
Yeah, maybe.
Not really what you want.
Oh, the draw.
Go with the draw.
Alright, what's the pick here? Boom, Bloodseeker, PA. Nah, no PA.
Lots of
They need a Dispel, right? Because there's so many roots and like mini stuns. Fans as well.
Wait, there's still Arc Warden, right?
No, it's... Oh.
Oh, there is.
I mean, it's not...
It's
not
like
a good-
Primal Nature's Prophet.
Yeah. So it's not as good of an Arc Warden game.
I like Sniper a bit more, but I feel like they will go for the Arc Warden.
Yeah. Because the Primal can definitely chase you down early. And the Prophet is good at pushing versus you. Like, you can just eat those spirits with your summons. So you're way better equipped to deal with him.
I feel like you're right. They definitely just pick the Arc Warden. It makes sense with their heroes, right? Like, they need this kind of hero.
Yeah.
So double range heroes trying to hit into your bubble. Sure, you like maybe might lose an early tower or so, but you have Trian tiny, like mid game and high ground holding.
You have the
sounds
potential of
so
just
good.
getting completely run over though, right?
Do I want to see the toss into the Arc Warden bomb?
Yeah, I feel like it's hard though, Arc Warden.
Maybe you don't want to get run over. It's like Bloodseeker.
Yeah.
Ugh, don't say it.
No. What
There
else
has to
is
be
there?
something else. Can't be Bloodseeker. That can't be the answer.
It was just like- it's like some PL, CK kind of hero, but I don't really like it.
No.
Definitely prefer the Arc.
I feel like Arc though, like
I mean, Sniper is like the better pick, I think.
Sniper. Yeah, I mean, he suffers kind of the same problem as Arc Warden.
I mean, it's a bit more tanky, right? Like Arc Warden, you don't really build stats. Sniper, you kind of can get away with getting like a Pike early or like Dragonlance, Wraith Band, Strits.
Yeah.
He has Trian armor on top 2.
I mean, they're struggling too. They have 15 seconds now.
They're having the same discussion we are.
Yeah, I think so.
oh TA.
I told you, tight TA gives you everything. Although
Yeah.
I think it's an awful pick. But
it's
they
an awful pick?
they want Roche. Yeah, but I think it's awful.
Oh.
I think there's going to be a point in the game where it's going to be so hard. Actually, I'm wrong.
Don't worry, dude.
I think you're onto something.
They have Gush. They can
Oh,
rush
what?
easy.
Dude, I thought Boom was Blacklist.
Oh.
That's not my fault. All right, TA makes more sense
Oh my
because
god.
Raven's playing
I
it.
love Boom's lineup.
Oh.
Or
Wait,
the
what?
opposite.
Which
Who's
Boom?
who?
Oh no. Debated. All right, so
wait.
Boom is on the right, guys.
So that is Boom.
Boom's
With the
on the
lineup
right.
I like way better.
Yeah.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Boom is. Oh, okay. So that's Boom is the Tusk.
Yes, Boom is the
Oh my
Tusk.
gosh, this.
The name?
I'm getting totally confused with this. But yeah, whose lineups are you guys liking better?
I like Boom.
You like
Yeah,
Boom?
I like
By
Boom.
Boom, I mean the one on the right.
Yeah.
I see.
The one with the Tusker.
Gosh, this is so mind-boggling. But I'm a Tidehunter enjoyer. I like the watermelon.
Yeah.
I want to see it be played. Finally.
They can do some nice rotations with like Mirana or Treant like coming to the other support's lane. And you should be able to pick up some kills.
Now on First Blood. Let's go.
Can do that too.
Yeah.
Get a little Orb of Venom maybe.
Yep.
Get frisky with it.
All right. I can hear our casters laughing about I don't know what. But I do, in fact, want to hear what they're laughing about. Apple and Richie, what are you guys giggling over about?
I don't think we can share. Yeah.
Well, we know it was you.
It wasn't.
Yes, true. Before things, I always like to swap things around, Adam. That's why today your seat is much lower than usual. I swapped the side of it.
Now this, I sit down and I panel with Soph.
What? Why?
He's calling me short.
Oh, okay. I thought because he was tired.
Yep. All right. Well, take it away, guys. Let's get it on with game 3.
Game number 3, I recommended a Tide Hunter last
I
time
never got
around.
to understand if Adam thought he was right or wrong, because he flip-flopped so many times between, oh, Tia's a good pick, Tia's not a good pick.
Well, I mean, to be
Tia's
fair,
a good pick.
we did also debate him there on swapping the heroes. And a fair play to him for noticing very quickly that they were swapped. I mean, he was right on the ball
He knew
there.
immediately what players play for what
A little
team.
bit...
really an analyst. We would hire for
identified
any
friend
DPC.
or foe real quickly. But I really like Bosco on the Talon. I'm telling you, I think this hero is good for him.
You actually suggested it?
I did.
No cap, guys. Richie was suggesting this.
I was suggesting it.
Between series.
You know what? I suggested it for game 2. I said, I don't think he should play the same hero. I think he should play Tidehunter if he wants to play it the same way.
What we said is, if he plays the Doom again, the same thing will just happen.
Yeah.
And I went, well, what hero doesn't get killed? And Richie goes,
Tidehunter. You should give him Tidehunter. And now we're going to get to see. I really like his Tendrils of the Deep as they're going to go now onto X-Nova.
X-Nova, the body block is not needed apparently. Onslaught.
That's a juicy onslaught. Just like a little drive-by right there.
I will say, I do like Tendrils of the Deep as well, and I am surprised we don't see as much Tide, because as far as aura carriers go, which is the offlane role for right now, Tide seems like one of the best.
Yeah, I think it could potentially be because we see a lot of Silver Edge carriers quite naturally in the game. Lina is a big one. NP can build into it. Range carries especially, who are going to be outside of range of, generally speaking, his Anchor Smash. Right?
I think the range carry is also a big point. Like you said.
So I think the meta kind of conditions him against it. So he is kind of left out. Maybe if we saw a little bit more of your casual melees besides Ursa, he might still be a really serious consideration in that respect. But I think it's two things. I think it's breaks and specifically range carries that are highly incentivized to pick up. I wouldn't be surprised. I think even in game 1 for Raven, we saw him build or attempt to build a Silver Edge. I think he only ever got the Shadow Blade that game. Right. But I wouldn't be surprised if we see it.
I also think that the level 25 talents got butchered. Right? He used to have a 25% or even 30 at one point cooldown reduction and a damage talent, which was insane.
Yeah.
And now Anchor Smash on attack or 1 second ravage stun, they're fine, but they're not the same strength as before. And I think the scaling for Tide is much less now. BKBs in this hero feels useless.
Yeah, that's real interesting. Because I think what was really cool about it before is that the old Shard, which again, we talked about Tendrils of the Deep already, whatever. The old Shard used to really synergize really nicely with your 25 talent to the point where we've seen, I think it was even Rezo one game?
It was almost always Rezo.
Yeah, where he would be like, actually, I'm 25, I'm the carry now. Plus 200 damage, Satanic, and he would legitimately carry the late game.
Yes.
And that was exciting to me. I liked that aspect of Tide. He became, as I used to call it, the Tide Hunter washing machine.
Yes.
But that's changed now, and I feel like maybe people need to rediscover this new kind of Tide Hunter, and he's really been forced out of meta by all these ranged carries especially. We'll see how Bosco does this game. I think, given that you have potentially 2 break carriers this game, both are fairly late. FBZ mostly because it's offlane NP, not a carry, and Drow because she wants other items before, usually.
Yeah.
So maybe he still has a decent amount of impact in this game, and that personally excites me.
Yeah, true. I will say that as far as aura carriers go, I think the range carrier is a big deal, because why not just Doom, which is just a better version of like the aura carrier than Tide, and better against range heroes in that sense, right? So I do see your point entirely. I think the laning is a big part.
Last point about auras, I could really see a Wraith Pact this game being very juicy for Bosco, to be honest. And maybe for both sides, to be honest, as we take a look at the other range carry in the game that was last picked, and that's going to be Raven's TA. So far, let me pull up my CS. So far, his lane going just fine. I think this is probably a lane that many heroes are going to struggle against, right? This offlane NP. But at the very least, no living armor quite yet, but yeah, you're doing a really good job. He's actually been applying Leech Seed to the Treants to give the max heal and, of course, the slow to at least make that very, very value, that point in the Leech Seed. I like that a lot.
Yeah, because this lane is kind of hard for a TA. A lot of instances of damage from the Nature's Prophet. You don't really get close to him. He has more range than you. I will say, though, that I don't like the Wraith Pact for Boom. I definitely do like it for Blacklist. I feel like against Mirana, and also the fact that Wraith Pact no longer reduces Sideblade's damage, right? The spill, mind you.
Oh, right, because it's pure.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, very good point. Yeah, I always forget about that aspect of the Sideblades. So I think that's probably going to be something to consider. Yeah, really, really good points.
I don't mind the pipe, though. I've been seeing a lot of pros trying this. The first time I saw it was Cuckoo, that did this Aura Nature's Prophet, went for Ags and then Pipe, and then just maybe Mech and Greaves at one point, I think.
Oh, well. Oh, sorry. Right, it's not Cuckoo for FBC. He's going for a different build. He's actually going to go
greedier, right?
Yeah, that's not Midas though, right?
It's Gleipnir.
That's Treads I see first, right? With his gloves of haze. Excuse me, because I've seen a lot of tweets. I forget who it was, but a couple of European pros especially have been tweeting about how garbage an item they think Hand of Midas is on NP these days.
Right. I'm inclined to agree as well. I feel like there's lots of better first items. I think Kuka proved it with the Axe build, which is more impactful.
Right. Axe Gleipnir, right?
AU, he might die. There we go. Zephyr actually has enough auto attack damage.
Okay. I mean, the lane is hard. He's going to return to lane, even though he has 6 mangoes. He's a mango enjoyer. He's actually a mango treant. Those were supposedly removed from the game, but he's actually really trying to make it happen again here, given how many mangoes he has. He'll be coming back to lane as well with a few items. So that instant TP, as Raven's going to drop him his stick and the gloves of haste. Okay, not bad.
Yeah, so I'm fine with the lack of Midas per se on the Nature's Prophet. I think it's actually much better. This is more of a teamfight-oriented build, it seems like. Gleipnir obviously gives you a really, really early root, right? One aura is nice. I really think Cuckoo's onto something with the Ags. I think the Ags is actually a better early item than Gleipnir. But we'll see. Maybe FBZ gets away with his greed.
What do you... So you want Ags for the NP first, is what you're saying? Or you want Ags and then an aura item and then whatever Gleipnir?
Yeah, you can go aura, or you can even just go Ags Gleipnir. I think that works too. But I think the Ags gives you more team fight and a little bit... It's easier to farm dangerous parts of the map with the Ags than it is with the Gleipnir.
And on top of that, I feel like you're more relevant early too.
Exactly,
right?
yes.
Which I think is kind of necessary on an offlaner. So then I guess naturally, right, if he's not going to build an aura, he's not going to build a mech, who is going to do it then? It becomes the question. X-Nova has traditionally been the hero to do that. It could be the Primal. I wouldn't be completely opposed to that, actually.
Yeah. Though this game, I feel like the TI build of Blink into Ags, just because of the Tide, is incredibly good. Because breaking him and stomping him.
Yeah, that one's really fallen off quite a bit.
Yeah, you haven't seen Ags, especially as an early item at all.
But I think the problem is this game, he really, really, really desperately needs BKB as well.
Yeah, so Blink Ags BKB, I'm okay with that.
That's a lot of gold,
BKB
That's a lot of gold. It's 10K.
Yeah, that's why you can't afford the mech, I think.
I guess not. And then, okay, so if he's not doing it, then I guess it would fall to Zephyr?
Yeah, I think that's the thing.
I feel like you also really want 4 staffs this game too, though. There's so many items that a big wish list for Boom. I think they can get it done.
Oh, this wish list would start nicely if they get a kill on Raven first. They still have the Pulverize, and they don't even need it. Trample will kill him. And AU, he gets blocked by trees.
The sweet, sweet irony.
Yeah, honestly.
So cruel.
Oh.
What was his...
What was the plan of the Ice Shark?
Perfect.
Maybe he was...
He is a little bit screwed.
Do you know what he was... Maybe he was trying to get himself up onto the high...
Oh, yeah, because Snowball to the creeps. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
But I think Snowball's on cool. Anyway, I think Snowball might just die at this rate. We still have leaps, but they don't want to commit him.
Oh, and that's because, guess who's mid? Or top. It's Yopaj from mid, from bottom.
And they want to go for Bosku. That's the real target.
Lovely rotation from Yopaj. Even though he's the newest player in the league and maybe even all of DPC, considering it's his very first pro team, and he's done actually already with the season so far, unless he's called back for tiebreakers. Bleeds Corden plays a very similar style, right? TPing down bottom, ganking bottom by running there, and then TPing to the opposite lane.
That's true.
It's a play I've seen him make many times, especially on Pangolier. Eventually, I think people started catching on to this, but Yopaj making that same exact move is going to suffer a little bit, right? Tiny has cleared his way. He's gotten this wagon onto the tower. It's about half HP, a little less. So he has been slightly punished for that play. However, he's really destabilized both of the side lanes in favor for his team. So I think it's worth it.
I agree with that. Corden called it Zoomer daughter, right, in the interview, like just play for your team.
Oh, and maybe you just kill Rock.
That would be incredible as well. Doesn't have enough mana for the onslaught, but does have phase boots to chase after him. Here's the Rubik. They want to snipe him with a Fate Bolt, but they also lack the mana. He's got it, but Carl is too far back.
He's too far away. I really threw it back to -1 million with that move, huh? Dinosaur smashes Rock on the ground.
Yep.
That was
you could actually, if you listen closely, you can hear the 2001 Space Odyssey music.
That's his best hits.
Dinosaur's best.
Dinosaur smashing Rock.
Yep.
It was a very experimental CD, album. Mid lane, Carl, have a toss into the arrow. Even though he's got no attack speed, he's got enough time here to make sure he deals with X-Nova, even if it is Tibbs that snipes the kill.
For as much as we thought Tide would struggle against range heroes, he actually annoyed Natsumi enough in terms of last hits, right? Like, NP's having a really good lane, and so is TA, but top lane both are just poor, which Bosku's fine with.
I have to commend Tims a lot for that as well. I think because, well, and of course the support matchup, right? Because it's a Tusk. Hold on.
Bottom lane AU. There's Trample that just canceled it instead for the Pulverize. And a little bit of attack damage from Zephyr. He actually steals the kill there with a single auto attack.
Not bad. Raven. Here to get a bit of farming in here, but having a lot of it contested with that Fade Bolt. Top lane, they are also looking for Bosku. You've cast switch cursed him, and he's died. FBZ making a very active rotation, and that's what I was going to say. I think you need like one more range hero in this lane, basically to guarantee the kill, and FBZ is going to TP in for that. Has the Javelin already, so even if he is going to be going for this more quote-unquote greedy build, which I think is no quotes necessary there, I think it's just true from what we've seen so far on the offlane NPs, this is a greedier build than the Eye Acceptor Rush. He's making good use of it, right? He's being active and he's rotating on the strength of this item alone, which I like seeing.
What I'm really curious about is what his level 10 talent would be, because mostly it's Wrath of Nature based damage, right? But there's a case to be made that he goes for this quote-unquote greedier build, but also the fastest pushing build, and just becomes a split pusher when they just call cooldown, right? Which it doesn't look like a great talent, but it would have some synergy with his idea, and this would allow him to take dangerous farm, allow him to shove waves, get a lot of vision for the team. I can see that working for him too.
Yeah. I wouldn't mind either. At the same hand, I feel like this is why the Ags build is just better, right? Because as an NP, this lineup's a little bit scary for you, right? You have a couple of Blink carriers, a couple of big AoE stuns and lockdowns that can cancel your sneaky TPs away. Therefore, I do feel like Ags is the safer way to push the map, right? Because it reduces your cooldown on Wrath of Nature by 25 seconds. And that allows you to effectively do the same thing as this 10 talent, right? And you also get the benefit of more damage, which makes you farm more.
Seconds, actually.
Is it?
Yeah, it's down to 50, yeah.
85 to 60, right?
To 50.
Lowers cooldown to 60 seconds. Yeah, no, I mean, a small difference there. It doesn't, I mean, either way, right? It's much faster pushing, which is the point we're making, right?
Yes.
So that's why I think now that I examine that level 10 talent a bit closer, I think that's probably why the Ag Scepter build is a little bit more popular, because then you can just take that talent and it feels good.
Yeah, it feels really, really good. And obviously the root always is great. And you get it before the Glaive.
Yeah, Carl tipped him, huh?
Interesting. Carl enjoying that kill. I mean, as long any kill that you get as Tiny before Blink Dagger is a win, right? Even if it's only a support. So Carl's pretty happy with that. They even get rid of the catapult. They can push mid. They're dealing with an MP. They have to push anywhere they can.
I mean, we're seeing rotations now, but this is like a fairly slow game compared to what we've normally been seeing. I think teams are finally realizing that we're casting,
Carl,
and we're settling in for 80 minutes.
There's Pulverize, and there's a Fable plus the Wrath of Nature. That'll get Carl. Where's the tip? We don't need it.
Back. Tim's, yeah, I'll go ahead and simply leap away from the gust. Cats are very nimble, you know.
They always land on their feet.
It's true.
Radiant's
They're programmed to do that.
under attack.
And also, it's because they're smartest beings in the universe.
Yeah, my cat. Sorry, I don't have.
You don't have a cat.
Your cat has a PhD, doesn't it? And floofiness.
She does. She has to carry a license with how much floof she has. It's could be potentially very dangerous. Mid lane, also very hazardous to this mid-tier 1 tower, is the push from FBZ, especially as Tiny looks to respawn. Arrow.
Okay.
Could have been close, but FBZ had that down to a T.
Yeah, turning left. Truly mastered the art.
Yeah, I mean, people don't respect turning left. I mean, NASCAR, it's full of it. If you like that move, check out NASCAR.
It's a lot of turning left. Not always, though. That's the most fun part.
Sometimes they have some real road courses, and those are the fun ones. I will agree.
But he's almost built Athos as well. Oh, no, sorry, no. I overestimated how much fun. He needs the stuff of Wizardry.
Yeah, I mean, he's getting there, though. For him, you know, this is still a hero that Giga farms.
Yeah.
You can see he's farming very safely. He's a little Camp of Death right now.
Isn't he using Wrath of Nature off cooldown as well?
Yes, he is. And mostly the team is making plays out of it. You can see Wrath of Nature is about to come off cooldown. The rest of Boom playing well around this timing, and they're going to go ahead and smoke up and maybe look for some trouble, or rather look to cause trouble to this TA especially, who's just walked past a ward that's expired. She's got traps down. Oh, where have they gone? Are they going bottom now instead?
Yeah.
Yes.
By the Trim Protector. And Trim Protector's
It's
dead.
not bad. It's a kill. FBZ is not going to use Wrath of Nature for that. Maybe they still find something here as X-Nova's smoke does break, but doesn't see Tim's thanks to the Moonlight Shadow. Pardon.
That's a Moonlight Shadow that you essentially wasted because they can't do anything with this.
Not wasted unless they find a fight here mid, but they're not itching for one.
And the thing is, now Blink Dagger is about to come out on Tiny, and you won't have Moonlight Shadow for it. Oh, especially if Tiny dies. Then you don't even have the Blink Dagger. No, he just bought it. Just fine.
Yeah.
Call those.
There's a Ravage.
The Gust. The Gust stops the Ravage for now. Snowball, though, and they know they have to retreat because the Ravage is coming. X-Nova gets caught.
Steal it.
Natsumi needs to get away, but he won't have a chance. They throw Raven onto him. He's dead. So does X-Nova. Yopaj has the onslaught, so he should be fine, but Blacklist Rivalry, they play well around this Ravage, and they show Boom why they should be afraid.
Yeah, I thought Zephyr was going to make a chance or a play to try and steal it. I think Bosco was very quick on the gush, so shout-outs to him. He's even carrying some emergency mangoes.
I think the spell still was on cooldown as well.
No, it was ready.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was the first thing I looked for. I'm your analyst, Avo. I set these things up.
Oh, Carl,
the blink reveal.
Place with the arrow as well. That's a Starstorm. Carl will get the skill with a second star there as the dust condemns Mirana. Carl low on HP, now stuck in the ice shards. Carl is dead as he can be.
What an onslaught. Yopaj, I thought he was going to go for one more, but has no more cooldowns. Really good counter initiation there from Boom. They lose pretty heavily there. They're beat back by the Ravage, by the Overgrowth, but they very quickly realize there is literally nothing left. Blacklist Rivalry maybe slightly overreaching there on the tiny blink reveal. A kill onto FBZ certainly well worth it. However, if you're not able to scatter the rest of the enemies, you can see they're still going to gather around for the push, and tower is going to be claimed, which was the original objective that Boom were jostling over. Maybe, in fact, they go down bottom yet again. This time, Bosco without Ravage would be an easy kill.
Trying to find the Tidehunter here. Okay, the onslaught.
Interesting toss.
It was onto the Primal Beast, which is why he flew that way. And then Bosco finally falls. Nothing you can do against tech team. One of the best abilities against a Tidehunter. Just constant slows.
Exactly, especially with FBZ joining in with the TP. Still holding on to that, not Curse of the Old Growth, the Wrath of Nature. But right now, Boom Esports very content to continue to play this pick-up heavy lineup. I like this style. Xnova, we've seen him on a couple different games of Tusk. This is by far, in my opinion, at least in recent memory, his best Tusk performance so far, I have to say. Which is impressive to me because his Tusk games before have looked incredibly frustrating, and this game's laning stage, especially against the Tidehunter, seemed to be shaping up to be the same. Top lane, though, they're going to find Raven.
Yeah, Pulverize as well. They're trying to save him with Moonlight Shadow, but Xnova's coming with Dust just in case. AU, however, is nearby, lurking in the trees. Overgrowth at the ready. They're trying to hunt down this beast.
No Ravage for 15, but they might not need it here.
Yopaj is slow, but he's also tanky. The onslaught gets stopped by the avalanche here. Yopaj, however, still making it through for now. They toss a Tide onto him.
Wrath of Nature.
That avalanche stolen by the Rubik worked in their favor as Carl dies as a mid laner for mid laner. But now they rooted down the Drow Ranger. Not to be
Ravage is ready.
He doesn't have guts. There's the Ravage finally killing off this Drow as Raven gets some space for himself. Keeps hitting FBZ. FBZ, kind of a pseudo carry. You can't really get confident around him as Atos as well with the Walrus punch still gets the kill on this TA. Mid for mid, K for carry, eye for an eye, the world is blind.
The world does go blind, but fortunately not for the towers here, which is going to be well defended by Boom in this top lane. They will keep that alive. Blacklist Rivalry, though, they've committed quite heavily now twice and have failed at the mid tower push. They failed at the top tower push. And they're just not going to get it either. NP's back in these fights too quickly. He's got full Gleipnir now as well. This is troublesome now. Blacklist Rivalry, they're going to struggle a little bit here to open up their own map. More time for Natsumi to continue scaling and farming up. Raven not doing too poorly himself, but still does not yet have the full Deso and Dragonlance timing he'd really wants, pardon me. And I'd say from all the mid/safe lane TAs we've been seeing for the past year, this hero's not really that scary until you get that third item, which in a game like this is probably going to be BKB and not Blink Dagger.
Right.
But Raven will get going on that now.
No, he's going to go for Blink.
He's going to go for Blink. That's a little bit surprising for me.
It's courageous.
Yeah.
I agree with your BKB idea because now you get like Gusted, Telekinese, or even Pulverize.
Pulverize, yeah. I think Pulverize is the big one. I think he can always look to try and cover himself in sieges by building a Psionic Trap Shard, or sorry, just Ag Shard in this case, which is a good silence, right? Especially because, is that BKB finished? Actually, yeah, that's BKB finished for the Primal Beast. Never mind, it's no good. So scratch that idea. I think you should go BKB.
Yes.
But Raven, sometimes he likes to make these bold moves, trying to outplay his enemies, and with strong positioning, you can absolutely demolish, a Drow Ranger.
Yeah, you can.
So that might be the play here, especially with, that's going to be a trio of Blink Daggers, right? AU's just finished his on the Train Protector. You have one on Carl. Bosco's not building one. That's fine. He doesn't really need one. But you'll have 3 and, of course, 4. Not really 4, but Tims has one basically built in.
Gleipnir cancel that TP. There's where Gleipnir comes into play. You don't have to see the enemy to actually cancel those TPs.
Now
they have a Dust as well. That's going to be dispelled soon, though. So now they don't see him again. Oh, they hex him. They use. Oh, that was pick pull. Okay. Yep. Interesting. You can dispel his pick pull. I didn't know that.
Oh.
Like he dispels it. Oh, I guess he dispels it.
He dispelled it with Kraken Shell.
Yeah, but
interesting.
I didn't know you could do that.
Interesting.
We have trample. AU in the trees, but there's a deforestation going on. AU will die to global warming. Ironically, from a dinosaur.
I guess the only other hero you might see that on is Abba, right? Because he can also dispel himself if you hit him hard enough and he procs his borrowed time. He'll come out of pig form.
Right, or you could. Can he Aquatic Shield pig pull out of someone?
Oh, I guess heroes doing it to themselves though is what I was.
No, I know, but like, can you do that? I never.
No, it's borrowed time that does it because you hard dispel when you proc borrowed time.
Oh, and Aquatic Shield is not hard dispel. It's just
Aquatic Shield does hard dispel actually. It's a strong dispel.
Yeah, right.
But you do it with Dark Pack, for example. If you're pig pulled, I guess Dark Pack would do it too. Yeah. Now we're just doing trivia.
I'm very curious. I didn't know that would be an interaction. I thought it would be a buff.
I thought it was also a buff, very similar to like Mask of Madness, right? Which is why even if you BKB after Mask of Madness, you're still silenced.
Yes. Oh, but actually you can tell by the fact that when you see the pig pull icon, it's red.
It's red. Yeah, interesting. I wonder why they did that. So I guess that means enemies cannot dispel it.
Oh yeah, that's a good question as well.
That's really interesting.
So there's a whole rabbit hole of useless trivia.
For a useless trivia for a tier 1 neutral item that's been in the game for like a year.
Yes.
That honestly is not that important.
No,
but what is important is the ramifications from this game.
And what is important is that this Primal Beast is building Ags like we asked.
Yep.
He also built the BKB first, and probably Blink after.
Smoking as well, but Bosco's in a really good position here. He's gone for like a couple of value items, just with the mech and the regular Pipe of Insight. Going first for the Guardian Greaves.
Regular
See if we can put those to use now.
Onslaught, he can't move because already forced to move by a bunch of other spells, which means Carl will just fall.
Yep.
I appreciate Yopash activating the BKB. It might seem like a waste, but better safe than sorry.
It's fine, yeah. They probably don't Ravage there in any case, but like you're saying, better safe than sorry. Raven is going to be needed in these fights rather soon, and he has decided to go for the BKB instead of the Blink Dagger. He's already committed, I believe, with the Mithril Hammer in his inventory, so he won't be showing up until that item's completed. However, that will be in about another 1,500 gold, so a couple more minutes. In the meantime, though, Boom really putting pedal to the metal as they push down into this bottom lane, still bolstered by the Sages for another 3.5 minutes here, Abo. This is a dangerous fight for Blacklist to be taking, especially, I mean, their Tiny's responding in 5. They have the whole team back here. Xnova's not a bad jump.
Oh, this is a fantastic smoke break by Xnova. Allows the whole team to retreat, which I think they want to. Yeah, he walks over towards them. That was very well positioned by Xnova.
Yeah, indeed. Continuing to protect the Sages as Natsumi's going to farm item after item. Just Hurricane Pike? Are you sure? Is there not more items right now on this Drow Ranger?
There's... Oh. Wow.
Is Hurricane Pike really that expensive?
Quite expensive.
I guess so. I mean, it's a good item. It's a good
Shard is the Shard. That's all.
Oh, yes, there it is. So Hurricane Pike and Shard is pretty significant here.
That's why.
Dire's middle tower.
But on that note, the real carry, I mean, we had a game like this, which is Execrations, remember? When they were playing Palos Marcy, and their offlaner was playing Nature's Prophet, and he was the real carry the whole time.
No, that's right. That is right.
Tino.
And you know what? FBZ is doing similar things to Tino, as you're saying, because it's BKB already finished for him, actually, and then into AC. I mean, very carry heavy. Satanic already in the quick buy.
That's what I'm saying. Like, this is not even, we're like, oh, he might be pushing.
He's not even pretending. No, he's not pretending. He's going full...
SCA offlane. This is what an SCA offlaner looks like.
100%.
Yeah.
100%. They go, what do you mean? I ganked a lane.
Yeah, it's like, well, but you're playing Wraith King. You built Radiant's first item.
Yeah, I ganked. I threw a stun. I have a stun. I'm a core.
I'm an offlane. I'm an initiator.
I have Vampiric Spirit. And they go, that doesn't work anymore. And you go, okay.
Well, Yopaj, Pulverize, catching a Tiny. They need a little bit more, though.
Staff.
The Ice Shards work against them.
Bosku from the side.
And there's FBZ with a Gleipnir. Killing damage, overgrowth, though. Might save Carl's life as Xnova goes forward against Raven. FBZ tries to get away with the TP. He will succeed, but they put the toys together. Now broken two of them.
There's a
Xnova and Natsumi are dead.
There's no way he gets out of here.
He is dead a second time, my friend. You die once, you die twice.
Yeah, there's no way out there. Really good positioning from Blacklist Rivalry to make sure not everyone was going to be silenced. That would have been very awkward. Big jump there from Boom Esports, who I believe just pushed a little bit too much. They really pushed their luck a bit there, utilizing the BKB to try and kill Tiny. 4 staff out was absolutely instrumental there. I believe that was, and indeed likely was, Tim's. So all-star move from him, really, just to get him out of range, quite simply. That's the play he needed to make. He was in position and he made the play. Bosku as well, as Shiver says, as Puppy says, it's not always about the threat of the Ravage. Or sorry, it's not always about the Ravage, it's more about the threat of the Ravage. Really kind of awkwardly forced that fight because Yopaj commits so hard, including BKB onto the high ground. It means that the rest of the team has to walk awkwardly up those stairs. But that's where Bosku's sitting. Yep. And if you walk next to him, you're just begging him to Ravage you. FBZ's lucky to be able to escape because he has gone for BKB, but Drow Ranger, not as lucky. And like you're saying here, it's like one of those games where is your carry actually the carry, or is your carry just distracting them from the real carry, which is NP?
Yeah. Which is what maybe something FBZ also needs to consider, because he seems confused about that categorization himself, right? If he's so valuable, then he can't be the one that's going that far in.
Well, I think that's generally true, and I think that'll be much more problematic when his BKB starts being a shorter duration.
Yes.
That's his 9-second BKB. He feels strong. This TA doesn't quite yet have the damage from, right? She did go for that defensive item being the BKB. They have, once they use Overgrowth, right, they can't cancel his BKB TP away. Like, I think that was a well-measured fight. In general, yes, he does need to start shifting his priorities, but I don't mind him also being this aggressive man in, because to be honest, his Drow Ranger still does significant damage at this stage, and Drow needs a carry Drow needs a partner who's going to be like that for her, right?
That's a very good point.
At that
especially
stage,
when Yopaj is playing the backlines as opposed to just initiating.
And in that fight, Yopaj had already used all of his utility.
Yeah,
right?
that's a very good point.
So someone else needed to do it to enable, I mean, you've got Aegis on her. She needs to do something in this fight, right? So I think that's fine for now, but that does need to change soon. I completely agree. And we'll see here as Blacklist Rivalry, they're gearing up for another fight. This one, Avo, might be a bit scary. He's a DD in the bottle for Raven.
And then just a blink just picked up by Raven as well, which is insane. If a courier can bring it in time, I think it would be crucial.
Once again, I think they're only going to maybe find X-Nova here.
Okay. They're spreading pretty well. The positioning by Boom has been pretty solid this whole game.
Yeah, look at Natsumi. Yopaj is on the high ground. Even X-Nova.
Zephyr, he'll die.
Yeah.
But it's okay. He was shoving out waves. In fact, no, he has no TP.
He's dead, yeah.
He's dead.
I mean, it'll take
some time. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, sure. I'll steal another spell. Yeah, get that leech sheet going. Hell yeah.
Look at him. Oh, God.
Yeah.
Ruben.
Oh, no, he's dead. No, I mean, it's space created. It's space enough. You know, there's other really pretty big items coming online now. Natsumi really desperately needs a BKB now after that last fight. I think it kind of speaks for itself, especially as it's going to allow you to more or less ignore Tidehunter for the duration of it.
Right.
So long as he's not directly on top of you, which honestly shouldn't be a concern because you have Hurricane Fight.
Right.
Like that's a really good solution to him. You have your Hypothermia Ag Shard as well, which if I'm not mistaken is a pretty good movement speed slow, isn't it? No, but you have a move speed slow on Frost Arrows anyway.
No, I mean the burst is a movement speed slow.
Oh yes, that's what I'm thinking of. You're right.
Yeah, the 40% movement speed slow is
yeah, and that's good. You know, that's good enough, especially as you continuously reapply them. So even if he does get a Dispel off, I think he's going to really struggle to stick on you.
But to your point that you were saying earlier, once you get that Ags on Primal Beast, you finally can play team fights a little bit differently, because you can break the tide and then kill him in that duration, ideally, right? And it is possible for sure, because his only items against Drow is pretty much Guardian Greaves and the armor it gives. You don't have Crimson or anything like that, and once you break him, you lose that.
Yeah, you do have that one Dispel, right? So that's at least a little bit important. But unfortunately, as Ags Lab 2 enjoyers will know, Primal Beast really spams out these things, and it's not like Yopaj is limited much on mana or even cooldown, to be honest, on the Uproar. It's a pretty spammable skill, especially for 0 mana. It's really good value.
Right.
Not to mention the damage. It's about 500 damage if you have someone in your grasp in mid-pulverize and you also roar at them. It's significant at this stage of the game, honestly.
Yeah, good point, because Silver Edge is a break that can't be dispelled, but other breaks are dispellable.
Yeah, you have Side Blades as well that you're breaking this game. I mean, Nature's Guise, I guess, maybe. And you can't break Grow, so those are the only two you're breaking, but not bad. Not still bad passives to be breaking here.
No, I mean, Kaka Shells are so valuable, right? It's still damage, like you mentioned. It's still a spammable spell. It looks good.
I think it's magic as well, isn't it?
The what? The damage? Yeah.
Yeah, it should be. Yeah, it's blue. It's magic damage. That's how you can tell. No, I'm serious. It's blue.
Yeah, I like that change a lot.
Yeah, it does make it a lot easier at a glance.
What does it look like if you're colorblind?
There's a colorblind mode.
Yeah, but isn't? Oh, I guess blue and red are hard to confuse.
Yeah, no, it's there's special colorblind modes, and I think all those colors change as well. Valve gets a lot of smack talk, but one thing they do really well, and they have for a long time since they've
accessibility.
Accessibility has always been something they really, really do well at. It's for sure something that more game devs have been doing since then, but should always strive to do, for sure. In the meantime, though, it's Boom, who are going to need some accessibility options here soon, because Blacklist Rivalry are probably going to try and hit him with a 1-2 punch. Bosku, he's leading them in, man. He feels strong.
Quiver for Natsumi. At the same time as Yopaj gets his Ags, it's not looking bad. AC also on Nature's Prophet. It seems like Boom's in a good moment to fight. Carl is stagnating a little bit.
Crystal's for Raven, so he's got that little bit of a bonus efficiency damage. FBZ might be looking to kick things off here. He's got a full AC.
Bring him back with a telekinesis, Ice Shard, Sprout. They miss everything.
Yeah, force the BKB though. Not bad when you consider Roshan is set to respawn here pretty shortly.
Yeah, but you sprouted it. I think they have to overcommit, so.
And now, speaking of commit, boom. I feel like now the balance is in their favor. By reading Blacklist movements, I think they're inclined to agree. Raven's TP'd away, as has Carl. And I think this is going to allow Boom to move right back into the triangle here, Blacklist Rivalry, right as soon, Abo, as Roche is going to respawn. I think this is Roche 2, isn't it?
Yeah, should be.
X Shard for someone.
X Nova leading for now, making sure if
the vision, wards on wards.
No, they won the war for now. No, there's another sentry put up.
It's too important. I like that play immediately. Just get the vision up and remove wards. Too many times I've seen teams what seems like foolishly commit into those fights when they know enemies have a ward there. You're gonna lose the fight. Oh, and that's a good jump from Carl.
Carl gets Zephyr immediately. Pulverized. Is that gonna be successful though? They need more damage than just Drow. The Grow gives you extra armor, so the marksmanship does not go through that.
Yep, it does. It's bonus armor as well. Green armor is not pierced by marksmanship.
Exactly.
It's a big kill. Now Blacklist Rivalry feel like they're the ones back in control. Really, really good jump by Carl. Those are the kinds of jumps that I think really helped him make a name for himself back when he was on Geek Fam. Pretty risky. He doesn't have BKB. He doesn't have BKB, Avo, and I'm pretty sure... Oh, he has buyback at least. Okay. But, like, around a time when Roche just respawns, and of course they know because they have a trap in the pit, but also probably Boom know because they have treants in the pit. Like, it's an equally risky move. They know what's at stake, but it's a really bold call, and I like that Blacklist are going to make it. And now, they're rewarded with a very fast and efficient second Roche. Aegis for Raven.
That's also the thing, right? They have two sources of minus armor, a TA, and Adam even pointed out in the draft, right? The strength of a TA is just the Roche potential. You're Radiant after all. If you can't abuse that, what's the point of picking a hero?
You gush him too.
Yeah.
I mean, I know that was kind of a meme, but it does kind of end up making a difference when you need all that minus armor. There's going to be now the Psionic Trap slows for Raven. So look out for that. It's basically a mini silence as well. Or sorry, silences. It's always slowed. But now it'll silence as well. Could be problematic for FBZ, who for the most part has been able to always sprout and TP away. Of course, if he uses his teleport, his second skill, he will be vulnerable to that silence cancel. And even just a mini silence to cancel and reset the animation could spell disaster for him. So it's pretty big. Yeah, I like those a lot. X-Nova, no BKB either for him, so he's also very vulnerable to this. It's a good item. Gem of True Sight, anything else really new? Hyperstone for the Tiny, who's going for the AC next. And a Blink Dagger for Bosku, and just about 800 gold ain't half bad either. These are some serious items that Blacklist are starting to really pick up, as the arrow's just going to miss Natsumi there.
But neither team really wants to engage with the other just yet. I mean, Blacklist wants the perfect, Blacklist Rivalry, sorry, wants the perfect angle of initiation, because Ravage is a little bit hard without the Blink Dagger. Once Bosku gets that, maybe their options open a little bit, and Boom are just afraid to go into Overgrowth, Ravage, Aegis.
Exactly, and I feel like both teams probably feel like they have maybe the better late game. I don't know. TA, I think eventually is going to fall off a little bit versus a Drow.
I think Boom's right if that's the case.
That's what I'm getting at, right, is they basically have two cores. Carl's doing a good job, though. He's going to AC, he's got Echo. You can eventually disassemble that and get one more component towards your Ag Scepter. You know, like there's room for him to grow here as well. But of course, Bosku is going to be much more limited, especially as they've removed those 25 talents from him, as mainly just an Aura Carrier with a threat of a Ravage for a stun. And if this goes late game, like we've seen many games in C do, I don't think he's going to be feeling too great when, yeah, he'll have a Refresher and 2 Ravages, but enemies will have Refreshers and 2 BKBs.
That's what I was saying about the Tide and the limitations on his 25 talents, right, that we talked about earlier.
You get caught, though.
Force Staff. Telekinesis to save him. TP as well. They know they have nothing to cancel this because he already used Avados.
Mid lane, in the river, X-Nova also sniped the DD rune and TP's away with it successfully. So really good Aegis kill now on this. I'm going to make that a term because it's what Boom are doing here really well. They've pushed high ground, right? Or sorry, they shoved top lane super hard, especially with NP. They forced a rotation back. Blacklist, sure, they get a tier 2 tower, but they're going to be unable to threaten for high ground and maybe not even for mid lane with this Aegis. It's at 2 minutes left. They'll get another tower at least. But Boom, you know, they're doing well to limit the damage, right? Is mainly the point I want to make.
Stave off the bleeding. That's all you need to do. As an AC comes out on Tiny, the name of the game, it seems like, for Blacklist Rivalry is just get as much armor as possible so that Drow and NP, who both don't have any way to diversify their damage, can't really hurt you. And FBC says, I don't need to diversify my damage if I can just become tankier so I can hit for longer.
That's right. You do only lifesteal damage that you deal. You don't do lifesteal off of the base number. It's only damage dealt, which is why I still like the idea of a Wraith Pact later, because you dramatically reduce the lifesteal duration and you get even more armor to your team. I think Blink Dagger is definitely the item for now for Bosku, because he needs to be maybe, if not a first, a second immediate initiation as soon as Carl, because Carl's going to die pretty soon.
Yeah.
Oh, whoa.
Yeah, I was a little bit crazy about Raven, but his Aegis still has 1 minute left, which is why Boom are not looking to engage. Meanwhile, they left Zephyr behind, who took the wrong path.
That's fine. He's got buyback if it really comes down to it. Mid tower is going to go down. You can see immediately FBZ. Again, this is the Aegis kill, right? He's going to TP top lane and make sure that he keeps this tier 2 top alive as long as possible. He's got Treants shoving down bottom. Like, really, really good stuff, right? You can see it doesn't really leave Blacklist with a lot of moves. They're not going to go high ground with this Aegis. It's a little bit too bold. They have no other moves than, just to TP heroes back, and that never feels too great, again, when you have the Aegis. Let me make a really quick point about this Blink Dagger for Bosku, and now that it's online, why I think it's going to be great stuff. At this stage of the game, I think Tiny's very killable. You know, he kind of coasts through the first 25, 30 minutes, unless you have like a specific very anti-Tiny hero, based on just his natural HP and his grow armor. He's got a lot of armor this game, but I don't think he can be the first hero in anymore. Without immediate backup. He needs to be the first hero in, but now he's going to have the immediate backup of Bosku, right, with Blink Dagger, Ravage, and that's, I think, what's going to make the difference in these team fights.
Interesting.
Before it was him either just having to go for toss back plays. I think, like, he's still fine. Like, he's not going to die, but, like, he's no longer going to be able to solo heroes anymore, and he will die if he's alone up there for too long. That's my concern.
Sure, I can see that. And Tide obviously being able to do the second punch, right? It's better. But I feel like he's still incredibly tanky, a really hard hero to bring down, because Drow has not skilled insanely well. You have a small crit now, not that much yet. Only Hurricane Pike, BKB, and Silver Edge. They're going for a play, though.
Satanic finish for FBZ at the cost of his buyback.
It's okay, Satanic is your buyback.
I've seen, no one has buyback except for the two Boom supports.
It's like we're casting a Gabby game, Richard.
Honestly. Tower's going to drop. That's the last outer tower remaining for Boom Esports, as Blacklist are likely to take this outpost and maybe just... Whoa.
Look at this. Really long wraparound.
They might not even see this coming.
I mean, they did. There's a trap there. Oh, no. The Walrus fell in the trap.
That he did. Cannot break Grow, so that armor still all put to use there for the Tiny. Plus 50 armor. Careful now. Everyone else from Boom making it out alive so far. Zephyr. Yeah, the triple leaps, which don't get your bonus cast range, as the arrow is going to go north when Zephyr went south. Down bottom, FBZ. Blacklist, they're hunting him.
BZ, maybe.
Got BKB. Doesn't get it off, though. Has the Satanic, probably.
No, he is going to die at this rate. So much damage from Raven. Yeah, it went for Daedalus, not even Silver Edge. It's not the puny Crystalist crit.
No, it's a big one. It's a big meaty one.
It's a big yeah. Big mama of crits.
Yes, that's exactly where I was going.
Yeah.
Oof, and now...
with a swift blink. You're right. If this goes later, Blacklist will plateau.
Yeah.
But right now, they're peaking.
TA has like one more item after Swift Blink, basically, right?
The booties.
Because you get rid of boots and you pick up, I don't know, Butterfly or maybe MKB if it really gets that late. And then you have to start considering, well, what do I slot out for Aegis? I guess BKB, right? But that's really like when you top out on this TA. And 25 talent, of course. And again at 30, I suppose. But, that's real late. We haven't even seen too many heroes hit level 30, even in our 80, 70-minute games.
I mean, the 80-minute game, I think most people are still level 30. That's, look, Carl, he doesn't feel those arrows.
Oh.
Interesting play by Yopaj, trying to take advantage of the telekinesis to get the onslaught off, but that's the Ravage from Bosku. At least they saved Natsumi. Nope, the tree crit. That's gonna get him. He's dead. Oh, that wasn't a crit, just normal damage to the tree. Holy wow. Zephyr dies as well, almost as collateral damage.
That might be game. None of these heroes have buyback.
No, together with Zephyr, I think are the chances of the Boom staying in Div 1.
FBZ. Oh no, how many times have we seen this course without buybacks, and now buildings dropping like flies? I think if I'm Blacklist Rivalry, I'm pushing for more. I'm going, guys, we need to force buybacks. Roche is going to respawn soon. They probably are expecting Boom to have buyback right now. I certainly would.
No, but they don't care. These guys know no fear. Raven
wants to force them.
Look at this.
No Ravage, though. What can they get done? There's still a BKB on Raven.
Bosco's posturing. They caught him with an arrow. That's going to be maybe a dead FPC, but has no stuns, unfortunately. Snowball helps him. FPC already pretty low on HP. Luckily, a Satanic to help him out. He's hitting Bosco. He's not the ideal target. Raven is a stronger. FPC is going to lose.
This is it. This has to be it.
Boom. We're going to see the 2 organizations, 2 of the 3 orgs that made the TI last year from C. They'll be dropping to Div 2 in the very first season. Growth from the region, loss from these organizations. We'll only know with time, but for now, Blacklist Rivalry.
Yeah, this is...
They keep their chances for Lima Major alive.
I can't believe it. This is really it for Boom.
This is it. There's no chance. SMG already won their game.
They're 2-4. Boom needs to win here to force tiebreakers for 3-4, and they can't. This is it.
This is it. And it seems like one last hurrah for the boys. Fight it out, trying to kill Raven, trying to at least murder the TA, but it's not going to work. The Gust is not good enough.
And Raven
Snowball at least saved the Tusk for now, but Carl doesn't care. He's killed Zephyr. He's whacking everybody. He's giving the Tusk a concussion. Yopush is confused. He needs to get away. The Onslaught killed by a tree again.
Natsumi versus 5, but
There's
he can't.
Flying tree trunks everywhere. Boom will lose their whole team, lose the chance of staying at Div 1 as well.
That's unbelievable. It's Boom and Fnatic in the bottom 2 slots. Like you said, 2 of the teams that were at TI.
Blacklist, though, they can still make it to Lima this way.
That's right.
They keep their chances alive.
They're 4-2. They have one last date with Destiny versus Geek Slate, who, you know, may as well still have a chance in these, and do have a chance at 4-2, but for Boom Esports, I mean, it's just crushing.
It is crushing. It is crushing. The team of top-tier players from Southeast Asia and even China, you know, because the inclusion of Xnova, just not having, I mean, they had a nice second wind towards the latter end of the season. It might have been a little bit too late. And Blacklist Rivalry, they just look strong. Once they figure out what your weakness is in the first game, they will abuse it in game 2 and game 3. Yeah. We've seen this over and over again. Either they completely crumble and get 2-0'd, or the first game means a comeback potential.
They're very like Morphling. They're very adaptable, aren't
they're
they?
very adaptable. I don't think Kuku feels pain anymore.
And I think what kind of hurts there, right, especially for Boom, is the team that they would have played tiebreakers against, SMG, they beat them, right? They beat them 2-1 in a pretty hotly contested series. It was just a win here that they really needed to win, or one more win in their previous 6 series, right? That would have at least gotten them here for the chance to repeat there. But unfortunately, for Boom Esports, they're going to join Fnatic as they're going to round out 7th and 8th place respectively, and drop to Division 2 for the Spring Tour.
Sad, a bittersweet day for Southeast Asia Dota, as the old legends will have to reinvent themselves in Season 2, but we'll hear more about this storyline. So we still have one Fnatic game left, and before that, we have a panel to tell you all about it.
Thank you so much, Avo and Richie. It is official, Boom will be playing in Div 2 next season, but Blacklist Rivalry are still in the running to go play in the Lima Major.
Yeah.
It's going to be a very intense run for them, as they have to now win against Geek Slate, unless the situation where Talon loses to Fnatic happens. So
exactly.
Yeah.
Then we could end up with no, then it would just, if Geek Slate beat, then
Blacklist.
Yeah, then Geek Slate would just,
I think tiebreakers for Talon and Blacklist.
Yes, you guys got it.
We got it.
You got it.
Let's talk about the game a little bit. What exactly happened? Why did Boom fail to take this one away?
What's this Draw Ranger item build, man? Dog as shit.
Oh.
It felt like he wasn't dealing any damage. They would be in these positions where they would lift a tiny, Draw would start hitting, and then they would always run away.
I mean, it's the tight like Greaves and then the Treant armor on top. Just mass armor. You saw AC on Crowd too. It's like a very old school counter draw, right? You just stack up armor.
Yeah.
I feel like Natsumi didn't itemize for it. He went Pike, which I think it's a very common build, but I think he needed Manta, like Dragonlance Manta. And then he went BKB after Pike, had no damage. He had Shard somewhere in there too. They got Aegis. And then, I don't know, it just felt like they reached a point where they couldn't really start fights. Like this Zephyr Rubik, he went for 4-staff mech. There's no like spell casting. I feel like they needed a lift into like some Primal Beast coming in, or like a lift into damage, but it felt like they could never initiate, and it felt like they could never do enough damage.
Yeah, Blacklist looked really tanky at all times. But also, like, I thought that the Primal Beast was kind of promising early game.
Yep.
But it just fell off.
Thanks, Tim.
He had a couple of times where I think he went too deep. Like, he initiated when it didn't
Top lane.
Top lane, and there was also mid lane. They didn't really get, like, mega punish. I mean, Natsumi actually died when he went in mid lane.
I mean, that was on him where he got ravaged after he signed the tide, and then he like kind of tried to man up. But
yeah, but that's also like you're just wasting your opportunities when you do these bad charges with your hero.
I get you.
So that's like on Yopash, but at the same time, I think like they had situations where Rubik, like Tiny goes in, he doesn't get a kill. Rubik lifts him, they start hitting. Like I feel like they should keep hitting him. Just commit. You have BKB.
Man up, right? Yeah,
man up, because the profit is coming. Like your damage doesn't feel that high right now, but profit is gonna TP in, and you just hit, and you pop BKB, and you hope for the best. Because they just kept the game going. They lost more and more net worth, and then yeah, eventually, they just let them have the Roche. They let them have the second Roche, and that was it. They kind of petered out. Like you could feel like they felt fear. Like they knew that if they lose this game, they're out.
Yeah.
So like let's not take any chances, but you have to take some chances.
Yeah, I feel like this is one of those games where the item builds and like just going for a more aggressive stance to like play and enable your lineup had to happen, but it didn't really get to that point, I think.
You had to play to win, not to play to not lose. Yeah. But here is our rivalry MVP. It is Carl on the Tiny. Although I do feel like everyone from Blacklist kind of held their own weight that game. Everyone played pretty well.
I think like especially mid-game later on, like the supports also played like super good. Like they had really nice, I mean Carl with, it's Tim's, right? Yeah, Tim's on the bottom. They had like really, they linked up really nicely.
Nice combos.
And I mean, I don't think the Treant did anything wrong in the game. Like he seemed like
I mean, he overgrowth some BKBs.
Yeah, like
that's all he needed to do.
His positioning was always good.
Yeah.
So like, impressive team performance.
Impressive performance indeed. And we do in fact have an interview coming up right now with Raven from Blacklist. How are you, Raven? How do you feel after your win?
I'm doing okay. We're doing okay, I think.
Doing okay? Are you guys staying strong? Because you guys still have a chance to go straight to the major.
I think we're still not the best right now, but I think we can be fine.
I love your honesty. You guys, any questions?
You want to go first?
Yeah, sure. Who makes like the calls in the game? Are you guys like split, people talking?
I think a lot of players doing the calls. That's why sometimes it's really like hasty, I guess.
Okay.
But most of the time it's teams and Coco. Yeah.
Okay. Now I'm just wondering. So you're a pretty good carry player, one could say. So I'm wondering, like game 3 there, like it's looking kind of sketchy. Like, do you feel confident that you can carry that game? Like, you're a Templar assassin, you're facing off against Drow. Like if I'm in a pub and I'm kind of shit at carry, let's be honest. Like, I can never, like, how's your mindset in that game 3 when the lane is going kind of bad?
I think I just know that they're gonna make a mistake. No matter what happens, and they just really make a mistake and they just come back.
Okay.
Yeah. I want to ask, I feel like watching a lot of your games, I feel like you guys says the 3 cores, like I see a lot of time Cuckoo goes for like many team fight items and stuff, but it looks to me like you're not ready, or like Carl's not ready to fight together. Do you guys like think this is a problem, or is this something you've talked about before?
I think right now this is the problem because actually because we like lose to 2 teams already, right? And like we have so many idea right now. That's why right now we just need to be like chill. Yeah.
Oh. I thought there was more.
I kind of get what he means. Just
chill out.
Yeah, it's okay to farm. I think that's what he means.
Trust the process. Yeah. I have a question. If Bicol Express isn't your favorite food, what else do you like?
I like lying.
Lying? Oh, that's a good one.
Lying's is really good, yeah. I just like spicy foods.
Oh, Lying's
you
comfort
tried
food.
Mala hot pot before?
What?
Mala hot pot. No, it's the Chinese spicy hot pot. Yeah.
Oh, I don't know that. I haven't tried that.
We'll go one day. Okay, I have a more personal question. Okay, I feel like back then when I know you, you're like so quiet and all, but now you're like so confidently spoken. You know, you have like a stronger personality. Like, how did this happen?
I mean, life changed, right? I get older, then something happens, you get older, then you mature. Maybe that's what happens to me.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He grew up.
Yeah.
He aged.
I also want to say I'm a big fan of there's a sign in like your interview with the Ragnarok online emotes. So I'm a Blacklist fan now because I love that game.
Where?
It was in his interview when he was eating.
Oh.
There's like, don't take people's food, you know, the sign. Yeah, your interview.
Ah, yeah.
Like an Easter egg in the back.
Yeah.
How was your time with Avo? Was it enjoyable?
It's
You can say no.
It's okay, maybe.
We know how
it's
you
okay.
feel.
It's okay. It's okay.
It's okay?
He said to me that he will treat me Jollibee, but he didn't. So
Oh my gosh. That's a sin.
You guys have a coach? Like someone helping you
Coach,
with in-game stuff?
Not right now. We don't have a coach.
Okay.
So who's
There are-
doing your drafting?
Cuckoo.
It's Cuckoo.
Of course. The boss.
The boss.
Yeah.
Boss Coo.
What's the reason you guys decided to play without a coach?
Because we want a coach, but we want it to be a Pinoy. But there's no good Pinoy coach right now. Because it's awkward, right? We're like speaking Tagalog, then we want a English coach.
Understood.
Oh,
So
yeah.
right now we're just thinking. So yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nothing else from me.
No?
Yeah, you have any last words to all your fans?
To all my fans, if I have fans, thank you guys for supporting. But just don't blame us when we're losing. So yeah.
You guys have fans, I'm sure. I'm sure the Philippines love you guys. So, yeah. Congrats again. I hope
Thank you.
Yeah, I hope to see you guys fighting for the major. I mean, Geek Slate, that game will be really intense.
Yep, for sure.
Yeah. You guys, any
Good luck.
final points? Good luck. That's it? Pi, you
Come on.
wanna give him a good hug?
Yeah,
an
no.
e-hug?
What is the meme? Yeah, if there's only...
If there's 1 million, if Raven
Oh,
has
yeah.
1 million fans, I'm one of them.
Exactly.
If Raven has 100 fans, I'm one of them. If Raven has 1 fan, I'm one of them.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well said.
Kaya mo yan. You guys can do it.
Okay,
All right.
Thank you.
Bye, guys. Take it easy. Take
Bye-bye.
care. Enjoy. So, yeah, we're going to get to see if Blacklist do end up going to the major from the Geek Slate game that will happen on Monday.
Yes.
They have to win that. But if they don't, they could be in a little tiebreaker situation versus Talon if Talon lose to Fnatic.
Exactly. But most likely they will have to win that game.
Yeah, most likely we'll have to win the Geek Slate game. But yes, up and coming, we have Talon and Fnatic. So that also, I mean, nothing really rides on their shoulders in that case. I mean, Fnatic's already relegated, but like,
Yeah.
Talon could seal the deal more
Yes.
if they win.
I mean, it matters for Talon, and I think for Fnatic, if they're... I mean, in my opinion, if they're not looking to make roster changes, like, they will take the game seriously, so...
Right.
Hope Talon, like, plays to their standards as well.
That is true.
For sure.
All right, so we're going to go for a quick break before we get into Series 3. So we'll see you in just a little bit.
Three, two, one.
This crowd is actually able to do so for a decent amount of time.
Time to take out like the flame cloak does get a lot of damage, but here comes the black hole.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just savoring all this tasty, tasty goodness that we're being able to witness right now as we get into our final series of Friday. It's going to be Fnatic versus Talon. Welcome back, everyone, and we are right on time. And I'm extremely excited for this one because this is what I like to call a Walking Dead type situation. It's Fnatic versus Talon. Fnatic have nothing to lose at this point. They are fully relegated. They have yet to get a single win. But what does that mean they are? As I ask my panelist, Winter, who's very excited. Winter, please, I know you're very excited, but have a seat. Control yourself.
Happy boy.
What happens when you're backed in the corner like this? It's a zombie type thing. Is it one, you're like, just take me out right now, put me out of my misery? Or two, I'm gonna try to bite Talon, I'm gonna try to convert them, I'm gonna try to bring them down to make sure that they can't get into the major. That's where Fnatic lives right now. The world is in their hands.
I feel like they're in the same mode as me. Please be a 2-0 so I can go home.
They are home. That's the problem. They have nowhere else to go. Talon, on the other hand, they have a hell of a lot to fight for. And maybe even some pride on the line, Adam, because it's Jabs versus his former teammates.
Yeah, but for X, kind of, you're beating the dead corpse, you know?
Yeah, that is true.
I don't think pride matters right now for them, but Talon definitely want to secure the win. I think for Fnatic, they just... Yeah, I mean, they're playing in like some tournament after this too, so I think they would want to do well if they're not
they're playing in a tournament?
BTS?
Oh, BTS, okay.
Yeah, the Pro Series.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it be possible for them to just already try out rosters?
Like, I mean, if they want to, they might not want to, right?
Yeah.
They can just... I mean, to be fair, if they want to make roster changes, they can play today's game with a stand-in, because you're allowed to, right?
That is true, and we haven't gotten any information for that, but we do have information on the recipe that Talon need to fulfill to make their way to no major. They have to lose versus Fnatic, which is the step that we will be witnessing perhaps right now, and then they have to lose to the loser of Blacklist Rivalry versus Geek Slate, because that is our final series on Monday, which is all these teams basically have 4 wins right now. Blacklist, Geek Slate, and Talon are all 4-2. If you get 5 wins, then all of a sudden life's good. If you are stuck in the 4-win territory, you might have to play it out in tiebreakers. One piece onion minced. What is a piece of onion? How do you mince a piece of onion?
1 onion.
Oh, it's 1 onion.
I would think.
1 whole onion. 3 tablespoons of soy sauce. A 1/4 teaspoon of black pepper. Is that how you measure? I thought black pepper is usually a pinch. These are pinch type situations.
Oh, we use teaspoon.
You use teaspoons
like
and tablespoons?
It's like a cup, teaspoon.
For even black pepper?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, and then chili flakes. 3 tablespoons of them. Well, this is a spicy recipe.
That is spicy.
Would you have all those ingredients on your pizza?
Onions, I would. Black peppers, I would. Chili flakes, I would. Not soy sauce. Although you've recently learned the virtues of honey on pizza, so maybe you're just being closed-minded.
That's true. No. We have some interesting pizza places here. There's like there's some orange duck pizza.
Ooh.
It's actually duck with like orange zest on it. It actually tastes pretty good.
Okay, like they like peel or they like...
It's just squeezed.
Oh, okay. Let's get ourselves up this first... Oh my god, I didn't even get to see Twerking Kanka be our new chaperone. Please leave. Please get out. Batrider first, or Treant Protector first picked, actually. Mirana, Brood, Bandout, Brewmaster, and Lena Bandout. Gentlemen.
Did they ever do this even one time? They picked Bat? Yeah, Batrider.
I saw Talon is the one that did this. They picked Bat against the first pick Treant. Because Bat's pretty damn good against Treant, so it's okay.
I mean, sure. I mean, how good does it work in the game? Because, like the Treant, how much does he care? Like, it's just for the lane, right? I don't even feel like you care so much.
It's not the lane. The lane is actually pretty okay. It's more of the in-game. Like, you find him all the time.
Oh, okay.
Like, he can't like play in the trees, you know.
And I feel like if I'm a pause for if I'm a Treant, right, I don't really mind though. Like,
it's also that your armor is useless.
Yeah, I mean, what do you mean useless?
Like your armor gives like physical armor, right?
Oh yeah, so it doesn't work. Okay, fine. Okay.
Ooh, that's That's a manly pick.
First phase Queen of Pain.
Queen of Pain.
They're just confident that Fnatic's gonna play Armel on bet because KP has not played the hero at all, I think.
Yeah, and like Winter, you said they have never first phase bat before, so this is the first for Fnatic.
Is that the Fnatic bootcamp?
No, I think they went back home.
Okay, so DJ's at home.
I mean,
looks like.
That can't be a good sign, right?
Why boot camp at this point?
Yeah.
I mean, they live nearby, I assume.
Okay.
Since the bootcamp's in Philippines.
I mean, so this corp is like pretty big confidence, you know. They know that the bet is not going to be a flex, so they're just picking it right away.
They have to flex it now, right? The quad matchup's like so
Yeah,
difficult.
it's very bad for the bet rider.
Actually, is it very difficult with the new sticky? You just go like flame break build, right?
Yeah, normally
Actually,
you do
it
that
might not be that one
then, but the lane becomes like who is poorer, you know, because both of the heroes are not really trying to farm, but they're just trying to push the other person out of the lane. So they're both gonna be really poor. But it works better on the corp because the corp without too many items you can still rotate. But bet rider is like you feel worse as bet rider.
Especially if you are going for a flame break build in lane, then you don't have Firefly to rotate. Yeah.
But you can rotate with flame break.
I mean, you can, for sure you can.
If you win your lane against like such a hard counter pick, I think you're pretty happy. But with this slug ban, we probably will see the bet rider go to the off lane, I think. Probably Fnatic's approach right now.
They have to ban out a lot of them, though. You probably have to ban out PL as well.
Lifestealer too.
Lifestealer.
Naga Lifestealer, yeah, I guess so.
That's a lot of...
Pantry Savage plays a lot of heroes.
I mean, unless they leave it to the last pick. I mean, they have the 24th pick, so they can just pick one of the supports and maybe another mid/off lane hero, or they just pick the carry right away and then just decide after where the bat decide on the 24th pick whether the bat is off lane or mid. I mean, they're banning all the carries that are good against bat rider, so
it definitely seems
probably
like
means that yeah, the bat is gonna.
I mean, Talon reads it too, right? Like they're banning the DK, the Furen. Don't think Armel plays Nature's Prophet,
But then why pick Queen of Pain mid then?
It's to force their out of their comfort zone.
Bro, Fnatic don't have a comfort zone.
That's true.
What kind of zone do they have right now?
That's what I'm saying. I think I would love to see how this game plays out because they do still have a tournament upcoming. So it's not like they have nothing worth playing together for. And for Talon, this is an extremely important game. So it's not like they're experimenting. They're like, let's see how good Queen of Pain is. It's like if we win this game, then we have a very good shot of making it to the major. Actually, they're guaranteed to the major if they win this because they'll have 5 wins.
I believe so.
Yeah, and then Geek, Slate, and Talon, only one of them can have 5 wins also. So they're guaranteed at the major if they can win this series.
Coddle ban. The Jabs Coddle. Kind of scary.
But why would you want to ban Kotal at this kind
Probably because of the carry they want to pick. Probably Ursa, I would think. 18 Ursa. They pick the CM, it's their lane, their go-to lane. So I'd be surprised if Talon don't predict the Ursa coming here.
Yeah, I mean, CM Ursa with tiny bat rider makes a lot of sense, you know. It's going to be a very...
Some Roche hero.
Yeah,
but they also don't have tower damage again. Like, this was the problem we talked about the other day too, right?
If they have CM, Ursa, tiny bat, then if the mid hero doesn't fulfill that criteria, then their draft is all about just killing heroes.
They get like a mid Death Prophet, even though we don't really see her mid anymore.
Yeah, mid Death Prophet would...
Into Corp, like Lash DP don't lane too well against the Corp too.
But there's not many other heroes that can... I mean, unless they go for like some Exalt Invoker, you know?
Oh, that'll be cool. Yeah, I wouldn't mind that.
Because they have Bat Rider, then they have Tiny, so you can use Sunstrikes on those heroes.
It's a nice lane against Corp as well. And Purge lane.
And then it's nice to have the CM aura here.
I don't know if I ever really considered Armel to be much of an Invoker player, but I would love to see it.
Yeah, because if they're going for the Ursa, I can only see them having this kind of lineup to have a win condition.
Right.
Like if the mid hero is not a hero that can kill buildings and take objectives, then it becomes hard for the Ursa lineup to win. And I understand that if there's a co-op, it doesn't really make so much sense to put the DP there because the lane will be, not so good for the DP against co-op.
Right.
So they go for Rubik plus. You're gonna go for like some.
I think that Rubik Stream Protector might be my favorite support duo of this meta.
I like it. It's very neutral lanes, gives you a team fight catch. Kind of do have damage with Rubik.
I've seen Fadebolt get a lot of really long distance kills. Yeah.
I mean, if it wasn't for the shot, I feel like...
Yes, that's true. Because we talked about this earlier, that like Rubik was always an offensive support, and Shard actually makes him a defensive support as well.
That's why you don't see the oracles, all the defensive supports anymore.
I mentioned it earlier too, but as a Rubik, when you put wards from smokes, it's like further, right?
Yes.
Because of the aura. Yeah, so they open up with the Morphling here. So they feel like the Morphling can deal with the off-lane Bat Rider here. With the Trian.
It's easy Ursa pick, right? There's no way you don't pick it. Like Ursa PL. Ursa PL.
Ursa is like more, I feel like it's more stable. Because the lane's strong. Like PL with CM, the lane's like,
I get you.
I don't feel good playing the CM in those kind of lanes, you know.
Taking so long to.
And you'd like all of them more than a Monkey King? Because that's what Gabby's been playing.
Yeah, I think with the Morph, the Ursa is like way better.
Okay.
You want heroes that like kill with the stuns. You have a lot of stuns right now. And it gives you Roche.
That's true.
A big deal.
If they're mulling it over, then that may mean that they're looking for...
Ooh.
Oh, that's not bad too. Like against the Morphing, the silence is pretty strong.
A CM Drow
But the lane is going to be weird. And maybe it's going to be Drow plus Tiny and CM with the Bat. I don't know. But CM and Drow, if they do lane CM and Drow together, that's... that lane is a bit troublesome.
I don't hate the pick, but I feel like you're right. The lane definitely looks harder, especially since the Jabs hero isn't out yet.
So what do they have to ban in this kind of lane? Centaur? Do they need to ban Centaur?
There's Centaur maybe.
Magnus?
I think that's a fine bet.
Tusk is still in the pool also.
There's a lot of heroes. Tusk, there's Beastmaster, there's... Actually, Beast is kind of...
Hango?
Hango, Bloodseeker, there's...
Off-lane
anything that
DP?
gets under draw.
Yeah, I feel like this Drow is going to get abused. Although I prefer the tiny Drow lane, so I hope they do that.
Yeah, but then the Bat Rider wouldn't be too happy having the CM.
I feel like Fnatic was not the type of team to do something like that.
You feel like they're just going to do CM plus draw?
Yeah. I don't think it's a very weak lane. It depends what you play against.
Yeah, it always depends on what the offlaner is. But there's a lot of offlaners that can abuse that. Since they already banned Magnus, I feel like Centaur would do really well in this lane. Centaur plus Rubik, I guess, with the Rubik. The lane is pretty good for the Rubik and Centaur.
Tusk would be pretty good because you get frostbitten after you snowball and she still has to get out of ice shards.
Yeah. You have attack speed slow for tag team, but yeah, I do agree that Tusk is one of the better laners against Drow. So, Drow.
Puck and a Visage taken out. A Visage? So they're still wondering if maybe they could flex the bat to mid.
Just another tower damage hero.
It makes sense with their lineup. They need
Visage.
they need a frontline hero, kill buildings. It's like the Exalt Invoker we mentioned.
Greaves hero, right, that they need on Fnatic.
And just someone to play
Naga
around.
ban, there's no way ban Naga. Right?
Wait, are you saying bat is still mid and you're looking for an offlaner for Fnatic? You're looking for a KP hero?
I mean, I would actually just pick another mid hero. I wouldn't look for another KP hero. But I'm not sure what they are doing with because the bans are different from what I'm envisioning.
Yeah.
They're banning out Naga and Magnus.
Why did they ban Naga? Is it even good?
I mean,
Naga's
not
better.
sure. I mean, it's just bad. It's for the Bat Rider lane maybe. I'm not.
No, I mean it's the Jabs Naga, right, that they banned. So offlane.
Yeah, but it doesn't make sense with a Morphling. Like if the draft is Naga offlane, Quad mid, and Morphling carry, it's so weird,
Yeah,
you know,
that's
the
what
draft.
I feel too.
Like even with the Magnus, it feels like maybe okay. With the Magnus is a bit better than compared with the Naga, because the Magnus is not so greedy.
He's a strong laner. They do got a Tusk. Hoping for a Lycan, but it is what it is.
Oh man, that would be dank.
Yeah, this lane is scary, man. Rubik plus Tusk against this Drow lane.
Alright, Fnatic, what you doing here?
I think public enemy number one is they need to someone to be able to rotate on Morphling early.
Or just farm more than the Morphling, like an Exalt Invoker. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, but isn't that Drow's job?
I mean, Drow's not going to out-carry the Morph, I feel like.
I think when you have this like Drow against Morph where you're pretty secure matchup, you want to protect the Drow more than you care about his Morphling farming.
Okay.
So you want to make sure that your Drow can farm as much as the Morphling. Like you'll be happy with that.
So you are leaning more like a hero, like a Pango hero, a Kanka, a Tempo hero.
I kind of like Kunkka.
How's the lane against? He can lane
Pretty
against,
okay against
Corp, right?
Pretty okay.
He
Yeah.
does well.
What else is there?
I mean, there's Ember. Ember is very reliable.
I like Ember, but I don't know how it's like against Morph Rubik. Like they can't kill you. Ooh,
Okay.
Nice.
Nice. God. I like the pick. I like the pick a lot.
I feel like many times we have assumed that an Invoker is going to go Exort, and then it'll end up being like
Nah, it's
Clothwax.
gonna be Exort. Relax. It's
Are
gonna
you
be
sure?
Exort. It seems.
You promise?
This time it's Exort.
Okay.
I feel like Coswax is way too hard to play.
I've got the winter seal of approval. I hope Armel goes with it. Oh, Q is playing the Tusk.
Wait,
off
what?
lane Quap?
Off-lane Quap. Rubik. It's the Jabs Rubik off-lane.
Wait,
He played this many times actually. I like it.
Whoa.
I like it.
Okay.
No, he's very good at it too.
What does it do? That's
Just high level. He just goes like E-Blade.
Man, I feel like they're fucking around and they're gonna lose this game. Okay, they're fucking around.
They have some wiggle room.
No. They're fucking around too much. I think they're gonna lose.
Jabs offlane a Rubik.
What is this?
I don't even, like, you're not gonna outlast hit a Drow Ranger, so I feel like the lane is not as easy as it
I mean,
would have been.
Fnatic got this, man.
Right? I think this opens up the Tusk to like give a lot of pressure to the Invoker.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Exalt Invoker is weak against roaming Tusk early, and especially
like
you have a cord.
draft more too.
Yeah, same.
But I can't see Talon's draft.
Don't roll your eyes, man. Don't.
I'm rolling my eyes big time. Hey, casters. You feeling this Rubik offlane, or are they memeing it up?
I feel it.
Okay.
I feel it. If anything, to go against Winter's Rage, but I feel it. You know, the Rubik mid used to be a thing a while back, right? The people are starting to play him now
Half
as
a decade ago, yeah.
Yeah, half a decade. You know what? Tsunami, it was a thing at one point. Time is relative.
Time is relative. It's a flat circle.
He is being played as like one of those like hard-hitting cores because people figure out his stats are pretty nice and everything. So the next move is to offlane. This is the same path that Bane took at one point, remember? Oh, this guy's so good, he can trade with anyone. Oh, let's make him an offlaner. Boom! Secret wins. Actually, that never happened. They got last place.
Some revisionist history here, but let's see how this game goes with Fnatic versus Talon. Game number 1, it's all you.
Thank you, Neil. I'm a little bit optimistic about it, honestly. I mean, look, you think about what position 5 Rubiks have been building, it's mech. What do lots of offlaners build? It's also mech.
There you go.
Honestly,
there you go.
Like, just off of that.
Tsunami, any reply?
Oh, no, he's gone. He's left
quiet.
the building.
He's quiet.
I think the only concern I have for the Rubik this game is there are no spells in particular, like an Earthshaker, any spells from Earthshaker, but obviously the Fissure, Impale on Nyx Assassin, Jakiro. There's no like spells I really want to steal that I think are going to be like a big game changer. Like Lasso, sure.
Avalanche is pretty. Avalanche is pretty good because you get a massive range.
It's pretty good, but to me, it's not like good to the point where I'm like, we need to give our Rubik farm so he gets an Aether Blink, whatever he needs to steal it. That's my problem with it.
Hear me out.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah.
Screw the mech build.
Okay, screw the mech build.
You go for Orchid. You build damage, and you only steal multi-shot.
I'm side-eyeing him really hard right now.
Right?
Mm.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, and then you lose the game?
No, well, right. You actually get an Ags.
Okay.
So you can now steal Gust and multi-shot.
Okay.
And you also have Orchid, Infinite Silences, insane damage. Rubik's your carry. Bob's your uncle.
Bob's your uncle, and then they BKB and you die because you are Rubik with Ag Scepter and nothing else.
and Orchid.
Oh, and maybe DJ's dead here as well.
Yep.
And he's, not looking too happy about that. Good Avalanche.
No, he has Avalanche. But he did have to go for Avalanche level 1, which sucks because, especially, actually, what are the lanes going to look like? I'm assuming a CM Drow? Yeah, okay, so DJ will go with Batrider, so he's dealing with a Trim Protector.
And Morph.
Would you, I think you'd still go for the tree grab, right? So you can trade
obviously, because then you hit tree with a tree.
No, but memes aside, I still think you go for that because you can trade somewhat decently against Treant, or you just lose that trade battle every time.
I feel like you probably lose it, especially with Leech Seed. I don't know. Maybe you're looking for a toss back into threatening.
Into sticky napalm.
Well, I mean that might be enough. I mean, at level 2, right? Obviously into the Firefly, and you just chase him down. It's one of those things where like, okay, he's at 4 stacks of napalm. I'm gonna toss him back. We can probably kill him.
Yeah.
That's all that Batrider really needs, right? Avalanche maybe can look to achieve the same. At least it's going to secure DJ that CS top for now. But we'll see how his game continues to improve. Oh, he's just going to skip waves. Okay, whatever. Then he doesn't really care. He's just going to avoid the lane.
Okay. Honestly, as we are seeing in the Rubik right now, you know, Fable's a very strong ability to win the lane, and his stats are really good, so I don't think he's actually that worried. I also feel like if a CM Drow lane, imagine putting any melee offlaner against this lane.
But I also don't think that this this Rubik Fable for CS is sustainable by any means. That's the problem. It's really, it's 120 mana. Like, it's good damage, but it's 130 mana for less than 200 damage at level 2. It's a good cooldown, but...
You buy 2 Sage Masks. One you turn into Bazzi, which will eventually become your Wraith Pact, because you're going Aura Rubik.
Because you're Aura Rubik,
yes.
Right?
And the other one, Earn.
Sure.
There.
Correct.
And then now you have enough mana.
You know, honestly, this would have been a pretty good Rubik game if they had Book of the... What's it called? Necronomicon still in there. A little bit of strength, because it's 2 Sage's Mask and the Belt of Strength on the
Oh, right. I mean, I actually really like this build. You can do it on Brewmaster, by the way, if people want to copy it. It's very, very nice. The double Sage Mask into like 2 items, but on Rubik doesn't work. I think you can only go single Sage Mask.
And maybe Q just dies here, because of course he can't really take advantage of tag team because he has Rubik in his lane. I don't know, this lane just feels really awkward. I don't know.
I just think this lane from Fnatic is honestly really strong. I'm actually, no memes aside, sold on this Rubik.
I agree. Wait, you are sold on this Rubik?
Yeah. I mean, I'd rather have something like Snapfire, for example, as a ranged offlaner.
Yes.
Or DP.
Or even the Quap, I would have been fine with.
Yeah, I mean, he's not my first option.
I also, maybe they just die here on Q as well.
No, look, they attacked him. Oh, look at the Rubik. Oh, look at the Rubik hit. And now the telekinesis with Fate Bolt.
Wow.
Rubik is gone.
Wow.
I am so hyped. Winter is wrong. Every kill that Jabs gets, Winter loses a little bit of his day rate.
That's right. That's right. I don't know. It's we'll see how it continues to pan out. I can't see this getting any easier for Rubik, unfortunately. Like, the damage, it increases by 75 each time. I think Drow, the stats just get a little bit too overwhelming for you. Maybe
he is really throwing out those Fate Bolts, though.
I mean, he needs to. It makes the trades less efficient. Top lane, DJ, Avalanche into the toss. And there is what we're looking for. Like I said, 3-4 stacks. They're going to force the TP out from Ollie. It's only to the tier 1. And he's got enough regen. He'll be fine.
Ollie got 23 Savage and just barely enough strength to annoy KP and push him away. Don't die to the Firefly, though.
Yeah.
But it worked out decently. I'm actually more... The pick I'm questioning more, honestly, for Talon is the Quap. Because we saw him in game 1 and I didn't like it. Though I do think this game there's a lot more reason for the Quap. They obviously picked it to counter Backbiter mid.
Yeah, and you annoy this Invoker a bit. Like, he's basically forced to go for Quas Wex. That's just free kill. Or he's actually... Quas. I mean, you always go Quas, but it's actually going Quas Exort. So he's looking to do a little bit of damage back. Just another easy kill, honestly. Maiden got broken. Feels very bad. Got killed by the creeps.
Yeah, I'm assuming we'll start seeing Jazz building into Greaves. I think that's his first item. And then we'll see if he actually builds into a secondary or item or just mobility. I'd be more inclined to see mobility, honestly, on this Rubik than just full auras. I think full auras is a little bit of a meme.
Very curious build from Jazz. I mean, I don't know. We'll see how...
Armel? Q has the ability to rotate because his offlaner is so strong. Allow him to go for Armel. Unfortunately, Mikoto is weak, like I said, so Armel will just die to the Tusk. And he actually gives the last hit to Mikoto.
Yeah, really good teamwork there. Lane's shaping up fairly nicely for Talon. Top lane, 23. Oh,
Mikoto, go for a rune. Stop. Okay. He's just dilly-dallying.
Ollie as well was going to die here. DJ? DJ, so weird. DJ looked like he was going to go for a play through the Roche pit.
Yeah, me too. It's like, walls, my worst enemy.
Being zoned out by Ollie. Bottom, they are making a play now.
Tag team. The slow is not sufficient, though. Q only has level 1 tag team, so not enough damage. And there's the multi-shot. Jabs actually went to tank part of the multi-shot to help out Q.
Ollie is literally just bullying DJ. Finally, he'll be let back into the lane. It's very obvious that DJ's got a ward up here. But Gabby will survive that dive top lane.
We will point out, by the way, just in case people aren't clear, that this game means nothing to Fnatic. They're eliminated no matter what.
Yes, they can only ruin Talon a bit.
Exactly.
As we saw.
And even for Talon, actually, yeah, now with Blacklist Rivalry, yeah.
No, there's a chance that they don't go to the major.
It is what? Is Execration, Blacklist, Geek, Slate, right? Oh, bottom though, Gabby. But here comes DJ, and DJ wants Jabs. They already killed Gabby, however, and Jabs, too tanky.
He is a Rubik.
They got Frostbite again, and Rubiks are weak against Ice, so DJ gets the last punch.
Yeah, good guy Jean-Noel gives the kill to DJ, making sure he can get a little bit more experience. Well, get the same XP, but a little bit more gold, because he's really hurting.
If I give you the kills, will you come back to the boot camp, DJ?
I guess so. Yeah, that's. I wonder what the vibes are right now in the comms. Probably a little rough, of course. 0-6 into your last match.
Man, you
feel
just
amazing.
You just enjoy Dota for what it is, and you play like a normal match, honestly.
Yeah.
You can't lick your wounds in the middle of a game, right?
No, it's true.
Q. He has Ice Shards to get a little bit more space if he needs to. That didn't work out, but at least it did disturb John well. Multi-shot won't catch up to Q, and Jabs make sure John well gets away from him, but the range on Frostbite's absurd.
I mean, not really. It's just she just the shortest point is the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line, and John Wall passed that geometry class, so he's gonna go ahead and just direct move towards him and find the kill.
Looked like it was very far away, but you're right. Straight lines confuse me.
It's true. Ollie is annoying, or KP actually. I don't know who's annoying who, but Ollie's been all over the map now.
Yeah, KP kind of left the lane where he's like, "This Morphling, guys. I have damage over time against a hero that has heal over time."
Yeah, it's kind of rough.
You even have Leech Seed to annoy you. Like, it's impossible to get kills to bad right
So 23's basically got a free lane. There's a toss back though, as they are going to uproot Ollie.
Jabs is close to level 6 though. You gotta be careful with
There's
Jabs.
a TP as well. 23's here.
Look at that Fade Bolt.
What?
Multi-shot. Jabs is tanking it. Chad's here, as in comes 23 Savage. They're gonna kill Gabby at this rate. They need a couple more hits. One more from 23. Something. He morphs into the Tiny, uses the Avalanche, kills off Gabby, and they'll even kill the real Tiny. DJ, one toss, that won't save him. Even toss 23 Savage to go for more kills.
Oh my goodness.
It's a chain of tosses,
Talon,
which leads to Jownwell's death.
Talon, they're making what's something? They're making a pizza. They're tossing the dough in the air so many times.
Yes.
Here's your pizza, Fnatic.
Yeah. I never considered the possibility of having Morphling and Rubik on your team.
Oh yeah, it's pretty fun. It means that you can steal basically 2 spells from the enemies. Anything super broken with this? No, not really. Like I said, you're looking for your ice paths. You're looking for your.
You mean the spell 2 times?
Yeah, you can steal the spell twice.
Yes, exactly. That's a dead Queen of Pain. Like I said, this is where the real doubt in the draft is the Queen of Pain.
Yeah, but I think 23 just has an absolutely free game.
Yeah, Jownwell, he will die to the tag team.
And they're actually committing on this TP. They want 23?
They want Jabs. They know Jabs is the most important hero. He Fireflies himself. Snowball to cover Jabs. He's out of the multi-shot range, but Jabs, he's getting burnt by KP's Firefly.
And maybe Q now too? DK as well, closing the door.
Q though, the layers of fat not saving him. They're not insulating him enough. He'll die to the Avalanche instead. KP, he seems to be in an alright mood actually.
Yeah, he's doing alright.
It's important for your captain to be in that position.
I don't think he can really complain too much. He's almost got BOTs online. DJ as well, sufficiently happy with how this has gone, and maybe even they get another kill here mid as Makoto. Makoto.
Awesome play. Sunstrike to the face.
Makoto.
Stop saying his name, please.
Sunstrike stolen.
Ha! Wow, that's impressive. 300 damage on the Rubik plus the Arcane Supremacy, 14%, so 342.
Punching for you.
Yes, correct. You did the math manually, and I'm not sure why you've done that.
I don't know.
You can just hold Alt and hover it, but that's fine.
Oh my god. I didn't realize you could do that.
It's dead.
Johnwell will die. No need for the Sunstrike. They still have it just in case.
Yeah, it's not a bad one.
Can you check what Jabs is queued, by the way? Oh. This is not a build. Now I'm with Winter. I don't think this is a serious build.
Dagon won, by the way. Sunstrike top lane, I think that's Rubik's.
Yeah, that is Rubik's.
But there's too many heroes there to share it, and Ollie will die.
Also, there's no way you kill anything there.
Okay, let me go into serious analysis mode. Burst damage, very good against the Drow Ranger.
Sure. And CM, I guess.
And you cast it from increased range as a Rubik. To significantly increased range, I should say.
Yeah, sure.
Counterpoint, very bad against Tiny.
Counterpoint, you could do anything else that's better. Like, I feel like Greaves does so much more for your team.
I thought he was going to go for the mech, to be honest.
Yeah, I think mech went. Oh, okay, he's back. He bought a crown. He thought he was greedy, and now he's back to building mech like a normal person.
I think what happened was he bought the crown, and then 23 says, if you build that frickin' Dagon, I'm going to slap you upside the head with your monitor. And Jabs went, ha ha ha, okay, boss. And then he changed up the build.
He said it in Thai as well, so Ollie's like, oh,
that's
they
right.
really like each other.
They lane together in Thai.
Yeah, exactly. Ollie, he got caught by the last one.
Regular Sunstrike.
That didn't work out, but Ollie's still burning.
Probably still dead. Trees are not very good against fire.
They aren't, but Rubik is very good against fire. He did miss the Sunstrike. He got the sticky napalm though. KP's been a little bit slowed.
He's too fast though. He
is very fast, but they do have ice shards now.
No Firefly either.
Can't fly over them.
Oh yeah, get Makoto in there.
They should have given Makoto the kill because he's struggling.
They really should have. And honestly, I think Makoto should build a Dagon too.
Stop.
I mean,
no.
Look, man, it's Talon. It's not me. He's going for the neck, and this is the right choice. I wonder what he's going to do with that crown.
He's stealing the weirdest spells off the Invoker, honestly.
Forge Spirit's not bad, though, because, again, you on an Invoker, as we've seen, you copy his current
it's really good
level, so he's got 2 Forge Spirits now to play with, and that'll help him clear waves here.
Yeah, actually, this is very good.
Ideally, I don't know, you don't really want Meatball because the cooldown's super long, but it's nice for clearing waves as Rubik. And it's really confusing for enemies. Mid lane, or top lane, actually, it's DJ. Nice shards, he's likely dead here. Good avalanche, though. There is no lasso, however.
There's no overgrowth. Careful. Snowball with a Sonic Wave. That Snowball is useless. Meatball used on the snowballing hero, but he just avoids it by walking to the side.
Yeah.
Armel doesn't know what to do against this, retreats.
Johnwell, as well, is not really sure if he should go in anymore.
He's only level 5 either. That freezing field, it doesn't feel very strong.
Yeah, and they're just lingering here. 40 seconds until they have lasso. It's kind of awkward. 23 is just farming his heart away, basically. He's going for that Manta into the BKB.
His heart out, you mean?
It's away.
Overgrowth. We have Walrus Punch too. Everything for the Invoker. In comes the Tusk, and out goes the Invoker.
I don't know if they can
Rubik's back too. Careful.
Yeah, he still has Forge Spirit stolen.
No, that's probably not very useful. It's do Avalanche now.
Yeah, he'd like that.
Feel it?
I don't take it.
And he realizes only level 2. Curses DJ's name.
Still not that bad, though, especially because with this range you cast from is pretty crazy. And he also got another Forge Spirit off, so he's going to continue farming with that.
I do think the Avalanche is actually the best spell to steal. Lasso aside, obviously, Ultimate's aside.
Who said I don't consider myself the best player? It's Liquids. It's one of Liquid's lines. I couldn't quite tell.
I couldn't quite tell. We'll have to go through the line in a dark room with no sound around me.
Like a film room, basically.
Yeah, like a film.
Develop film.
Yeah, but I'm developing voice lines.
Oh, that makes sense. Is that where you get all your terrible voice lines every year?
Is it Grata? No. Frata? Rata.
Ah, that's the one. Took him a while.
That was a long, I would say 3 months of development for that long line.
Pretty much. Yeah. Pretty much, I remember. Mid lane now, Talon. They're going to smoke out. I don't know where they're going to, well, they might find actually KP. This is a perfect jump because KP is going to try and very courageously to get a kill onto 23.
Very courageously.
I mean, yeah, I think he's realizing I can't kill a Morphlane, and unfortunately, he's been scouted.
Yep.
There's a ward here. There's no hiding from your destiny.
Could have been that he was calling his teammates to come, be like, hey, this Morphling's killable, but nobody TP'd to the outpost.
I don't think that Morphling's killable.
If he had Lasso's... Oh, he has no blink, right, yeah.
He has no blink? I mean, he is gonna get Morph off, or Attribute Shift off. Sunstrike is only level 5, which means it's only something like 400 damage. It's just not enough. You're not killing this guy. He's too tanky, man.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Jabs as well, full mechanism into the Guardian groups. I think his team made him buy one serious item. Fnatic, though, gearing up for a push top lane. Ollie's just been playing Tower Defense Simulator up here for the past couple of minutes, and I think his fun comes to an end now. Fnatic very serious about this as they actually fortify the tower, and they've got KP flanking from the sides.
Ollie is a flame break.
They will lasso him.
Plus the Firefly as well. I don't think you need to lasso. And in fact, they agree with me. They're just going to kill Ollie the old traditional way. Damage.
Although, TP's mid lane here. Rainbow TP's in the trees out from Fnatic.
Too late, though. The tower's already down, and you also didn't have the best counter initiation. There's no Blink Dagger on the Tiny or on the Bat.
Yeah, Armel's also canceled his TP. I don't think that was scouted by Talon, but they're going to continue moving around the map very freely. I mean, 23 is just not really all that threat in this game. I think the only thing he really has to be careful for is the odd chance that Gabby shows up to one of these fights and reveals himself after he waveforms some way, because of course the marksmanship is going to destroy him. This is not a hero that builds bonus armor, much like a TB, so he is going to get absolutely melted on those procs.
And once you get hypothermia on Gabby, right, it just makes it possible.
Yes, of course, that's a really good, and in fact, hypothermia now purchased by Gabby. So he's got Power Treads, Dragon Lance, and immediately, 15 minutes in, buys that shard. So perhaps Fnatic are looking to apply a little bit more pressure early. So at least seems to be the plan here. We'll see how that works. For now, KP is thinking about bullying Ollie against top lane. See if he actually decides to make a play for this. Everyone just kind of farming, though. Makoto's got Witchblade. Finally, Fnatic. They're going to be spurred into action. Once again, they're going to try bottom. Oh, and there's Lasso.
Lasso utilized. And with a Trim Protector in trouble. He will die to the residual damage, right? Yes, he will. However, at the same time, KP's in trouble. KP will fall to Mikoto, and down bottom the fight continues with a Morphling being caught out. That hypothermia comes in clutch.
Unbelievable.
Talon loses too. Meanwhile, Jab still farming his Garden Greaves right now.
It was... I'm shocked. They got him in between the time Ava, I imagine, toss into Cold Snap into Gust is how that looked like to me.
Oh, okay. He didn't attribute shift at all? Oh, no. You're right. He didn't.
No, it was they killed him over the course of many seconds. Many seconds, which was shocking to me. But that's why, of course, he wants this Manta style. Well, actually, I guess he doesn't. He's just going to take the Yasha and then go for BKB instead. Fair enough. That's even better.
Yeah.
They really, I think, will struggle to kill you through BKB again, with the notable exception of Gabby's marksmanship procs. Okay, but the rest of Talon are coming along fairly nicely for the items. Mikoto at least gets something out of that top lane exchange. He's going to get his regen now. Might be able to join for this next fight. Blink Daggers very quickly coming online for both Q and Ali. Ali is going to get his in just about 100 gold. An assist here would certainly net him it. Armel, though, close to his own blink as the smoke closes in on him.
This'll come in
Talon, we'll see if they guess right. Doesn't seem like they'll be in a great position to catch him.
Armel? Okay. I mean, something broke the smoke, right? Ollie knows this. However, they don't have vision of the area. They have no wards on him either, right? No wards on either support.
This ward. Yeah, so nothing really going to happen there. This Talon are going to be left empty-handed. Tiny Blink Dagger online for DJ. He's got that at a fairly decent timing, I should say. He is the richest support hero in the game after kind of being booted from that top lane very early on, because there wasn't really much he could do there. But I think for now, it's just going to be a race for this BKB. Gabby is that a full Hurricane Pike already? It is.
Oh, there's DJ. Hit by the Shadow Strike.
It's fine.
I don't know, they threw a tree at him. And now shards. Oh my god, all of the elements against DJ, but Fire is coming to his rescue. Lasso, however, has been stopped by a Walrus Punch. Freezing Field also been cancelled by the Snowball. The Sunstrike not hitting the Queen of Pain, but the multi-shot has hit her dead on.
Wow.
That's going to kill Q and Mikoto. As a Tornado tries to catch the remaining heroes. Very short Tornado. Jabs realizing Tree Throw is the War Spell to steal. Steals the Ice Wall. That's not going to help him either.
No, it is not. And that's why Talon need to be a little bit more careful in these engagements. The Hypothermia doing a lot of work here against the Morphling, obviously, but also even just a couple of stacks onto the Queen of Pain there mean that the mechanism heals for much less, which is very
good point.
Very significant, right? Early on, when it's actually the Rubik's first item. He's going into 4-staff next, which means he's just straight up wasted. I mean, I guess it's stats, but he's basically wasted 500 gold on this crown, which doesn't really feel good.
Yep, 450. The Blink Dagger is also a replacement to the Garden Greaves here. Like he was thinking of going to Garden Greaves, that goes for Blink. Yep. Maybe I shouldn't have defied Winter to begin with, honestly.
I guess not. You can see it was 3 stacks of Hypothermia by the time the mech comes out with the Restore. And,
mind you, that fight was also awkwardly taken, right? Like the Morphling was not ready to take the fight. Rubik was also not in the best position, and they started with Tree Throw. I really cannot expand enough on the fact that Tree Throw while Mimi on Rubik is absolutely useless.
Yeah, I mean, and DJ dies, right? But obviously it's well worth his life in exchange for 4, plus the obvious objective, which was Roshan at the time.
Exactly.
So Fnatic in a pretty decent position here. Now, let's see what they can set up with this on for the remainder of Game 1 as TPs are down bottom. There's action top, though.
Right? Jabs? He mechs now, surviving a fair amount. Stole Alacrity. Oh, Sunstrike is avoided.
Off the mark.
Jabs got scared. He's like, I gotta better go back to where the Sunstrike was.
DJ
has toss. Cancel his TP. No help still from the team as KP gets Ollie in the mid lane. Jabs is still being chased. Jabs finally will fall to the combined efforts of Armel and DJ.
Yeah, 23 really struggled to get the kill, and he just stood there, which meant the lasso was free to be used. Talon, what is going on here?
I think Talon just got informed yesterday that there's a 30-hour flight to Lima.
I don't know. It kind of seems like it's weird. This is not the
like beyond the picks. It's just odd.
They're playing not very clean. Yeah, for sure.
Yes.
It's
questionable is the word we use. Interesting.
Yeah, it's real bad. I mean, the thought. Why hit the Maiden like that through your BKB when Batrider's just sitting there?
So Maiden has bonus armor.
Maiden's got 20 bonus armor, and I don't know.
Rubik's dying top, and nobody's helping him either. Like seriously, he was being chased for like a whole minute.
And this is like pretty seriously now in favor of Fnatic. I mean, it's a 7K net worth lead. You still have Aegis for another 3 minutes. Gabby's easily going to get the gold for BKB by the time this Aegis expires. This is not looking pretty for Talon right now.
How many points do Talon have?
What do you mean points?
Like in the league, how many points?
Oh, how many wins? How many match wins? Yeah. I believe they are at 3. I think they're one of the teams that's 3-3. Let me just double confirm that with you right now. They are 4-2, even better.
Yeah, right. So they get a 1 win, right? They're almost.
Oh, they are secured. Yes.
Wait, they are secured because Geek Slate only has 4.
If they win 1, Geek Slate have 4, and Blacklist specifically have 3. So there's only one team that could tie them.
Blacklist.
5-2.
Blacklist also has 4. They're just not updated yet.
Oh, yes. I need to refresh my page. You're correct. Yeah, I mean, I guess there could still be some tiebreakers, but like, there's more tiebreakers for you to potentially win in.
But if you stay at 4, then there's definitely gonna like you risk the chance of not making it.
Right, because Geek Slate.
Because Execration's there for sure.
Right, because well, someone has to win between Geek Slate and Blacklist. So one of those teams for sure is going to make it. And then you have to play, if you lose this, you play tiebreakers for that last slot.
Exactly.
Which does mean you're potentially not into the major.
Exactly. If you win this, you're
on a win versus, and again, no diss to Fnatic, but they are 0-6, right? A win versus the team that's 0-6 guarantees you the major slot right here, right now.
Yes, exactly.
So, yeah, I mean, I'm sure maybe the pressure kind of getting to them a little bit. It's always, these kind of quote-unquote free games, right? Where perhaps you're a little bit too silly. You pick an offlane Rubik, who wastes a little bit of that early momentum on a Crown. It meant that he didn't have Mechanism up in time by the Aghanim Shard of the Drow Ranger, which, as we see, is a pretty healthy counter to that. It's maybe a little problematic here for them. They're not still without their, their plus points, though. 23 is still very strong in this matchup with the notable exclusion of the Drow Ranger. You have a Queen of Pain, which is a problem, isn't it? But she has BKB now, and Q is going to be fast on his fingers, which means he's, well, not fast enough, unfortunately.
He has Snowball. He does not have Snowball. He's dead. DJ, though, will die as a result.
They really
not
want
bad
DJ, huh?
Savage.
Okay, go get him.
KP lost his Firefly as well. They could continue, but they're going to choose not to.
1-for-1 trade ain't bad. I think they're scared of Gabby, and for good reason.
Sure. Yes, he decimates your team. And once again, you're still struggling to find what has Queen of Pain done this game, and the answer is nothing.
Yeah, she forced the Batrider offlane, I guess, but he's been having a pretty good lane from. He's having a pretty good game from the offlane, all things considered.
Once again, this is not Flame Torch Mikoto, but rather the hero he's playing.
Yes, just to make that clear. And also, this Invoker is scaling pretty nicely, right? Hand of Midas has enough money already for BKB, Blink Dagger, and the BOTs, as well as the Ag Shard. So he's got 3 meatballs now on a reduced cooldown, which is going to be pretty good here for his damage and, of course, his farm and split push.
Also because he went to the Quasi-Exort build, which usually maxes Exort first, and then Wex with the 4 points in quads. You have an incredible alacrity that you obviously get to this Drow Ranger, which makes it very difficult for Talon to play with.
This would be a big catch if they can actually get KP, but he has BKB.
Yeah, that Sonic Wave though. Ooh, that Avalanche Stop jab still looking. He's just finally got KP.
No, he didn't
activate BKB in time.
Didn't respect how many members of Talon might be in the smoke.
They respect jabs as a hero. It's like
that's a fair point. I mean, he is an instant stun.
Yeah, exactly.
That was a little bit maybe fast and loose playing it with there. Maybe thinking he was over the cliff behind a tree.
He also TP as well. Like.
Yeah. Didn't work out there. And Sanuel is going to be the next to fall here. So that'll be 3. As Talon will wrestle back a little bit of map control as they finally make a concerted effort to make a move somewhere on the map. It's top lane. It goes very well for them. Matt's style for 23 Savage. He's feeling a lot more confident in these fights now.
Oh, I see what's happening. The CEO of Talon just came into the room and said, guys, we're upgrading you to business class for Lima. Can you just please make it?
Right.
Then they're good now. We're starting to play some more serious Dota for Talon. Morphling is back. The Queen of Pain will find some use at some point, even if it's just as a vision hero.
I think she's fine as a Linken's carrier.
Sure, just a tank like she used to play.
Linken's, yeah, I think that's probably the best way to be played. As long as it's 23, not having to absorb literally every single targeted spell in the game, he'll be fine.
Yeah.
I think he'll be fine. Again, I think it really just is the Drow this game that's going to be his biggest concern. That being said, she's still a pretty big concern at this stage, right? The free fight that they gave him, as well as the Aegis, means that Gabby's got lots of very efficient items on himself right now. BKB almost well, enough for at least the Yasha, but not the full Manta style. And they have Alacrity.
Look at that Alacrity buff on Gabby.
It's turning that crossbow into machine gun.
Yep. Also, a machine gun that shoots like other machine guns. That's how strong it is. It's absurd.
Trying to bait him here. DJ just kind of chilling right next to his friend.
Oh, it's going to be Jazz. Oh, he did the toss back play. That was really good. Overgrowth on top of that for the Drow, Sonic Wave, everything for Gabby, but Gabby's still alive. So with a BKB, trying to go for Jabs, but they did steal the lasso. Jabs will secure the kill before he falls.
23 still fighting John Noel. He still has bonus armor.
He really has to kill the CM before going on anyone else, which allows everyone else on Fnatic.
Courtesy of the buyback.
Except for DJ to get away.
Yep. Nice job there. Q does have to buy back, but it's still fairly worth it as they're going to get a kill onto the Tiny. Would have otherwise been an almost even trade. Felt a little bit worse, but 23 lives, and obviously Gabby does not.
Jab's on point, that team fight.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Jab's on point.
Nice force staff away, the blink in, the counter initiation as well. And
he's crazy tanky as well for some reason.
I mean, hey, if this is what offlane Rubik can do, like I definitely see why you would pick it in a game. I do think he's probably slightly regretting having gone for the crown first, especially because it's literally just sitting in his backpack doing nothing for him right now.
Sure, I agree.
But, you know, it's a lesson learned, right? Even in games like this where you think it's going to be perhaps a bit easier for you, you still actually have to, you know.
Yeah, it's still Fnatic.
Dude, you gotta go with your regular builds.
It's still the top 8 teams in SEA.
Exactly.
Even if they're 0-6, doesn't mean this team is.
It's this whole stuff of like, well, I'm Divine. I can certainly play against Immortals, and it's like, oh, actually, you can't. Even if you're Divine 5, there's a pretty big jump from Divine 5 to like Immortal 500.
No, it's more like Divine 4 being like, guys, I'm gonna destroy this Divine 3. Not even, no chance.
That's true. Yeah, it's my least favorite thing.
Yeah.
Or when you get from like. When you get from like Legend to Ancient, like Legend 5 to Ancient 1, and then like people in that group were like, whatever, you're just, I'm gonna crap on this Legend 5, even though I'm literally 30 MMR higher than it. It's the dumbest, like you can't, you just can't. Talon though, I think they're gonna start cleaning it up a little bit here. 23, however, is so far the richest hero in the game, quickly followed by 3 Fnatic heroes. The problem is gonna be scaling here, especially because I think as we've seen earlier today, Abo, and as we're seeing right now, Makoto on the Quap, his impact here slightly more questionable, or his purpose in the late game slightly more questionable.
His purpose of the game is questionable, but it's okay. I feel like the Linkins is a good start. You go for the tanky build.
I mean, especially late game, right? But yeah.
I would like it if at least he bought the shard, though. It used to be the way the Queen of Pain used to be played.
Yeah.
Like, you just go in, guidance on, you silence people. You don't even have that right now.
Everyone thought this Ags was going to be something crazy busted. I remember Valve dropped a patch, the TI patch actually, on day 2 of the ESL 1 Malaysia group stage, and everyone was buying the Ags Scepter on Queen of Pain, and then everyone's like, actually, it's not that good. And then it completely fell off after that literally 2 days of group stage that remained.
It really is not that good.
No. But, you know what is good? Some more team fight, 5-on-5 action. DJ smokes in a break, so we'll Q's. Q just bought back as a reminder. Oh, hell yeah, dude. That was really bold.
I'm rereading the Ags. I wonder if now with the trend to do Bloodstone things, it would be interesting to do like Ags Bloodstone, maybe. I can imagine that.
This is, this
for the Queen of Pain.
Yeah. What a thought.
I mean, it wouldn't be like, I'm not saying it's the best build, I'm just saying maybe. It might work. Might make this year relevant again, because it really is just not having.
Problem is, it requires you to go through 2 item buildups, the Bloodstone as well as the Ag Scepter, and I feel like that's just way too much farm time for a mid laner.
I also agree that with Lesh, for example, other Bloodstone builders, you're still useful before that.
Exactly.
Whereas Queen of Pain feels bad the whole time.
And you feel really good just with Bloodstone and levels, whereas on Queen of Pain, you're not really feeling all that great with Bloodstone. Man.
That's true. Even Viper, for example, goes for the same build, is good without
I guess maybe the healing's like pretty nutty, right? Because you still got that 80 damage per tick heal on Shadow Strike. Yeah. And also, I mean, I still don't think it's that good. It's only like 150. I mean, 150 heal per tick's like pretty good, but I don't know. I don't think it's worth.
No, I don't think so either. But I'm saying. Maybe.
It'd be interesting.
Try it out in your pubs, guys.
No.
Just avoid me first, and then try it out in your pubs.
Yeah, avoid me, and then Q ranked immediately after.
Yes, exactly. And tell me so I can also queue.
Yes, that's what we do.
And then try this out.
Linkins is online, and I think this is a much better item than the Bloodstone. It seems like both teams are willing to go for a little bit of a scrap now that Roche has respawned. Careful, though. Potentially, it's KP looking for a pickoff here with his Blink Dagger, and now BKB, but Quap, not an option.
Oh, Lasso.
Just kidding.
Quap is an option. Always been an option.
But she got the BKB off.
Yeah, and they also realized, what's the point of killing this squad?
Pretty much.
Guys, why are we spending spells on this hero? She just did all she could do.
Yeah, she's giving her a real purpose, and now the rest of Talon here swooping from below.
Oh, that Walrus Punch is courageous.
23, speaking of courage.
Yeah, and they have an overgo still. Ollie couldn't get it off, though. Got stopped by DJ. That's going to work, but 23 turns into Drow. The multi-shot, they try to block with the Manta style, but the illusions are too weak. John Well, 23's biggest enemy. He's figured it out. He can just stun.
Wow. He has indeed figured it out. 23 with a tip on the Gabby. KP being routed from the fight.
Oh, that's Blink, though.
Very good.
And a regen.
Thank you, Gaben.
Wow. Oh, but Jabs. He got Psychic Headbanded, but Jab's still stronger. Wow. And there, Mikoto found his purpose.
That's the reason. You tank Bat Rider spells and you nuke them from 500 range.
You are literally just picking a Bat Rider counter.
23.
Co-op right now is a glorified Lotus Orb.
Yeah, and 23 has just been soloing Roche the whole time. DJ thinking about going for a cheeky play here.
No cheek today.
Yeah, no cheek for him. I think Talon, they're not even going to turn the other cheek. They're just going to smack his.
Yes. Smack both. Applaud his cheeks.
Yeah.
Is that something they say, by the way, in America? The applaud thing? Like in Spain is very common, like especially like in relationship fights, right? When the one person will ask, like, are you gonna slap me for this? And they go, no, I'm gonna applaud your face.
Wow.
And it means I'm gonna hit you on both sides.
No.
And hurt some more.
Oh my
yeah,
goodness.
Not a thing? Oh, okay.
No.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, obviously not in a violent way. It's always allowed because you screwed up, so it's fine.
Oh, okay.
It's the version of the chancla, but for families.
Ah, I see.
Yeah.
The chancla. Yes, we're in the wrong region, unfortunately, for that.
I'm pretty sure Filipinos also.
Oh, you know what? I have seen Pindependent with the chancla, actually.
Yeah, right. I think that's a thing in Southeast Asia too.
Yeah, I guess it is.
All our cultures share this.
KP, Mikoto.
There's a Lincoln's BKB. Walrus Punch, though. It will stop this.
It was a
lasso. Yeah, Mikoto was never worth anything to begin with.
And he's like still full HP. DJ's here. Has a toss.
He doesn't
Thinking
have a
about
toss
going for the toss, but can't find him in time.
Also, the Blink Dagger, the dagger was on cooldown. That's why.
Yes. Okay. Well, it's fine. 23 still has the Aegis. Is continuing to farm up very nicely. Excuse me. Full Eye of Scotty, and then immediately into the Lincoln Sphere. Gem of True Sight as well on the train. Fnatic are thinking they can push here. They're not exactly wrong. It's a dieback applied to
Gabby's so far, the tower can't see him. Next level strategies. It's a very awkward angle to initiate on you, though, because of the freeze.
Yeah, so, and they've got this ward as well still on the cliff next to the Dire Outpost, so they feel pretty safe holding that position there. Yeah, so they kind of see him coming from the side. So, you know, really good positioning for sure. 23 eager to get this Lincoln's online. That would be his 4th ultimate orb. My goodness, this man, he's got a problem. He's addicted to ultimate orbs.
The Scotty is very useful because even when Morphling EBKBs, the hypothermia doesn't go through that, right? But Scotty does. So even if he BKBs, you'll still have the damage, the healing reduction, and the slow, of course, of a ranged hero.
Armel's not thinking about making a cheeky move here, is he? He'd have to cold snap to break Lincoln's and then Hex. That seems rather unlikely. Maybe.
No. I mean, they did something similar with the Battle Lasso, right?
Yeah.
It's just that if you're alone.
But it's 4-staff, right? And items have a little bit of more of a, or abilities have backswings and all this other stuff, right?
Well, right.
But that's the concern, right?
I also feel like you need people around you.
Yeah.
Arbel does cut the lane though with the Forge Spirits. Oh, he's staying to watch his creation. Go, my spawn! Kill! No, they're leaving. They're going to the jungle now.
Kill
the creeps. There we go. Look, he's staying. He's watching them. Tornado him. Oh, Invoker's so proud of his little Forged Spirits.
They're
little
dragon now. They think he doesn't have TP, and they're right, but not anymore as he starts to TP away. Q, is he going to get a godlike guess? Nope. Good effort. Give it a go.
Both Forged Spirits dead at the same time. They died like they came to this world together.
Middle tower is under attack.
Brings a tear to your eye, doesn't it?
It really does.
Or in the case of the Forged Spirits, both tears to both of your eyes.
Yes, they're also made of lava, which is the hard part. You're being like this, the tears actually hurt you as they go down your eyes. It's like when you cry blood, you know?
Play. 23 is just going to capture the outpost. Haven't we seen this before?
No, but that was different. That was the offlaner and he was alone.
Oh, they know Armel is here. And they didn't kill his courier on purpose.
Yep, and Armel, he has a tornado though. He has a tornado.
And he's got Hex and BKB, not to mention.
He does have BKB, there we go. That's the BKB. Morphling is nearby though. I think the physical damage is far enough. He can't just TP, but he can blink TP.
Yes, he can.
No, he can blink TP, sir.
He can TP because no one had any range for him, even though they had him underneath a ward, unfortunately.
No detection, you mean?
No, they didn't have range. I think they saw him. There's a sentry.
Oh.
They saw him.
Oh, because he has H lens in his blink actually.
Yeah.
It's actually pretty far.
They couldn't reach him because Morphling. Oh, actually, he has Hurricane Pike. I'm surprised he couldn't hit him. I thought he didn't have Pike. Fair enough.
Yeah, Morphling's range is really bad. Have you gone to the tenders?
No,
if you run away from the pressure gun, he is really hard for him to like chase you with it.
Right. Is that the Morphling incarnate for you?
Yeah, Morphling is a pressure gun for the dentist.
Whoa, 23 is...
Doesn't care.
He doesn't, I guess.
But he forgets. He's not Queen of Pain. He can't make these plays.
I mean, he can. He's got Lincolns. He's got 2 dispels.
I guess he has Aegis, 20 seconds.
Aegis, yeah.
Wants to burn it.
He's daring them.
But they're not going to fall for it.
No, of course not. Refresher quickly coming together here for KP, though. Another 500 gold, and he's got that one online. So, there's some serious items here. I don't know if it's going to be enough to make a difference. Invoker, I think that's... Oh, that's going to be Octarine. Lovely item on Invoker. It's been forever since I've seen what my friends and I call it Raging Fury Invoker, where you just like continuously cast spells, you know?
Do you mean Talon Tokyo Invoker? That's what he used to play as well.
Yeah?
Remember first item Blink?
Oh, okay. Well, this is different though. This is like you just continuing to wombo combo your enemies with all of your spells.
No, I know what you mean, but like he would used to go first item Blink and then would go BKB and Octarine Core.
Yeah, I remember.
Back on Yellow Submarine
But the Sheepstick is like, it's reminiscent of the days when you would go like Yule Scepter Refresher on Invoker. You know, and you would like Yule's combo them into your meatball, you know, deafening, whatever, right?
That person who, he's not scripting, but his brain pretty much is scripting at that moment.
Well, it's because he's only practiced. He goes to invokergame.com every single day.
Yes, honestly, man.
And like he does that. He lives for the combos. And then eventually people just got good and they introduced Andisk and you couldn't do it anymore.
Thank God for that. As an offlaner, nothing was more frustrating. You had like a host of 5 people and Invokers, you'll start bringing one of them. Just tornado them, la! Please, Invoker!
Well, the thing I've always hated is when you get a 5-man Winter's Curse or a 5-man Chrono and Invoker thinks that's his time to shine. I will sing you the song of my people. It just completely griefs you.
Oh, it's true.
That's always what I hated the most.
It's true.
That was the only time I think I've ever truly just lost it at a teammate. I had a beautiful 5-man Winter's Curse that was going to turn the game around. And my Invoker's like, tornado time. And I'm like, are you... I could
That's
not
very
believe.
common.
Oh.
They do that with black holes too. That's why in SEA, I've never heard the word Invoker. I've only heard him called Injoker. And I think there's a reason for that.
The Injoker, lol.
I mean, seriously, like, even if he's good, he goes, wow, what a great Injoker. I think people forgot that the guy is called Invoker anymore.
Well, I think it's lovely, you know? I think it's lovely. Not to mention, almost every single hero in the game actually has voice lines for Shitty Wizard. Did you know that?
Yeah, I think he's that.
That's him.
Especially, like, when you log into the game, the guy first picks Invoker, his name is Miracle's son. And you go,
yeah, you go,
I'm ready.
You go, sure thing. Apple fell pretty far from the tree there, didn't it?
And somehow Miracle is misspelled and has a K and an H somewhere. You're like, I don't know why. You can just read the name.
Speaking of Miracle, make sure you guys stay tuned for Division 2. Yeah, because he's on Myth Avenue Gaming after.
Yeah, make sure to drink water, because that was his old team name.
They changed it, yeah, they changed it. Fnatic, though,
he's on Mag now.
They're drinking water. They want to drink this water. Most importantly, they want to extinguish it, as 23 Savage is going to be very annoying. He's actually, speaking of water, got DD in the bottle, as well as double Lincolns. They're starting to lag. Oh, whoa,
Dusk. Dusk is dead.
He's got 5.
That's a lot of rage
and they own the outpost, but Fnatic are going to need to try and recapture the outpost. That's the next thing they're going to be fighting over here, as well as Vision, of course.
And I guess with Octarine Core, the Meteor is not that long a cooldown.
Yeah, it's even...
Plus the Shard.
Yeah, it's really short. 30 seconds is pretty ridiculous.
Yeah, this ability is pretty crazy.
Okay, so this is a little awkward now for Fnatic. What I was going to say is that you can fully stack Lincoln. So right now, 23 has 2 Lincoln Sphere on him, if Quap, applies the active onto him. So far, not the case. Fnatic looking to take over a little bit more map control. They don't feel super confident trying to sneak a Roche here.
But KP, sticky napalm sees Quap goes, mate, I'm not. It's not even a choice. I'm not going to go for you. He's learned his lesson. KP's looking for the real juicy targets like the Morphling now. Or even the Rubik, honestly.
KP, like you said with that Refresher as well, he can really almost get through anyone. At this stage, I think it's worth using refresh just to lasso 23 away through BKB.
Yes. Well, I mean, he has Force Staff to cancel too.
Right, but if he has got BKB active, you can only have double lasso. If 23 has BKB active, you can't use Force Staff.
Okay. 23. I was confused. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Yeah. Frankly, I wouldn't mind if he lassoed the Rubik first, because I feel like if Rubik steals lasso and he just counterplays you like before, I think
I feel
it's
like not really that worried about this Rubik, honestly.
Really, I think it's a really easy steal for him.
I mean, it is an easy steal for him, but I mean, he's not that tanky. I mean, he's got Greaves, but that's it. Like we're 40 minutes in. Like this Drow, like
I cannot wait for jabs.
It's punching time. I don't know. This is when I wish jabs. I mean, now he's going Acceptor. This is when I wish he did go for a greedier build, because I just think he's like a really. He's just a support. He's just a Rubik that's having a good game right now.
Yeah, he
like
really,
like honestly, that's his net worth is kind of reflected that as well. I mean, to be honest, KP only has one more item than him, but he feels so much more impactful.
They're almost fun of them. I love this is true Invoker gameplay. He alacrities Divorce Spirit over the Drow Ring.
Oh hell yeah, dude! Gotta stand up for your boy.
That is actually the most SEA Invoker play.
It's the Injoker play.
That is the Joker play.
Here's the smoke.
We have Axe and Tusk.
Oh yeah, that's a big one. That does leave him without buyback though, so he can no longer be that man up front trying to scout. That position or that role might have to be swapped over to Ali, who does have buyback and blink. Makoto, he's just in.
Ooh, trying to Walrus punch him. Instead, the last is going to be used for this Tusk, but that is just dying, it seems like. KP can't get away from the Scotty. They just ignored him.
Okay.
That's always a solution. Now they're going for a more valuable target. Got Gabby. 23 Savage, it seems like he got recalled to attack Gabby. That's the real one, the one multi-shotting. And no, he meets his arch nemesis and KP as well, who blinks in the middle of his waveform.
DJ!
He's still fighting this. DJ has hopes, but he's inhaled too much hopium today.
Yeah, way too much hopium for him. Oh, close. I got real excited there. There was a Sunstrike that almost hit Makoto. Would have killed him, but didn't.
I can't believe the breaking point for this game is when 23 Savage can kill the CM without canceling the freezing field.
Yeah,
that's what's made the change here.
All he did was like kill her on accident.
He killed Batrider on accident.
Waveform through the maiden.
He literally blinked onto the waveform. And I think he has waveform attack as well, right? Yeah. So he just got killed. Now he has Daedalus as well. Talon's back at it.
He does? 23's got Daedalus?
Yes, it's coming on.
Oh, yeah. And he's got an Ags. He's got a Shard. He's got an Aegis. He's got a Refresher Shard. He's holding everything, dude.
No, he doesn't have Ags, right?
Ag Shard, sorry.
Oh, right. Yes, that makes perfect sense. I was going to say, that's the third row, not the fourth.
And now, I think this is more like the game that Talon thought they were going to have. It's pretty firmly in their control now. I think this 23 Savage here is a little bit too much of a problem. They really lack the control. I think you need to get lassos onto him. You need to get Gabby to start, getting those marksmanship procs up. If not, I really think no one else kills this guy. It has to be Gabby. Has to be.
Well, it has to be
Gabby. It has to.
It has to. Yeah.
Not even like this Hex is going to do much. I mean, good luck. I mean, I guess right now you can't afford an Ag Scepter if you're Invoker, but for what?
Oh my God. 20% actually clears a wave just with waveform now. That's
why it's called waveform.
Oh.
You change the form of the wave to null.
Yeah. To 0.
To null.
No, 0.
No.
Null is non-existent.
Yes, exactly. What do you think? Look, they just disappeared, dude. Look at the wave.
Their corpses are still there.
Yeah?
Radiant's top tower
I don't think so, man.
I'm pretty sure. I've checked the corpses for research purposes.
You're looting them. You're the D&D player who kills a goblin and immediately on his first turn of combat starts to loot him before helping his allies.
I check the goblin's pockets, not 20, and then...
Okay. Roll 1d4.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I don't know what that means.
You don't know? Shame on you.
Sorry, I'm not a D&D player.
I can tell. Goblins usually don't have... they usually have pockets. In any case, I mean, this game is...
They have pants, so they must have pockets.
Not all goblins.
Not all goblins have pants?
Yeah.
They're running around naked?
They prefer the natural state, yeah.
Yeah, good for them, Actually, I gotta respect their culture.
23, up to the high ground he goes. He is very rich. He is very hard to kill. We'll see what Fnatic can do.
Just ignore him, apparently. They hit him once, though, and apparently that was a lot of damage.
They got DJ.
And they kill Q.
Sorry, Q, thank you.
Yeah, DJ got Q.
DJ did get Q.
That's a good strategy, actually. If you can't kill the Morphling because he has H's, just ignore him. Go for the other people around him that are there to save him.
Kill his friends.
Yes, emotional damage. And go for a smoke right afterwards, Fnatic.
Okay.
I like this idea.
Cold-blooded killers. Here they go.
Yeah.
See what they can find. Makoto is really quite a difficult catch. With Refresher, Ascetics Cap, which also gets refreshed, gives him another Soft Dispel, and of course the Lincolns, which also gets refreshed. This is not an easy kill.
No, I don't think you kill the Quap at all.
Well,
I mean,
maybe you don't. Maybe DJ does, though.
I think Mikoto's fine. Look, Mikoto activates BKB, and he is indeed fine. Jabs, though, he might be in a pickle as he gets silenced and destroyed. Mikoto still full HP, but he's used all his spells.
Oh, there's another lasso.
There is another lasso. Someone saved the tornado. He has Aegis here. Oh, no, the Invoker might have helped him a little bit here. Has KP, does fall. The help from Mikoto going for DJ instead because he realizes Invoker's too tough a target, but DJ at least will be killed here.
For Staff, he's got Yules and then Blink, but I don't think he gets out.
Mars Punch?
Oh, what a game.
He did get out for now, but we still have another waveform. It's really low cooldown. It's only support. DJ's getting time, but it's not enough.
I mean, you forced a couple of buybacks from Jabs and you, Talon.
Yeah, not bad.
Feeling a little shaky there. You steal the Aegis as well away from him, and you didn't, I mean, I guess you commit the refreshers. So maybe that's going to be the problem. I think Talon, they probably feel very confident in going just to push up high ground yet again right now. It seems really risky, though, with your supports that have bought back and will die very quickly and easily to the push that we've seen Fnatic execute on so far. Armel also has 8,000 friggin' gold just sitting in there. That's almost a third of his net worth, a little bit less, a fifth of his net worth that's doing nothing for him.
That's a fourth.
It is a fourth, actually, you're right. Spend his money, man. Yeah, spend money to make money.
I mean, he's just waiting for the overwhelming blink. I understand the point. They say for buyback.
He's got 5k surplus.
Yeah.
It's more than enough.
Oh, yeah, it is, but he can't get the courier to the secret shop.
I guess, but he was just over by the secret shop. I don't know. He needs to spend this money, man. Okay. It's burning a hole in his metaphorical pocket, in his metaphorical goblin pocket.
Because Invokers do wear pants?
That he does. That he does.
Yeah, there's a lot of pockets, actually. These look like good pants. This trend of society where pants now have less and less pockets every day, it's infuriating, really. Oppressive, I would say.
That should help.
I couldn't say I'm wearing cargo pants right now, so.
What are those?
Got pockets.
Oh, that's why, because the loaders use them, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Loaders.
Yeah, people that load cargo bays.
Yes.
So they need pockets to put the things in the pockets. Yeah, that makes sense.
Very true.
That's a good name for them, actually.
Fnatic have like a real shot here, by the way. I don't think this is completely out for them. They just didn't wait for this refresher orb. Maybe they look to force a fight. They get a pick off right before Roche respawns, and all of a sudden they're the ones pushing high ground with Aegis. Roche number 4 bounty.
Okay, I want to counter that a little bit because we haven't really seen them entirely. Like, a lot of the issues with Talon have been blunders where those Tusk gets too close to Morphling, right? It hasn't really been them being able to deal with Morphling easily, and they haven't really responded to this Quap's insane tankiness either, which now can become the true frontliner.
Yeah, but they don't need to care about Quap. If they're killing the other people besides Morph and Quap first, which they have been executing on so far, sure, because of mistakes, whatever.
Sure.
Talon, I mean, Fnatic aren't going to complain about that. What are they going to say? Oh, guys, we won the game, but we didn't kill the carry first. Doesn't count?
No, I mean, that's not what I'm pointing out. I'm pointing out that maybe Talon just needs to compose themselves.
Well, sure, but I mean, that's what I've been telling them all game, I feel like.
Sure, that's fair too.
You know, like, maybe that's just how they're playing right now.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe not, as DJ's going to go in. Ooh, Aeon Disc and Yules, that feels bad.
No, that feels pretty good, because they can kill a Tusk with this. That's the...
It's a dieback.
A dieback? No water escape.
They did steal Lasso, though. Jabs has Lasso right now. With Ag Scepter, by the way.
That doesn't matter if he just gets lassoed instead, and he gets killed in the middle of that lasso. KP will fall to Sonic Wave, but that's a second Sonic Wave as the Morphling starting to kill around the Drow Ranger. He's been turned into a pig, and now he's been butchered. Talon, you're right. No, I'm sorry, I was a doubter.
I didn't know what to say. Like, Talon, they just haven't been playing well. Like, it's just the way it is. Fnatic, like I said, they got a real chance in this game. It's 3 heroes dead without buyback. I forgot Rubik's a core.
Yeah, Fnatic is doing it.
So it's 3 heroes dead. That's the one buyback that they have, with the exception of Quap. So Makoto still has buyback, but no one else does. We'll see how long of a Roche respawn this is, but this could be extremely punishing.
I don't think it matters. I think you just go for it.
Maybe you're right. Maybe they need to buy back on this bat and just get in there. He doesn't have Lasso or BKB, but...
You know they don't have buybacks, because you saw them all buy back, right? And Morphling can't go in alone. I think you just finish.
The question mark is going to be...
Go.
No, actually...
Yeah, Fnatic doesn't care. They know. They have Alacrity on a Drow Ranger. What are you supposed to do against that? Mikoto is... Oh, I forgot Mikoto was here, actually.
He has
no Sonic Waves.
This is a loss. I think this is an L.
I think it is an L. Yeah, deal with the Tiny, but DJ, he's okay with dying as long as the Alacrity Drowning to keep hitting.
This is it, Drowning.
Mikoto can't annoy Gabby enough, and he's actually going to die finally.
They're going in.
They got rid of him. There's the TP as well from the Bad Rider.
I don't think it matters. This game's over, dude.
Yeah, well, the toss, maybe. An attempt by the Morphling? No, the Invoker's still hitting. Arnell will get rid of this Ancient. Fnatic, they get the victory against Talon. Fnatic, in the last series of the DPC, where nothing is at stake for them, they get the first win of the series. And Talon, if they lose this, they might lose chances to go to Lima because they have to go for tiebreakers if they lose the series.
Yeah, they're going to take that L from Lima and put it into their name because that would be real bad for them. I mean,
so then they're Talon a little?
Something like that, yeah. I mean, it's not good to be Talon right now.
I was not expecting this, to be honest.
This is not a loss they should be taking.
I was not expecting this at all.
Look, no disrespect to Fnatic, but every team has beat them. Like, they are 0-6. They have...
I mean, they played well here. They played much more relaxed.
And they played well. Maybe that's what the issue has been for them. Maybe there's something for them to look into here, but, I mean, just not something that was expected here whatsoever.
No,
it's
not
definitely quite the upset.
Yeah. You could argue there's a lot of points in the draft from Talon or even in the playstyle that was leading them to this position. Maybe you could argue they weren't taking their opponents as seriously, but like we said, you know, you're Divine 3, you're up against Divine 2, it doesn't matter, right? Or actually in this case, you're like Immortal top 500, Immortal level 90, and there's one guy that's 89, and you go, oh, he's... Or 84, I suppose would be the case.
Yeah, I mean, kind of a very surprising result for me here. Winter did call it, though. Let's go on over to Winter in the panel to see how smug he's going to be.
I don't know if smug is the word that I'd be going for here. Oh no, never mind. Smug is definitely the word. He's look at that grin. Yeah, what do you know? I guess the offlane Rubik was a bit of a meme, Winter. I guess Talon may be a little bit too cocky.
It's not just that. I feel like the 8th pick, Queen of Pain. I mean, even though I can see and I can understand why they did it against the Bad Rider, but I feel like Queen of Pain is not a very strong hero to justify an 8th pick.
Yeah, we have not seen her. In fact, I was watching the NA DPC, and there was like an interview with Dendi, and he said that his all-time favorite hero is Queen of Pain, but he just like can't justify picking her right now. And in this game, I am also willing to give Fnatic a lot of credit. I think everyone was playing well. The Invoker was doing his part. We were struggling to come up with an MVP because like everyone was contributing pretty equally. Where was this Fnatic for the first 2.5 weeks, though?
Oh, maybe they just need to play at home, not at the boot camp.
That's true. Too much stress.
The DJ was a monster, I swear. It's so hard to go in and not die. He like dodged everything with Yules and Stormcrafter. And this Tuskar, he had Aghanim's, but I did not see a single kick.
He had an Axe?
He had Axe for like the last 15 minutes of the game.
Yeah,
when they pushed top Rex, when they pushed top tower, the tier 3,
they weren't able to get a good jump.
I mean, he always jumped and snowball, but he never kicked. Now, I was kind of confused. Like, maybe he's never bought it before, but he plays so much post 4, I would think that's not the reason.
That is true. Primarily, it has been Jabs being the Tusk player on Talon, so a little bit of unfamiliarity, perhaps. Which there was a chance, like you said, they were pushing high ground, and maybe if they do get that kick, then all of a sudden Talon get the win. But now, they have to be very, very nervous about this game too. No jokes. Go back to standard comfort zone, and perhaps Fnatic are getting a second win, even though it doesn't really matter too much for them, other than ruining Talon's day.
Yeah, do you see the camera when the game ended? The look on their faces, you know? Why didn't we play like this last week?
I mean, they look good. They had a really good draft. You call the Invoker too. I think they're like kind of opening things up a bit. I think Talon didn't expect it too. They picked the quad for the bat, and the bat went off lane, which probably caught them by a little off guard.
Yeah, but they should know, right? Like KP plays the hero, and it's.
But he hasn't played for them like throughout the.
Yeah, but if somebody is opening up with Bad Rider in that kind of manner, it has to cross your mind that it might be an offlane hero.
Yeah, that's true.
Rivalry MVP goes the way of DJ, the stalwart initiator for this game number 1.
I just feel like he went in a lot, and his spellcasting was so good. Like, he never died. He always Stormcrafted, dodged something. He had a static cap too.
Yeah, even in the beginning of the game, I really like how he
He like killed the pop twice.
Yeah,
went bottom.
he dragged the. I think he dragged the first wave or something, and then he at 3 minutes or 4 minutes he blocked the camp, but it got deordered. Then he made sure he body blocked it, and then after he saw that the Bat Rider could be self-sustaining himself in the lane, he could play the lane, he could farm. Then he just TP bottom and he got a couple of kills. I think he was pretty influential at the beginning of the game as well, before he got his dagger.
And speaking of TPing bottom, you were also very proud of 23 Savage's movement.
Oh, that guy is crazy as that move.
So he rotated to the bot lane.
He deserved to win the game.
And then that fight around the Roche pit where he turns into the Drow Ranger, multi-shots her, goes into the pit, cancels CM's ult. 23 was on point this game.
He did, but it felt like at critical mass, he couldn't like play because the Invoker was there. Once his BKB went out, he'll probably just die if the Drow's not dead.
Yeah, late game he just couldn't deal with the Invoker.
The fight Talon took was Jeff stealing Lasso. I think that was like KP's mistake more than anything, and he got the draw. That's the only reason like it was actually competitive, I think. Otherwise Fnatic would take fights pretty easily, I think. It's really hard for the Morph to stick onto the Drow Ranger.
Yeah, I feel like the initiations were also pretty key. Like Adam mentioned, Q didn't really get a lot of pretty good initiations for them, and they had a Corp. Corp is just gonna sit and wait. If the morphing doesn't do something to start the fight, the Corp's not gonna do anything to start the fight. He's just gonna be waiting for the fight to happen and come in and drop the spells.
The same thing with a Core Rubik. Core Rubik is like, I'm not really, this isn't my responsibility.
That's why I was so surprised that the Rubik was a call instead of the Tusk.
Yeah, because who's your initiator then? It's your 4 position, which, I mean, I guess if DJ can make it happen, then the sky's the limit. But Talon need to very, very strongly reevaluate what they're coming into this series with, because Fnatic have a very devil-may-care attitude, it seems, and Talon really need to get to that major and really need to win this series to make that happen. Let's see if game number 2 takes anything differently after the break.
Three, two, one.
Take up like the Flame Cloak does get a lot of damage, but here comes the Black Hole.
Game number 2 underway soon. Why do we repeat so many videos in like the first 2 weeks, and now like these last weeks I've been seeing new food every single time? What was that one? But if anyone missed it, also I've been told that all of this footage is actually from Manila, I believe. There was some Filipino YouTuber who we contacted, was like, yo, you take some good food footage. Let's pay.
Very cool. The food does look nice.
It does look nice.
I'm hungry.
I know.
I remember first week we just always like started.
It was the shrimp. Every single time it was the
always
shrimp.
the shrimp.
Have you tried the shrimp?
I have not tried the shrimp, Winter. What's the shrimp like?
Oh, you can't try the shrimp.
I can't try the shrimp. Tell me about the shrimp.
No, you don't deserve to know.
I don't deserve to know? Wow, okay. Can you tell me about why Fnatic were looking so godlike in this game number 1? Do I deserve to know that?
They deserve to win.
They deserve to win.
I feel like Talon kicked themselves in the foot though.
Kicked themselves in the foot, shot themselves in the foot. It was that was a big wound that they have to overcome because even with those 5 heroes, I feel like if you made Tusk the offlaner, Rubik the 4.
I feel like that game, ego came into play.
I think so too.
If they weren't doing so well, I feel like we would have seen like a Tusk core and a Rubik support.
That's why I was saying that. I was like, it's Jabs versus his former Fnatic teammates. He wants to flex on him with an offlane Rubik, and you're like, no, I don't think.
I mean, I can imagine him being that.
I mean, the thing is, it wasn't really like a very standout Rubik game.
Yeah.
Like, there's no like good spells to steal. He stole Lasso a few fights. I think he got Avalanche like once the whole game. DJ did like a really good job of just giving him tree grab all the time.
Yeah.
Which Morphling was doing anyway. Morphling was turning into Tiny also.
That was kind of it.
Morphling was doing overtime that game, and he didn't get paid.
No. He was an unpaid intern for that game number 1. But it was interesting to see 23 Savage on a more traditional carry, because I feel like recently, well, actually, maybe that's why they lost.
He's the Morphling player, you know?
He is the Morphling player, yes, that is true, but not in the way that Talon has been doing this week 3 meta. They've been putting 23 on semi-carries. And
Pudge.
Pudge, the Night Stalker.
Oh, it was the Mikoto TA. I think that might have been a series-specific thing that they wanted.
True.
I might be wrong, but...
But I think that also was the dynamic that made Talon look the most successful.
Yeah, if you see how they are moving, right, when he's playing the semi-cores, Q, 23 and Jabs, they always connect to each other.
Yeah, which we saw this game, except he was on a Morphling, which probably shouldn't be doing as much connecting.
Yeah, and Mikoto is taking farm, but he's a corp. He's not a TA, he's not an invoker, he's not a win condition hero.
That's a good point, actually. Yeah, this is a very, very...
The system of the draft for this series is definitely not the same as before, you know. That's why I feel like Ego may have came into play. They're doing good. They're playing against 0-6 Fnatic. You know, what the hell, man. I am serious, you know.
I mean, they're 0-6, but their games were competitive, though. Like, a lot of their losses
Yeah,
were...
but maybe not to them, you know. To them, it's more like a mindset thing. How can we possibly lose to a team that's 0-6? And then they're just trying, this is going to be good.
If that's your mindset, you don't deserve to go to the major, honestly. I don't think so.
I mean, I'm just speculating.
Yeah.
Looking at how they're picking the heroes, what they're prioritizing, and just, you know. I don't feel like they gave Fnatic the respect that they deserve that game. In terms of the way they drafted. Go dance there. The floor's there.
I'm good. I don't want to get us banned on Twitch.
Bad Rider ban by Fnatic.
Okay. Tree
they pick a tree?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Or the Rubik.
I would take the Rubik.
Huh?
I think that's fair.
Okay.
I think that's fair. DJ loves this hero.
Then why do they want to ban the Bad Rider so quickly?
Yeah.
So Talon can pick Trin.
Okay. Because Talon has lost every game with Trian.
I don't know, Trian has not won today, I believe.
I mean, Trian is still overall an amazing hero right now.
Yeah, it's true.
I think, I'm curious actually what the global stats are up to now, because he was almost the most picked hero, I think, 2 or 3 days ago. Right now, the most picked hero... Oh, never mind. Rubik is still ahead by a country mile. 170 picks. Second place is Tusk with 139 picks. Although Tusk has a terrible win rate. I think China actually is to blame for this. I saw it, and China has won like 1 out of 9 Tusk games.
Oh my!
So they do not know what to do with the hero. Globally, the hero has a 44% win rate.
You have to filter the hero out. The support role games, take it out. Just keep the core roles in.
You think he's only good as a core?
I like him as a support.
I think he's better as a core. I would prefer him.
I think he's better as a core also, but I don't know like if 4 and the core positions would have that big of a win rate differential. I've seen 4 Tusk win quite often. Treant Tiny.
What's going on?
Probably just a Q Tiny.
But they don't really open like this, you know. Like with two supports when they're
The
on
Tiny is
second
weird,
place.
for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I guess so. But
It's the flex, right?
there's too much flexing here going on here. They just need to draft how they were drafting last week, last couple of series. So they go for the DP, 8th pick here. Pretty good against, if the Tiny is called, you know, then DP is going to be very good against that.
KB's been a really good DP as well. I would think this is the Fnatic lane, straight up.
Yeah, pretty much any safe laner would hate to go up against this.
So right now, they're just going to ban the safe laners they can lane against DP, right?
Yeah, NP, Lina, Sniper maybe. Do you care Sniper? You don't. What else is there? I guess our heroes are like heroes that do like sort of okay in lane and then kind of just go jungle. Some Terrorblade.
Yeah.
Yep, which is also removed. Alright, what's gonna happen here? Talon's gonna pick Visage. And then Fnatic's gonna pick Coddle Bristleback.
You keep recommending Bristleback. Need I remind you the hero is uncontested? Actually,
it was picked today.
It was picked today? Where?
Yeah, it was in the Boom series. The SMG series.
Somebody's snoozing.
Did they win?
Yeah, they won.
What?
2-0.
What is up with Southeast Asia? They picked like the 3 remaining on. It was like Meepo, Bristleback. What was the other one? There was one other hero that was Trash Can. And they picked
Clinks. No,
Clinks is actually the only hero that remains unpicked in the entire DPC.
It was Clinks and something.
Was it Grimstroke?
Was it Elder Titan?
Grim, yeah.
Oh, it's Elder Titan. You're right.
Yeah, we saw both these heroes.
No. ET was picked by OG.
Oh yeah, yesterday. Yesterday was, the day before.
Whatever the case, SEA is going crazy, but they actually won with the Bristle. That's crazy. I actually missed that game in the morning.
They played Bristle Coddle against a Beastmaster. I think it was Hoodwing or Rubik lane.
Yeah, the Bristle was like standing on the enemy ancient camp like at
the whole game.
minute 10.
Was the Beastmaster stacking it?
his teammate.
Oh, you hate to see it.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah, the Beastmaster was.
It's a very cool idea though, because you like technically just take his area.
Yeah.
So if Talon really wanted to meme, they should have picked Clinks. Then every single hero in the entire game would have been picked at least once in the DPC.
The Jabs Clinks.
The Jabs Clinks.
Undying ban. Not too surprising, but I would say Fnatic has exclusively picked this against Visage. I feel like Talon, like they say it's DP, they also have a melee post 4. They probably want something like that. Fnatic thinks the same. We see with the Viper ban. Which is also good against Bristleback, by the way.
You might be onto something.
I actually feel like I am, but I feel like I'm just being convincing, that's all.
You present a strong case.
Yeah.
I would like to subscribe to your newsletter.
Would you give him? Would you give him a budget for his pitch? You know, if he's pitching so.
It's a Shark Tank type situation. Yeah. Tell me, Adam. Tell me why Bristleback is good. Well, sir.
How much equity?
I mean, they have no damage, right? If they have Visage.
Yeah.
Do it.
So,
come on, guys.
Coddle Bristleback.
I mean, what else is good? There's no Monkey, no Undying. I mean, they can do Sniper +1, which was their original answer to this.
I mean, Gyro used to be a thing against this.
Nah, Gyro's not a hero.
You think Bristle's more of a hero than Gyro?
Yes. Yes. They might also go Sniper +1. I can see that. But I do hope they go Bristle because they have this DP, right? Like they kind of. Yeah, I like the draft.
The draft looks good together. Then they just need to finish up with some Conquer, Pango. So they're called.
Also like Coddle against Trian because you can kind of scout him in the trees.
About Ursa.
Not too bad, but I think it's hard to fight because the Visage just stone forms and you're kind of stuck in the middle. It's very awkward.
I feel like you need like an in-out hero. Like I don't like Ursa against this. You need more like a slippery hero.
They also don't really need Roche right now. Got it covered.
Yeah, with the DP.
Maybe more team fight.
Team fight with
They banned out Viper, maybe Spectre?
I think the Viper ban was because they just felt like Talon wanted a range core. Like an annoying lane. No, it's CM Ursa. No. Actually, I picked it with Drow just now, right? They might just pick a range hero.
I mean, is that good against Visage, Drow?
No. You don't remove stacks from what I understand. Also, once the Visage gets X, he just kind of goes on you. I would have preferred the CM Bristleback or Coral Bristle.
Yeah, I prefer Bristleback. But
Yeah.
I mean, TA against the Visage.
So, once again, another flex. I like Tia against Trian and Tiny. Removes your refraction. Living armor is super annoying. But it's an easy lane. Refraction against Soul Assumption.
Yeah, that's true. At least before the birds come out.
Yeah. Curious about the CM though. Like, aren't there bear heroes?
Seems like comfort.
No,
Yeah,
I think CM is pretty strong. I like CM in the current meta. I mean, I know it's not picked a lot, but I feel like the hero just does a lot in the game, like with the spells and pretty decent lane.
Helps you stay on the map too.
Yeah, helps you stay on the map with the aura. Good team.
Okay,
Wait,
alright. Visage is
What's
fine
this?
because they have Visage. So Visage gets the Luna Blessing, right? On the birds.
So that's the.
That's the strat.
Is that the axe or what? What was
No, it's just the third
Oh, just the
spell.
aura.
The aura, yeah. Visage gets the aura, and on top of that, Luna's pretty good against DP. Because you can't really run into a Luna.
Visage has been picked 4 times in the entire DPC. 75% win rate.
SEA or?
Shiro in China played him once. The Hawk played him once in Eastern Europe. Arteezy played him once in North America. And South America played him once.
No 33 Visage?
No 33.
So what do you pick with the mid hero in this kind of strat?
Talon? You just
Yeah.
need a spirit, right? Or you put a tiny mid, that works too. I would like to see a spirit though. Just Ember, Pango.
Ember got banned.
I mean, is the combo Underlord Visage still viable?
No, you don't want that, I think. you just want a hero that enables
Man,
your lineup. Just
Man,
like
I remember that shit happening a while ago.
What was the combo?
I mean, you get the aura and
a trophy aura.
the trophy
with
aura,
X.
the axe, and then the birds have the damage.
Yes.
And then they just destroy all the buildings.
I mean,
feel like-
we used to see Marcy sidekick on.
Oh, that's true too.
players.
Tiny mid, Marcy +4. I don't hate it. I think it's pretty good actually.
Yeah.
I like Phoenix more with their lineup though.
Yeah.
Phoenix, Trian, and then
I can see it.
they have like a good team fight control, and the Tiny just had.
But they are very reliant on balling because the Phoenix Train.
I mean, they have Luna Visage, you know, they're gonna ball.
Yeah, but Dora right now, you can't just like straight up run down towers as 5, you know, you still need to play a game.
Tiny's gonna play that game, kill some heroes, you know, some CM, some
I don't
DP.
hate the Phoenix.
I mean,
very good against.
their heroes are not very good at killing.
Yeah, Phoenix is like super good against DP because if the DP hits you, the ghost hit the egg.
And TA burn through her refraction.
Yeah, it's good against Tassin lane too. You know,
Yeah.
the fire spirits.
But for Fnatic, what, are they gonna pick an off laner or the DP is gonna be mid?
I
mean,
would
the
think
off-
it's
that's the same thing.
just offlane DP. It makes more sense to pick Armel or Gabby's hero here.
So they need an initiator.
There you go. Initiator.
Still don't know where they're going though. I could see Primal or DP go mid.
Yeah, it's very flexible, all their lanes. That's good.
I would like the Primal mid, something similar to what Yopaj did last game, just ran around to both side lanes. Because I think Fnatic has like really good 2 side lanes, they just want to stay there and dominate their lane.
Mm-hmm. I also like this because it does seem like Talon were gearing up to send the Tiny mid, and Tiny doesn't really want to have to deal with Primal or DP mid.
I think I hate DP more if I'm the Tiny mid.
Yeah.
Those Talons pick here. Caudle.
You don't like the Phoenix anymore?
Nice talker.
Marcy, okay, there you go, Tiny mid. Alright, so they're kind of all in on this buff the bird strat.
Yeah.
I think it's going to come down a lot to like how Tiny's game goes and how much he can impact the lanes. Because I feel like the silence on Talon's pretty hard. And
Yeah, they have a very heavy.
And the Primal Beast
heavy
is
draft.
going to come at you, you know.
Everyone else is very heavy, you know. They don't really move around. They just sit down there and wait for something to happen. And if Tiny doesn't get a good game, this game it will be very hard for them. Like, who's going mid for Fnatic?
DP.
Oh, it's DP and oh my god, this game is hard, man. I think
But I think the Primal lane is Primal Tusk. I don't know, is it a good lane? It feels hard.
it doesn't feel good.
Because Leech Seed, right? Like they just fight you. Luna Trian
Then
is
he
so
just
strong.
I think he can just pull creep and survive the lane, you know. I don't feel like it's that important for the PB to have a very good start, but it's really important for the Tiny to have a good start with this lineup. And I feel like Tiny's gonna get shut on in the early game.
Alright, I'm going to go with Talon.
Not
Just because the DP is not off lane and Primal's not mid. I would like the mid Primal a lot.
No, we're going home early today.
Are you putting the score lines in your minds, or are you just looking at the 10 heroes on the board right now?
I'm looking at the heroes.
Are you the winner?
I'm presenting you with my ideas, you know. I'm presenting you with the points where I'm bringing up.
Yeah, we're going home point.
My point is I want to go to sleep. That's the point.
My point is Tiny has to win his lane to have a good game, man. I don't see the Tiny winning his lane against the DP.
Okay. That is a very realistic analysis of the game. Avo and Seek. Is Winter lying to me?
Well, yeah, I mean, he can't go home early if this goes to game 3. It's the last game and we're casting it. It's going to game 3.
Also, Winter, we're still going out for drinks, mate. You're coming with us. It's not up to you. You're not going home.
I have his car keys, guys.
He does like to leave him around. Yeah.
We'll hold him hostage, don't worry. We'll see how game number 2 goes. Avo and Richie, it's all you.
I'd be surprised if this was 2-0.
Really?
Yes.
I'm with Winter. Not his biased outlook, but I think it's a 2-0. I am with him on the Tiny analysis.
Yeah.
I feel like this Visage Luna is okay, but not the greatest thing in the world.
Sure.
You have nothing to move the game.
Especially in this patch.
Yes, exactly. You have nothing to move the game.
Yeah.
And lo and behold, you have a bunch of push, but who cares if TA is blowing you up?
Okay. I don't necessarily disagree with you if you're simply looking at these 2 teams, these 10 heroes, excluding everything that's happened over the past 3 weeks.
Right, like if you cover the logos.
Well, and if you're just tuning in for the very first time, then yeah, I agree. I agree completely. You're right. But I don't think that's accurate considering the game we just saw, considering what's on the line for Talon, considering what Fnatic have to play for. I mean, did you see their player cams after they won the game?
What, Fnatic's?
Yeah.
I mean, there was a smile from KP.
That's about it, though. I mean, like, it's not. I mean, I know it's a game 1. You know, listen, I'm not trying to do the whole Kyle whatever stuff, right?
What is the
Remember
Kyle?
after, like, he made a tweet about, like, oh, you got to rein it in after you win only 1 game after.
Oh, right.
Like, I'm not trying to, like, read into it, you know, like, it's silly, but, like, they're not even all playing together. Like, I don't know, man. Like, we'll see. Like, it is, the C teams like to ruin other C teams. Yes, very true, but I don't see that happening here. I think for Talon, that's a kick in the pants, you know? There's a wake-up game. And guess what? They're definitely going to be awake here.
Okay. I think the draft's determine a lot here, and I don't know if they're awake, honestly.
I think they are. I think it'll be fine. I disagree with your point that you cannot play around any hero on this map. I think you definitely can.
You can play around Tiny.
No, I think that's wrong. I think around the first 20 minutes, sure. But after that, you're playing around the familiars, right? You're getting Luna in this deathfall push, you're giving them sidekick, and you're getting everyone in range to push. That's what they're playing around.
All right. All right, we'll see.
We'll see if it works, right? Because there's a lot of counterplay here, and of course, Tiny's going to have a hard game. That's obviously not out of the question. John Wall, I thought, was going to die there, and said maybe they turned for Gabby. This is like not good for Gabby.
Why is Gabby there? Why is Gabby there? He's gonna die.
Okay.
Was he getting the rage if he was?
He actually thought that they were going to try and kill Jean Noel instead. And then Talon were like, wait a second, Gabby's not moving. We can kill him. And
doesn't he only have side blades though?
Yes. But again, there was a 3-bar soul assumption ready, and Jean Noel was on half HP. So I thought for a second, much probably like how Gabby thought, they were going to try and kill Jean Noel, and instead they just killed Gabby instead because he didn't move.
Sure.
It was just, I don't know. It's kind of what I mean. Like, I think Talon they much more have a killer edge here. Like, they're down 0-1. They're literally 1 match away from qualifying to the major. For Fnatic, like, yeah, they're playing to win, of course.
No, they're starting to play tiebreakers.
No, if they win, they're in. If Talon wins, they're in.
Really?
Yes, because they'd have 5 points and only one team can equal them for 5 points.
And they would be them? Oh, right, because Geek, Slate.
Yeah, because Geek, Slate, and was it Blacklist play each other, right?
Right. So if they win, then the tiebreakers tomorrow will only be for positions, not for Lima Major.
Right. They're in for the major. And then, I mean, yeah, sure, $1,000 or $2,000, whatever it is, it makes a little bit of a difference. But, like, considering what's at stake with the major, like, there is much more to play for here. Whereas if they lose, there is a genuine chance that they don't go to the major.
Yeah, because they also tiebreak against either Blacklist or Geek Slate, right?
Yeah.
So that's not looking very good.
And considering that you just lost to Fnatic, like, that would certainly shake my confidence. Again, no disrespect to Fnatic, but they'd be 1-6. You lost to the 1-6 team and you're playing for the major?
It's happened before.
It has.
Particularly happens every season to Beast Coast.
Yes.
Or now they're no longer together.
Old Beast Coast. Ding.
Old Beast Coast.
There it is.
Yeah. I didn't mention, Whisper plays the Rubik off.
There it is.
Did you know that?
I did know that.
Whisper who's currently in EG, so it's not a thing anymore.
No, it's not. Yeah. But the mid lane is looking sufficiently hard as we expected, right? Makoto is kind of getting beat back by this Armel DP. Fnatic certainly have a much more clear condition to play around in the early game, which is certainly going to give them a lot of steam that they might be able to continue to kind of flex this game around. I think the biggest question mark is how well is Gabby going to be able to do in this lane, especially once the familiars come out, especially once he's already taken a death. And Maiden is not going to be able to soak levels in this lane at all. She'll just die. So once this lane hits level 6, I think like either the DP comes and saves the day, or you just have to abandon the lane and let this Visage get online. That's exactly what Talon are drafting for.
Okay. I will say as well that Winter lied to me a little bit because this Tiny is not struggling whatsoever against this DP.
He's struggling in the regen department. I think he's so much struggling to apply pressure. He's not really struggling to still find gold and money. The tossbacks have been on point.
Yeah, Makoto's been doing fine, honestly. And as long as this Tiny gets farm, I feel like the strategy does work for Talon, though. So that's for the
well, just going to die top lane. Another kill there for Jabs. Not much.
2 points in the solo assumption, huh?
Yeah, that's actually something you don't see too much.
Yeah, usually you max the Grave Chill, and then you go for 1 point in Gekko's Cloak and the Soul Assumption.
Usually something like 3-1-1 is pretty normal. And then, of course, the ulti at 6. Yeah, that is quite unusual. Maybe they're really trying to just get kills. I mean, you've got a couple really good kill targets here, being the DP, who is very vulnerable to these kinds of nukes, right? Especially because she's used to just tanking up the damage. Spirit Siphon, of course, or Soul Assumption works off of any hero damage taken, including your allies, and Spirit Siphon is certainly going to give you lots of charges. So maybe they're trying to revitalize this build. It's been a long time since I've seen this. Even support Visages, in the very rare instances I've seen them, do not prioritize this ability.
Really? Did they go for Grave Chill over Soul Assumption?
Yeah, because it's the move flow is better. And then you sap attack speed, which makes trading much better.
I guess that's true, actually. Right? It is a pretty nice, really nice combo.
I just like winning. I don't consider myself
so that's what I have been, a bit surprised by. But it's working out. I mean, Q and Jabs, the lane pressure that they're going to be able to apply here, especially with this Orb of Venom early, is going to be immense. I don't think really Fnatic are going to be ready to salvage this top lane, especially since Makoto, so far, he's getting especially levels. I mean, the gold eventually will come, and then he'll get his Blink Dagger online, right? But in the early game, it's all about these levels. So if he wants to match the rotations of Armel, he'll be able to nuke him down with high points and Avatos. Like, it's I think, a little scary, especially if you were going to pair it with now level 2 Soul Assumption. I think it stays at level 2. I'd be surprised if it went any higher. I'm even still quite surprised at the second point. I was just giving it a use case scenario. I'm being honest with you.
Sure. I mean, I think the lane is going way too well for what a TA lane should be, to be honest. I feel like that lane should be much easier. They're abusing the CM a lot, so I actually don't mind too much if you go for full nuke here and you just build auras, if you're planning on like snowballing super early, because after all, especially if Savage goes for points in Lunar Blessing, you could bunch up much earlier than you gave him credit for.
That's right. I think the problem with wanting to go for this max Soul Assumption build is that it requires people to take literally hundreds of damage per charge, right? And early on, like, your team isn't really all that tanky. Like, who's taking that damage? I guess Tiny, maybe? Like, someone has to tank the damage for you to get...
You have a Treant, though.
Yeah, I mean, it's doable, right? But I think it's a little counterintuitive. Here's a rotation already, by the way, out from Fnatic. They will send DJ to try and alleviate some pressure.
Okay.
I think it should be 2-1-1. 2-2-1, sorry.
2-2-1, yeah. Q. As a rebound, that Ice Shard will never work on
They're
Marcy.
Gonna kill DJ for this.
They will certainly try. Ollie sets up the Nature Scratch, not the
Wasn't
best.
Good, no.
And that allows DJ to walk away. They still have Leech Sheet, and they can still continue this, but there's no rebound, unfortunately, and Dispose is just not that great anymore.
Who do you think's happier alone down bottom, KP or 23? Because now
I don't think it matters, actually. I think they're both in the same. Like, I'm with the Winter Camper. I don't think it matters if the Crown Beast gets a good lane. Okay. And I feel like Luna can deal with this fine. Okay. Top lane, though. Gabby's on target once again. Has Refraction, but there's a lot of damage over time here. Finally gets away from Nature's Scratch thanks to the Dispose. And Gabby will fight Jab head on and win.
Yeah.
In exchange for his life, but he does get the experience before he dies. They actually used the armor on Q.
Yeah, didn't get the Soul Assumption off there, and they would have, and probably still died, but at least you get the favorable trade there if you're Talon, so that hurts a little bit. I actually think KP's a little bit happier here down bottom, and the only reason I'll say is because he gets levels faster, and Luna, sure, she'll go, to the jungle and then hit creeps much more efficiently, but KP wants this next point in trample. He wants his point to pulverize, and then he's online. And he gets that much slower, obviously, if he's dual laning. You can see 23. I mean, he's fine. 23 doesn't die to this, I think, speaking of dying, as DJ does, but I think KP's happy with the solo lane.
Yeah. Also, in that he is considering what the 5th point is going to be in for now. Jabs, not to put it into anything. That kill, by the way, onto the TA. It was odd that you dispose her out of Nature's Grasp, because that was actually stopping the refraction from coming out. Yeah. But, you know, they'll revise that for the next assault on the TA.
I'd be really surprised if it was Soul Assumption. I don't know.
I mean, he's holding on to it.
I know, and I see he
Armel activated the Exorcism to go mid, but there's still a couple creeps on the way, which means this Exo is not going to do too much damage to towers. Armel? He's trying to take advantage of this catapult.
Yeah, he's nearby too.
Yeah, there's no way they're going to let him do this. He's not getting away with this Exorcism. It's just going to be, I mean, I want to say wasted to put a little bit of pressure, but that was it. 23 Savage, he meets with DJ, gets the Bounty Rune. DJ could be aggressive here. Onslaught has an incredible range, but DJ is to join back with his Primal Beast if he wants to live for now. As 23 just gives him a warning shot here of the Lucent Beam.
So curiously enough, I've just given a quick scroll through the Dota 2 Pro Tracker skill builds on Visages, and the only people I see consistently going for this it'd be, 2-1-2 builds actually on Visage are mostly Eastern Europeans.
2-2-1, I mean.
Well, 2-1-2 at level 3, right? So that second point in Soul Assumption is the surprising one. At level 5, I see literally no one taking the next. Oh, hold on, I found one. It was Vitali, actually, funnily enough.
Oh, he's a good Visage player.
But
DJ? Dead.
Yeah. So we'll see what he decides. For the most part, you see a handful of games where you see the second point in Soul Assumption at 3, but it's very rare to see it at 5. So this would be a significant deviation from even the
Again, he's not taking it at anything right now, so he's just saving it. He hasn't really decided yet.
Kind of surprised. I mean, he's sitting on max mana. You might as well just take the point in Grave Chill and farm faster with it.
Sure. Jabs is chilling though. He's not Grave Chilling.
He's Bing chilling.
What does that mean?
I don't know.
Really? Is Bing like the search engine?
No.
Not in that situation.
And I know, there it is. Okay, so he's taking the points in the ultimate now, summon familiars, of course.
And the Grave Chill.
Okay, so it's going to be pretty normal from here.
2-2-1, yeah.
I don't know. I don't know what Bing chilling means. Careful though.
Jabs. He's still the cloak, no longer the cloak. Has the box of the familiars for now, though. He wants to cover himself.
Gabby just ran in, huh?
Yeah, he did, and he got stunned afterwards. 23 Savage, he's coming in, pretending as an Eclipse. He did not level it, though, but DJ certainly is scared. 2 points in Lucent Beam, though, makes him deal a lot of damage, and that will kill off DJ. I like this play a lot. I love when a Luna will bait out saying, oh, no, I have my ultimate. Yeah, of course. Haven't seen it?
Oh, you must have missed it, then.
It must have missed it, sir. I haven't. But then the moment you see the Lucent Beam dealing more than like the, bare 80 damage, you go, I don't think she has her ultimate. You can actually calculate her points really easily.
It's my favorite thing as well when Rubik's steal a Eclipse, but there's no points in Lucent Beams, and it's just a light show. A harmless light show.
How is that possible?
Well, because you can activate Eclipse even if you have no points in Lucent Beam.
Why would you ever do that?
Well, for the lulz.
Oh, okay. There's like the Purge old video of him with a Rubik.
When the Moonduck crew completely trolled a Rubik and they took.
No, that was before Moonduck, right? That was even before that. That was the Purge Blitz days.
Good time.
Back when they were on Zephyr.
Oh, what a team name!
I think maybe even before. Anyway, that was a very
long ago.
That was before this UI was a thing.
Yeah, well before. This UI is still kind of new, isn't it?
Yes. I remember Enigma with only stats. I think that's what Purge was playing. That's Dota history right there, folks.
That's true. I think that's second to Cap and Blitz bullying a Troll Warlord as Silencer and making so that he didn't have enough int to cast his ultimate.
Yeah, I remember that one too. Yeah.
Oh, goodness gracious. Fnatic, though, down to 1-6. Farming pretty nicely, though. Gabby coming along pretty well. Along with Armel, they're actually the 2 richest cores in the game, as far as net worth goes. However, it is Jabs going for this fairly standard Vlad's offering build. Might even see, and for good reason, I'd say, against the physical damage of the TA, a Wraith Pact this game. We'll see what he decides to queue up next, just to queue for some more auras. Would you consider a pipe? I don't see pipe being that strong this game, to be honest.
It's also not great on the Visage, like you pointed out in a previous cast.
It's not, but he actually still went for pipe after because it was a good pipe game.
Because it was against Slash, right?
Yeah.
I think it was.
Something like that.
And but a lot of damage over time, particularly when pipe is better. But here you have a lot of instances of singular magical burst.
Yep. And we'll have a couple more instances coming his way. There's a smoke gank out from Fnatic looking to close the door on this. Q will get out in time. The familiars will be scouted. Those are worth a pretty penny.
Yeah, 100 gold each.
They'll let them go in hopes that they can catch a bigger fish.
But they're not going to find a bigger fish, nor a bigger bird.
Nope. Mech completed for KP as he continues to just kind of farm in this bot lane area. You can see the remains of what was from that smoke now coming back to this mid lane, where we see Mikoto shoving out wave after wave here with his power treads going into the Blink Dagger, which will be online within the next couple of minutes. So that's going to be probably the go time here for Talon off the tiny Blink Dagger. I think first item that they want to play around for Fnatic, I'm not so sure. Blink Dagger for DJ is still about 1,000 gold away. There's a Deso for TA. Usually you don't see her join fights immediately with that item unless it's convenient for her.
Yeah, usually just go for the 2 damage items earlier because you can farm more efficiently there. Also, Fnatic is a really nice like 15-20 minute timing. I don't think they're too concerned with.
Yeah, exactly. I still think, like I said before, this TA kind of feels good to fight with on your third item, whether it's Blink or BKB. And I still think that rings true here.
See, there's no plays though for Talon right now. Like besides pushing and like joining together and shoving away, they have nothing until Tiny gets Blink.
Oh, well now he's got it. 13 minutes, not bad at all. 12 and a half, really. It depends on what you count when it's delivered, when it's bought. I don't know.
Yeah, Winter really underestimated how well this Tiny would do against the TP. He's fine.
Yeah, he is totally fine. And 23 as well is farming up very nicely. I think that's a full Yasha about to be... Oh, no, actually, just the Blade of Alacrity. But he's getting there. And it's not the first Yasha, or actually the first Blade of Alacrity he's going to build, because it's into the Dragonlance first, pardon me. KP farming some big old stacks here, though. I think it already has full of... what's it called? Guardian Greaves. Yeah, coming his way.
Radiant's middle
He's still a bit further behind on the Blink. But Talon seems like this first smoke out from them is not going to be too successful. Mikoto is just going to walk out the rest of the smoke duration.
Yeah, which means Mikoto now has to choose whether to reveal the Blink Dagger by going to a lane and continue farming, or play to this timing, but which doesn't really work out.
It's probably an aggressive move down bottom. They're going to try and give the boot to Ollie here. KP charging up the onslaught. He'll head in first, but I think Ollie's avoided it.
Oh, well predicted though. Almost got Ollie. Now you broke all the trees. Now you know where Ollie is. Pulverize. You tried to overgrowth before you pulverized him. We have a Walrus Punch, but it's not used in time. DJ, a little bit slow on that Walrus Punch, allows the overgrowth to come out.
Yeah, it's a 100-second cooldown ability though, right? So not the worst trade. No BKBs committed, just the Pulverize, which has a relatively short cooldown. And just the tough time your way is seeing DJ a little bit sore there. Really wants to get this Blink Dagger online. Would give him a nice counter initiation against the Tiny, not to mention the potential snowball saves that he could be going for.
There's a smoke by Fnatic. They're playing around this. Oh no, I was gonna say Desolator time, but it's not. It's Greaves, I suppose.
Yeah, I guess it has to be Greaves. There's also a full Wraith Pact finished up by Jabs, by the way, who might end up being caught by the smoke. That is unless Fnatic decide to hook around here for the tier 1 tower.
That's what they seem to be doing. They want to go for a simple kill right now. They see Mikoto, though. That's a much more valuable one. Onslaught first. Q is on the way. They have Pulverized, though. KP catches up to the Tiny. And it's difficult for Q to get close. And Q, well, actually, instead face a different hero. Trying to kill him in time. DJ saves himself with a snowball. For now, alive thanks to all the healing for the Greaves. Q and Mikoto are down.
Yeah, the freezing field did work there. Not only that, I'm going to get these familiars.
Frostbite, I forgot about that.
Plus 200, he just resummoned those as well, so Jabs is going to be hurting for 2 minutes here without his familiars. You are not a hero right now on Visage.
Winter better start fighting for those keys.
Maybe.
Look, the Tiny got stopped, they didn't make any moves. They bunched up first, they're already playing on the Greaves timing. It's looking pretty good for Fnatic.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good. I don't think this game is by any means completely under their control, but they are certainly starting to cross off a couple of things that might have been on a worried laundry list of things that Talon could have, you know, hit them with.
Worried laundry list? What is that?
Oh, it's like when you have a really important date, like I don't know, could it be like a romantic day, could be like an interview, and like you don't have a clean shirt, and you're like, I need to wash this shirt, and it needs to dry in time. That's what a worried laundry list is for me. Or like you get like hired for an event, and then you're like, oh man, none of my suits are clean or dry or ironed.
Sorry, you have to wash your suits before the event?
Yes, make sure you actually, it's the same way you wash your dishes. So make sure you put them in there into the sink with soap and water.
So you soak them?
Yeah, you soak them. Exactly.
But suits, I thought suits, you can only dry clean them, which means you just air them out, right? That's what dry cleaning is?
Air them out. And the vacuum cleaner actually is pretty good.
That's what I used to. That's what I used to.
I thought so. I could tell. Mikoto?
It's because they keep shrinking anyway. Got rooted here. Walrus Punch.
Great
He'll die.
Great silence prevents the overgrowth. Not like there was much of a chance there out for Talon to counter initiate. This is getting...
If Fnatic wins, this is...
Well, why is that funny, huh?
Because it's just like they've played at 50 to 75%, and they're at 100% when they get the chance to screw over another team.
Dude, look, honestly, I've seen Fnatic make better moves. I just think it's Talon with not a good draft.
Okay, that's fair.
Like, I don't know. Like, there's no...
You were defending it earlier, sir.
I was defending it earlier because I think they're going to win. I think they need to win. I think they know they want to win, but they're just not really showing it, though. I mean, play around this Tiny, for God's sake.
Yeah, the first smoke failing was a big deal.
Why is he only smoking with one person? That's your big power spike here on this team. It opens up the rest of the map.
I agree, I agree.
It allows Jabs to get his next item for you guys to continue pushing. Why has it taken this long?
KP, okay. And also when you blink like that.
What?
It's okay,
Maybe,
it's okay.
maybe they're stressed. Maybe they're stressed.
They might be stressed. Oh, they're pushing him to the low ground though. Things will dispose, but that's a great silence here. They just initiate with the Exorcism. They trample a Treant, and they pulverize a Treant. Now going for Mikoto next. Wraith Tech though is reducing a lot of the damage. Finally done with. Mikoto is going to get turned in afterwards. Zhao Noel is looking for Jab. Freezing Field to get through his cloak. And now I think they're actually deciding for 23 Savage first. Now Jabs is the target. Jabs gets a slow off, immediately frostbitten, immediately kill.
Talon are absolutely crumbling right now. I mean, I don't even know what to say, man.
It's sort of the chance of the major.
They once again, I mean, hey, they're still not out of it even if they lose this.
They have to go to tiebreaker.
They have to go to tiebreakers. However, I mean, I don't know what it is, if this is like the first Visage game in a while for Mr. Jabs. But I mean, he is just not doing anything with these familiars in the fights. They're just getting absolutely cleared instantly.
Look, it does not feel like a Visage game.
I mean, it's not the worst Visage game I've ever seen, to be honest, but like, they're just never in the right position. He's not using them for scouting. Talon are really going for some super haphazard engagements. Now they've just lost Roche prior to 20 minutes. They're going to lose Marcy as well.
Yeah, but I feel like this Visage...
Well, maybe they get... Okay, the Gabby out of position here.
Yeah, but he's still Mikoto though. Overgrowth, to stop Gabby. He stuns Aegis, however. Charnwell, Frostbite, doesn't save Gabby. But there's reinforcements coming. Cavalry is slowly getting there. Onslaught, not ready though. And there's the Eclipse. Charnwell will tank this first teammate. Gabby, do not go back in. Okay, he considered it for a second to commit suicide, but he didn't choose to.
Oh, they're just going to ignore Ali. The disrespect onto my boy Treant. They're going
for the onslaught. They have the...
they have Pulverize, and now they've got the gap close.
That's perfect. Pulverize now hits him. Walrus Punch for a little more damage. Bang him against the floor. That's a dead 23-7.
And Ali is going to be killed off in the meantime by Armel, who did at least go back to kill the tree. Yes, the respect kill. Top lane, they're not done though. DJ is going to go down.
Yeah, but now they're diving a tower, and they know they have free reign to just go
and Mikoto just used Blink as well.
KP maybe was a little bit overzealous. There's nobody nearby except for Gabby, and Gabby can't really help him. KP's just hoping to tank this. Thanks to his Vanguard, he'll be able to. Q rebounds onto him. The stun though lacks damage, and that means that KP will live. Mikoto's still under tower. Gabby's considering going onto him. He's already slowed him because of the trap, but luckily has a Blink dagger and will be able to get away.
Yeah, Jabs just needs to realize right now with level 1 familiars, he's literally doing nothing to KP because he has Vanguard, Helm of the Iron Will, and 2008. Like, he needs to stop doing that. He needs to get onto Gabby and get through those refraction charges. He realized that halfway through, but
go ahead.
I mean, that's what I've been seeing him do for the past, well, at least this engagement. And he needs to switch up on that priority. He needs to force Jean-Noel out of the fights. He needs to force Gabby out from these fights and at least give another stun condition to give some frontline to his cores. Visage is low-key a little bit of a frontliner. He's deceptively tanky, but only if enemies have a reason to be scared of you.
I just want to point out that back to the whole Visage is not the greatest hero this game pick. You have Primal Base, which kills your familiars almost by accident sometimes, right? Yeah. In addition to the DP and TA, which do similar things, so the Side Blades or the Exorcism, right?
Yeah.
The CM is Frostbite, which is always great. And Snowball is like the easiest ability to use to evade the bonks. There's no way you're getting a bonk, right?
I mean, I think there's a chance.
It feels like you forced this combo in of the Visage, Luna, Marcy.
They did. I mean, just remember that once we get this last point in Gravekeeper's Cloak, the familiars do share that 80% damage block, and they only lose it if Jabs loses it as well. Right?
Oh, you only get it when you're maxed?
No, I mean, right now they're at, what, 16/4? What is 16/4?
64.
Yeah, so right now they have 64% damage resist. If Jabs is at 4 stacks, they inherit that trait from Visage.
Okay. So Visage is an object-oriented program.
Yes, exactly.
I see.
Exactly. Very, very glad I was able to clear that up for you. And basically, you know, if he's out of range, and this is why the nerf to Gravekeeper's Cloak was so big, they reduced the range, I think, from 1200 to 900 on the aura, which meant that you can no longer go for these super easy, cheesy pushes that we used to see Visages go for all the time. In fact, he might just die again here. There's a smoke play. DJ, blink in.
Yep, Onslaught 2. with a snowball. They're stacking the stuns nicely. Tramples a lot of damage over time. That's going to be Geek scope out, and he's going to deal with the Wraith Pack for an extra 100 gold.
Yeah.
Zhao's trying. The Wolves are... Oh, man, the Wolves stole the gold from Zhao.
Did they really?
Yeah, they literally attacked the Wraith Pack because they got angry at it.
That's pretty funny.
Middle lane, though, Armel. This could be a kill because of Kai and Sanj.
I think it's a kill.
Never mind. Eclipse committed. Armel, he heals a fair amount, but not enough.
No, and that's good. I think Talon needs to get these kinds of kills for sure. Like, they are in almost desperation mode. They're down 13k 21 minutes in.
Yeah, this is despair.
You need these kills. Like, you can under no circumstances allow that guy to live, and then even worse, potentially allow a team fight to spiral out of your control from there. Things are going bad enough. You don't need to give them any more advantage. Although, yeah, that was a very bold play from Makoto. Just wants to push this wave and get even closer towards that BKB. Yeah, tough game for Jabs. He's having a really, really tough game. They do shred. I think your points are not incorrect about him, especially because they have lots of ways of getting on top of this hero, locking him down, and shredding his cloak stacks. I mean, it's real problematic here for him. I think he needs to get his Gravekeeper's Cloak Shard online just so he lives a little bit longer.
That's a very good point. I feel like the Shard, it would be incredible this game.
Yeah, it's good. It's good. It's a heal, and also it gives you time to refresh your Gravekeeper's Cloak stack, so even then, if they're going to kill you right after, at least they have to hit you like 2 more times, which maybe is enough, right? You've got a Treant Protector counter initiation, Lunar counter initiation, Tiny counter, like you have good counter initiation here. He just needs to live long enough. Right now, I mean, Mech is going to help, this Plate Mail is going to help, but I feel like this Shard would also go a long way. I wouldn't mind seeing him hold off and belay a little bit this Assault Curious in favor of picking up the Gravekeeper's Cloak Shard.
He didn't. He went for the Plate Mail instead for now.
I like the Plate Mail. I still think the Plate Mail is good.
Okay, so Plate Mail, do Shard, and then finish. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think he needs Plate Mail this game.
I agree with you there. I think that Shard is important. But also, it would be nice if the rest of the team maybe could do something. Unfortunately, you do also have a Luna, which is not a carry we see often.
No, it's not.
For a lot of reasons. And TA definitely does well with Luna, because a lot of spread damage on Luna, fantastic. TA just kills.
This is going to look... Oh, well, Jabs, put him on the... Well, he's not going to put him on the tower. That's fine. Maybe that's the more efficient play for now. But they're doing their little split push in against top lane with the sidekick, and they've just absolutely murdered the wave. I thought they were going to keep Luna nearby. Instead, actions towards the mid lane. Oh, good blink out from Makoto. You do hear the growling now from Fog, thankfully.
Yes. It's kind of easy to evade.
Wow. Okay, rare item. KP has a Crimson Guard. Which has been receiving buff after buff. It's been getting buffed basically for 2 years in hopes that it would be good. And it's really good this game. It's really, really good this game.
Luna? Visage?
Even Marcy?
Yeah, I guess.
I would say even Marcy.
No, for sure, yeah.
Until she gets Basher, at least, you're kind of ignoring at least a little bit of her unleashed damage. But there's sidekick going to work, though. You can see this split push top lane. It's just doing way too much for these birds.
Yeah, this combo is decent, but once again, the same has been done by Fnatic. They just didn't need to sacrifice like 4 picks for this strategy.
And this is also a little bit risky because they've reduced the range of the aura that Visage can give these birds. If you just click on the birds, you can tell whether or not Visage is close to them or not. Especially because, like, you know, you basically have a little bit of a radar, right? Because the Vlad's range, the Wraith Pact range is still 1200, but his Gravekeeper's Cloak aura is only 900. So you have like a 300, like a radius, right? Like 2 concentric circles where you know he's going to be around. And then you just kind of use your educated guess from there, and you can probably snipe him.
Oh, you're triangulating his position.
A little bit, yeah. Pretty much.
Circulating his position.
Something like that. It's with the circles, yeah. I think there's probably a way you can force Trig into that, honestly, but like I said, I dropped out of uni, so.
It depends on if you believe in Euclidean mathematics or Pythagorean. Because Euclid stated that even with a round edge, you can still have a triangle.
Really?
Yeah. There's some fun mathematics facts for you.
Now that's edgy.
Occasional?
No, edgy. Because it has...
Oh, right.
Yes.
Yes.
Even dumber. Makoto?
Makoto. Okay. Trample and Pulverize. The world's most fun combo.
I also think Talon have some pretty big issues trying to hold high ground here.
They don't have good high ground.
I don't think they have good high ground. I think they siege very well.
Yes.
But I believe their high ground defense essentially subsists on them trying to, you know, hit a little bit of that copium and hopium and hoping that they can get a toss back.
Pray Gabby stops hitting your towers, like he just forgets. You have nothing to stop him. Like,
yeah.
You don't have a Helvin's Halberd carrier. You have toss back, but yeah.
Well, okay, this could be a moment. They know there's a couple of heroes top lane searching for them.
True.
But they don't have their Tiny. He's dead for 14 seconds, so Fnatic playing this one very patiently.
And they only see Armel in the top lane. It seems like he went there to clear things. DJ kept himself out of vision, which made it difficult for 23 or anyone to initiate. Because Snowball saves you from Eclipse.
Also traps up the wazoo right now as well, which does not make this any easier for Talon to try and get into range unscouted, right?
That's true. Gabby's not even bothering to go for the shard because he's going to go straight up Daedalus right now.
Yeah, I don't blame him.
Yeah, I like Daedalus as well. I mean, I feel like you burst the Luna so quickly. A Luna that's already struggling to keep herself relevant.
I feel like you only need shard if Ollie's or jabs become either a big issue. And so far, that hasn't really been the case.
Yep.
I think that's BKB, though, for Makoto. Yeah, indeed. So he finally has BKB. He's going to buy out for this, Avo. Roche up in 90... Sorry, make that even less. 70 seconds.
Oh, so this smoke would be crucial if they can manage to
and I think they're trying to bait 23.
The smoke just got revealed because the familiars went too close to it. Now they know if they smoked.
It's never too good.
It's nighttime. I would suppose they should have seen it. They should have seen it, though. There we go. Hit the familiars a couple times.
And you can see, like, those otherwise would be...
Okay, there's the Prowl Beast. That's going to work out. KP should die in this. That's going to be a really good start for them. Unless KP gets away with the onslaught.
I'm telling you, he's so tanky. Greaves are so good.
And the Crimson Guard.
It's almost kind of unbelievable that he lives there, to be honest. They just really did a little bit more. But their magic damage is really quite lacking, to be honest. Almost,
they could have committed Eclipse, honestly.
They could have, and they probably should have. As soon as he gets the guard buff off, I think he needs to. Because now, guess what? Roche is going to be up. I guess the good news is, Avo, they didn't really use much.
Yeah, that's the
right. It was literally just a toss back.
If you commit Eclipse,
and Tiny's BKB.
If you commit Eclipse, though, then you are on Eclipse for this Roche fight.
That's right.
Now you get rid of the familiars.
I guess it's just a question on the buyback then, really, for KP. Once they see this, oh, that's a big snipe, actually. They've killed Gabby's Courier, which had the Daedalus on it.
That is a big snipe.
But once they see KP almost have the finished, what's it called, Heaven's Halberd, they'll probably know he doesn't have buyback.
Yep. Sure, yeah, they're keeping track. It's easier, obviously, for us observers.
Always, right, always. But I think as soon as I see that Halberd, I'm like, I don't think he has buyback.
This rush comes with Shard. I would love to see our Mel pick that up, get that fear going.
I would love to see Talon try and contest this, but
there's no chance. No chance.
Yeah, there's no chance. Although I think this Visage is about to get his full AC finished off, so that's real important for the team. That aura,
okay, Carry takes it.
That aura armor. I think this is fine as well. I think it's a pretty solid shard versus the big silences.
Yeah, but our Mel feels like such godlike right now. He gets a fear on top of his unkillable personality. I don't know. I would have guessed.
I mean, you're up against 3 BKBs though. So my question is, which one is more likely to be relevant sooner? A fear onto a support or a silence onto a support?
No, that's a good way of pondering it.
Right, and I would go, honestly, silence onto a support
obviously.
Because it means Gabby's hitting them, and Gabby can kill them much faster than a DP.
Yeah, okay, I'm sold. That's a good way to explain it. Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, well, or obviously Gabby says, me carry, me take.
I mean, I think that's actually what happened, but I'm glad that we analyzed it as if they made this whole process up.
Yeah, for sure. We give pros a lot of credits. That's when we hard to cut to the true site, and Gabby says, me take, me.
Yes.
Mine, don't touch.
I can't tell you the amount of times I've talked to pros, and they had a clip of me, like, analyzing what they were doing, and they laughed at
Careful. In trouble, Makoto?
Mikoto. Oh, they have the Wars kick. That BKB won't be of much use for Mikoto.
No.
They also play skee ball here with Gabby as they force them forward and backward.
And he's got a DD into. Oh my goodness, Makoto, no chance, no saves, no force staffs? Question mark? No force staffs.
No,
that's
they have none.
In my opinion, a mistake against this kind of a lineup.
You don't have great force staff carriers.
No, you don't.
But you really don't. Like, Marcy can't build a force staff, or else you're just giving up on the Skirl.
Got full AC.
Trant could, I guess.
Buyback on Tiny. I mean,
Exo committed.
I think Luna ought to have one for sure, but she feels like she needs to go for damage, and I can see why, because Fnatic at the gates here, trying to deny Talon the guaranteed
lead. Oh, he activate the BKB.
There's a kick.
He tries to go for Katie, but with Crimson Guard, he's just not going to die. They're going for Jabs instead. Overgrowth trying to stand, but it doesn't hit most of the targets, which means Jabs is down. 23 Savage trying to fight with the Eclipse, but Gabby's ignoring it. And he almost killed off 23 Savage almost by accident there.
And he's going to completely melt this tower, living armor or not. And they'll get a Fortify, but Fnatic with very little reason to leave here. Gabby even confident to tank it through. He's hit level 20. Meld now dispels. He's got Aegis still for over half its duration. 2 minutes, 45 seconds right now as the tier 3 tower will crumble. Now there's another Fortify for Talon, but there's no Visage for a minute. And further, sorry, there's no Visage for 20 seconds. What I meant to say, Abo, was there's no Familiars for a minute. So he's just Auras. That's it. So quite wisely, they will not use the Fortify. Careful, Fnatic have left an ugly presence on the high ground. There it is. Okay, they're going to get the wards. So no immediate threats of immediately losing this game. But Talon probably looking like deer in the headlights right now with how this series, not only just game, is going for them. I mean, look, Talon, it's desperate. They're smoking without familiars.
They are.
I mean,
I don't think
how much do familiars do against Crimson Guard? That's a valid question, but...
or the bonks against the snowball?
That's even, I mean...
Is this a Queen of Pain on the offlane? Oh, no, sorry, it's Vision.
It's getting tough, man. I'll see. Hopefully, maybe you bait something here on these illusion runes, but it doesn't seem very likely. And I think Talon are very understanding that they are simply one fight away from losing this game, and realistically not going to the major. I mean, you lose to this team, who says you can't lose to anyone else? No disrespect, but everyone else is beating this team. Ergo.
Yeah, but that's not how Dota works. Dota doesn't have the transitional properties there. Doesn't apply to Dota.
I mean, I agree, right? But it certainly would not give me the utmost of confidence.
Like, this happened to OG as well, right? Against Nigma. Nigma beats OG, did they actually destroy them? Does that matter? Does that mean that OG is all of a sudden loses to everyone else? No.
We'll see what OG does tomorrow, right?
I guess that's true. Or tonight.
Tonight. I don't know if they play tonight.
Yeah, they do. Well, actually, I'm not sure, but
I don't know. I just think Dota's an incredibly mental game, and I think this is not good for the mental.
I mean, this is definitely not good for the mental.
That's all I aim to say. Toss back.
That toss back didn't work out.
How about
that's
that one?
Better toss back.
How about them apples?
Mikoto's dead.
What?
Mikoto's dead.
Well,
who misses high ground? No,
really? Gabby's in deep now.
Wow, Gabby is in deep, and they overgrowth him as well, but Armel is routing the rest
fight's
of
so
the
bad.
team.
The fight's so bad.
He is beating the rest of the team alone. KP decides to die because he went a little bit too far.
He went way too deep.
But it's just Armel versus the world, and I believe in Armel here.
Yeah, but this is Exo now wasted. Question is, like, how good of a late game carry is Luna these days, especially compared to the TA? Considering this is not a hero we see a ton of, I gotta say there's a reason behind it and say I'm probably not too scared, especially with the itemizations. This Crimson Guard, all these aura items. Is there actually even a single aura? Yeah, there's Shiva's, I guess, but...
On who?
On the DP.
Yeah, she went for just Shiva's.
Yeah, which is, you know, not that crazy good for your team. I don't know. It's
I mean, it's really good against Luna though. Luna depends on Satanic in the late game.
Now she's gonna go for Sky damage. She has damage. Yes, I was gonna say, please get a 4-staff 23. They will. That'll be 1 4-staff on the team. Jabs as well, doing a good job keeping the team alive. He's got money for the shard, but needs buyback.
The amount of misses, by the way, to the high ground to Mikoto. They missed 3 attacks in a row, and then 1 hit and got very little damage. I don't know where Q was.
Died probably on top of traps.
Oh, yeah, and Gabby found him and just trapped him.
Oh, and has Acceptor, so he TP'd on him.
That's it. He literally did that, yeah. I mean, now it becomes really difficult to play the map if you're Talon.
Well, now you need a gem. And you have a gem. You should be destroying this trap. Okay, maybe they didn't see it. That's fine.
Who had a gem, though?
Tree has a gem.
Yeah, but I don't think he was with Q, that's why.
Yeah, fair enough.
I mean, Tree is the best gem carrier.
There's a gem in the mid lane is what I'm... Or sorry, there's a trap in the mid lane that I'm afraid they...
Oh, they just missed over, I suppose.
Yeah, not the one that Q, obviously, that's fine.
Traps are very easy to see because they just appear, right? Out of thin air.
All right.
The TA is top lane. The Primal Beast... Okay, they can't cancel his TP, right? Not melted bash.
I didn't even kill this Primal Beast illusion. It's not good for Luna.
He now has a Heaven's Halberd as well, which is going to help a lot against him.
Yeah.
You mentioned that earlier.
I think his newest item is this casual plate mail, so he is like ridiculously tanky.
Oh, I like the casual plate mail.
Yeah,
into the BKB.
68% physical resist on top of the Crimson Guard active buff, which...
Oh, Savage. Oh, they saw this. And they wanted the kick with a snowball combo. That's going to work. Walrus Sponge as well. Savage, though, does have that BKB. Gabby trying to get on top of him. And apparently just not doing enough damage.
Yeah.
It's not working out for them just yet.
But the Pulverize?
Oh, it's available as well. Pulverize, but no damage to go with it. Oh, he did. So then 23 Savage dies. Ollie as well. And the real carries are Mel the whole time.
Oh, no.
Gabby was barely hitting there.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, and everyone's still full HP on top. Fnatic, I mean, they've seriously now are giving Talon the scare of their lives, if not just about closing out the series here and now.
They don't have enough burst damage to deal with.
They're charging down mid. They still have Exo. Okay, no, they're going to go for bottom lane. They're going to go for the safe play because they can't quite get the Megas. Maybe expecting buyback on the Luna. She's 600 gold short. And I think Fnatic, sensing blood in the water, they're going for tier 4s.
Yes, they are. And I think this might... Oh,
now they
went for a play. Jabs! Luckily has Shard, so he gets a little bit of leeway right now. Instead, they go for Q while Jabs recovers, and Q will not make it back to the fountain as Jabs in a similar position will fall.
No buyback.
Staggering them. Nobody has buybacks. I think Fnatic might be doing it.
Fnatic, the true
Oh my
team
God,
snowball.
DJ is literally dragging them to hell.
That's the one buyback, but Makoto, okay, he's got buyback as well, and now Fnatic, perhaps they've wasted their time. If they just focused onto the throne, they might have actually finished off the game by now, but 23 respawning shortly with BKB in hand as well as Eclipse. What can he get done?
One last chance to avoid tiebreakers. This time they do kill the Tusk thanks to the toss. And this chance will work, it seems like. Everyone on Fnatic is on the retreat. They're taking the tier 4s, but they didn't do that much. Oh, sorry, 1 tier 4, actually.
Yeah, I mean, it's I think, significant enough. They didn't at least get... Oh, wait, hold on. 23?
KP, why is he showing himself?
This is risky.
Heaven's Halberd.
There's the toss.
KP. He has Guardian Game still, trampling himself. There's no help, though, so this didn't seem like a plan. They have 4 staff now, finally. As Zhao sacrifices himself for his core, Armel comes in, just take the double damage, ruining ignores Zhao. KP is capable of making it out.
SCA Dota, baby.
SCA DPC, baby, I would say.
Yeah, and well, it's not the fastest Roche here for Talon. That's certainly what they were hoping for right now. They'll be a little bit unlucky in that regard. However, it'll be back in 30 seconds. Fnatic, though, will have time by then to remuster and get back at things here. Get back at it. 28k net worth lead. I mean, I guess, you know, if I didn't count out Fnatic in game 1, I can't really count out Talon in game 2, especially with much more for themselves to play for. However, the lead is a bit more staggering this time. I've got to be honest. I got to be real with it.
Yeah, Talon did not have such an incredible lead. Also, they didn't win the whole game last time. You know, like they weren't winning the whole game, and they just dropped it.
I mean, it's very true.
I think also Fnatic has it. I mean, it's just the drafts, man. I can't escape the fact that you picked the carry nobody picks. You picked a strategy that's, I mean, not obsolete, but it's just old.
It's too cute, right?
It's too cute, and this strategy is super forced as well.
All right, well, maybe at least they'll get through Roshan here at a respectable pace. But
they have Exo.
Fnatic, they've got incredible counter initiation here. They'll fight this.
But they're late.
They are late. But how late?
Quite late.
Late enough?
No BKB. Yeah, he's dead.
Yep. Okay.
That's
they use Exo. They use Exo. Fnatic want to fight.
Yeah, they do. What just happened to Luna? Oh, got kicked. Okay. As Gabby decides to fight against Q instead. Nova as well. Yeah, Armel's too strong. The real carry. Dealt with the Luna. Now deals with Q. Gabby, who knows you? Armel, the true savior, activates BKB. 23 Savage, though, does have a second Eclipse. Someone needs to help Armel.
Okay. It's fine for now.
He has Blink still in 2 seconds. There we go. He's just going to go for the easiest target, which is Ollie, but Ollie gets away in time. She wasn't available earlier.
Yeah, and 23 is going to be able to TP away. He's going to push one more wave. This is very bold from him. I think Fnatic now...
No Exo.
What stops them from now going to tier 4 towers but themselves? Nothing. Okay, good.
Yeah, well, there's Eclipse ready.
But no BKB on Luna.
True. Jab.
Oh, there is. There's BKB.
Oh, there is, because he refreshed both, obviously. There's the Eclipse. There's the second Eclipse used. And KP's the target. However, 23 Savage fighting the TA held on. He has 7 reflection instances right now, so it's a little bit harder to kill him.
Oh,
Jab instead got frozen solid. That's not the stone form he was looking for.
30 seconds till you have the tiny back, but Fnatic all in now, trying to get this tier 4 down, trying to deny Talon the guaranteed spot to the major.
They're very close. 23 Savage, he doesn't want to go to the tiebreakers. It's not his option any longer as Ollie dies. His teammates are dying left, right, and center. Finally covered to the Tusk, but it's for Q. And the Pulverites gets 23 Savage. He will fall.
He's got buyback.
He does have buyback and the cheese. He preserves it for this next fight. Gabby, though, is concentrating on the Ancient.
He's got backer.
He killed Q by accident almost. He does. 23 Savage now Simon's forced to go back. The toss back. Hopefully that won't work on Gabby. He has cheese, though. But Gabby, he's fighting inside the fountain. He's letting the team finish for him. Armel, the true carry, will take the Ancient. DJ can't believe himself. Zhao is so happy. That is called Schadenfreude, my friends. They know they just forced these tiebreakers.
Fnatic, they'll go down, but not without a win from Division 1 into the Spring Tour. And they know that they've given Talon here the pleasure of playing even more Dota.
Yes, indeed. We will be seeing them on Monday as they will be forced to tiebreak with the loser of the Geek Slate Blacklist matchup.
Yes.
So, no, congrats to Talon. You get to play more Dota. You get to be on the big screen. That's great for sponsors, but unfortunately, the best thing for sponsors is going to Lima Major. Yes. And right now, those chances are not guaranteed.
Yes, they're not 100, right? Which is basically why they're going to be a little bit upset.
They're 50, because one team wins, one team loses.
50-50.
50-50.
You either win or you don't.
Exactly.
And unfortunately, Talon, they flipped a coin today. And
I honestly cannot believe this is the outcome. But this proves C is truly the most competitive region because no team goes winless in this division.
That's true, actually. Yeah. So you have a team with one loss, 2 losses. I mean, it'll be an exciting day of tiebreakers for Monday that we're setting up for here. But we'll go ahead and let the panel take over that discussion and let you know what we're in store for.
Winter Smugness Q.
Don't look at me. Look at this guy.
All right, calm down, Winter. Too much laughing.
Who would have imagined that we would be in this situation at the end of week number 2? Fnatic fully relegated. Like I said, zombies. They are walking with nothing to lose and nothing to gain, just spite. Just to put Talon through the ringer. Or maybe they know that Talon needs a little bit more practice before they go international. You know, they want to give as many series to Talon as possible because now we have determined that there will be only one tiebreaker in this region. And it's not for relegation. It's to figure out the 3rd team to go to Lima. Because now we have a bunch of teams with 4-2 wins. Blacklist, Geek, Slate, and Talon all have 4 wins. One of them is bound to get a 5th win between Geek, Slate, and Blacklist, and the loser will play a BO3 tiebreaker against Talon. I said it in game number 1, Winter, and I'll say it again. Where the hell was this Fnatic for the entire DPC?
It's the DJ home buff.
Yeah, play from home.
Work from home. Didn't have to go into the office today. I mean, these were the kicks that I was hoping to see from Q in game 1.
So Q bought X and I never saw a single kick. He should have not bought X.
Also, what was up with the Luna pick?
It was to buff the Visage.
Just Visage memes, Marcy plus Luna.
Let's all buff the Visage.
I mean, the issue I have with this strategy is not the strategy itself, but when they are doing it. You only do strategies like this when you're playing an opponent. You feel like, okay, if we do a normal duel game, we cannot beat them or we have a low chance of beating them. Then you do this kind of all-in Hail Mary play, you know, then I understand. But against Fnatic, a team that's 0-6, why are you actually trying to do something?
Maybe they felt like they couldn't beat Fnatic.
Either that, or maybe they're trying to get practice against international teams. They're like, can we pull off this strategy? If we can't pull it off against Fnatic, then maybe we can't pull it off against anyone.
I think their draft this game was less questionable than the first game, though.
That's true. But that was just the offlane Rubik. The draft was fine. It's just where they put the heroes was weird.
I mean, I just feel like the attitude towards this series is not the right attitude for them, you know.
I mean, they're getting punished now.
Yeah.
Play one more series.
Talk shit, get hit. It's the FAFO, F around, find out. They are approaching the find out stage, only if they don't make it. If they are able to beat either Geek, Slate, or Blacklist, whoever loses that series in the tiebreaker, then I guess it was just a lot of raised blood pressure for nothing. But if they don't make it, oh my god, you've got to kick yourself. Walrus kick yourself.
If I'm them, I'm hoping for Geek Slate to win that game and play against Blacklist.
That's true, actually. What is the head-to-heads? Talon lost to Blacklist 1-2, and they beat Geek Slate 2-0. Oh, that was when they started looking really good, when they beat Geek Slate 2-0. Armel, our rivalry MVP. Who would have thought that we would get 2 Fnatic MVPs and back-to-back? This didn't even go to 3 games. Fnatic 2-0'd Talon.
The games were like, I guess game 1 wasn't that stompy, but Fnatic was like constantly 20k ahead, 15k ahead. Armel, he had a really interesting build this game. He went for like double Rift Band to like pressure his lane more.
Oh yeah, yeah.
No bottle, kind of uncommon.
Yeah, you were even saying that the matchup's normally not that bad for Tiny, but because the DP went for such a lane-dominating build, skipped the bottle, then he was able to pressure the Tiny a lot more. I mean, I guess maybe he felt like it's important to pressure the Tiny given the draft they have, you know, so he went for that different build.
It pressured the Tiny and I guess more armor against a Visage.
Yeah, it's just nice stats.
All about buffing up the Visage, then why not shut that down? I didn't think I'd see the day, but I'm actually getting a Fnatic interview with KP. What a pleasure to have you join me, my friend. Long time no see. I see that spirits are higher than they have been for the past 2 weeks. Congratulations on the win, but I gotta wonder, where's this team been? This was an amazing performance from you guys this game. What happened for the first 2 weeks?
Yeah, I didn't think I'd see you guys here today as well, but here we are. Honestly, it's been like a rough one for us because I feel like a lot of our games we really could have won, and the way we lose games is also really, really stupid. Like we'll do like so many things right, and then we always do like one stupid thing, and then we like kind of throw away everything, and it's like a constant pattern, right, throughout our losses. So, you know, like I still feel like we have a lot of potential. Like even in the series we lost, like except the first two, which were like 2-0s, all the other ones were like, you know, like really winnable. And although we were like 0-6, but it didn't really feel like it because I guess we like won games here and there. But yeah, I don't know. I guess it's getting a little bit more clean, I guess. And maybe we have PTSD from like throwing, so we're more aware of that. Yeah.
So I am curious then, do you think that if this was the old DPC and you guys had 6 weeks, would that have made a difference? Or either way, it's the pressure of being at the end that's kind of making you guys pull it together?
Honestly, I think no. Because I think like the time for preparation is not really a factor. It's more like getting these games as like experience. I mean, I don't know what to say because we're like pretty experienced players as well, right? So I feel like we don't really need the experience, but for us,
I don't know if I would agree with that.
Like we do.
Yeah, no, any 5-man roster, no matter how seasoned the players are, like how many of these current teammates have you played with before on other teams?
Oh, only Gabby and Amel. Yeah.
Okay,
but
and then
obviously like we're just lacking something. Like we just weren't clicking with each other, I guess. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Do you have a coach? Because I know Hyde was helping you guys, not really a coach. But do you have anyone who's like on the outside looking in?
Not really. So Hyde really only does drafting for us. He helps us with like the gameplay stuff sometimes. Mm-hmm. But honestly, it's just the 5 of us. And maybe that's like a problem because most of us were just like really focused on ourselves, like watching replays for ourselves, watching other players from our own roles. We maybe are lacking some of like the team play aspect a little bit, not entirely, but yeah, maybe that's one factor.
I mean, clearly not entirely, because this game you showed you definitely have the team play. Winter or Adam, you got any questions? Adam, we'll go with you.
I asked Raven this earlier because they don't have a coach as well. What made you guys decide to go coachless this season?
We didn't decide to go coachless. We just didn't find a good fit for us, I guess, and it just didn't happen. But it's not like we're choosing not to get one.
Do you think you'll be able to solve the issues that you have by getting someone in the near future?
Whether we get someone or not, I do think like most of our problems can be fixed. Because honestly, it's like I would like to say it's like really basic problems. Because like mechanics wise, like laning and all that stuff, that's not really like a big issue, right? Like at 10 minutes. Fnatic Dota will always come out at least like 50-50. Sometimes we'll even win our lanes. Mm-hmm. So I think that's not really an issue. It's just a matter of doing the right thing mid and late game. Yeah.
Sorry to ask you this, but you guys, all 5 of you, I think it's the first time you're in Div 2. Maybe not Zhao, but how are you guys taking this? Like, how are you dealing with it?
I'm okay because I was in Div 2 2 seasons last year, so
okay.
It's okay for me. But I've never like dropped to Div 2. Mm-hmm. So after like 2 days ago, I was like pretty upset. Like that was probably the worst I felt in like many years. Yeah, I just felt so bad. Like, you know, and then I raged, played pubs, and like lost 10 billion games in a row.
Happens.
Yeah, but I think the others, obviously they're not happy, but it's not like hitting anyone really hard, I would say. I think I got hit the hardest.
So why is DJ at home today?
He just has some personal issue, I don't know. Yeah.
I mean, this has been an interesting case study, KP, because like I look at your 5 players and you are all incredible players. That's why I was so surprised to see this result out of you. And obviously, what was the approach that you guys were independently taking? Because I saw Boom and SMG were also kind of in the same situation. Great players, not really getting the same results. SMG kind of pulled it together the first. Boom pulled it together after them, and now it seems like you guys are on the come up. What's the thing that you are noticing the most about when things are working?
I think it's mainly like discovering the meta and then translating that into team play. Because for example, right, let's say SMG at the start of the season, I don't really remember exactly, but all right, let's just ignore that. But for SMG, they have
I can remind you of their results, because they started off actually playing against Bleed, which they lost, Execration, what they lost, but then they beat you guys on the 16th.
Okay, well, for SMG, I think they have like very clear strategies of how they want to play. Like, for example, Ember's meta, right? You see Ember, they pick Slug, something like that. And then, they just have really like clear strategies they want to play. And then, for example, sometimes they early pick the Beastmaster, which Tundra does as well. So they just have a really clear idea of what they want to play, and as a result, they have like a very clear direction. And you just have to I feel like Dota nowadays there's so much like 5-manning. Yes. You just have to balance between 5-manning and farming. And like, if you can get that right, then it's like, I think that's like the main factor for me.
Okay, I appreciate that perspective. My last question, if you look at the frontrunners going to Southeast Asia for Lima, which one do you think would have the best chances? Because Execration already confirmed, and then Talon, Geek, Slate, and Blacklist all have a possibility. Of those 4 teams, which one do you think would find the most success internationally?
I think like ceiling-wise and room to grow, I think Talon has the highest ceiling and the most room to grow. Execration is like, they're just really, really solid, and they have really like strong ideas too, like I said about SMG, right? Now they have March like coaching them, and back then when I was in TNC with March, it's like a similar story, because back then he'd just tell me to buy pipe every single game. I was playing like Legion, ABBA, Omni, offlane and stuff, and I just had to buy pipe every game. He just made me do it. Like, in some ways it's good, but in some ways it's bad. But I guess for Execration it's working out, because they just have Tino buy those items like every game. So yeah, that's for them. And the last one between Blacklist and
Geek Slate.
Boom. Oh no, sorry, Geek Slate.
That's a tough
Based
call.
on recent performance, I think Blacklist has a smaller edge, like a slight edge, but it's hard to say. But yeah, I think whichever team will win from those 2 teams will be the third. Yeah, in my opinion.
Okay. Well, KP, I wish we got more opportunity to speak with you, because it's always a pleasure, but...
Me too.
At least we got this one, and I'm glad that you guys have a good attitude looking forward. That obviously it has been a rough season, but ultimately it's all about the road to TI, and it seems like you guys have your head on straight looking forward. So congratulations on this win. Condolences on the relegation, but looking forward to how you guys do in Pro Series.
Oh, thank you. Well, hope to see you guys in 2 seasons.
Yeah, hopefully. And if you have any shout outs, we'll give you the floor is yours.
Shout out to Talon. Shout out to Dahoon. Dahoon was my Talon boss, and I know he's watching. Maybe. I'm sorry. Sorry. That's all.
All right. Well, thank you very much, KP, and hopefully we'll see you again soon. What a pleasure.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. KP's career has been fraught with heartbreak. I've been rooting for this guy for like half a decade, from like the newbie days. And I know 2 years ago, whenever he was on SMG and they were qualifying for TI, I remember that he was flying in from Australia to make it to their boot camp to qualify. Like he played the first 2 games of the bracket from home, and then like once they made it to like lower bracket finals or something, he flew to, I don't remember where. Where's SMG based?
JB.
Oh, okay. And so he flew there, but it was at the peak of COVID, and so he had to quarantine. And while he was quarantining, they lost. And so he didn't even get to go to the boot camp.
Despair.
I know, it was pure despair. And then like you heard from him, he has been in Div 2 for the past 2 seasons or so, and so he's no stranger to that. But like, what a heartbreaking result for such a charming man. And the fact that he gets a result here now, I'm sure Talon are extremely salty about the situation. Yeah. But it does encourage me for Fnatic because they are playing in BTS Pro Series coming up, and glimpses of greatness.
I mean, they look pretty good. They look like a team that could have competed with everyone else today. Yeah. Just like he said, it's a lot of small things, especially habits in Dota. Like, you play Dota, these players, they play Dota like 10 hours a day for the past 5-6 years. Even the small things take a lot of time to change.
Winter, what's your cup analogy?
It's easier to fill an empty cup.
It's easier to fill an empty cup, and these guys have been full cups for a while.
Yeah.
The drips have been coming out, and maybe they put in a little bit new for this Talon series, but not quite enough to stay in Division 1, and it's not quite enough for us to keep this Mamak stall open, because that is the end of week number 3. But we have one more day left of the DPC. We're not all just done quite yet. But we can also take a look at the results that we've had for Friday, because today was almost a day of full underdogs. If Boom were able to pick up their win, it would have been all of the underdogs winning. But it was Geek, Slate versus SMG, again a 2-0. It was a 2-0 because of the Coddle Bristleback.
Yeah. Honestly, going into the day, I didn't feel like SMG were the underdogs. Like the way they played like the previous series, both teams, it felt like SMG kind of found something on the way.
Yeah, and Geek Slate were kind of shook because they lost 2-0 against Talon, and that's when we were like, oh snap, Talon knows what the hell is going on. Not in this series, though. Second series, Boom Esports versus Blacklist Rivalry. A 3-game competitive series, but Blacklist Rivalry, as we know and love, they will always lose game 1 just for giggles, just to keep things interesting, and then bring it back in 2 and 3. And because they were able to win, that means that they have 4 wins. And because Talon lost, that means that they also have 4 wins. Fnatic versus Talon. Our final series of the day was a 2-0. So let's take a look at where we are after the end of week number 3. I thought that there were going to be way more tiebreakers given the standings. I thought that there was going to be a 3-way for relegation, a 4-way to make it to the major. But Execration got their check mark, and we have everyone else on the left side of our menu. 4 wins of pop, but Geek Slate and Blacklist Rivalry are bound to get one more win, one of them on Monday. Meanwhile, SMG and Bleed will be sitting pretty come next season, as they are not relegated but not going to the major. And Boom Esports and Fnatic. Oh, we got Boom's sold out now. We're fresh out of Boom. The boys out of Vision 1.
Vision 1
didn't work.
Yeah, Boom and Fnatic, yeah. Relegated. Who would have thought?
It's the strat. Can't start the year good.
Has there been any team that has like found a resurgence? Because I know Secret last year were garbage all DPC long, but they never got relegated. They were always kind of middle of the pack. I don't think anyone has ever gotten bumped to Div 2 that like really got their juice back. Like even Nigma seems...
They have not got their juice back.
They have not got their juice back.
Yeah. They're getting there.
We will find out how much juice they have in a few hours, because they're going to go up against Secret, and that's the relegation-a-thon between the two of them. We can take a look at what happens for our final official series, and then we will also have one tiebreaker series when we return on Monday, January 30th. It's going to be Geek Slate versus Blacklist Rivalry. Wait, SMG and Bleed?
They don't play, I believe.
Oh, okay.
Well, do they play for money?
Oh, they play for money.
Oh, there's no hit-to-hit?
Oh, interesting. I didn't realize we do that. I guess it does make sense because...
points?
Yes. 4th place gets 60 points. 5th place gets 30 points.
Okay.
And again, that doesn't sound like a lot, but I will remind people over and over again. Literally 1 point was the difference between Outsiders and Fnatic making it to TI last year.
I'll be so annoyed if I'm Bleed. They finish their series on Monday, and they have like one whole week of like being unsure if they play or not.
They played on the 25th. They played versus Talon on Wednesday.
5th Wednesday. Okay. It's not that bad.
Yeah, it's not
5
that bad.
days.
5 days. Which Fnatic had Fnatic had 5 days before they came. No, they had 5 days before the Execration series yesterday. But I was intrigued by the final series is Talon versus the loser of Geek, Slate versus Blacklist Rivalry. That determines who goes to the major, and it is a best of 3. Both of these tiebreaker series are best of 3s because it's just 2 teams going head to head as opposed to 3 or more teams. So it's just a normal day on Monday here in Southeast Asia.
Monday blues.
Monday blues. What are you, Garfield? But I was intrigued that KP said that like even if it was a 6-week DPC, they don't think that they would have fixed things like that much quicker.
Yeah, I feel like
takes a lot.
They need to play a lot of games together. Official games together. Because it's not the same like playing a lot more scrims, you know. And a lot of things you have to figure out the hard way, you know.
Yeah.
I think it's also hard for us to see because we don't know what the team atmosphere is like. For them, they might be in a very learning-friendly environment where people are like more positive feedback kind of thing and can accept criticism. I think that's really important as well.
Especially these players, I can't imagine any of them getting like angry and lashing out. They're like, God damn it, we're in Dev Town now.
Now you guys know if you see KP playing a pub, he's angry.
Yeah, that's true. I am curious what an angry KP is like. Does he not say well played in chat as many times?
I mean, I think he would just mute everybody.
Yeah, probably.
There's a mode for that, right?
As the wrap up for week number 3, hard to believe that we are at the end of season play, and then we're going to have 3 weeks off. I'm curious if we get to speak to, I don't know, because we saw Execration, they got confirmed, but I'm very curious, how do these teams stay sharp for 3 weeks between now and the major? If you're Execration, you played your final series, you know you're going to the major, you have 3 weeks to kill before you're going to be playing officials again.
I would think you take a short break.
How short?
Maybe like
1 week.
I think I think the first thing is you need to contact the other teams that are going to the major, and they probably need to fly. No.
In other regions.
Like globally.
Okay.
And see if anyone's flying early to like boot camp.
Okay.
Because I think that's what a lot of teams do. Or if you're not, you probably need to fly to Europe and like wherever you want to scrim, somewhere near Lima.
Yes, so I've heard that Shopify Rebellion, they are going to be staying in North America, and they know that a couple of other European teams are staying in Europe. So chances are they'll just keep scrimming.
Yeah. So I think you want to go there.
Yeah.
Like just maybe a week or 10 days earlier.
Okay.
For boot camp. It's probably the best because you need to adapt to like the weather, the food, the time, everything too. Yeah.
That's true. And then, how strong are the chances, Winter, are you giving Southeast Asia when they go to Lima? We have a couple of teams confirmed for Lima since the last time we spoke. So obviously, Execration, BetBoom from Eastern Europe is confirmed, as well as Team Spirit. Eastern Europe is fully confirmed. They have one more slot to determine. Oh, so they're not fully confirmed. Liquid from Western Europe, Aster from China, Shopify Rebellion and TSM are both confirmed from North America, and Evil Geniuses and Beast Coast are both confirmed from South America.
I mean, we are definitely not going to be the favorites when we go there.
Yeah.
I feel like you look at Europe, Western Europe, BetBoom, and Eastern Europe. I think both the teams that made it there so far, they are like way stronger than the Southeast Asian teams. You know, on the strategical point of view, how they're seeing the game, how they're building the draft, and the discipline of the teams.
Oh God, this is depressing to hear.
I feel like the SCA teams, at least the ones that look like they're going to qualify this time, are like a lot of group of younger players.
Yeah.
So it's like a really nice experience for them to grow. And I think as a young player, especially they have like experienced coaches like these Talon, the Execration, and you know they get to go there, experience a different kind of Dota, and I think it will help them grow and they'll win the next season.
That's true. I think that is something that Southeast Asia has kind of been very top-heavy in that regard, that veterans have been going over and over again to these events. But now it's time for the new blood to take over, as unfortunately Boom Esports and Fnatic do get fully relegated after the end of this week. And that is the end of our broadcast this week. We will be back for one more day of season play here at the Mammoth Stall. I hope you guys have been enjoying the show, and we'll see you back here on January 30th to find out everything that happens in Division 1 before we leave. Take it easy.
Three, two, one.
This crowd is actually able to do so for a decent amount of time.
Have to take out like the flame cloak. Does get a lot of damage, but here comes the black hole.